As usual, Sung pedaled his bicycle to the city library. After securing his bike in the designated parking area, he ascended to the office on the second floor of the library. He served as the librarian here, engaged daily in the relentless task of relocating hundreds of thousands of books. After categorizing them, he would disrupt the order, only to categorize them once more. There were 6 librarians in total, each performing the same monotonous chore. This singular endeavor had occupied Sung for 3 years. The elderly director observed their industrious figures with a look of contentment. The only value these books possessed now lay in the constant movement orchestrated by these individuals. He could scarcely recall the last time anyone had perused them. Modern society seemed to prefer retreating into their own corners, indulging in various electronic devices to access literature of personal interest online. The century-old library appeared to have long been forgotten. Singh once inquired of the old director why the library remained open despite the absence of patrons for days on end. The director replied that a city ought to have a library, for it serves not merely as a repository for books, but as a chronicle of history. Every time Sung recalled this statement, he would fall into a moment of silence. As a librarian, he remembered the numbers, authors, and classifications of all the books, yet he had never read a single one. In contrast to handling the weighty tomes, he preferred to sit before a computer, resolving everything with a mere scroll of a mouse wheel. This was the advantage of the internet. It was omnipresent and omnipotent. It ensnared people, exerting control over the entire world and everyone inhabiting it. Everything about each individual was confined within the digital realm. Their privacy, their wealth, their souls, hopes, joys, pains, and solitude all willingly surrendered to the control of the internet. For the network not only connected every corner of the world, but also intertwined the lives of each person. This was the unique world shaped by the influence of the Matrix Revolution. Sung did not rush to complete his tasks. At lunchtime, he would seek out an empty corner to take a nap. Occasionally, he would even sleep until the end of the workday, which was one of the reasons he relished this job. Although his monthly salary scarcely sufficed to buy cigarettes, the library was considered a government property, rendering him akin to a civil servant. But who truly cared? At the very least, Sung had never reaped any benefits typically associated with civil service. Sleeping could even be deemed a benefit. In contrast to his naps, others were more concerned with the gathering plan for that day. There was no particular reason for the assembly. It was merely a fixed activity occurring every Friday. As his colleague and I put it, only the gathering made her feel connected to the world. However, Sung had little interest in attending a tedious party. He preferred to sit at his computer, engaging in tasks he genuinely enjoyed or what one might call work. The distinction between this work and the daily arrangement of books lay in the tools employed. One utilized hands, while the other relied on a keyboard and mouse. Moreover, while engaged in his work, he bestowed upon himself a professional moniker hacker. Indeed, Sung is a hacker, just as he is a librarian by day. The distinction lies in the fact that his second identity is far from ordinary. There are those who, upon mentioning his online alias, weigh his influence and the terror he instills. As described by a renowned hacker, he is the sovereign of the digital realm. Thus, Sang's pseudonym has become synonymous with fear among many hackers. For if one inadvertently trespasses into his domain and dares to inquire about his handle, Sung would smile and reveal that he is known as Ghost Butterfly, fluttering like a butterfly, yet manifesting an ethereal and haunting presence. He invariably brings forth a demise as delicate as falling petals. And as he wields his scythe to harvest your life, he resembles an artist conducting a grand symphony, evoking admiration for this splendid art whilst compelling you to surrender your very essence and soul. This encapsulates the essence of Ghost Butterfly, rendering you perpetually unable to capture his silhouette in the vast expanse of cyberspace. Meanwhile, a few of his colleagues were enthusiastically arranging the details of their evening gathering, meticulously planning the dinner menu, lamenting how imperfect it would be without chicken. However, Sung remained indifferent to such matters, for he had his own engagement plan for the evening. In contrast to his tangible colleagues, his rendezvous would unfold solely in the digital realm. To evade his colleagues' invitations, Sung clocked out half an hour early. He cycled through several streets and alleyways, traversing a park, until he arrived at his doorstep. This 2-story building is the sole valuable legacy left to him by his late parents. The surrounding houses share a similar architectural style, and Sung has often pondered why, amidst rampant real estate development, this area has remained untouched. Eventually, he learned that a family of the city's party secretary resides here. It is said that he himself also dwells in this neighborhood, which, while towering skyscrapers rise elsewhere in the city, remains delightfully serene. Thanks to the presence of the party secretary, The greenery here is the finest in the city. For instance, the park that Sung passes daily has benefited from this influence. After securing his bicycle and unlocking the door, he reflected on how life often unfolds in such repetitive cycles. Yet Sung does not fear repetition, rather, he finds a certain solace in it. For life itself is a key, one that must unlock countless locks throughout one's existence. And the locks he seeks to open far exceed those of others. The furnishings within the house retain the charm of the 1990s. Though modest in size, with only a kitchen, a bathroom, and a single living room on the ground floor, the upstairs comprises merely 3 bedrooms. Sung gently placed his backpack and keychain on the shelf beside the sofa and proceeded to open all the windows on the first floor. It was summer, and as the windows swung open, a refreshing breeze filled the room, instantly revitalizing the atmosphere. With ample time before the rendezvous, Sung had sufficient opportunity to prepare himself a sumptuous dinner and indulge in a refreshing bath. Sung was a person who meticulously valued time, often to the very second. Particularly when at home, he would never squander a single minute. As the clock ticked down to 5 minutes before his appointment, Sung ascended to the second-floor bedroom. This space was the epitome of ordinariness save for a bed, 2 nightstands, and a solitary lamp. It contained merely a row of bookshelves. These shelves were laden with an assortment of books, each bearing a sequence of numbers beneath them akin to an identification number, signifying their origin from the municipal library. All these volumes were won by Sung in chess matches against the elderly librarian, and while they filled an entire shelf, the only one he had perused was a tome on human artistry. Approaching the bookshelf, Sung shifted several tomes outward on each level. To an outsider, it appeared as if Sung was merely selecting books of interest. However, the moment the last book was displaced, the entire bookshelf glided aside, revealing a concealed door behind it. After inputting a lengthy combination of numbers and letters into the electronic lock of the hidden door, it opened with a soft click. Beyond the threshold lay an exceptionally professional computer room. Its sophistication was not solely due to the comprehensive hardware for data exchange. More significantly, it was a realm that to the outside world was non-existent. Sung affectionately referred to this sanctuary as the domain of phantoms, a place where he could execute any endeavor he desired. Should one presume they could locate Ghost Butterfly through the analysis of data packets, they would be irrevocably misled. Sung employed a camouflage program of his own design, enabling his dynamic address to metamorphose every 2 seconds. If one attempted to trace Sung's backdoor via his network address, this program would alter millions of virtual addresses globally every half-second. Thus, before one could find Sung, it was likely that both they and their computer would simultaneously collapse. Sung comfortably settled into a solitary armchair before the computer, activating the power. At that moment, 5 monitors arranged in a semicircle on the desk displayed a password lock simultaneously. A woman's system voice resonated through the room. Self-destruction program will initiate in 3 seconds, 3.2. In a fleeting second, Sung entered an 8-digit password, prompting the system voice to cheerfully announce, "On behalf of the system, I thank you for granting me another day of existence." In truth, Sung had extended this entity's existence by 3 years. This entire self-destruction program was crafted by Sung himself should anyone attempt a brute force attack to breach the startup password. Upon the completion of the 3-second countdown, the program would automatically activate the hardware voltage regulation system. This mechanism would obliterate all computer data within 1 second and complete the entire charging and discharging process within 2 seconds. When the program commenced discharging, all computer hardware would be irrevocably incinerated. Singe is not merely a hacker. He is also an engineer well-versed in various realms of computer programming. In this world, he embodies a godlike presence. However, even deities occasionally descend from the heavens. Thus, in the realm of security defense, he meticulously maintains all risk factors to a mere 1 in 10,000. Once the system is activated, Singe deftly navigates the barren desktop with his mouse, pinpointing a single location before gently clicking. A plethora of active programs materializes before him on the screen. After opening yet another window, Singe finds himself in a chat room that is entirely his domain. At that moment, he discovers that someone has already been waiting for him there. Chapter 2. Only 10 minutes entering the chat room meant that the ghostly butterfly image representing Sing began to dance gracefully. In the text box on the screen, a string of text appeared immediately. The name before the colon was Ghost Princess, and she appeared to be a woman. She said, "You finally logged on. I've been waiting for you since noon." Sing gently typed a message on the keyboard. "You only have 10 minutes. He didn't want to waste time on trivialities. He was well aware of the high cost the other party had paid to have a chance to speak with him. This opportunity was randomly selected from a list of millions who wished to converse with him. Each of these individuals had their own requests and desires, and Singh was the one who could fulfill them. However, he didn't squander these opportunities carelessly. He randomly selected one person every Friday morning, and the chosen individual would be placed at the top of a public list, with each conversation lasting only 10 minutes. Just think about how rare this opportunity is. Many people are willing to spend large sums of money to acquire someone else's chance. Yet, until now, no one had ever sold their opportunity because, compared to money, wishes are invaluable. Spending 10 minutes, time that others can't buy, on trivial conversation would be mocking one's own desires, wouldn't it? Sometimes, Singh couldn't understand why he wanted to meet these people, yet he continued to draw others' chances from the list as usual. He never sought admiration, followers, or fear from others. If he had to give a reason, it would be that he simply liked stories. The Ghost Princess said, "I'm sorry, I'm just so excited. I never dreamed I would get to talk to someone who can destroy the world in my lifetime. I'm so thrilled I might faint." Ghost Butterfly, "Why do you want to meet me?" Ghost Princess, "I need your help with something." Ghost Butterfly, "Ghost Princess, before I tell you, I want to ask you a question." Ghost Butterfly, "Ghost Princess, can any wish be fulfilled?" Ghost Butterfly, "If you want to bring back deceased loved ones or keep them free from illness and disaster, don't even talk to me." Ghost Princess, "You're quite humorous. Do you have a loved one?" Ghost Butterfly, "Confidential." Ghost Princess, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just so in awe of you that I wanted to know more about you." Ghost Butterfly, "I can't fulfill that wish either." Ghost Princess, "Don't you think our usernames are quite similar?" Ghost Butterfly, "You have 9 minutes left." Singh shook his head. Why was every person he spoke with, especially women, so interested in him? Do women really like mysterious men? At that moment, the Ghost Princess continued. "Are you this indifferent to everyone?" Ghost Butterfly, "Confidential." Ghost Princess, "All right, let us get to the main topic." Ghost Butterfly, "Go ahead." Ghost Princess, "I've been playing an online game recently, but I can't afford the equipment and keep getting bullied by those wealthy players." Ghost Butterfly, "So?" Ghost Princess, "I want to destroy this game." Ghost Butterfly, "Is this your wish?" Singh was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this Ghost Princess to use an opportunity that others would pay for to destroy a video game. Ghost Princess, "Yes, this is my wish." Ghost Butterfly, "How old are you this year?" Ghost Princess, 23. Ghost Butterfly, "I thought you were a child. All online games are like this. How many can you destroy? And how many chances to fulfill your wishes will you have?" Ghost Princess, "Then let the world be destroyed. Let atomic bombs shoot everywhere on Earth. Isn't that wish big enough?" Ghost Butterfly, "You should see a doctor." Ghost Princess, "Haha, you think I'm not normal too?" Ghost Butterfly, "At least, I'm still normal." Ghost Princess, "I only have that one wish. As long as you destroy that game, you can make me do anything." Ghost Butterfly, "Why do you have to destroy that game?" Ghost Princess, "I hate it." Ghost Butterfly, "Just because you hate it, you have to destroy it?" Singh was a hacker, not a fool. Just as trust is hard to exist in the virtual world of the internet, Singh had already gathered all the information about the Ghost Princess during their conversation. On another screen, everything about her was laid bare before him. For others, trying to understand a person through the internet might be difficult, but for Singh, it was as simple as moving his fingers. He first hacked into the Ghost Princess's operating system. All the information on her computer was crystal clear to him. This included her communication chat logs, all text, audio, and video materials, search engine and browser history, all online shopping, and the usernames and passwords for her email and payment accounts were cracked within a minute. Singh also hacked into her computer's video call device, and the real Ghost Princess appeared on another screen. When Singh first saw her, he felt a stir in his heart. The Ghost Princess could be considered a beauty, with delicate and graceful features, and long black hair cascading down her shoulders, exuding femininity. The Ghost Princess was unaware that her appearance was already before Ghost Butterfly. She was only wearing a semi-transparent black lace nightgown that highlighted her upper body's sensuality and allure. Perhaps due to excitement and eagerness, her breathing was rapid. The slight hesitation and anticipation in her expression made her even more endearing. The Ghost Princess's real name was Yabe, 23 years old. Through various analyses of her data, she was a college student majoring in acting and had yet to graduate. From her purchasing habits and transfer situations, it was evident that her family was of average means. More noticeably, she was still single. It was worth mentioning that her online usernames across all software applications were all Ghost Princess. At this moment, the Ghost Princess on the screen seemed unsatisfied with Singh's words, pouting as she typed out a message. "Ghost Princess, there are countless people who want to destroy this game more than I do, but we simply cannot do it. If this game continues to exist, who knows how many more people it will deceive. As a master of the internet, you should come out and uphold this justice." After a faint smile, Singh also sent a message. "Ghost Butterfly, if you are sure you don't want to change your wish, this game will completely disappear from this world in half an hour." Ghost Princess, I can't wait to see the painful expression on the game operator's face. Ghost Butterfly, after you tell me the name of the game, the chat room will close. You have never spoken to me, and you don't know who Ghost Butterfly is. Do you understand what I mean? After reading this message, Ghost Princess seemed a bit disappointed, and tears were glimmering in her eyes. About 30 seconds later, Ghost Princess finally typed a message. Ghost Princess, how can I thank you? Ghost Butterfly, agreeing to my request is the best way to thank me. Ghost Princess, can we be friends? Her eyes were full of expectation, and Sang also hoped to have a good friend with whom he could talk about anything. But that person was not Ghost Princess. However, Sang didn't want to hurt her feelings. That wasn't something a man should do. After 10 seconds of silence, Sang replied to Ghost Princess. Ghost Butterfly, I'm afraid not. But I can promise you that I will appear when you need me the most. After seeing this message, Ghost Princess finally smiled through her tears. Ghost Princess, I will always remember your promise. Ghost Butterfly, now tell me the game details. Ghost Princess, okay. The game is called. After the chat room closed, Sang also cut off the video transmission from Ghost Princess. According to the information provided by Ghost Princess, this was a very popular online game with millions of players. Data analysis showed that the total value of the game had exceeded 10 million. The game operator was a powerful online game agency. The security system used was provided by a Swedish company specializing in network security systems. In addition, all server data was protected by invisible encryption programs. And only through the unique decryption program of the Swedish company could effective modifications be made to the server to effectively prevent hacker attacks. The server's firewall employed a 9-layer encryption measure, and any data trying to pass through the firewall would be automatically stored in an isolated sandbox. Even the game company's CEO needed to pass through firewall verification to access the data. Sang analyzed this data one by one, and various data points kept jumping in his mind, as if he had entered a matrix world, with countless data nodes converging into beams of light flashing quickly. Until Sang's thoughts finally settled on a dazzling node. The maze-like matrix world converged at this point. A smile appeared on Sang's face. The entire attack plan clearly formed in his mind. The first thing to do now is to enter the game official website's data backend. For Sang, this was as easy as breathing. He quickly cracked the username and password for the official website's backend. Meanwhile, in the gaming company, a few on-duty programmers were gathered around playing poker, never worrying about server attacks. In fact, many hackers attempted to breach the system daily, but they all ended up thwarted by the firewall. They received notifications about Sang accessing the server backend, but they paid it no mind. One programmer casually dismissed the alert and laughed, saying, "Did you see that? That's the 10th hacker trying to bite the dust today. I really don't understand what these people are thinking." Another programmer sitting across from him added, "The difference between us programmers and those hackers is that we think logically, while most hackers use their instincts. They just go for it when they feel bold. Our firewall, which cost over €1,000,000, is the most advanced in the world. There are 10 units maintaining its operation, and even top-tier hackers are powerless against it. These foolish hackers really think they're invincible." The person next to him, growing impatient, said, "Let them self-destruct, hurry up and play. I've already lost over 100. So the four continued their game, leaving Sang to the firewall. Chapter 3. Weakness. The second thing Sang needed to do was to figure out how to tackle the firewall. After accessing the backend, he had already simulated the entire firewall module on his computer. The firewall utilized 9 layers of encryption. Any formal or informal data entering would automatically be stored in an isolated sandbox, and only after 9 layers of verification could it enter the server's data group. As a hacker, Sang knew that the possibility of brute forcing the firewall was nearly zero. However, he also understood that any program in the digital world is designed by humans and must have vulnerabilities. Finding exploits is a method many hackers use. It's simple, quick, and effective. But after scanning all the module data, even Sang had to admit that this firewall, designed by foreigners, was nearly flawless. He couldn't find a single exploitable weakness. Sang's interest was piqued. He had never seen such a perfect firewall, which explained the need for 10 units to keep it running. However, years of hacking experience had taught Sang that the more impeccable a program seemed, the more likely it was to have a fatal flaw. This firewall was no exception. Unable to find an external breakthrough, Sang decided to check its sandbox. Perhaps the weakness was hidden there. He issued a normal access verification command for the data group, and his data was simultaneously included in the firewall sandbox. The module on Sang's computer also changed at that moment, taking on the shape of a 9-story building, with countless encrypted data rapidly operating on each level. In less than 3 seconds, Sung received a system prompt indicating that the instruction was illegal and refused to enter. After all of Sang's login data was automatically backed up, he was kicked out of the firewall. However, there was a faint smile of understanding on Sang's face. With 9 layers of encryption, each layer corresponding to a machine unit, the entire firewall consisted of 10 units. The extra one must belong to the sandbox. Any login data first enters the sandbox, and if it is deemed illegal, all data will be automatically backed up to the storage of that particular unit. This is the flaw of a perfect firewall. Sung had fully grasped the design concept of this firewall. It had been designed with careful consideration of how to sanction hackers attempting to attack it. Did you think that being a hacker meant you could come and go without a trace? Here, you have nowhere to hide, and all your data is recorded, making it impossible for you to act recklessly. This idea might be somewhat useful for other hackers, but for Sung, it was practically useless and only exposed the firewall's weaknesses. Sung once again created a virtual login command and concealed a delayed mutation program within the data being transmitted. This program, personally written by Sung, was characterized by its small size of only 0.001 KB before mutation, making it undetectable when mixed with the login data packet. Even an AI firewall wouldn't be able to discover it. After the delay mutation, the program would independently execute a series of task instructions, allowing Sung to directly access the firewall's units and dismantle it from the inside. Once again entering the sandbox, the firewall still rejected the login command, backed up the data, and kicked Sung out again. Sung's eyes were fixed on the computer screen as he mentally counted down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just then, a message appeared on the screen indicating a successful connection and that the program was starting. After about 5 seconds, the system prompted that the program had successfully launched and the module generation phase was complete. Meanwhile, on another computer screen, the simulated unit data module had already formed. Sung snapped his fingers in excitement. Each time he completed a challenging task, it filled him with exhilaration and excitement, making the hairs on his body stand on end. The data module on the computer was like a newly discovered continent, full of surprises. After all, computers are just computers. No matter how many calculations they can perform per second, they will always be foolish machine programs in front of humans. Their only value lies in their ability to amuse humans with their stupidity. The data module on the screen was filled with countless symbols that resembled a foreign language. But to Sung, it was as simple as reading ordinary text. He no longer needed any translation tools to understand what these symbols represented. Soon, Sung found the data information exchanged between this unit and other units among the numerous symbols. According to these guidelines, it was easy to access the other 9 units. Sung would never waste time cracking these encryption programs. He just needed to insert a string of code allowing certain users to log into the data group, and then modify some core code, completely opening the firewall for him. Once all the work was done, Sung used a preset username and password to issue a command to access the server's data group. 3 seconds later, the screen displayed a message indicating that verification was successful and that it was logging into the server. After successfully logging in, all the game server data was displayed. Upon calculation, all the game data amounted to several tens of gigabytes, and deleting all of it would take at least an hour. Moreover, during that hour, if the other side noticed and cut off power to all server units, everything done before would be in vain. Sung was not in a hurry to delete the files. He considered all possible scenarios. The only feasible method was to compress the 1 hour down to 5 minutes, or even less. If he could control it within 5 minutes. Even if players reported to customer service, it would be enough time for the customer service to notify the technical department. However, this idea itself was not feasible. Given Sung's skills, it was impossible. But Sung had other ways. He first found the test account in the game through the server data, which was essentially the GM number in the game. Every online game has such a number. They are almost always online, primarily to handle issues within the game and also to monitor the game's operating status. After locating this number, Sung simulated an identical data code based on the pattern of data exchange between it and the server and created a mirror data exchange node on the server. Thus, after cutting off the data exchange between the GM and the game, everything appeared normal to outsiders through the virtual mirrored data. Sung then accessed the official customer service system and casually implanted a program that paralyzed the entire customer service system. Several staff members from the game company, who were communicating with players, suddenly found their communication system inexplicably interrupted. However, the customer service supervisor simply took off her high heels, rubbed her toes, and said to the other female employees, "It might be a network issue, or those tech guys are messing with something. We might as well take a break." The nearest girl stretched and said, "It would be best if the network stayed down. Then we wouldn't have to listen to those players' complaints." The supervisor replied, "Stop complaining. You just sit there and chat with people to earn your pay. What more do you want? All right, keep an eye on things. I'm going to take a nap. Call me when the network is back up." Little did they know that the network might never recover, as Sung had already begun deleting all the data from the server. In a high-end residential area of a city, just when a crucial moment was about to arrive, the phone on the bedside table rang. The technical director, startled by the call, felt a jolt of anxiety, and his heart raced. He answered the phone and began to curse. "You brat, if you're just calling to chat, I'll come to your doorstep and make a mess tonight." The voice on the other end responded, "What the hell is going on? I just topped up my account, and I can't get into the game. If you can't fix it, Why are you even talking to me? Did your customer service drop dead? You better resolve this quickly, or I swear I'll be at your place tomorrow." After hanging up, the director lost all interest, threw a couple of bills onto the bed, and shouted, "Get out of here." The woman on the bed shot him a disdainful glance, grabbed the money, and left the bedroom. The director put on his pajamas and went to the computer, lighting a cigarette as he did. Once the system booted up, he launched the game client. What is going on? He indeed couldn't log in. After taking a drag and elegantly blowing out a smoke ring, he opened the game's official website. When he saw the empty web page, he could no longer remain calm. He tried logging into the back end of the website, only to receive a system prompt stating that the page did not exist. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Having worked in network technology for many years, he understood what this meant. He stubbed out his cigarette, tore off his pajamas, grabbed his outerwear, and rushed out the door. Half an hour later, he kicked open the glass door of the company's tech department. In the surprised gazes of several technicians, he rushed to the control terminal and typed in a series of commands. However, none of his commands could be executed because all the data files on the server had been completely wiped clean. The director slumped to the ground, and the other technicians quickly realized from his actions that the server data had been deleted. It felt like a bolt from the blue to them. What was going on? Who had the power to hack them right under their noses? "Director, what should we do now?" one technician asked, his voice trembling. The director tugged at his tie to ease his breathing and replied, "Quickly notify the boss. He should have backup files for the server." One technician immediately picked up the phone, while the director, breathing heavily, added, "Find the backup data for the firewall. I want to know who did this." Half an hour later, the CEO of the gaming company and all senior management stood in front of the tech department's server terminal. Each person's expression was particularly serious, as if what was attacked was not the server, but their very dignity. The CEO, a man in his 50s with a particularly profound demeanor, was unusually calm compared to the others. "I have 3 questions. The CEO looked at the director and continued, "How did he breach the firewall? How long did it take him to delete the data from the server? During this time, why didn't your engineering team notice anything?" The technical director hung his head in despair, unable to answer any of these questions, and the engineers behind him had nothing to say. If the CEO found out that they were engrossed in gambling while the server was being hacked, the punishment awaiting them would be worse than death. Even if they remained silent, the responsibility would still fall on them. They could already foresee how difficult their situation would become. They were relatively well-known engineers in the industry, and if this incident got out, they would be treated with disdain, including the technical director. The CEO, not receiving answers, asked, "So I want to know, whose work is this?" The director felt it was time to speak up, cleared his throat, and said, "I have checked the backup files of the firewall. According to the records, all illegal logins to the server were isolated in a sandbox. Only an hour ago, a number was allowed through by the firewall. I tried to trace the user's address, but found nothing. This time, we've encountered a skilled opponent." The CEO nodded and asked, "When you say the firewall allowed access, was it passive or active?" This firewall had cost him hundreds of thousands of euros to implement and was said to be one of the most advanced in the world. If it was allowed through actively, he could reluctantly accept it. If it was forcibly breached and allowed through passively, he could not accept that under any circumstances. The director thought for a moment and replied, "There are no signs of a brute force attack on the firewall. At least, that is what I believe." The CEO nodded again and said, "Very well. As the technical director, you did what you were supposed to do. But as the CEO of the company, I must inform you that starting tomorrow, you will no longer be part of this company. Given your years of dedication, I will not hold you accountable for this loss. That is what I must do." Upon hearing the news of his dismissal, the director felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Losing this job felt like losing everything. His reputation, status, and even his finances began to diminish in that instant. There was no hope of finding a better job, as his reputation had become as tarnished as the woman he had just dismissed. The other technicians looked equally troubled. One of them had just gotten engaged the day before. The only reason his partner had chosen him was because he had a good job. In just one night, the thing he was proud of had vanished. And if his fiancée found out about this incident, there would be no reason to call her his fiancée anymore. The technical director earnestly pleaded with the boss for another chance, expressing that he could not afford to lose this job. However, the boss merely smiled and said, "Get out of the company immediately." Thus, these individuals left with their shattered hopes and resentment, under the supervision of the HR manager. This was indeed what the boss needed to do. He had invested millions in these devices, spending tens of thousands each month to maintain them, while also having to support those useless employees who had no trace of the hackers that attacked them. Since that was the case, there was no need to support them any longer. The boss turned to the few technical engineers he brought along and asked, "How long will it take you to restore everything?" The engineers exchanged glances, and one of them replied, "After our assessment, the attacker is just a hacker who deleted all the data files without damaging any hardware. Therefore, we can restore all the data groups using our backups within 5 hours." The boss shook his head and said, "If you can restore it within 3 hours, the position of technical director will be yours." This statement acted like a shot of adrenaline for the engineers. Without further ado, they immediately dove into intense work with their assistants. The boss then turned to the other senior executives and said, "From now on, everyone goes into emergency mode. Finance department, assess the direct losses within 10 minutes. HR department, investigate the entire process of this attack. Administration department, report this incident to the relevant departments. If necessary, let them intervene in the investigation. Also, connect me with the Swedish company. I want to have a video call with them." With these orders issued, everyone became busy. The boss returned to his office, and the secretary subsequently connected the video call with Ms. Tiffany, the technical and after-sales service general manager of the Swedish company. Once the signal was established, a stunning blonde with captivating features appeared clearly on the 100-inch screen before the boss, speaking fluent Chinese. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Qian. How can I assist you?" Tiffany was truly a beauty. Her smile revealed 2 charming canine teeth, which had a tremendous appeal to any man. Even if one's partner had been unfaithful, one would still feel at ease and hopeful in her presence. Mr. Qian was a man of considerable vigor, and he couldn't help but flirt a little before getting to the point. "Miss Tiffany, long time no see. Your smile is still as enchanting as ever." The female secretary behind him raised an eyebrow, clearly showing a hint of hostility in her gaze towards Tiffany. However, Tiffany beamed back. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Qian, but considering your secretary behind you, I think we should get to the main topic." Tiffany was not only a beauty, but also a very capable one. Otherwise, how could she have become the executive CTO of the world-renowned company? Don't assume that a woman's smile is always charming. They can smile even while tightening their grip around your neck and kneeing you in a sensitive area. Mr. Qian was enduring the pain and then shifted the topic to the main issue. "Miss Tiffany, I'm afraid I have some bad news for you. Just an hour ago, an unknown hacker successfully bypassed the defenses of our firewall and deleted all the data from my game server, leaving nothing even in the recycle bin. According to our engineer's analysis, this hacker was authenticated by the firewall without any attacks or hacks. So I suspect there may have been a leak in your company's test code that led to this incident." Although Miss Tiffany maintained a professional smile, there was a clear hint of shock in her eyes. The company provides cybersecurity services to nearly 10,000 enterprises in over 50 countries worldwide. Not to mention, Tiffany's technical research and development team consists of world-class professionals who were heavily recruited by the company. It seemed impossible for their product to be compromised. Tiffany replied with a faint smile, "Mr. Qian, I think you may have misunderstood my point. Our test code has never been retained in the background. This has been clearly stated in the activation manual. The firewall only recognizes the unique login code of the activator. If there was indeed a leak, perhaps you should investigate whether there was a technical oversight on your end." Tiffany's denial of any fault in her product was expected by Mr. Qian. As a leading global cybersecurity company with assets exceeding 100 billion euros, any error could lead to irreparable consequences. So Mr. Qian continued, "Miss Tiffany, I believe you misunderstood me. I have absolute trust in your products and services, and the technology of your firewall is beyond reproach. However, you overlooked one detail. Your firewall did not prevent certain individuals from attacking my server. This was not mentioned in your product documentation. Oh, and I should remind you that the username set during the firewall activation is only in my possession, and the password can only be used once. To log in again, I must use the password generator you provided to compute a new password. Do you think that even if someone knows the username, without the password generator in my possession, they could possibly pass through the firewall's authentication?" Though Tiffany remained composed, she was contemplating the implications of Mr. Qian's words. In other words, if what he said was true, then her company would face catastrophic repercussions. This matter was beyond her control. Just as Tiffany was considering her countermeasures, the office door was suddenly pushed open. It seems that the situation is extremely urgent, and politeness has been put aside. The engineer who was previously recovering the data approached Mr. Qian, swaying and looking dazed, and murmured, "Ghost Butterfly. It's Ghost Butterfly." Upon hearing this name, Mr. Qian immediately signaled his secretary to turn off the video call with Tiffany. However, the name Ghost Butterfly had long been deeply etched in Tiffany's mind across the ocean. In Mr. Qian's office, noticing the engineer's fearful expression, he asked, "What on earth happened? What is Ghost Butterfly?" The engineer slumped onto the sofa and said, word by word, "Ghost Butterfly is the most mysterious and top hacker in the world. No, he is a god, the master of the internet." Mr. Qian nodded and said so. The engineer continued, "All the deleted data is now impossible to recover." Mr. Qian smiled lightly and replied, "No matter how powerful he is, he's just a hacker, just a person. I don't care what Ghost Butterfly is. You just need to tell me, can the data be recovered within 3 hours?" The engineer forced a smile and said, "I have been a network engineer for over a decade. and I can responsibly tell you that what you want is not 3 hours. It is forever impossible to recover. Chapter 5. The orphanage. Mr. Chien rushed into the technical department without hesitation, but the entire room had turned a shade of eerie blue. All the computer screens flickered with a blue butterfly flapping its wings, dazzling and striking. The ghostly blue light it emitted shocked everyone's hearts and souls like magic. At the same time, Sung stood quietly on the balcony, gazing at the starry sky and the bright moonlight, feeling an unparalleled sense of calm and nature. Sung liked to contemplate life as questions in such a state. Everyone has unfulfilled desires and dreams to chase, but what are his desires and dreams? Within half an hour, he erased game data worth tens of millions, triggering a series of butterfly effects, including dozens losing their jobs and millions cursing the game and its operator, Mr. Chien, thrusting a crisis akin to an atomic bomb explosion into the world-renowned Door God Company. However, when this performance ended perfectly, Sung received no applause. On the vast stage, he was the only one immersed in the excitement and exhaustion after the show. Yet, Sung enjoyed this feeling of solitude because it allowed him to remain calm. And this calmness enabled each of his performances to conclude perfectly. Meanwhile, at the Door God Company in Sweden, all senior executives sat in silence in the luxurious conference room. After listening to Tiffany's meeting report, the nearly 70-year-old CEO, Brewster, slowly set down his pencil. Everyone's gaze was fixed on his pencil. Those who knew the history of the Door God Company understood that this globally leading company, with assets exceeding 100 billion euros, was precisely outlined by old Brewster. One calculation at a time with that pencil. Therefore, the trademark of the company is a design featuring a pencil placed on a shield. The trademark has remained unchanged for decades, but Brewster has aged, with a face full of wrinkles and a head of white hair. After a brief silence, Brewster broke the quiet of the conference room with his aged voice. Tiffany, it seems you're going on a long journey. At any cost, I want that ghost butterfly. Tiffany thought for 2 seconds before replying. Before we find the ghost butterfly, Mr. Money's company might also need some reassurance. As long as he keeps quiet, we will pay him a sum according to the contract. Tiffany nodded and fell silent. Brewster waved his hand to the others, signaling the end of the meeting. And they all left quietly. The large conference room was left with only Tiffany and old Brewster. At that moment, Tiffany said, "Grandpa, I have no confidence in finding this ghost butterfly." Old Brewster kindly patted Tiffany on the shoulder and said, "Compared to time, nothing is important. I am old now, and I don't want to leave a mess in your hands before I retire. It's time for the Brewster family's fools to see your capabilities." Tiffany smiled faintly and replied, "Grandpa, the company is your hard work, and anyone from our family will cherish it." Old Brewster smiled with satisfaction and continued, "Therefore, I cannot let it be ruined in my hands. I will have you enter that country as an investor. All investigations regarding the ghost butterfly must be conducted in secret, and report any findings to me at any time." The grandfather and granddaughter discussed many details before the meeting concluded. The next day was Sunday, and the weather was very nice. Whenever there was a holiday, Singh would always take some time to visit the orphanage. He brought food or toys for the children who had lost their parents. He loved to see the smiles of the children. Their innocence made him feel warm. News about the online gaming company being hacked had already caused a stir in the gaming community. The name Ghost Butterfly appeared again in the headlines of various media, leading to various speculations. The most innocent were the millions of players who had played the game for years, only to see it disappear suddenly. And the gaming company had not provided a clear response to these players. Many players pointed fingers at the Ghost Butterfly, but more players praised its actions. Among them, a fan group led by the Ghost Princess was officially established, declaring themselves supporters and admirers of the Ghost Butterfly, promising to fight alongside it to the end. Relevant departments launched another investigation into the Ghost Butterfly's actions. Seng's evaluation of these departments was that they were a group of helpless individuals with a strong sense of professionalism. As for everything else, Seng was too lazy to pay attention. Who cares what they say or do? Besides the fan group of the Ghost Princess being somewhat interesting to him, he was just a bystander. It was like watching the children around him, carefree, talking, singing, and dancing. He wanted him to feel that everything was particularly fulfilling. Many female volunteers at the orphanage looked at the handsome boy with admiration and appreciation. Every time Seng came to the orphanage, he would leave only after having lunch, which was also the old director's intention. Without the help of these volunteers, the poor orphans would probably lose a lot of joy. Many volunteers would actively greet Seng during meals, exchanging contact information, and so on. Seng did not refuse such social requests. After all, outside the online world, he was just an ordinary person, and ordinary people needed friends. However, today's meal was not very enjoyable. In the middle of it, a group of thugs rushed into the orphanage. Their demands were simple. They wanted the valuable land on which the orphanage stood. The leader, a man in a suit, appeared to be the head of the group. His mannerisms were effeminate, and his speech was sarcastic. He said, "Hey, uncle, why are you being so stubborn? We're not taking it for free. The demolition office has already issued the notice for you to move. Our boss has arranged a place for you that's many times better. Just nod and agree. The old director patted his sleeve, his dark face showing no expression, except for his large eyes under thick brows, which were filled with a cold and proud look. Everyone knew the old man's temper. He was not only stubborn, but also very traditional. I've told you countless times, this is my home. If I say we're not moving, then we're not moving. The old director's words were like a slap in the face, instantly turning the man's face as red as a monkey's backside. He stammered for a long time, but couldn't get a word out. Another person behind him couldn't help but curse. Damn it, you old man. Are you tired of living? If you don't move, we'll tear this place down today. Do you believe that? A few volunteers exchanged glances, but could do nothing, only pulling a group of children to hide far away. Only Seng stood still behind the old director. The old director laughed heartily and said, "Young man, don't be so arrogant. Didn't your father teach you to respect the elderly and love the young?" Upon hearing this, the thug became furious and rolled up his sleeves to make a move, but was stopped by the effeminate man beside him. He turned back to the old director and said, "Old man, we won't resort to violence today. I'll give you a few more days to think it over. Next time we come, we won't be so polite." The old director snorted coldly and said, "Let me tell you, as long as I'm alive, no one can touch a single brick here. You bunch of animals, get out of here." The effeminate man huffed and led his group away. The old director then seemed to slump down, heavily sitting in his chair, beads of cold sweat forming on his wrinkled forehead. Sang poured him a glass of water and slowly said, "Uncle Juan, what is going on here?" The other volunteers gathered around the old director, and the children stood silently behind everyone, not making a sound. The old director was like a grandfather to them. And when he got angry, the children's hearts were heavy with sorrow. After a long while, he finally managed to suppress the frustration inside him, let out a long sigh, and said, "This orphanage was built 5 years ago with the investment of a charitable organization. As one of the initiators, I converted my house into what is now this orphanage. 5 years later, with the city's expansion, those real estate developers have set their sights on this place, claiming they will provide us with a new site. But that place is nothing but a suburban area with an old building. I may be an old man, and it doesn't matter to me, but these poor children have already endured so much hardship." The old director could not continue, tears streaming down his face, and the few children behind him started to cry as well. These children had been abandoned by their biological parents since birth. This orphanage was their home, and the old director was their family. When their family was in distress, how could they not feel heartbroken? A female volunteer named Mo Ling could no longer hold back and exclaimed, "Those bastards are too much. Don't they fear that their own children will be born with defects?" The other volunteers echoed her sentiments, and one even wanted to condemn their actions through social discourse. However, in Seng's eyes, these outbursts were meaningless. To put it bluntly, these volunteers were just university students, or people using volunteering to pass the time and boost their own image. Despite their loud protests now, if those thugs showed up again, they would probably run faster than rabbits. Seng, of course, would not engage in a fight, but he was determined to take charge of this matter. Chapter 6. Seng's habits during the day. Seng was just an ordinary person. The night belonged to him. Sometimes, he even thought of himself as a vampire, only wanting to do whatever he pleased in the darkness. By day, he was like everyone else in the dull crowd, enjoying sitting by the sea, daydreaming, and watching beautiful legs pass by in the mall. That was the entirety of his vacation. However, this vacation, he had another task: to dress himself up as a successful person and go to a real estate company to pretend to buy a house. Seng had no idea what it felt like to be a successful person, just as he could never understand why books had to exist. Even if people forgot about these books, Seng would still arrange them neatly, as that was how a library should look. So, Seng wore a suit. Although it was no longer in fashion, he liked the feeling of being well-dressed, much like a mouse that had grown accustomed to the pressure of fingers on it, feeling comfortable with every movement. Tianheng Real Estate Group was the largest real estate development group in the city and also a publicly traded company. They were not only involved in real estate, but also in entertainment, dining, and freight. The president, named Chun Hung, was 60 years old this year. When most people mention this name, very few associate it with wealth or business. The first impression is that he is a ruthless rogue. Seng is a person with a cleanliness obsession. When he doesn't want to see something dirty, he puts on a pair of glasses. Ironically, he has no idea whose glasses they are. They have been sitting in the cabinet since he can remember, but they definitely don't belong to either his father or mother, because one memory he has of his father is that he had excellent eyesight and never wore glasses. The first time he put on these glasses to view the world, everything seemed to change. Behind the lenses, he felt completely isolated. He enjoyed this feeling because he had always wanted to have his own world. Just like when he would take out building blocks from his childhood and construct oddly shaped objects, he would place the glasses on top, effectively making the world beneath them his own. In a lavishly decorated sales office, surrounded by various model buildings, the towering structures stood silently in every corner of the city, extracting the hard-earned money of anyone wishing to own them. They were not just houses, they were part of a money-making machine belonging to a real estate group. They only appeared as houses to those holding blueprints and documents, under the manipulation of glamorous sales representatives, who were contemplating how to line the pockets of the group. Singh stopped in front of one model, pretending to examine the house, but in reality, he was merely counting the number of floors. He wasn't there to buy a house. Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't buy from that particular group, and besides, he couldn't afford it. A young saleswoman, in her 20s with wavy hair, greeted Singh with a smile. Although her first impression was that he didn't seem like someone interested in buying a house. She was well aware from her experience that one should not judge a book by its cover. Just because this person was wearing a double-breasted suit that was rarely seen even in the 1990s and had square-framed glasses on his face didn't mean he couldn't pull out millions at a moment's notice. Take the last time, for instance, when a scruffy middle-aged man with a shoulder pole walked into their sales office. At first, everyone thought he was there to collect empty water bottles. They casually handed him a few empty bottles, hoping he would leave. But the man said, "I'm not here for the bottles. I'm here to buy a house." One male employee thought he was joking and handed him an old model, laughing, "Uncle, don't buy it. We'll give you the whole building." The uncle tucked the model under his arm. To him, it was valuable. Even if he was going to buy a house, he couldn't leave that behind. However, the uncle didn't express any gratitude for receiving the model. As he turned to leave, he pulled out a red savings book from his pocket and placed it among the other models, the bright red standing out prominently against the white backdrop. The numbers above are like the long and wide shoulder pole in the hands of an elder. In the end, he bought the best house, while the male employee, under everyone's gaze, left the company forever. His departure served as a warning to all, making them realize that the saying, "Don't judge a book by its cover," is not just a joke. Just like Sung today, who, at first glance, seems completely unassociated with wealth, but the saleswoman knows that the more someone appears ordinary, the wealthier they may actually be. Perhaps, given a decent appearance, he could even become the future master of her house. Thus, the saleswoman spoke to Sung in a soothing voice, "Sir, how may I assist you?" Sung was an observant person, particularly attentive to details. However, his observations went beyond mere looking. The saleswoman could be considered a beauty. Her figure was excellent, and her professional attire accentuated her curves in a particularly alluring way. A woman's body is essentially a trap. When you see her eyes, you inevitably notice her lips. And then your gaze drifts down to her neck. Before you know it, certain prominent edges lead your eyes further down, and you might not think it impolite at all. Therefore, you find yourself irresistibly drawn to her slender waist, then her thighs, calves, and finally, her alluring feet. At least that's how Sung viewed it. And he would analyze it further after looking. Singh enjoyed analyzing things, much like when he entered the Matrix world, where he scrutinized the meanings and functions behind each line of code. Now, he needed to analyze the saleswoman. To others, she was a beauty, but to some, she was merely a pitiful person hiding her true self behind cosmetics. To some extent, Sung and a woman's face existed in the same world, both using various means to conceal their true selves. However, women appeared more transparent in Singh's eyes. But now, Singh had to hide himself as well. And he needed to show a hint of interest in this woman. Only then could he fulfill his plan. Chapter 7. An open woman. Sung occasionally pondered a question. How many roles does he need to play in this world? But which one is his truest self? It seemed he would never find the answer to this question. Whenever he considered it, he would go under the eaves to observe the busy ants, lined up on the ground, seemingly identical, yet each playing its own role in their world. Perhaps, this is how they differentiate themselves. Right now, he was a homebuyer, and that was the role he needed to play. So, Singh nodded and said, "I want to buy a house. Could you tell me more about it?" For the saleswoman, this opening line was quite ordinary. Who would come to a sales office without the intention of buying a house? If the man in the outdated suit can truly produce surprising wealth, it wouldn't just be about charm. He could easily impress. To gauge whether he could indeed afford such luxuries, they needed to start with the price of the properties. The sales representative first introduced some ordinary units priced at a few thousand per square meter. When she didn't receive a satisfactory response from him, her excitement began to swell. If he didn't find the units at a few thousand per square meter appealing, they could move on to those costing over 10,000 per square meter. Someone who could afford such expensive properties must have a net worth in the tens of millions, right? If she worked a little harder to earn his approval, the commission would be enough for her to spend for half a year. At that moment, the sales representative felt like a gambler at a table with a winning hand, overwhelmed with excitement. However, her words to him seemed like a mere whisper, having no actual effect. Although he was staring at the models of the buildings, his attention was solely focused on the shape of the properties in the sales office. The Tianheng Group was located just above the sales office in a 7-story building, and he stood at the center of it. Just as the sales representative turned away, he discreetly inserted a chip, about the size of a fingernail and roughly a millimeter thick, into a crevice on the model display. It was that simple. He had completed his task at the sales office. Now, he didn't want to stay another second, as the sales representative's voice was wearing him out. If he continued to listen, he might just fall asleep right there. So, he interrupted her, saying, "Let us do this. I'll think it over, and thank you for your explanation today. Goodbye." It was likely that they would never meet again. Even though the sales representative tried her best to keep him interested, what she didn't realize was that he was there to destroy the place. How could he possibly buy a property? As he left the sales office, his figure gradually disappeared from her view, evoking a sense of reluctance and sadness. Yet, there were no emotional factors involved. It simply made her feel that this man was indeed a wealthy individual. Back home, he methodically took off his suit and went to the kitchen to prepare a simple lunch for himself. He could count on one hand the number of times he ate out in a year. He believed it was a waste of money. And when he had to live in this city, he tried to minimize interactions with others. He didn't know if all hackers were like him. But he certainly enjoyed this quiet and ordinary life. It wasn't until he entered the secret room in his bedroom that he shed all those various roles and accessed his world as his true self. After loading the chip program, one of the screens immediately simulated the entire structure of the building, along with all the electronic devices inside. This included active individuals, spoken voices, and all the waves and signals drifting within the building, clearly displayed. The chip was made by Singh himself, and it has only one function: to collect and simulate all the information data within its radiation radius, and based on the refraction and emission frequency of the data, simulate buildings to determine the direction of signals. On another computer screen, Singh also opened all the video feeds from a certain company, allowing him to clearly see everything happening there. Additionally, there was one video feed showing the women's changing room of the company. This angle was very discreet and would likely never be discovered. In the video, a female employee was changing clothes, and even the brand of her underwear was clearly visible. Singh quickly located the computer that was viewing this video based on the data packets and found it was in an office on the 5th floor. Using a program to dissect the data packets, Singh accessed this computer in less than 3 seconds. The computer contained a lot of information, mostly personnel-related documents and employee files, as well as many video files related to voyeurism. It appeared to be the office of the HR manager of the company, and the person sitting behind the desk was likely the HR manager. Furthermore, Singh discovered several encrypted hidden documents among these files and copied all of them. While the video was playing, the computer was also running a chat application. Singh's probing program acted like an eye, immediately covering all chat records. After seeing some of the chat logs, Singh found it strange that the owner of this chat application was a woman. Is it only men who are lecherous? Could it be that women also enjoy watching other women? From the chat records, it was evident that there were flirtatious exchanges between her and several men, including arrangements to meet in a hotel room and feedback on their activities in bed. It seemed she was quite an open woman. To confirm his suspicions, Singh opened the shopping records on the computer. Although this computer had various antivirus software installed, it was useless against Singh. In less than 5 seconds, he cracked her shopping account and password. Upon checking the shopping cart, Singh confirmed that the owner of this computer was indeed a woman, and one who was relatively open-minded, as her shopping cart was filled with female intimate products. Based on the phone number of the delivery address, Singh quickly locked onto this device. And from the signals simulated on another screen, it was indeed right next to this computer. Chapter 8. Attack on Tianheng based on the personnel department's information. Singh easily learned the name of this manager, Qin Shuman, 35 years old. She was a graduate of a prestigious university, having studied business management at a well-known university abroad in her early years. Singh merely glanced over this information. Everyone has their own privacy, and it is the right of any individual to enjoy those secrets in their own inner world. Even Singh has his own privacy. Every day after work, he deliberately walks through a small alley, where he enjoys a floral curtain hanging on a window and the faint silhouette behind it. Singh has developed a fondness for that silhouette, especially when it is reflected on the curtain. Everything feels so romantic to him. Everyone has their own sense of romance, whether it is a sound, an image, or a moment. This feeling can be etched in your heart for many years, and even when one day you forget everything, you will still recall that sensation, as if it has never drifted far away. He pulled his thoughts back from the window, as if dragging a file, with 2 encrypted documents awaiting his decryption, leaving him little time for daydreaming. After successfully decrypting the documents, Singh couldn't help but smile wryly at the contents. They recorded the color of underwear worn by an employee on a specific date, and even noted when a particular employee had her period. The documents date back 5 years, coinciding with the time when Qin Shuman first joined the Tianheng group. Singh was at a loss for words regarding how twisted a woman could be to this extent. The other document detailed the affairs between Qin Shuman and some male employees, featuring first-person narratives of romantic encounters that made Singh's blood rush. Each entry had detailed records of time and place. A quick tally revealed that the document recorded romantic details involving over 50 men. It seemed that apart from the old man guarding the entrance, no one had escaped her clutches. What a lascivious woman she was. He tossed all the data into a backup folder. It wasn't time to delete them yet, as they would surely come in handy sooner or later. It was time to get down to business. Based on the data simulation module, Singh quickly located the data access point in the president's office. To Singh's surprise, such a large corporation had no decent firewall. Were they completely ignoring the existence of hackers, or did they have no concept of cybersecurity at all? Most people probably do not realize that much of their privacy is stored in the electronic devices they frequently use. They believe it is an independent world that no one can enter. Therefore, they leave their doors wide open. Singh effortlessly infiltrated President Chun Tianheng's computer system. When countless files appeared before him, he licked his lips as if he had discovered some delicacy. The files came in various forms, covering everything. Singh first cracked some of Chun Tianheng's personal passwords, including those for shopping, chatting, email, and finances, all in less than 3 seconds, making everything crystal clear. Welcome to the ghost world. When Singh implanted a master control program into Chun Tianheng's computer, it meant that the gates of the entire Tianheng group had been completely open to him. In a document resembling a sea of stars, Singh first found some encrypted files. After decryption, they revealed nothing but a series of numbers, devoid of any text. Aside from dates and times, Singh couldn't make sense of the other numerical records. He added this document to the backup folder and then noticed a batch of engineering quality reports, along with some letters of intent for cooperation with other companies, as well as several electronic contracts. These items held no practical significance for Singh. However, the amount of money he had in the bank was astronomical, with a large portion stored in offshore accounts. Of course, if Singh wanted to, that money could be his within 5 seconds. Yet, he had no desire to do so. Money held no allure for him. What he needed couldn't be bought with money, and the things that could be bought were not of interest to him. The salary he received from the library each month was sufficient for his needs. Although the pay was modest, Singh's life was as pure as water, without any fluctuations or impurities. Stepping out of this room, Singh was just an ordinary person. Ordinary people can have dreams, but they absolutely cannot realize those dreams suddenly. Even if they do, those dreams would soon shatter. Life, at times, is like a program, where one must follow a sequence of tasks. When certain codes in your life are activated, the program may crash due to an overload, causing the entire system to freeze and become irrecoverable. This was the 10th rule of the mysterious code Singh possessed. Never touch desire, for you will be overwhelmed by it. At this moment, Chun Tianheng was not in the office, perhaps caught in the whirlpool of desire or enjoying himself. But who really cares? In Singh's eyes, Chun Tianheng was like a secret wrapped in thousands of layers of paper, slowly being peeled away. Time was Singh's greatest enemy. Today was the last day of the holiday, and he had to return to the library for work tomorrow. More importantly, he needed to expedite matters with Uncle Wan. Although he was currently facing a company with thousands of employees on his own, Singh did not regard these obstacles as significant, except for the relentless passage of time. Sanctioning Tianheng Group was akin to introducing a poison into its mouth. The process from ingestion to dissolution would take time. Singh couldn't wait for it to dissolve on its own, so he decided to hasten its destruction. Thus, his first plan was to transfer all of Chun Tianheng's money into various charitable organizations under his name. He also sent an email to the board of directors of Tianheng Group in Chun Tianheng's name, stating simply that he could not bear the sight of starving children, the sick, or the elderly without care. Therefore, he donated all his and Tianheng Group's funds to charitable organizations. Furthermore, he played Qin Shuman's video on the large screen at Tianheng Group's sales office. Meanwhile, Chun Tianheng, dining at a restaurant, had no idea what was happening. When a large number of reporters appeared before him, Chun Tianheng initially thought they were there to interview him about how he single-handedly created the myth of Tianheng Group. Chapter 9. Chun Yaoxing. As Chun Tianheng faced the excited questions from the reporters, he felt the atmosphere was surprisingly oppressive. The questions were completely different from what he had imagined. He wanted to talk about how he created a myth, not suddenly and inexplicably donating all his money to charity. He was a rogue. What kind of good deeds would a rogue do? A rogue should pocket all the money meant for charity instead of giving it away. Or, like when he sold his house, he would charge a few thousand more per square meter, as that was what a rogue should do. Even if he were to donate, it certainly wouldn't be to a charity. There were many places that needed his financial support, such as nightclubs, casinos, and the pockets of his lovers. Those were the places he would consider donating to. How could there be any money left for charity? What was charity anyway? To him, charity was like used toilet paper, comfortable when used, but once thrown away, nobody would look at you again. Thus, Chun Tianheng thought the reporters had made a mistake. Discussing charity with a rogue was pointless. He decided to have his bodyguards chase the reporters out, as he wanted to talk about his myth, not charity. The lovers around him and the rogues he associated with had already started mocking him. Who was Chen Tianheng? He was a billionaire, the president of Tianheng Group, with dozens of bodyguards and countless wives. Would he do charity? His money had only one purpose: to provide him with the greatest protection while he indulged in his rogue behaviors. Brother Chen, if you have money to donate to charity, why not give some to your brothers? Charity? Those orphans and lonely elders, can they help you with anything? Chen Tianheng snorted and said, I wipe my butt with euros, and everyone calls me doctor. Do you know how I got that nickname? When a man is in front of me, if I tell him to strip, he has to strip. When a woman is in front of me, if I tell her to strip, she has to strip too. What's wrong with me being a rogue? Who doesn't play the rogue? Donate money to charity? Damn it. We're all rogues. It just depends on who dares to act. Chen Tianheng never denied being a rogue. So what? That's called courage. There's a song that goes, we all need courage, and money will be with you. Chen Tianheng absolutely had that courage. And even if such a romantic song came from his mouth, it sounded lewd. Just then, the door to the private room was kicked open. With excessive force. The door swung open and shut again like it had springs, before being kicked open once more. The person kicking the door was Chen Tianheng's eldest son, Chen Miaoxing, nicknamed Eurus. They said Chen Tianheng had 2 sons, but he himself didn't know exactly how many. His eldest son, Chen Miaoxing, was 23 years old. A master's graduate from a business school, standing at 1.8 meters tall, with good looks and charisma. A face with an oval shape, 2 delicate eyebrows, double eyelids, and large, bright eyes. Chen Miaoxing is different from his father. Chen Tianheng is a rogue, and what Chen Miaoxing dislikes the most is being a rogue. He prefers to be a bandit. The feeling of being feared by everyone intoxicates him. For example, when Chen Tianheng sets his sights on a project, but people refuse to work with him because they know he is a rogue, he would say, Are you afraid of a rogue? My family has bandits, just wait. So, Chen Miaoxing steps in. Someone has to do the dirty work, and someone has to wield the knife for their father. Chen Miaoxing single-handedly took down over 10 laborers, driving the foreman to wish he could run from one side of the earth to the other, and thus Chen Tianheng secured the project. However, as a rogue, Chen Tianheng wanted not just the project but also a share of the property, insisting he wanted a stake in it. The property developers refused, saying, We've given you the project, and you still want property? That's just shameless. Thus, the bandit made his appearance. He graduated from a business school. What does that mean? It means that even if you get hurt, you still have to learn how to conduct yourself. Therefore, if a rogue and a bandit are in cahoots, it's a classic case of self-destruction. Chen Miaoxing is not afraid of death, but he knows others are. As long as he can instill a sense of death in others, he wins. That's just how he is. Today's weather is quite nice, with bright sunshine. For the orphans and elderly who have received aid, it's a good day. But for Chen Miaoxing, it feels like the sky has turned dark. His world revolves around the wealth of the Tianheng Group. How many more days can Chen Tianheng keep bouncing back? Sooner or later, all of this will belong to Chen Miaoxing. However, when he discovers that all the company's funds have been donated in Chen Tianheng's name to various charities, Chen Miaoxing can no longer maintain his demeanor. Some people view money as equivalent to life, and that's not their fault. For some, losing money is like losing their life. Just like the Chen family. Money is the foundation for the Chen family's existence in this world. It is the guarantee for Chen Tianheng's rogue lifestyle and the strong backing for his bandit activities. Without money, there is nothing. But now it has all vanished. Major media outlets are filled with headlines featuring Chen Tianheng's strange face, no matter how many praises are sung. They cannot reverse the evil and arrogance evident on his face. When Chen Miaoxing slammed a stack of newspapers in front of Chen Tianheng remembered that this photo was one he had specially sent to various media outlets, believing it showcased his rogue temperament and noble lineage. But when he saw the content beneath the picture and the charities expressing their gratitude, he felt half of his body go numb. Even his tongue was too numb to utter a complete sentence. The people around were far more interested in the newspapers than in Chen Tianheng. Especially when they saw the figures printed on the papers, every one of them felt their blood boiling. Doctor, did you really do this? You, my friend, have guts. Chen Tianheng really liked the nickname Doctor. When outsiders called him that, it sounded so elegant and profound, as if he were a savior capable of destroying all diseases. However, now this nickname had become the person he most wanted to see. He held on to Chen Miaoxing with one hand, muttering, Doctor, Doctor. Chen Miaoxing felt helpless. This was his father. If it were someone else, he would have stabbed him long ago. But Chen Tianheng was not just anyone, so he could only have the bodyguards immediately take him to see a doctor. Chapter 10. Wan and I. When Chen Tianheng entered the hospital, it was said he had become partially paralyzed, and the whole person seemed to have lost his mind. This news spread like a torrential rainstorm, instantly soaking the entire capital. The headquarters of the Tianheng Group was now in complete chaos. One after another, board members rushed to the headquarters, breaking through the crowd and diving into the conference room. This was a secret meeting that felt like a war was about to break out. Even the secretary bringing water was stopped by security at the door. Any reporters or opportunists trying to come to the group at this time were turned away. Even the company employees were isolated by groups of security and thugs. This was all ordered by Chen Miaoxing. Nearly 10 billion in funds from the Tianheng Group, including those of his father Chen Tianheng, had been donated away. It was a miracle that Chen Miaoxing hadn't killed anyone. The board held a vote on whether to kick Chen Tianheng out, with the exception of Chen Miaoxing. All board members unanimously agreed that he could be kicked out. However, before that could happen, someone needed to step up to take charge and stabilize the stock market. It was crucial to remember that everyone in that conference room had their lives and fortunes tied to the continuously fluctuating numbers. They absolutely could not let their lives lose value. Additionally, they needed to understand Chen Tianheng's thoughts. What good was it for a rogue to do good deeds if it left him partially paralyzed? Some suspected that Chen Tianheng had been threatened, while others said he had been stimulated. Some even suggested that Chen Miaoxing find a priest to perform a ritual, hoping his spirit would return. No one, including Chen Tianxing, considered the possibility that Chen Tianheng had been hacked. They didn't even know what hacking was. These people had never taken the computers in front of them seriously. Some had never even touched a computer. They believed their money was safe in home safes, guarded by a group of bodyguards, with a few dogs outside, thinking they faced no danger at all. This was their logic. These wealthy individuals who made hundreds of thousands in a second believed that what they used was the most expensive, the best, and therefore the safest. But to Seng, it was like leaving the front door of their home wide open, allowing him to come and go freely without any difference. As dinner time approached, Seng would not change his routine for the Tianheng Group. Dinner had to start at 6 o'clock. That was Seng's habit. Stepping out of the room, Seng was just an ordinary person, and eating meals on time was something an ordinary person would do. Today, Seng felt great. Not because he had successfully attacked a certain corporation, but for other reasons. Although he had removed a key figure, there were still many pieces on the chessboard of that corporation. Furthermore, the company had developed deeply over many years, and a single blow could not fell such a large tree. However, Seng was not in a hurry to chop down this tree. Today was Sunday, and a long-awaited sci-fi movie was about to be released in the cinema. He specifically bought a ticket for the midnight show, as Seng enjoyed that feeling of savoring the movie's plot while strolling under the streetlights after the show. Seng remembered his childhood when he had to watch a late-night movie, always worrying that he would be called by his father for a talk upon returning home. After such talks, his mother would always bring him the meal left for him. At those moments, his father would let him eat first and then forget about continuing the conversation. So, every time Seng went to a midnight show, he would leave some food for himself on the table. Even though it was all home-cooked, Seng could still taste the feelings of his childhood, reminiscent of his mother's smile and his father's affection. While Seng was preparing dinner for himself, the doorbell rang softly. The sound of the doorbell was slow, and Seng knew that the person ringing it was gentle, likely a girl. She must be quite tall, as the doorbell was positioned high. If she couldn't reach it, she would have to jump to press it urgently. Her hands must be long and delicate because the sound of the doorbell was pure, without any electric noise. Seng glanced at the calendar. Today was not a day when fees were charged. Who could be ringing the doorbell? In this world, Seng had no real friends. Aside from colleagues who exchanged morning greetings and knew his name, there were hardly any people who recognized him. Whenever he thought of so-called friendship, he felt as if there was another self behind him, a shadow known as Ghost Butterfly, a familiar yet formless entity, while his true self was a corporeal being without a name. This was an inextricable contradiction. So Seng did not yearn for physical friendships, nor did he care about the fame of his shadow. It was like the relationship between day and night, the blooming and withering of flowers. The moment the door opened, Seng was first greeted by the scent of lavender. As this fragrance enveloped him, everything around seemed to come alive. Every cell in his body felt as if it was dancing, like running through a sea of flowers in the morning, touching the romantic mist and gathering the morning dew between the flowers, crystal clear and translucent. The girl with the enchanting scent had a smile that was equally captivating. When Seng met her gaze, it felt as if time froze at that moment. He had never seen such beautiful eyes. The gentle and tender look seemed like hands softly caressing loneliness, bringing an unparalleled warmth. The faint warmth and gentle feelings resemble a quiet stream, serene yet undisturbed. Her slightly pink lips, parting ever so slightly, convey a touch of pure sensuality, reminiscent of the moonlight on branches and the restless candlelight, expressing longing and sorrow. The white floral dress she wears accentuates her waist, her slender figure, and the unique firmness and elasticity of youth. Her snow-like skin, delicate as a fluttering heart, drags along a mesmerizing silhouette in moments of wistfulness. Seng's mind feels like a malfunctioning program, tangled beyond the point of reboot. "Hello, are you Mr. Seng?" The girl's voice floated into Seng's ears like notes drifting in the midnight air, silent, yet so clear. "Yes, that's me. May I ask who you are?" Seng felt a rush of panic. No woman had ever stirred him this way. Or rather, in his life, aside from his mother, there had been no other presence. I am the new property manager. My name is Wani. Chapter 11. The more mysterious, the fresher Singh only remembered the name Wani. He didn't catch what she actually did. It wasn't until she handed him a beautifully crafted business card that he wiped his hands clean and accepted it, infused with Wani's fragrance. He had no impression of the property management department, as he had never paid much attention to such a functional entity, except when paying the fees. It seemed they had never taken their responsibilities seriously. However, with Wani now, Singh felt as if this department had come back to life. At the very least, it now had a beautiful woman. The business card contained all of Wani's contact information, including QQ, email, and even her WeChat number. All right, I'll come by when I have time. No, I'll contact you if I have any questions. Singh's nervousness continued, but Wani remained perfectly composed. Perhaps she had encountered too many nervous boys before and had long since become immune. The aroma of food wafted from the kitchen, and Wani smiled, saying, "Mr. Sung, you should have dinner now. I'm leaving, goodbye." "Okay, goodbye." Wani turned and left Singh's line of sight with a light step. Her walking posture was graceful, her silhouette enchanting in the setting sun. Singh stuck the business card on his mirror, so whenever he wanted to talk to himself, he would see her. In his world, there was now one more person, a woman whose smile was captivating. During dinner, Singh occasionally glanced at the business card. Several times he thought about entering her information into his computer program. With just a few keystrokes, he could learn everything about Wani. In the end, he refrained, as sometimes the allure of mystery is what makes things fresh. It seemed his life was about to change. Once you become accustomed to a solitary lifestyle, you must redefine a new routine for two, which requires many adjustments. When he thought about this, Singh laughed at himself for being a bit silly. The version of him online was like a ghostly butterfly that no trap or antivirus software could catch, but in reality, he spent his days in the library staring at rows of books, seemingly becoming just like those books. Although they contained countless pieces of knowledge, when no one was flipping through them, they were just books. Just like Singh now. Before anyone thought of turning the pages, he had already opened up. As the lights in the cinema dimmed, Singh was still thinking about Juan and I. The couple next to him seemed not to be there to watch a movie, but rather to show Singh what love was. However, no matter how they displayed it, Singh felt it wasn't the kind of love he imagined. If he were watching a movie with Juan and I, she would never be on top of him like the woman beside him, with her back to the screen. Throughout the entire movie, Singh felt a bit distracted, as if the whole theater was filled with couples, and there were hardly any others like him. Sitting alone and serious about watching the film. Was their romance really that hurried? The movie lasted at most an hour and a half. Did they plan to continue their affection here after it ended? When there was 1 minute left in the movie, Singh walked out of the theater. He disliked the glaring lights at the end of a screening. He also didn't like crowds, preferring the feeling of walking out the door alone. The theater wasn't far from his home, so Singh chose to walk instead of riding his bike. He usually walked home after watching a movie, but this time felt particularly pleasant. As he passed the dark window in the alley, it seemed the owner of the house had already fallen asleep. But Singh lingered for a moment before leaving. He hoped never to see the person inside the window, as that would take away much of his imagination. Turning on the living room lights, the aroma of the food on the table wafted enticingly. Singh picked up his meal and began to eat. Just like when he was a child, always someone who liked cleanliness, Singh would eat without washing his hands right after watching a movie. It was a form of nostalgia and also a habit. The ghostly butterfly was online again. News about Chun Tianheng, the president of Tianheng Group. Moving into a hospital after doing charity work was everywhere, but none of it piqued Singh's interest. This was merely the first phase of a plan, with more steps to follow. Only after completing all the plans would Tianheng Group truly collapse. Opening the module for Tianheng Group, Singh discovered many electronic devices tirelessly working in the group's building. Entering the conference room module, he collected signals from all the electronic devices and quickly displayed the information of their owners on the screen using matrix simulation. Singh didn't recognize any of these people, but to others, each one of them was a dominant figure. Now, however, they had become the initiators of Singh's second phase of the plan. These individuals had spent the entire day in the conference room, devising strategies to cope with the current crisis. Although I am currently exhausted and sleepy, the real torment will begin when the stock market opens tomorrow. Due to the impact of this incident, the stock value of the Tianheng Group will definitely experience significant fluctuations. Currently, the funds within the group have been completely depleted due to donations made by a certain individual. When trading begins tomorrow, a large number of shareholders are expected to sell off their shares in Tianheng Group. To save the company, they must buy back the shares that are being sold. Previously, a certain individual had mentioned to everyone that those present are all veterans of Tianheng Group. The company's assets were built by his father, and many have benefited from Tianheng. Now that the group is in trouble, they cannot stand by and do nothing. Saving Tianheng Group is equivalent to safeguarding their own wealth. After hearing this, several chairpersons began to react negatively, sarcastically commenting, "You really have some nerve. What position do you think you are speaking from? As far as we know, you are not even a decision maker in this group. Now that your father has been ousted, are you also planning to leave?" Everyone is looking out for themselves. If Tianheng Group collapses, the only valuable assets will be the properties. Dividing them might help recover some losses. A certain individual stepping in like this, does he really expect to gain something for his family? Chapter 12. Seeking solutions. Don't think that he is unaware of how these old-timers are thinking, but here, they won't get anything from him. Over the years, they have benefited plenty from Tianheng Group. Now they want to push him out and seize the remaining assets of the company. This is simply wishful thinking. He has plenty of ways to deal with these people. He knows they fear death more than anything, and the more they fear it, the more they must face it. Don't think they are innocent. They have engaged in just as many shady dealings as anyone else to reach their positions in this city. Underestimating him is a mistake. Tianheng Group will always bear the Chen name. Who do they think they are? Let me make this clear. If you dare to take advantage of this situation to cut off the roots of the Chen family, I will make sure to cut short your lives first. 2 bloodstained knives were slammed onto the table. A knife that has never seen blood is just an ordinary blade. One that has is a different matter entirely. The palpable killing intent filled the conference room, tightening the necks of those present. They certainly do not think his words are mere threats. He is not someone who hesitates to take a life. For him, taking lives is as easy as eating. When it comes to money or life, don't claim both are important at this moment, because he has only given them one choice. A few chairpersons, sensing the situation was dire, stood up to leave. He pointed the knife at them and commanded, "Sit down. From now on, I am the president of Tianheng Group. And what I say goes here. Does anyone have an objection? Hey you, why don't you sit down and talk? What are you doing?" Now they dare not provoke this killer. They can only keep him steady for now. As for that so-called CEO, if he likes it, let him have it. Anyway, the Tianheng Group is already in decline. There are some particularly shrewd chairpersons who don't take Chen Miaoxing seriously at all, no matter what business school he graduated from. He is nothing. Sure, he can wield a knife, but when it comes to strategy, he is far from capable. He thinks he can secure the Chen family's business with just a couple of moves. He is overestimating himself. He wants these people to help him acquire the dumped stocks, which is essentially handing the Tianheng Group over to them. They could become the largest shareholders at the lowest price, and when that time comes, won't Chen Miaoxing have to obediently leave the group? Why rush? If Chen Miaoxing doesn't let them leave, they can just sit here and wait to see how he gets kicked out. However, just as these individuals were calculating their own gains, everyone's phone began to vibrate. One phone vibrating might go unnoticed, but when a dozen phones vibrate simultaneously, curiosity is inevitable. Each person received a different message listing all their sensitive personal information, including their bank account details and passwords. Almost simultaneously, everyone stood up after reading the messages. Because there was one identical piece of information in all their data. Leave the Tianheng Group, or you will end up like Chen Tianheng. The expressions on these people's faces, in Chen Miaoxing's eyes, were so bizarre, as if what they held in their hands was not a phone, but a bomb ready to explode. What on earth is going on? One of the chairpersons spoke to Chen Miaoxing, his voice trembling. "Miaoxing, we can't help you this time. Because we are all in danger ourselves." What does this mean? Why did everyone change so dramatically after reading a message? Is someone threatening them? Who has the power to intimidate them this way, scaring them out of their wits? In the capital, who has such strength to confront Chen Miaoxing? Who is it? I, Chen Miaoxing, dare to stake my claim in the capital. Few would dare to challenge me. Tell me who this person is. If I can't deal with him, then I am not Chen Miaoxing. The chairpersons were on the verge of tears. Who are you calling out to? If they knew who it was, would they be so scared? They finally understood why Chen Tianheng suddenly went mad and donated all his money. How could he not? All the secrets are in someone else's hands. Now, if they were told to go out and run naked in the streets, they would have to obediently strip off their clothes. As for Chen Miaoxing, who has the time to deal with him? They hurried to change their passwords, 1 second longer, and they might end up donating their own money. Senj stretched. It was already time for bed. In fact, Senj did not like to sleep. He considered it a waste of time to spend half of his life in bed, but he still crawled into his blanket. He had to work tomorrow and couldn't afford to be late. Senj values his time greatly. Tonight, he has already wasted at least half an hour of sleep for this organization, which is not worth it. Therefore, by this time tomorrow, this organization must be dealt with. Senj still parked his bicycle in the same spot, and his colleagues thought he seemed to like this position, so they all left it for him without any competition. The old librarian arrives at the library first every day. Since the first day, he became the librarian. He has always done so and makes sure to clean the library's main entrance thoroughly, even though his own office is a complete mess. This is the old librarian's philosophy. A clean entrance is for outsiders to see, while his messy office is fine as long as it's functional for him. Today, Senj's job is still moving books, a task that never seems to end. He enjoys moving books because he stumbled upon 10 lines of code in a romance novel while doing so. At that moment, Singe didn't know what the code was for or who had left it there. He even checked the library's reading materials and found that this book had never been read since it was purchased. Back then, Singe hadn't even touched a computer, but he had plenty of time to study those 10 lines of seemingly cryptic code. During that period, aside from moving books, he searched through all the library's books for symbols related to the code. After an unknown number of days, while moving books, he accidentally dropped one. As the pages opened, Singe suddenly recognized a symbol that matched one of those 10 lines of code. Chapter 13. Calculating by hand. Humans have a natural curiosity about mysterious things, and the stronger this curiosity, the more they want to unveil the veil of mystery. Just like those 10 lines of code, if they weren't stuck in a book that no one had ever read, and if Singe could understand even one symbol, he wouldn't have developed such a deep interest in this code. It felt as if the code was tightly intertwined with his life, and every time he wanted to discard it, he would end up putting it back in his pocket, with an extraordinary thirst for knowledge. Especially when he couldn't find an explanation, Singe became increasingly eager to understand the meaning behind this mysterious symbol. Thus, this accidental discovery felt like finding a new world to him. He searched for each symbol in this computer book. With every symbol he found, he would look in more books to find its meaning and explanation. In the following days, aside from moving books, Singe immersed himself in these seemingly incomprehensible computer books, often forgetting to eat or sleep. Singe doesn't believe in fate, but he can never quite understand his own destiny. He still remembers when he received his college diploma. The leader told him that his job had already been arranged at the city library. At that moment, Singe felt no particular emotion upon learning he had a job. He thought that university would arrange jobs for everyone. Otherwise, why attend university? No one would tell him that they weren't that lucky to have a job upon graduation. At that time, the city library was still a public institution, and many people wanted to go but couldn't, yet this opportunity was given to him. Even years later, he still didn't realize that working at the library made many of his classmates envious. Many believed it was unfair. He had no friends in university, and his closest companion was his bed. He never initiated conversations with anyone, nor did anyone talk to him. Even in class, he wouldn't raise his hand to answer the teacher's questions. What baffled everyone was that this introverted person always scored full marks on exams. Someone once asked him why he was so smart yet so silent, questioning if he was playing the mysterious card. He would respond with a puzzled counter-question. Is intelligence in conflict with silence? And does silence necessarily mean depth? The questioner would then look at him with a deep gaze, falling silent like him. Before the age of 10, he wasn't like this. He was a cheerful and lively boy who would climb houses to block chimneys and throw firecrackers under people's bottoms while they were using the toilet. However, when his parents suddenly disappeared from this world, he realized that his world had suddenly become empty, and from then on, there was no one left to listen to him. Thus, he became increasingly silent, which made his character grow stronger. Just as he never gave up searching for the secret of his parents' sudden disappearance, he sought to explore the mysteries of anything he didn't understand. This exploration was also a form of accumulation, wasn't it? Once he figured out the meaning of all the symbols in a particular code, he had almost thoroughly studied all the mainstream computer software and programs of that time. Although he understood the symbols' meanings, he still didn't know what these codes represented when combined. He even listed the meanings of each symbol according to their order in the code, but still couldn't uncover the secret. If the first book of the first symbol opened a door to another world for him, once he walked in, he found that another door inside was even more tightly shut. At that time, computers were very luxurious items. Although he had a salary, buying a computer was still an unattainable dream. However, he couldn't afford a computer, but he could afford paper. So he manually calculated the program attributes that would appear from these symbol combinations in his notebook. During that time, he felt like a computer, with his brain acting as the CPU, though his CPU's processing speed was incredibly slow. What frustrated Sung the most was that the combination of codes could produce millions of variations, and each variation would give rise to millions more. At this point, Sung realized that the human brain could never replace a computer. Just calculating the first line of code was an arduous task, and the subsequent 9 lines could potentially reach astronomical numbers. So, after work, Singh bought 10 boxes of instant noodles in one go, planning to eat 2 packs a day until he no longer wanted to eat instant noodles for the rest of his life. Finally, his first computer made its way back home. Although Sung had never touched a computer before, he had almost all mainstream programming in his mind. To understand the meaning of the first line of code, he needed to use certain programming software. Unfortunately, Singh was disappointed to find that almost all programming software could not correctly interpret this code. This led him to question whether this code was even a computer code at all. Even if it wasn't, Sung would never give up on researching this code. He used the internet to search for more comprehensive information and learned that certain symbols within the code were used by some hackers. It was at that moment Singh realized there was a special group known as hackers in the online world. He spent almost all his time reading materials related to hackers, which helped him understand the definition of hackers better. At that time, hacker materials and software mostly involved cracking passwords and exploiting system vulnerabilities for destruction and modification. If he hadn't read those books, Sung would have definitely been captivated by these programs. However, what he had in mind made him fully aware that these programs were merely toys with no technical substance, and anyone with a bit of programming knowledge could create them. In the materials, Singh also learned about some well-known hackers around the world, as the hacking techniques abroad had started many years earlier than in his own country. Thus, Singh logged onto some foreign websites to find relevant information. By chance, he clicked on a website for hackers to exchange programming software, which contained countless hacker programs and codes. Sung tried entering his first line of code into the search bar, but the content displayed on the computer screen completely stunned him. Chapter 14. Jack's Invasion. This line of code was like a mysterious key, opening a door to another world for Sung. The world behind this door was all the data files of the website, including various directory structures and the locations and types of file storage. As he moved the mouse, all the registered member information and permission settings on the website appeared clearly on the screen. Even without searching for content, Sung understood what this was. This line of code granted him access to the website's administrator portal, successfully bypassing the server's firewall, allowing him to see all the management permissions of the website and change them at will. This was the first time Sung entered someone else's server, and he felt a deep fear inside. He hurriedly closed all the web pages, even turned off the computer and unplugged the network cable along with all the sockets. It felt like he had accidentally walked into someone else's home and had glimpsed all the owner's privacy. Sung was afraid that the owner would discover his intrusion and would try everything to punish him. After all, he had opened the back door to the world's largest hacker website. Among every 10 members, 9 were hackers, and the creator of the site was a top-tier hacker. Ironically, he didn't even realize that his hacker haven had been breached by another hacker. No, Singh told himself, he wasn't a hacker. He had just stumbled in by accident. And he hadn't meant to do this. He absolutely would not become a hacker and would not attack anyone's website. That code wasn't written by him. It had nothing to do with him. But when he thought of the code, those special symbols seemed to crawl back into his mind, like snakes gnawing at his brain, making it impossible to escape. Singh's memory of these codes was too profound. Over the past year, these codes had appeared before his eyes every day, each symbol vivid in his memory. How could he possibly forget? He tried hard to forget, just as he told himself to never become a hacker. If these codes were determined to make him a hacker, then he would willingly forget those symbols. However, Singh's efforts ultimately failed because the more he tried to forget something, the more he couldn't. As he repeatedly reminded himself to forget it, he was actually thinking about it over and over again. Eventually, he gave up this futile compulsion, as if the trajectory of his life had already been predetermined and could not be changed by any means. Since that was the case, perhaps it was better not to change it. If this was his destined fate, he was powerless to resist it. But Sung could choose. His standard for not being a hacker was not to destroy anything. The world defines hackers as aggressive, destructive, and contagious. This sounded more like a description of zombies rather than hackers. However, in the words of a famous hacker, the only difference between hackers and zombies is that hackers know what they are doing. Sung knew what he was doing. He wouldn't let himself destroy anything. He was just searching for the secrets behind those 10 mysterious codes. This was certain, but what he couldn't ascertain was whether these codes would be under his control. Or rather, whether these codes were a contagious virus that, when used one day, could cause the entire network world to collapse. Thus, Sung reopened that hacker website. And at the moment the page redirected, his palms were sweaty. He feared that the site would not be accessible again. And he was terrified that the code he accidentally entered would bring unprecedented disaster to the entire network world. He feared even more that he would have to bear some responsibility for this unintentional intrusion. Although Singh always felt that there was nothing precious in his world that he couldn't afford to lose. It was precisely because of this that he regarded everything as incredibly valuable. When the familiar website interface appeared normally on the computer screen, Singh finally let out a long sigh. This sense of relief felt like hearing the school bell ring at the end of the day, the end of his father's admonitions, and his mother turning off the lamp he had forgotten to switch off while he slept. Everything on the website functioning normally eased Singh's mind a little. At least this piece of code hadn't caused any damage. He had merely opened a backdoor to the site. Any hacker with some technical skills could do this. However, Singh was quite sure that no hacker would attack this website, because why would a thief rob another thief's money? Sometimes, Singh tended to overthink some matters, while at other times he simplified them too much. The website hadn't been damaged because he opened the backdoor, but the backend did log Singh's IP address accessing the database through the backdoor. Singh would never take a day off unless he was completely unable to get out of bed, just like he was today. Last night, he had sat in front of the computer for far too long. By the time he recalled the concept of time, it was already 5 in the morning. Rushing to bed, Singh surprisingly found himself too excited to feel any drowsiness. Why was he so excited? Because just an hour after he opened the website's backdoor, the founder of the site, a world-renowned top hacker, Jack, reached out to him. However, his greeting was somewhat aggressive. After completely locking all the programs on Singh's computer, he communicated with Singh through pop-up windows, saying, "Hey, remember to wipe properly after you poop, or your stench will give away your whereabouts." These words exploded in Singh's mind like bombs. Adrenaline surged rapidly, and amidst feelings of fear, shock, and confusion, even the hairs on his body stood on end. It felt like the moment he discovered that his parents had suddenly disappeared, helpless, lost, and wandering. He couldn't do anything but let time slowly fade away in waiting or confusion. He even forgot to unplug his internet cable or turn off the computer. He just stared blankly at the rapidly flashing windows on the computer screen, along with the programs he usually liked to use. This computer no longer belonged to him. It had completely become Jack's personal property, and he could do whatever he wanted. All Singh could do was watch helplessly. Chapter 15. The core of the code. Jack was doing everything he wanted on Singh's computer, including carefully examining every program on it. However, the more Jack looked, the more puzzled he became. This guy's computer had nothing on it. How was he able to open his backdoor? From the traces he left behind, it's clear that he is just a novice. The unique group of hackers has existed since the 1970s, during a time when the internet was not widely accessible. Early hackers engaged in activities such as using hardware devices to modify computer data patterns. For example, they would analyze hardware computational information and make adjustments to maximize the efficiency of the hardware. The prototype of a computer is an electronic device that stores data. From the birth of the world's first computer in the 1940s to today, this greatest invention of humanity has developed at an unprecedented speed. Data computation patterns like KKBMBGB have become synonymous with their evolution. When some individuals discovered computers capable of displaying attributes through special data, their imagination expanded rapidly. Much like the computers themselves, they yearned to uncover mysterious information within this remarkable invention that could dominate human society for decades, or even centuries, millennia, or tens of thousands of years. Thus, this community split into two factions, one consisting of the black-clad individuals who took pleasure in attacking and destroying, and the other comprising the Guardians who developed and applied defenses against these attackers. Since the emergence of the first operating system in the 1980s, the conflict between these two factions has never ceased. When various governments were compelled to take this human invention seriously, they even deployed military forces to prevent the destruction caused by the attackers. As a result, the movements of these hackers became increasingly mysterious and bizarre. Often, the more mysterious something is, the more it attracts attention. Despite enduring and relentless crackdowns on hackers, this group has persisted, never disappearing, and has only grown stronger. They have evolved from simple modifications to acts of revenge and provocation. With the advent of the internet, this group became even more powerful, disregarding governmental prohibitions and launching attacks. They used one program after another to target all programs, whether vulnerable or not. Although the Guardians put up a fierce resistance, they ultimately could not eradicate these omnipresent hackers from the digital realm. Jack is among the earliest black-clad individuals, now referred to as a hacker. Like Sung a few years later, Jack is at the peak of his life, claiming he can unlock all the doors of the digital world with his fingertips. In just a few minutes, he can plunge a city into chaos, even paralysis. He enjoys doing this. Only through attacks can he find justification for his existence. This allows him to maintain his reputation within the vast and chaotic hacker community. Therefore, his hacker alias is Redemption. In some ways, Jack is quite similar to Sung. They are individuals living in the same world, experiencing loneliness and silence. Jack enjoys sitting in the courtyard with a book he cannot comprehend, observing the world in the afternoon. He believes that sitting there with a book in hand is the way one should view the world. Occasionally, he enjoys listening to soothing music to cultivate his emotions and appreciate the colors of life. His world needs some vibrant elements. Rather than everything being mere symbols and codes that constantly change and pulse, he keeps everything within himself, locking away his secrets, even from himself. Sometimes, he wakes up in the middle of the night, sheds tears in solitude, and contemplates the sorrowful loneliness and the temptation of sinking into despair when he is alone. Just like the world in Sing's eyes, it is both gray and gentle, as if watching the silhouette of a woman in the sea mist, her skirt swaying alluringly, yet leaving Sing feeling lonely and isolated. This unattainable ambiguity seems to separate Sing from all feelings, leaving him in emptiness. When Sung and Jack discussed this, only the blinking cursor remained on their screens. Jack wanted to know who Sung was, but found a version of himself living on the other side of the world. Sing knew who the other was, and realized that the life of a hacker was surprisingly similar to his own, making Sing question whether he was living a hacker-like life even outside the network. Until today, Jack had never asked Sung how he accessed his backdoor. And even if he did, Sung would never disclose it. If this code could destroy the world, let it end in his hands. Jack had also tried to trace Sung's access, but found nothing. In the hacker world, skill is not the most important. Talent is everything for a hacker. Jack never denied being a genius. Yet now, another genius had emerged in this world. Perhaps one day, when they pass each other face to face, their unfamiliarity would prevent them from even glancing at one another. However, in the virtual world, Sung and Jack became the best of partners, sharing everything. Jack taught Sung many things, the first being how to clean up after himself. During their time together, Sung gained a new understanding of hacking. With two identities, his soul became more vibrant. Each conversation felt like they were touching each other's most vulnerable wounds. But this touch was not painful, it was soothing and comforting. Under Jack's guidance, Sung once again used that code. As Jack said, what Sung needed to do was not to force himself to forget, but to fully master and understand it. Only then could this code serve its most valuable purpose, whether in destruction or protection. The door to hacking finally opened completely with Jack's help. When all constraints and bonds were released, Sung felt every cell in his body transforming like this code, becoming increasingly adept at applying each symbol within it. As Sung approached the core of this code, no known firewall in the world could stop his infiltration. When the true core of the code finally emerged, Sung was astonished once again. Chapter 16. The incomplete code. If he had known Jack, Sung would have needed at least a year to discover the core of this code. But now he achieved it in just a week. Jack was like these mysterious codes, a gift from above. This blessing helped Sung open the door to a new world, yet it plunged him into a more mysterious and complex realm. This enigmatic and intricate world was the core computation and substitution method of the first code. Once he encountered the core of this code, Sung reorganized all his notes on the code's computational patterns. As a result, he discovered that this code was incomplete. However, what truly shocked Sung was that this incompleteness made the code even more perfect. In other words, the code was missing a crucial symbol. To others, it might seem like a woman with flawless skin at first glance, but upon closer inspection, one would find a blemish that detracts from her beauty. But to Sung, it was entirely different. It was precisely this missing symbol that allowed the code to integrate with any symbol or even certain program commands. Each different symbol would produce a distinct effect on the formula. For instance, if Sung added a delete command or symbol at the end of this code, then when he substituted a website URL into the modified code, all the data from that website would vanish. Similarly, when Sung wanted to bypass a firewall, he simply needed to add a mirroring symbol at the end of the code. In seconds, this code would generate billions of simulated passing commands, instantly causing the firewall to collapse. This is the essence of this code. It can combine with all symbols in the network world, transforming into codes with different functionalities. While Wukong had 72 transformations, this code had countless possibilities. Even Sung did not know how many symbols existed in the network world. From that moment on, whenever he had time, Sung would test the code on a specific website Jack provided for code testing, integrating it with any suitable symbols and observing the results. A month passed in the blink of an eye, during which Sung recorded 5 of the most practical code combinations amid the vast sea of symbols. Among them were codes for uninstalling firewall commands, modifying hardware properties, battling antivirus software, cracking randomly generated system passwords, and revoking administrator privileges. In Jack's words, these codes were enough to arm a hacker legion. Was Sung planning something big? Sung had never entertained such thoughts. In the online world, he held firmly to his principles, never launching attacks against anyone, nor forming any hacking groups. He was always alone. To him, these codes were merely a means of discovery and record-keeping, with no other purpose. Even Jack had developed a keen interest in these codes, and several times he wanted to ask Sung about them. However, Sung was a man of his word. He had already told Jack not to inquire about the codes in his possession, and even if he did, Sung would not divulge anything. In Sung's eyes, these codes were only safe in his hands. Even with Jack, Sung could not guarantee that he wouldn't use the codes to attack others. Whenever Jack asked, Sung secretly wished to inquire about the person who invented these 10 codes. Sung never denied that the person who created these codes was likely the smartest individual in the world, a true genius, albeit a mad one. When inventing these codes, he must have considered that if discovered by those with ulterior motives, the consequences would be catastrophic for the world. Yet, he still wrote the code and embedded it in a book. Sung always believed that this person was close by, someone he must have encountered, though he was unaware of it. For a moment, Sung even thought that the code was crafted specifically for him, or rather, sent to him. Only he would ensure that these codes did not bring about destruction. Only he could make them bloom like flowers, enhancing the lives and souls of everyone. Sung stopped actively searching for this mysterious individual and continued to focus all his energy on combining the codes. However, one day, 3 months later, As he typically added a newly discovered symbol to the end of the code, the entire sequence of symbols was suddenly scrambled. This was something Singe had never experienced in all his work with thousands of symbols. What astonished him most was that once the order was disrupted, the code finally manifested in a flawless form. Initially, Singe thought this was the latest variant of the code, but after testing, he could no longer sit calmly in his chair. The restructured code allowed him to clearly see the electrical flow of any computer motherboard or server hardware, as well as the methods of information exchange. In other words, if Singe wanted to, he could instantly enter another's computer hardware in data form, altering and controlling everything. For instance, if Singe accessed a nuclear power plant's website or connected his computer to the plant's systems through other means, he could take control of everything within that facility. This code enabled Singe to see all devices connected to the other computer via alternating current. In other words, this code can now control not just data information, but also manage all devices connected to the current through common or uncommon alternating currents. As long as the device is not manually operated, it can be controlled. My goodness. This is the first time Sung has expressed such an exclamation in words, as he tries to alleviate his inner tension, or rather, excitement. This tension entirely stems from the series of ideas that arise from this capability. What frightens Sung the most is the thought that one day, if he were to enter a missile launch facility, he could simply input this code and then press launch, ending the world. Chapter 17. Inaccessible. When Sung discovered the most mysterious core function of this code, he was thoroughly frightened, or rather, it was a fear that came from deep within. He feared that this code could destroy the entire world, but he feared even more that it could ruin his life. Since meeting Jack, Sung felt he had slowly stepped into the world of hacking, but he knew that Jack hadn't influenced him. This was something that had always existed within him. Or rather, something he had always suppressed. He disliked restrictions, rules, and everything predetermined. Jack merely awakened the part of himself that had been dormant deep inside. This is what Sung feared the most. He was afraid that his true self would do things that would terrify even him. He feared that some beautiful things could be destroyed by his own hands. Therefore, in order to distinguish the definition imposed on him by this code, and to properly view and possess it, Sung gave it a name, the key. He reminded himself that this was just a key, not a bomb that could destroy the world. Sung wanted to find Jack. He urgently needed to share his inner fears with his best partner online. But when he opened Jack's website, he found that the page no longer existed. How could this be? This was Jack's website, in today's world. Besides Jack himself, no one could make this site disappear. Could it be the work of some hacker? Sung immediately accessed the backdoor of the website and entered the data storage server. Until now, Sung had been using the code to access the backend of Jack's website. Jack believed Sung was a hacker who could open all doors without a password, so why waste brain cells remembering those passwords? It's well known that hackers despise passwords, various passwords, verification codes, and even authorization codes. Sung didn't care much about having or not having a password. As Jack said, he was a hacker who didn't need passwords. Only by entering various fields of the online world using code could one truly be considered a hacker. At times like this, Sung would tell Jack that he wasn't a hacker and that he shouldn't always view him through a hacker's lens. Jack, however, would reply that although he wasn't a hacker, he was using hacker methods to do hacker things. Some things are destined to happen, even if you don't touch or acknowledge them. Is it destined that his website was attacked? Sung found no explanation in the server. All the data in the server lay intact, never touched or awakened. This is not the state that a hacker attack should produce. If there had been damage, the entire data within the server would likely be gone. However, Sung absolutely does not believe that in the case of intact data, the website could still be inaccessible. His chat request to Jack seemed to sink into the ocean with no response. Upon checking the domain name, Sung firmly believed that someone must have tampered with the website. If the data exists yet cannot be accessed, it is very likely that the domain has been altered. But Sung also knew that this possibility was almost non-existent. When Jack created the website, he used a total of 5 www addresses, which were virtual or backup addresses. The published address was one of them, meaning that even if it were tampered with, the other 4 addresses could immediately take over and continue functioning. Unless all 5 addresses were simultaneously altered, the website would not be completely shut down. However, this was practically impossible, as Jack used 5 different domain names when registering the www addresses and backed them up to 5 different server groups. No one could simultaneously find and tamper with all 5 addresses. Modifying the pointing domain requires the use of the HTTP protocol, which is controlled by a select few and protected by the highest defense systems in the world. In Jack's words, to attack the root directory of HTTP www, one would have to wage war against the nation that possesses this protocol or use super methods to penetrate it in order to modify or destroy it. But so far, no one has been able to do that. If HTTP www were attacked or damaged, the entire global network would collapse, resulting in a disaster. All internet users worldwide would unite against you, and the cybersecurity, intelligence, and even military departments of all countries would be focused on you. The cost of such an action is something no one can bear. Therefore, when Singh attempted to access the server using the other 4 addresses provided by Jack, he still could not connect. By now, Singh had basically confirmed that there were only 2 possible reasons for this situation. Either the network connection of the server storing the data was severed, or the root directory had cut off the website's data exchange with the network. In other words, HTTP www had trapped Jack's server in a bottle and sealed it, cutting off all connections to the outside world, which would also render the website inaccessible. It is worth mentioning that HTTP www has every right to do this, as they are in some sense the rulers of the internet world. They control the access protocols and data exchange protocols, and with just a few clicks, they can make a website that receives millions of visits daily completely disappear from existence. Singh first rules out the simplest possibility, whether the server storing the website's data is disconnected from the network. There are many reasons for such a disconnection, such as power failure, a malfunctioning cooling system, or forgetting to pay for internet usage on time. The method to verify all this is straightforward. Singh just needs to access the server's website. If the server's website is accessible, it indicates that Jack's website has been effectively taken down. Indeed, Singh's guess was correct. The server's website could be accessed normally. However, on the website, Singh also saw a news link. Particularly, the headline of that news article immediately revealed to Singh the reason for Jack's website closure. Due to the presence of programs severely threatening national and internet security, as well as downloadable software, the relevant authorities permanently shut down Jack's website based on internet and national security agreements. Jack's website was a hacker site, and Jack was a world-renowned hacker. However, Jack had once told Singh that in this free country, one could do anything they wanted, like posting aggressive software programs on his website, but he had no right to stop it. Chapter 18. The Realm of God. At that moment, Singh hesitated, grappling with whether or not to help Jack. He had many thoughts on the matter. With his current abilities, he could easily send an email to the relevant authorities, warning them to spare Jack. Otherwise, he would unleash unimaginable attacks. If he did that, Singh would no longer be a hacker, but a true terrorist. What was he protecting? Jack, or the dignity supported by friendship? Or perhaps the special community of hackers in this realm? Singh repeatedly reviewed the website's data. Since the authorities closed the site due to cybersecurity issues, why not delete this data? Any skilled hacker could easily access this server, just like taking a cake from a fridge. Had the authorities never considered this problem? Singh meticulously analyzed every detail of the incident, just like when he analyzed code symbols. Jack had once told him that the most abundant thing on his website wasn't software programs, but hackers from all over the world. These people knew each other, communicated, and shared their proud works. It was like a country within this realm. The authorities took away the king, but left the land. What was the purpose? Singh suddenly raised his head, and when he thought of the reason, it felt like an electric shock, making his hair stand on end. What was it for? It was for slaughter. Like a war, when a nation falls, the victors will inevitably massacre the civilians on the territory. This is the essence of war. Much like an irreversible or deletable program. The decision not to delete this data is to use it to lure more people into this already controlled realm. Soon, your figure will appear within their sight, and they will use various weapons and means to eliminate you. Singh integrated the website's data root directory into the key code, and the results aligned with his analysis. The code listed all the IP addresses currently connected to the website's data server, and except for his own, almost all pointed to an encrypted data server. He knew that this encrypted server was not a global data exchange server, but rather a sniper that had cloaked itself, lurking and watching its prey. Although the addresses he had his eyes on were disguised, once entering the sniper's domain, the true IP addresses were revealed. Without needing to look, Singh knew that the owners of these IP addresses were hackers who foolishly thought that the disguised IPs could deceive others. In reality, someone had already come up behind them, preparing to deliver a hard kick. At the same time, Singh was puzzled as to why none of the IP addresses connected to this encrypted server included his own. He knew that it was because he had opened the backdoor of the website and hadn't cleaned up after himself that he had met Jack. Now, he had merely changed his login method, using the domain generated by the key code to access the website, making all traces of his visit vanish. Was it possible that using a modified key to access this data was akin to a person consuming food? The moment this thought arose, everything seemed to leave his mind. CIA, Jack, the website, nothing mattered. At that moment, he felt like a concussion patient who had just been struck heavily on the head, with only the information of the key and domain left in his mind. If his guess was correct, then it meant that all the functions previously discovered in this code were basically trivial. Its greatest function was to create a domain that truly belonged to him, controlling all the data that entered this domain. In this realm, he was like a god, and Singh, who controlled this domain, was the true master. He felt as if he had donned a golden robe, with thousands of subjects bowing at his feet. With a wave of his hand, he could determine life and death. And in laughter, he could change the world. In front of him, although there was just a computer and a network cable, in Sing's eyes, this was everything. Sung was startled by his own thoughts and wanted to drink something. Every time he encountered a surprise, he would desperately drink water. Even though the surprises he had experienced in his life were few and far between. Who cares? A person's life is always filled with surprises, especially for Sung. Since he discovered this code, surprises have been continuously emerging. If surprises keep coming, Sung feels he could survive on just water without needing to eat. Some people become frantic when they encounter surprises due to their inability to control their emotions. However, Sung is quite the opposite. The greater the surprise, the calmer he becomes. Once he has fully calmed down, Sung doesn't understand why he felt so excited. He can't comprehend why, in the moment of this surprise. He felt no fear but was instead so thrilled, even contemplating taking action. This is a frightening thought. Sung reminds himself that everything discovered from this code does not belong to him, but to the person who carelessly left it in that book. Sing is merely using this code to alter his understanding of life, existence, and the world. Beyond that, he won't use this code for anything else. It is not right for him to do so. Since childhood, Sing has gradually formed his understanding of the world amid his parents' voices of right and wrong. His father told him that if you do something right, it doesn't mean much because that's what you should do. However, if you realize something is wrong, you must not do it, as the outcome can't simply be summarized as right or wrong. Sometimes, making a mistake can ruin your entire life. He doesn't know if this code could ruin his life, but at the very least, he believes that using it for destructive purposes is wrong. Even if he wanted to use it to save Jack, he couldn't bring himself to do so. After shutting down the computer, Sing went to the window. The quiet of the evening sky and the bustling city felt like a pair of embracing lovers, enveloping him in tenderness, romance, sensuality, and love. Chapter 19. Just a disguise. Since that day, Sing hadn't touched his computer for a full week. Every time he thought about pressing the power button, his hand hesitated and retreated into his pocket. After a week of reflection, Sing not only hadn't forgotten those codes, but he also remembered them more profoundly. He wasn't afraid that opening his computer would attract the attention of certain security agencies. He was more concerned that once he opened it, he wouldn't be able to close it again. That was the feeling of the week. He wanted to forget. But the excitement lingering in his heart was hard to shake off. He wanted to know if Jack was online yet, and whether his website was accessible. Sung recognized this as an excuse he was giving himself. He felt he shouldn't be experiencing such a life. While moving books was tedious, it was far removed from these thrilling matters. Perhaps this orderly life was more suitable for him. Yet every time he saw the computer, he couldn't help but think of those 10 lines of code. He had only brushed the surface of the first line. What about the remaining 9? Forgetting? Or continuing? If he didn't look at the computer, maybe he wouldn't think about it. Sung went to crowded places to observe the passing throngs. He can sit still for an hour without any movement except for blinking. Why move? He enjoys sitting like this. He likes watching the crowd rush past him and wonders where they are going, and who they are in such a hurry to meet. In this real-world network, connections require emotions. The way to connect in this world also requires dialing and establishing certain protocols. Most importantly, the emotional network has many more fluctuations. However, where there is a network, there are controllers. These individuals use all their strength and money to manipulate the emotional connections, severing ties with whoever they choose and compelling others to open doors when instructed. Ironically, he too is part of this network, under someone else's control, with no ability to resist. Take the old curator, for example. He seems to enjoy watching people move books around in front of him, as it reinforces his status. And then there's the new female colleague, who always likes to hide behind a bookshelf and flirt with her boyfriend when the old curator isn't watching. Every time her voice reaches his ears, he feels as if his blood turns black in that moment. This woman shares almost everything with her boyfriend, even remembering when a male colleague accidentally glanced at her thigh. At these moments, he feels particularly powerless. He cannot sever the connection with this female colleague, and her voice, along with her unique allure, leaves him dizzy, almost causing him to fall off the bookshelf several times. He wishes he could smash the thickest book titled The World of Women over her head without restraint. Why doesn't he? Because he feels it's wrong. Yet this woman believes her actions are justified. Once, while she was flirting with her boyfriend, she noticed him staring at her without blinking. She quickly told her boyfriend that a colleague had been looking at her with a very eager and longing gaze for a long time. Indeed, she was right. He desperately wanted to walk over and punch her straight in the face. This damn woman always thinks all men are interested in her. He curses that she will eventually end up discarded like those broken books, thrown mercilessly into the trash. However, one day, quite by chance, he discovered that this female colleague's phone was actually turned off. He initially intended to ruin her phone, but at that moment, she returned from the restroom and picked up the phone, starting a conversation as if there really was a boyfriend on the other end. Only he knew that everything was a facade. Why does she do this? Is she missing someone who once abandoned her, or hating someone who once loved her? Or is she just seeking a self-soothing comfort through this pretense? He did not expose her. Firstly, he had no right to do so, and secondly, everyone has their own disguises, even he does. Since everyone wears a mask, why bother to remove it? Since human nature is inherently hypocritical, why care about right or wrong? Since he wants to be a hacker, why should he confine his desires? If it's just about right and wrong, that's not a reason. At its core, it's simply weakness. Yes, Singh understands his weakness well. He fears loss. He often tells himself that because he has nothing to lose, he cherishes everything he has now. But only his heart knows that his fear of losing stems from having lost too much already. If he were to lose the little warmth he has left, he would become a living dead man. He has lost the love of his parents, the carefree youth, and the experience of romance. He has lost the sunshine and joy that a boy should enjoy, and even his own aspirations and dreams have slipped away. He pulls out the photo of his parents from his wallet, the only thing they left him that is worth cherishing. In the photo, his father and mother smile happily, leaning on each other, as if nothing could ever separate them. That smile has deeply etched itself into Singh's memory. 10 years have passed, their smiles remain. But Singh has endured too much and has now grown into a tall, handsome young man. He wonders, if they were still in this world, would they have aged? Their hair turn white. Would they, under the starry sky, hold his photo and reminisce softly, singing gently? Do they know that because of their departure, a child who should have thrived has turned into a silent, weak man during lonely and desolate days? This is not the parent's fault. It is because he is not strong enough. He always hopes that when he opens the door each day, his parents will appear before him again. Just like when he was a child, telling him to face life's hardships bravely. But why must he rely on his parents to tell him this, and not realize it himself? Is it because Singh loves his parents? No, it's not that. Singh shakes his head and puts the photo back into his wallet. Yes, because he has always lived behind a mask, never daring to confront his true self. He has lived in memories, following his parents' wishes, striving to be a good person. But no one has told him how to realize his dreams or what to do. Now, Singh knows what he should do. He sees his dreams clearly, lets go of himself, and finally sheds his disguise. Chapter 20 NGA Singh rushed home as fast as he could, as if breaking open all the chains and constraints, and turned on his computer. When the familiar screen appeared before him, it was like a flame that was about to extinguish, yet it ignited the last spark into a raging fire. This is a refinement, an awakening, and a transcendence. Just like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, dancing beneath the vast sky, or like the ripples stirred by Singh's hand. Ghostly waves cascading. At this moment, Singh's inner excitement erupted like a volcano. He has found his true self, touched his dreams, and seen the direction of his pursuits clearly. Eager to shock the world, he sought to have everyone follow his graceful movements, looking down upon everything. Thus, in this world, Singh, feeling as if he had been reborn, chose a name for himself that he would follow for life, Ghost Butterfly. He liked this name, as it embodied the essence of being elusive like a ghost and elegant like a butterfly, just like the traits of a hacker, mysterious, covert, striking when least expected. He severed ties with his past self, who was weak and timid, breaking free like a butterfly from its cocoon. When this name was born, Singh himself did not know that Ghost Butterfly would create one myth after another in the future online world, being revered by countless people as a ruler of the internet and a supreme idol. This also made him a legend in the following years and the creator of a realm of his own, while simultaneously becoming the #1 enemy of the Guardian Alliance. We must mention the Guardian Alliance. For every dark aspect, there is a light. For every attack, there is a defense. And for every destruction, there is a restoration. This principle applies universally, including in the online world. The Guardian Alliance is an anti-hacker organization initiated by a volunteer team dedicated to internet maintenance. Over the past few years, the Guardian Alliance has sanctioned numerous hackers using their unique, authorized blocking protocols. Subsequently, the alliance scaled up and was reorganized by the World Network Security Agency, gaining authorization from multiple governments, thus becoming a true guardian of the internet. Targeting hackers is what the alliance does at all times. They even collaborate with intelligence agencies from various countries to uncover and locate hackers. Once a hacker is identified, they employ almost every means to counteract them. Much like a furious person wielding a spatula, if hackers could be easily eliminated, they wouldn't be called hackers. Their mysterious, bizarre, and alluring nature has attracted more people into the hacking world. As the head of the Guardian Alliance, Ayman Shah said, "The reproductive power of hackers is greater than or equal to that of rats. Even with all their efforts, they still cannot wipe out these resilient individuals." For many years, the person they most wanted to eliminate was Ghost Butterfly. Those familiar with Ayman Shah know she has a bad habit. Never mention the name Ghost Butterfly in her presence. Otherwise, she will throw anything she can grab at you. Over the past 3 years, they have tried various methods but have been unable to locate Ghost Butterfly. Initially, he played with them, but soon they became his punching bags. Whenever he was displeased, he would enter their servers, delete all the files, and leave behind a few words expressing his frustration. At a recent annual meeting of the World Network Security Agency, Ayman Shah, as one of the main organizers, faced questions from reporters about how to effectively prevent Ghost Butterfly's intrusions. She gritted her teeth and said, "The only way to stop him from attacking our servers is to wait until he eventually dies of old age, or there will always be attacks." A reporter asked, "It is said that since the hacker website incident, NGA has been trying to locate Ghost Butterfly, but to this day, there has been no progress. I would like to ask Ms. Amantha, do you believe that Ghost Butterfly really exists, or is he not a person, but rather a hacker alliance?" Amantha replied, "He is a person, a hacker, to be precise, a damn hacker. I know he is definitely watching the live stream of this conference right now, and I just want to say to you, Ghost Butterfly, I will crush you like I would crush an egg." Ms. Amantha, I am a reporter from a tech news outlet, and I would like to ask you, according to rumors, NGA has become Ghost Butterfly's private playground. And some even say that Ghost Butterfly treats NGA like a girl he can easily mess with. What are your thoughts on this? It is undeniable that over the past few years, Ghost Butterfly has attacked NGA servers on average once a month. We speculate that this guy might be feeling down due to personal issues. It's worth mentioning that we have now confirmed that Ghost Butterfly is male, given his name. Perhaps he is a pervert who likes to belly dance in front of a mirror when no one is around. Ms. Amantha, I am a reporter from a prominent magazine, and I want to know if NGA has any plans for dealing with Ghost Butterfly in the future. We have many plans. First, we intend to break into his home on a quiet night and then give him a good beating. Alternatively, we might hang him from a tree and tie a heavy stone to him. This is our plan to deal with him. Ms. Amantha, we are from an economic news outlet, and Ghost Butterfly is regarded as the ruler of the fourth domain. There are rumors that he could destroy the entire world if he wanted to. As the largest anti-hacking alliance globally, will NGA increase your operational funding to protect the government? I do not deny this. Our budget this year has increased by 30 compared to previous years, and all of it is used to combat Ghost Butterfly. Everyone should understand that the internet has permeated every corner of the world. We have to defend against not only this bastard Ghost Butterfly, but also other hackers who possess the ability to paralyze the entire online world. As for Ghost Butterfly being regarded as the ruler of the cyber world, I neither acknowledge nor deny this. What I want to say is that we will never give up the fight against Ghost Butterfly. NGA will fight him to the end. After Singh watched the press conference, he was almost in tears from laughing. However, since they gave him such face, he felt obliged to return the favor. So Singh entered NGA's servers again. Chapter 21. Ghost Butterfly dances. The enmity between Sung and NGA entirely stemmed from Jack's hacker website. Initially, it was a group formed by early volunteers from NGA that took down Jack. Of course, Singh was unaware that such an organization existed in the world at that time. At that time, the agency that supported NGA and provided them with certain permissions was the intelligence agency of a certain country. According to the classified documents decrypted by Sung, all cooperation details between NGA and this agency are recorded. In fact, NGA is a volunteer organization initiated by this agency. But the country denies any involvement in NGA's anti-hacking programs. The reason for this is that NGA is at odds with the entire hacking community. And without confirming NGA's defensive capabilities, the country fears retaliation from hackers. Therefore, they only provide support to NGA in terms of permissions, personnel, and funding from behind the scenes. There is also a personnel file from NGA that records the information of all its volunteers. From Singh's understanding and data collection, many of these volunteers have backgrounds as hackers. The agency used various means to persuade them to join NGA and oppose hackers. The permissions granted to NGA by the agency are simply unbelievable. NGA not only has the authority to modify and delete all websites under certain protocols, but also possesses the ability to eavesdrop, shut down networks, and even launch armed attacks against hackers. The entire operation is codenamed Fourth Domain. The term Fourth Domain refers to a territory beyond land, sea, and air. Initially, this plan was only carried out within the country's borders. However, as NGA's powers expanded, their influence reached into the global hacking community. The most notable incident was the takedown of Jack's hacking domain website, which resulted in countless hackers being eliminated. Of course, NGA's actions also angered many senior hackers, including Sung. Sung would never actively provoke them, but for a long time after the takedown, there was no news from Jack. And more hackers became aware of the traps set in the website's backend. Jack was Singh's only friend in the online world, and his transformation was largely motivated by Jack and his hacking domain. Out of courtesy, Singh first sent an email to NGA's official address inquiring about Jack's situation. This was just an ordinary email. Singh simply wanted to know what had happened to Jack. However, The arrogant NGA completely disregarded Singh's request and, within the scope of their granted permissions, tracked Singh's IP address based on data exchanges. This was NGA's most effective and commonly used method for dealing with hackers who hide their IP addresses. Because no matter how you hide your IP address, you cannot erase the data traces you send to the server within the root directory defined by the protocol. Just as they were about to locate Singh's IP address, all computer screens at the NGA headquarters simultaneously displayed the image of a ghostly butterfly. This butterfly, coming from the depths of hell, entwined with ethereal blue flames, resembled the wings of death, capturing the souls of everyone. As it danced gracefully beneath the sky, all living beings were compelled to submit to it. Its eerie form and ghostly movements left a profound impact on the hearts of everyone present. This was the first time the ghost butterfly appeared in the sight of others, turning this pattern into a nightmare for countless individuals and a totem that many would admire and yearn for throughout their lives. The ghost butterfly also made Singh stronger. Looking down on weakness, it became Singh's declaration to the entire online world and his support for the hacker community. In the end, the pattern of the ghost butterfly transformed into a message, warning NGA not to provoke its wrath, or else this flame would surely consume their souls. In Singh's domain, their every move could not escape his watchful eye. He simply wanted to know Jack's whereabouts. Yet these individuals not only ignored his request, but also attempted to trace his IP address through data exchange. It was said that Sung was no longer the timid boy he once was. The internet was his world, and he now had endless courage to do anything he wished. At that time, the leader of NGA was Imantha, a woman exuding a noble aura reminiscent of a medieval queen. Upon seeing this warning, her regal demeanor instantly transformed into one filled with murderous rage. Since NGA's inception, they had sanctioned countless hackers, and never had anyone dared to provoke them in such a manner. Having this pattern appear on their computer screens was their greatest humiliation. Furthermore, this ghost butterfly had the audacity to issue warnings in a tone that seemed to look down on them. Imantha had become the head of NGA, thanks to her uncanny network skills and her thunderous personality. Her authority in the realm of networks and applications was as respected as that of a national leader, despite her being only 23 years old. To everyone, she was like a mystery, much like her smile, which was not only enigmatic but also captivating. Many NGA members were initially opposed to joining the organization. However, when they looked into Imantha's eyes, they forgot everything else and remembered only one thing. They would do anything for her, even if it meant dying for her. Such a woman led dozens of elite hackers while sanctioning countless others. Yet, she and her followers never imagined that their fortified domain could be breached. What does that feel like? It feels like a robber being robbed. When the robber realizes this, they strike back without hesitation. Imantha was determined to take back what was lost. This ghost butterfly had stripped her of dignity, threatening to turn NGA into a laughingstock in the online world, potentially causing a massive shockwave. The fact that the ghost butterfly could place this image on their computers signified an invasion into NGA's territory, akin to entering a no-man's land. The NGA servers hid too many secrets. If these classified materials were leaked, it could alter the balance of the entire world. This consequence was something Imantha could not bear, nor could the entire NGA. Imantha took off her coat, revealing a black lace camisole that suddenly caught everyone's attention. The allure of lace lies not just in its appearance, but in the countless fantasies it evokes. As these thoughts spread like a virus in the minds of everyone in NGA, there was only one consensus. If every attack from the hacker could cause her to shed another layer, then let the hacker attack a few more times. Chapter 22. Battlefield Domain. Singe did this not with the intention of attacking NGA, but rather to remind them that he was fully capable of delivering a nearly devastating blow. Imantha didn't believe it. She even thought Singe was looking for trouble. NGA is the largest anti-hacker alliance globally, dedicated to combating various hackers and addressing different types of attacks. They are the pioneers in maintaining peace in the cyber world and fighting against hacker terrorism. This is a battlefield without gunpowder, yet it showcases the most explosive, intense, and brutal wars at every moment. Each member of NGA has undergone the trials of this war, capable of responding to any attack or provocation. At this moment, Imantha was the commander of this war. She was excited because every attempt to attack NGA could be effortlessly neutralized by her, bringing her more honor and funding. She needed achievements to sustain NGA's normal expenses and to upgrade their equipment. Even an ant needs to eat, let alone these warriors contributing to the peace of the cyber world. Clearly, this hacker, known as the Ghost Butterfly, was actively offering them honors. Similar to NPCs with proactive attack attributes in online games, defeating them would yield a bounty of money and equipment. Most importantly, a hacker who could infiltrate their domain and successfully modify their computer desktop could almost be considered a boss-level hacker. Although they had never heard of the name Ghost Butterfly, who cared? In the hacker world, many unknown experts emerge daily, and many also disappear. Up until now, Imantha had not taken Ghost Butterfly seriously. As for modifying the computer desktop, it was merely a small trick that any skilled hacker could accomplish. What made Imantha take notice was Ghost Butterfly's reckless behavior, which could be termed courage. What Imantha couldn't imagine was where Ghost Butterfly's courage stemmed from. Did he know what he was doing? A hacker who dared to challenge NGA. Was that bravery or foolishness? To show up as the Ghost Butterfly and issue a warning to NGA was audacious. This was NGA, not someone's personal operating system that would shut down or compromise because of a warning. NGA controls the network protocols that nearly cover the globe. In this world, they are like gods, the rulers who decide who lives and who dies. No one can go against their will. The Phantom Butterfly not only disregarded their authority, but even attempted to slap the mouth of the ruler. If the organization can tolerate this, they might as well disband tomorrow. Then, Imantha can choose some other profession to continue showcasing her impressive figure, perhaps as a model or a dancer, ideally one who performs belly dancing. In the eyes of the organization's members, she should be belly dancing. However, for Imantha, there is no belly dancing, only obedience to their commands. Right now, she is like a captain commanding a pirate ship, resolutely ordering fire upon discovering a merchant ship laden with treasure. She wants that ship, she wants the treasure. She wants the Phantom Butterfly. A dozen high-ranking members immediately input a series of commands into the system. These commands surged into the server like an army. And upon receiving attack data, they wielded their weapons and surged toward the ghostly legion under the Phantom Butterfly's wings like a tide sweeping onto the beach. Imantha's orders were issued one after another to the organization's members. Some were responsible for clearing attack data, others initiated antivirus programs, and issued emergency encryption commands to the firewall while replacing its core code. A few others, the snipers on the front line, entered the server and immediately began tracking the Phantom Butterfly's movements, ready to eliminate any suspicious programs on site. However, to Sung, this all appeared as if he were watching ants trapped in a bottle. Although the world was vast for them, they would forever remain within Sung's bottle. Even though Sung was fighting alone and unaware of how many were attempting to attack him, he knew that they were futilely or wishfully trying to win this war. But could they break out of Sung's domain? The key's code structure was unbreakable, especially once it formed a domain. Any program generated within the domain had to receive the key's approval. Within this domain, Sung was the true king and ruler. Compared to the smoke and chaos at the organization's headquarters, Sung felt no tension at all. Every move of the opponent was logged, including the encryption methods of the firewall and changes to core code, which Sung observed clearly. The organization's server was just a domain in Sung's hands. No matter what modifications or defenses they implemented, they would be locked within this domain by the key code. Since they wanted to test their limits, let them try. This was Sung's first network battle, but he felt it had no real significance and nothing worth commemorating. The only thing that excited him was the name Phantom Butterfly, which would be known to hackers around the world after today. He felt like a newly debuted star, instantly famous because of a particular role. No wonder so many people aspire to be stars. The feeling of being admired and followed is truly wonderful. Although only a few people at the NGA headquarters are aware of the Ghost Butterfly, this will not prevent it from becoming a symbol of dominance in the online world in the future. Sung craves applause and praise to soften the coldness within and the ice in his mind. However, in reality, he has nothing, neither now nor in the future. As a hacker, he is destined to have two identities facing two different worlds. One is Sung, an utterly ordinary librarian, unnoticed and unremembered by anyone, left on a stage where no one even casts a glance at him. The other identity is Ghost Butterfly, a hacker, a super hacker, an all-powerful super hacker. Yet, Ghost Butterfly can only exist in the virtual world, where there are only codes and programs. Moreover, he must keep his two identities completely distinct, one known to all, and the other hidden from everyone. This is not contradictory, for he is a hacker. Chapter 23. A solid defense. Sung is someone accustomed to enduring. This is not due to his character, but rather his inability to fight back. However, in the online world, Sung will not tolerate any provocation. Various code combinations are skillfully typed into the core program, like a master continuously changing attack patterns. Each executed code combination creates an earth-shattering effect, akin to a long-overdue downpour finally releasing its torrents upon the earth after a series of thunderclaps. At the NGA headquarters, core members are executing their tasks as usual, following what has become a traditional program. What is wrong with tradition? It is a refinement, a culmination of experiences from their long-standing battles with hackers. Imantha stands in the center of the headquarters, her monitor the largest, resembling a super screen at a war command center. She is the commander of this war. To be an effective commander, one needs not only a clever mind, but also keen eyesight and physical coordination. On Imantha's desk, at least dozens of program windows are open, including her own and those of each NGA member. Under her operation, they switch rapidly and methodically. Various program codes flash before her eyes. Yet they are deeply imprinted in her mind, analyzed and assessed at lightning speed. This is focus and caution. Any missed code or program could lead to a system crash. Therefore, every time she identifies an erroneous execution command, she corrects it immediately. Jess, do not use Protocol 3. It's outdated. Reconnect the server using the latest Protocol 5. Chuewen, hide the encryption program in the independent space. Do not let useless numbers appear in the core code of the firewall. This is the reason why Imantha is concerned about these members of the organization. Their traditional personalities can make them quite reliable at times, but they can also become passive. In cyber warfare, things change rapidly and unpredictably. Each hacker has their own unique methods and preferred attack patterns, much like a food you eat every day that becomes a habit over time. However, such habits, in the eyes of skilled opponents, appear as an unfinished program, making your weaknesses easily identifiable. It seems that Gue Dai has completely mastered these individuals' weaknesses, and his attacks are always unexpected and varied, leading the organization to believe that Gue Dai is not just a single hacker, but a hacker legion. The first to break down were a few core members responsible for fortifying the firewall. They helplessly watched the program's window, their faces tense as they looked at Imantha. Imantha, you need to see this. A window popped up on the big screen, and the members quickly entered a few characters. Imantha's hand, poised to switch windows, suddenly froze in midair. What on earth is this? With each character entered, the first 2 characters were deleted. By the time the members realized what was happening, the firewall was already in shambles. This bizarre attack method was unlike anything they had ever seen or heard of. It didn't seem like a hacker's attack, but more like a prank. The most ridiculous part is that even Imantha didn't know how to respond. The most common hacking techniques involve destroying programs, implanting viruses, and deleting data. More advanced methods include controlling programs, modifying code, and crashing systems. However, this complete control of a program, especially accessing its internal core for control, was something they had never encountered before. To control a program, one must first decipher its structural combinations, then implant code into that structure to destroy or modify the program. It's akin to taking someone else's belongings and altering them to make them your own. If it were an ordinary program, it wouldn't make the members of the organization so anxious, but the opponent was accessing the core program of the firewall. The firewall of the organization was developed by dozens of individuals, with a virus sample added every second and its operating mode changing every minute. In Imantha's words, the organization's firewall is currently the most robust in the world, impenetrable by any attack program, serving as the strongest defense for peace in the cyber world. Cut off the firewall's external network connection, encrypt the port values, switch to internal network defense, and overwrite old files with backup firewall files. Imantha's commands acted like a shot of adrenaline for the members, instilling a sense of security at the most critical moments. Even her voice was steady, like a gentle hand softly caressing your ear. However, this is not the time to enjoy the beautiful voices. The firewall has been breached, and the situation is urgent. Every member of the organization is fully alert. The opponent they are dealing with, codenamed Ghost Butterfly, is no ordinary hacker. The ability to breach their firewall and control it places this individual among the world's top hackers. However, they have never heard of this hacker before, and even an online search yields no information about Ghost Butterfly. With a firm tone, the spokesperson declared that regardless of the hacker's level, attacking the organization is tantamount to seeking death. The most powerful weapon is always in the hands of the just. This powerful weapon is the HTTP protocol. Now, finding the real IP address of Ghost Butterfly will reveal him from the shadows. On the other side of the network, Sung prepared himself a fried rice dish. Adding a sausage to it, he felt really good, perhaps better than ever before. Previously, he always thought of himself as just an ordinary person. No one wants to be ordinary, but the premise is that one must have the ability to change their ordinariness. Sung had no ability to change himself. Even passively enduring was a humbling experience. However, now that Sung realized he had the capability to change his ordinary life, the exhilaration made his fried rice taste delightful. Unlike those who appear extraordinary but are empty inside, Sung is ordinary on the outside but incredibly fulfilled within. This gave Sung a sense of mystery and made him more confident and resolute. Chapter 24. The Attack of Ghost Butterfly while eating his fried rice. Sung occasionally typed a few characters, feeling like he was teasing a pet, making it clear that he was always the master, and the pet was forever under his control. Once he started, Sung could not stop. If the opponent did not provide information on Jack, the attack would continue. However, there had to be a time limit, as Sung had to go to work tomorrow, performing his duties as a librarian, which was the best way to conceal his identity. No one would believe that the world's top hacker was just a librarian who spent his days buried in books that even rats wouldn't nibble on. This identity not only provided him with the best disguise, but also formed the economic foundation of his life. Although the salary from the library was not much, it was sufficient for Sung's needs. He was not a spendthrift. It wasn't due to frugality, but because spending that salary on anything else would leave him without food. The old librarian had promised him a raise more than once. Initially, Sung believed it. But later, when the old librarian talked about a raise again, Sung realized that the old man must have been annoyed with something in the library and used this method to lure him into working harder. Even in such dire circumstances, Sung would never use his other identity to gain anything for himself. This is the one thing he absolutely cannot touch in the hacker world. Therefore, he must work diligently to maintain his livelihood. Meanwhile, after the firewall server cut off external network connections, the eerie blue ghost butterfly reappeared, warning all members of NGA that they had only 10 minutes to consider whether to inform him about Jack. Once the time was up, NGA would also vanish. Imansa was genuinely becoming restless. This ghost butterfly had completely surpassed her imagination. Despite employing numerous strategies, dozens of defensive programs, and various code traps, they still couldn't stop it. Did NGA really have to compromise with a hacker? This was impossible. Imansa couldn't do that. She could provide Sung with all the information he wanted. But the implications behind it, as well as the consequences that NGA would bear, were significant enough to impact the entire online world. This was a decision she couldn't make. If they compromised, NGA would be dismantled by various powers for one simple reason. They couldn't withstand a hacker's attack, thus losing their value of investment. The government provided them with so much funding not for them to sit around every day eating cookies and watching movies. It was certainly not to deal with novice hackers as if they had won the entire cyber warfare. The reason they were given such high authority and funding was to protect national interests. If they couldn't protect them, they would be replaced. And that was the simplest thing to do. Others might not consider this consequence, but Imansa was fully aware. She had single-handedly created NGA. And even if it meant her demise, she would not let NGA perish by her hands. However, this was merely a fleeting thought in Imansa's mind. She had to admit that this ghost butterfly was indeed a terrifying hacker, but it was still just a hacker. It's important to remember that hackers are not omnipotent. Away from the network and computers, they are nothing. If he wanted to destroy NGA, he would have to personally destroy it with a spade or something else. Otherwise, as long as the network cable was unplugged and the server's power was cut off, not even a ghost butterfly, let alone a divine butterfly, could do anything but stare blankly. Therefore, Imansa didn't take the ghost butterfly's words seriously. If it wanted some excitement, it could have it. The current situation was that the firewall had been breached, and the IP address could not be located, but fortunately, the server had not yet fallen. It seemed that this ghost butterfly was not all that impressive after all. Generally, hackers have their own areas of expertise, which tend to be quite specific. For example, a hacker skilled in password cracking sees all passwords as potentially crackable. However, once faced with a firewall, they can do nothing. Some hackers specialize in disabling antivirus software. They can attack and paralyze any antivirus program. But when confronted with password barriers, they must resort to password experts for assistance, as they cannot do it themselves. Since the attack by the Phantom Butterfly began, they only managed to crack and control the core code of the firewall, and had some ability in hiding IP addresses. Apart from that, members of the organization believe that the Phantom Butterfly had no other capabilities. Now, Imansa feels that there is no point in continuing this game. So she instructs her subordinates to immediately activate the HTTP protocol to cut off all data exchange requests with the server and enable invisible encrypted IP addresses. They can't find the Phantom Butterfly, and the Phantom Butterfly can't find the organization, so how will it attack? This is the last defensive measure of the organization, also known as the Invincible Defense Method, codenamed the Last Line of Defense, abbreviated as the TLDHD plan. The fact that the Phantom Butterfly could prompt them to activate this plan makes it the first person to do so since the organization's inception. The failure of the Phantom Butterfly seems to be apparent to everyone. Being able to make the organization initiate the TLDHD plan means that the name Phantom Butterfly will rise in the cyber world. Although it has failed, gaining this honor is already quite impressive. Imansa also closed all windows, finding no meaning in continuing to watch. Once the protocol is activated, all servers will be restarted, and the Phantom Butterfly will completely disappear from their sites. And of course, they will also vanish from the Phantom Butterfly's view. Not finding this hacker is indeed a regret, but Imansa firmly believes that the Phantom Butterfly will appear again. A member of the organization activating the protocol easily popped a piece of cookie into his mouth. Since the attack began, he never took the Phantom Butterfly seriously. In the face of the TLDHD protocol, no matter how top-tier the hacker or how bizarre the attack, it is meaningless. As long as he accesses through the HTTP permissions and clicks the mouse once, the problem will be solved. It's that simple. Even easier than eating a cookie. He thought they should have activated this protocol much earlier, so he could have finished watching that movie minutes ahead of time. However, after a prompt appeared on his screen, he was completely stunned, even forgetting to chew the cookie in his mouth. He couldn't believe his eyes and thought he had made an operational error. so he repeated the operation. After confirming that there was no operational error, the prompt appeared again, and he was left speechless. Chapter 25. The Ghost Domain as a member of the Anti-Hacker Alliance. What terrifies them the most is not encountering a powerful hacker, but rather being attacked without knowing what is happening. When the organization attempted to connect to the HTTP server, they found that their data requests had been locked out, meaning their requests were no longer recognized by the protocol. This indicates that either their permissions were revoked, or the data requests they sent were modified or never sent out at all. Regardless of which possibility it is, this is beyond what he can handle. His skills do not reach that level, and he doesn't even know what has happened. This seemingly invincible trump card suddenly lost all its capabilities. If all of this is related to the attack from the Phantom Butterfly, then one thing can be completely confirmed. Everything in the NGA server has been controlled by the Phantom Butterfly. Even the thousands of data transmissions and receptions occurring every second cannot escape the watchful eyes of the Phantom Butterfly. It feels as if all privacy has been exposed one by one to the eyes of others, evoking fear and even despair. He had thought the Phantom Butterfly was just an ordinary hacker, someone who could be dealt with in the time it takes to eat a cookie using the final protocol. This is a matter of power, or rather, a limitation. No matter how powerful you are always in the hands of a higher authority. However, the Phantom Butterfly emerged, like a monkey successfully escaping from a higher being's grasp, but this monkey jumps further, making it impossible to hold on. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as the Phantom Butterfly shattered this theorem and broke the rules with a mere stick. When Imansha learned all of this from the collapsing members, there were less than 3 minutes left until the total assault by the Phantom Butterfly. In this brief time, Imansha had to make a series of decisions, and they had to be the right ones to protect the NGA and their hard-earned honor. The unalterable fact is that the NGA is already in the hands of the Phantom Butterfly. Now, with just a slight exertion of force, they could be crushed. Why could the Phantom Butterfly make them so vulnerable? The NGA had never encountered such a powerful opponent. Who exactly is the Phantom Butterfly? Does he truly exist? Or is he merely a specter in the digital realm? Regardless of what he is right before them, like the ghostly blue butterfly, commanding submission from all. But Imansha cannot submit. She still has time, and she can still fight. Suewon, switch to the backup network, shut down the main server, and connect the network to the sandbox server group. This is the last resort. Imansha wants to escape, and when she realizes that the NGA is no match for the Phantom Butterfly, she can only use this method to protect all server data. Only then can she ensure that the NGA is not paralyzed. Her ability to become the leader of the NGA relies not only on her technical skills, but also on her analytical capabilities. This ability allows her to analyze the opponent's weaknesses, enabling her to see the invisible yet existent threats. The attack from the Phantom Butterfly is definitely not a simple attempt to obtain Jack's information. If this is an organized and premeditated attack, it is highly likely that the entire network of the region will be targeted during the moment the NGA is paralyzed. The NGA faces the entire world, but its primary function is to protect the security of the nation's fourth domain. The NGA is the gateway to this nation's domain. If it is destroyed, the entire defense line of the region will be obliterated. It must be noted that the government provides them with substantial funding and equipment, as well as the highest level of network access in the world, not just for them to track hacker IP addresses, watch videos, and snack on cookies. Suewon is a top aide to Imansha and also her closest friend. They are the same age, which means they have never hidden any topics from each other. In Suewon's impression, Imansha is a remarkable woman. She is responsible, positive, and never yields to any difficulties or challenges. To establish the NGA, Imansha has endured unimaginable hardships and sacrifices. It can be said that the NGA is her everything, making Imansha appear almost omnipotent in Suewon's eyes. However, now Suewon can clearly see the disappointment and helplessness in Imansha's eyes. She has never had such a gaze, even when her father passed away. Her eyes were filled with the courage and determination to live happily. She has always been able to get back up after countless falls and continue moving forward. But this time, Suewon feels that Imansha is scared. The flicker of fear in her eyes indicates that Imansha is genuinely afraid. Imansha had previously encouraged Suewon countless times when she wanted to give up on her beliefs, telling her that wounds will eventually heal, and that if you fall, you can get back up again. There is no height that humans cannot reach. It all depends on your courage to fight and endure pain and loneliness. There should be no regrets about our past pursuits and dreams. Even in the face of death, we remain fearless. Yet today, the brilliance in her eyes has vanished, replaced by helplessness, resentment, and fear. It is like a king facing a coup by his soldiers, slaughtering his subjects. Even in anger, he feels powerless. This time, her opponent is different from before, a ghostly butterfly that cannot be surpassed or conquered. The sudden interruption of information also left Sang, who was eager to end this game quickly. momentarily stunned. He was sure he hadn't made any operational errors or missed any symbols. The ghost domain formed by the code still existed, but all the data had vanished. Interesting. Seng was very familiar with the key code. Once surrounded by it, there was no hope of breaking free. This was his confidence in the key code, and it reflected his self-assurance. At the moment he understood the key code, he realized something. In the world of networks, nothing is impossible. Even if you think you have mastered something, it could slip from your control in the next second. This is the most fascinating aspect of the network world, akin to a flower blooming in an instant. When you touch its beauty, it slowly withers in your hand. It is both sorrowful and heroic. If you want to hold on to that fleeting moment forever, you must know for whom the flower blooms. Seng rearranged the symbols in the code. This was the core combination of the key code, the true ghost domain. Chapter 26 FBA Imantha believed that by cutting off the network connection and switching to a different access point, she could resolve the crisis. However, she was deceived by a brief illusion. The attack by the phantom butterfly had indeed disappeared, and the network returned to normal. As the Cookie Man said, it had never been better. The connection with the protocol was re-established, and when the gates of authority opened, everyone felt as if they had seen the dawn, clear and excited. In Suewen's eyes, Imantha once again won this battle with her wisdom. Everyone shared her sentiment, relieved that NGA had a leader like Imantha. Only she could ensure that the NGA brand would stand strong for as long as it needed. However, Imantha wore a heavy expression, showing no excitement. As if she had not won anything, but rather lost a great deal. She had vanished from the world of the phantom butterfly, and the phantom butterfly had similarly disappeared from hers. The truth was that she had retreated, and she did so in a weak manner. If this were a battlefield, she would be seen as a deserter. If this were a war, she had already lost her country. Suewen comforted Imantha, saying that the phantom butterfly had gained nothing, so she had not truly lost. Imantha could only smile bitterly. Perhaps in others' eyes, she had gained nothing, but only she knew that the phantom butterfly had taken her weakness and retreat. The footsteps of several mysterious individuals disrupted everyone's thoughts. No one knew why these men in black suits, white shirts, and black ties were treading so chaotically. It was as if Imantha's feelings at that moment were reflected in their demeanor. Upon seeing these figures in black, Imantha's expression grew even heavier. All eyes in NGA turned to these mysterious individuals. They were considered mysterious not only because they had never been seen before, but also because each of them carried an air of authority. As if to say to everyone present, "You cannot compete with me. I am powerful." No one here wished to engage with them. Their imposing presence clearly set them apart from the rest, as if they had committed some offense and were now on the verge of an outburst. Only Imantha could rudely inquire about their purpose for being there. The leading man in a suit seemed to be the only one among the black-clad individuals who could smile, but his smile appeared exceedingly strange, as if he had suddenly bitten his own tongue while laughing, making onlookers uncomfortable. Imantha felt uneasy, but she understood that this discomfort also meant endurance. Because these individuals held the fate of NGA in their hands. In other words, they controlled her. These individuals were from a direct agency of a certain country's intelligence community, the Fourth Domain Management Bureau, abbreviated as FBA. They were Imantha's direct superiors, or rather, the governing body of NGA. These individuals are like a virus in a computer, elusive and invisible, yet they know everything about the organization, even the personal matters of a certain individual. This individual dislikes others knowing her private life, but in front of the suited man, she has no room for resistance. Although they only control all management and intelligence gathering in the fourth domain, they possess a power that is most unacceptable. They can define whether the organization is an anti-hacker alliance or a hacker alliance. Therefore, whenever there is a large-scale attack, they rush toward the organization like ants drawn to sweetness. Especially the suited man. His presence signifies endless explanations and debates. Agent Turn. Is the agency really that idle? The suited man is named Turn, but he prefers to be called Agent Turn, as this title gives him a sense of mystery and authority. Otherwise, the looks from the real agents in the agency are akin to those given to a computer technician, sometimes even asking him to carry stacks of printed papers. However, he believes he is the true agent. What is so great about the agency? They don't even comprehend the vastness of the fourth domain he manages. The country established this department not to fix computers. Only the fools in the agency would regard the people in the fourth domain as mere techies. Your organization has been attacked, and we are here for that reason. I just want to know what you've lost this time, Turn stated bluntly. His way of problem solving is straightforward as well. Cyber attacks are merely about gain and loss. Each time the organization is attacked, something is lost. Although these losses may seem trivial, they represent the biggest provocation to the agency. No one can take anything from the agency. And this is the only demand they have for the organization to remain within their ranks. It's important to understand that the organization is a face of the agency, and also a face of the country. If others slap you and run away, It doesn't sound good when spoken of. We haven't lost anything. I believe your network terminal should be quite clear about that. If it weren't for the synchronization between her computer and Turn's, how could they know about the attack on the organization and arrive so quickly? Turn remarked non-committally, but you severed the connection with me. I thought I made it clear that even if the organization were hit by a nuclear bomb, you couldn't disconnect our synchronized link. By doing this, you only allow me to consider whether you are exploiting the permissions we granted you to open some backdoor. In Turn's eyes, this civilian organization, acknowledged by the state and the agency, is a product of infighting among hackers. Every individual here is a ticking time bomb. If you relax your vigilance even slightly, they will blow up in your face. Therefore, when the agency initially sought to grant the highest level of access to a certain organization, a key figure was the first to voice his opposition. He believed that the agency was essentially handing over the keys to their own house to a group of thieves, enabling them to more easily take what they wanted. However, the agency ultimately proceeded with this decision, as without the highest level of access, the department would be rendered ineffective. Granting them access did not equate to complete trust. Consequently, the agency placed this organization on the front lines against cyber threats. In other words, they provided the necessary tools and expected them to step up and serve. A certain individual did not wish to argue, believing it was a waste of her energy. She was tired and simply wanted to take a shower and rest. At that moment, a loud voice suddenly exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" Chapter 27. Identification Code. A key figure utilized the core pattern of the access codes to reload his domain and quickly located the servers of the organization within the Matrix realm. Their data had already established a connection with the designated protocol, and both the data exchange ports and IP addresses had been altered. Did you think that simply changing a cable would make you undetectable? He originally intended to go to sleep, as it was his habit to maintain a regular schedule and not let his hacking activities disrupt his rest. Adequate sleep was fundamental to ensuring he had enough energy. Code and programs were merely tools for hackers. They could provide data analysis, but not tactical analysis. Code wouldn't tell you what solutions to employ when faced with a problem or what symbols to input. It required your commands and analysis. It was akin to commanding an army in battle, where soldiers could only fight based on the tactics and orders devised by their commander. Now, however, he was fully immersed in this Matrix world, experiencing his first real combat after discovering the core pattern. He felt excited and anticipatory. Once the domain reloaded the server data module, all the extended data information appeared on the screen in incomprehensible symbols. No one knew what these symbols meant, except for him. He could understand the complex code, thanks to his previous studies in computer books at the library and his research online. The meaning of each symbol combination and the significance of the data were vividly clear in his mind. He first located the data exchange channel between the organization's server and the network, and with a simple symbol, he severed it. Under another symbol's influence, the organization's data stream connected to his domain's data channel. In other words, the server was no longer linked to the global network under the designated protocol, but rather to his private domain within the core pattern of access codes. At the headquarters, the individual rushed to the computer, rapidly typing in every command he could think of, even after severing the network connection. Yet the command prompt still displayed, "I am the ghost butterfly, I want Jack." The leader instructed a colleague to immediately open the terminal computer, and everyone quickly took their positions. As for the other person, he could now enjoy the live broadcast without any reservations. However, aside from the ghostly blue butterfly on the screen and its demand for Jack, nothing else was visible. He felt he was the real boss here, and all commands had to be obeyed by him. The moment he saw the ghost butterfly invading the agency on his computer, he understood that the leader and her subordinates were utterly helpless. In truth, he wasn't wrong. The leader was on the brink of collapse due to fear and could no longer issue any commands. The ghost butterfly was omnipresent, and even with a change in network mode, it continued to flutter its ghostly blue wings nearby. If not for a colleague bringing her a chair, she might have fainted in her dazed state. Had she known the ghost butterfly was this powerful, she would have given it more respect earlier. Now, she was paying the price of losing her agency. Why hadn't she provided the information on Jack sooner? Why provoke the ghost butterfly, believing she could withstand its onslaught? Countless whys echoed in her mind, each one filling her with deep regret. She had lost not only her agency, but also her dignity, her status, and everything she held dear. Suddenly, as if realizing something, she checked the time. Only 2 minutes left before the ghost butterfly's deadline. She always felt time pass too quickly, but now every second felt agonizingly long. It seemed as though time had frozen at that moment, making her desire for relief feel like a luxury. The leader's breakdown did not affect the other person's performance. He clapped his hands to refocus everyone's attention and then issued his first command after declaring that from now on, this place was under his control. Following the restart of all computers into safe mode, he directed, "Tom, you take over the hacker's computer. You know what to do." "Yes, Agent." "Tom, dressed in black with polished shoes and a square jaw, approached the hacker like a boxer ready to step into the ring and said, "Hey, move your butt from that chair, you hacker." All the agents found the hacker annoying. Before joining the agency, he had been closely monitored and guarded against by another organization. The other person wondered why the leader had allowed him to join. Since then, he had done nothing but eat snacks. His supposed computer skills seemed to have vanished just like the snacks he consumed. The hacker spread his hands, willingly relinquishing control of his computer. If they think they can handle this tricky situation, let them give it a try. When it comes to being slapped in the face, the one known as the Cookie Man won't bother to argue with them. As Tom started up the computer, a USB drive appeared in his hand, as if by magic. It seemed that this group had to flaunt their so-called identity on everything, anywhere. It was just a USB drive, but it had to be marked with those 3 letters. It was as if those letters were a free pass, allowing them to enjoy a show without charge. Once the computer entered safe mode, the files on the USB drive were automatically loaded. The sight of these programs surprised the Cookie Man once again. Indeed, the group had some valuable resources. It's no wonder the USB drive had to be engraved with those letters, as the files inside were incredibly valuable. This program was a data protection tool developed specifically for operating systems, acting like a protective shield for the computer system. It wasn't just a firewall. It added an identification code to each program. When the system was in operation, it would read files based on these codes. And each file had a unique identification code, meaning the number of files equated to the number of codes. This program evolved from the original files of the operating system, and hacker attacks were based on the system's operations. If the system refused to run your files regardless of the methods used, then no matter how advanced your attack techniques were, they would be useless. At this moment, the data information from Singh also showed a prompt that the opponent's system could not load the command. Chapter 28. The arrogance of turn strings on Singh's screen began to change erratically, and all outgoing data was blocked at the system's port. Unable to access the opponent's operating system. Did they change the firewall? Realizing this, Singh modified a few symbol combinations to check the opponent's firewall. To his surprise, the firewall was like a dog with a broken leg. It could still bark, but it was utterly meaningless. Singh became increasingly curious about what secret weapon the opponent was using to protect their system so well. Even in the most challenging situations, they couldn't get a key in. He had no doubt that it was his code combinations that were at fault. Rather, it must have been an error in his analysis or commands that prevented his troops from breaching the city. It felt like a door that had clearly opened for him suddenly slammed shut just as he was about to enter. The network connection was normal. Data collection from the server was normal. Control of the data flow was normal, and data exchange was normal. Only his command to enter the opponent's operating system was abnormal. Now, it wasn't just the server that was abnormal, but also Turn. At that moment, he felt like a hero trying to turn the tide. In his eyes, what was a tricky situation? What was this group? They were not on the same level. Hackers would always be hackers, not worthy of the stage. True experts would always be true experts. During a confrontation, there were no flashy moves, just one strike to bring the opponent down. Who was he? The guardian of the fourth domain, dined with a certain intelligence agency's leader, shared drinks with a national president, and wore suits tailored by a local craftsman. His hairstyle resembled that of a well-known actor. He is the king of the online world, where men kneel before him and women feel compelled to undress. With a wave of his hand, chaos ensues. With a laugh, he evokes terror. Kid, do you still want to play with me? Don't think your little tricks can allow you to run rampant online. Your skills are only good for bullying the fools in your organization. In my presence, you are nothing. Your tactics can only get you to lick the toes of the cashier at a fast food joint. You can't compete with me. This shocking speech made it seem as if someone really wanted to challenge him, elevating his status in the eyes of those present. He believed that the lesser figures in the organization should be kneeling at his feet, scrambling to lick the dust off his shoes. And that certain person, wasn't it said that her group was the most powerful in the realm of anti-hacking? What happened now? Reduced to a state of confusion by a mere butterfly. Lost and dazed. Hadn't she always touted her group as the strongest firewall, impervious to any hacker? In the end, wasn't it up to me to clean up the mess? You guys are nothing much after all. I believe you can't defend against any hacker attacks. Your existence is merely a waste of budget. I plan to hand this over to a certain task force, and you and your members should just take a vacation. With that, he effectively disbanded the organization, striking them like a sudden punch to the face, catching them completely off guard. One onlooker felt as if her heart was being burned. Every member was like family to her. To destroy their home because of one attack, leaving everyone helpless, was unacceptable. She wanted to resist. But he loomed like a dark giant, his devilish smile intimidating her. It felt as if any movement would lead to his hand crushing her. The only one who could stand against him was that certain person, but all she could do was stare blankly at the large screen, paralyzed. It seemed she had succumbed to the giant's presence, severing her connection to courage and losing all thoughts of resistance. At some point, the organization's members found themselves wishing that a certain figure could take action, as they had grown tired of the antics of certain others. If he wanted to do something, he should act quickly before the disbandment occurred, so that they could witness his prowess. Of course, another member wanted to take action as well. But without understanding the reasons behind it, he felt powerless to do anything. Although the key code can create its own domain, it is ultimately not an attack type code. However, what Singh wants now is an offensive weapon that can break through the opponent's barrier. This weapon may exist among the other 9 codes, but he currently only has a grasp on one of them. To master the other 9 mysterious codes in less than 2 minutes is simply a fantasy. Sung wants to give up, although he cannot accept this outcome. The saying there are always greater forces beyond holds true. The program that can block the key code's intrusion must be a perfect one, without any weaknesses. Even if Singh changes several code combinations, it is to no avail. Even if you have an atomic bomb, if you can't find a target to bomb, it's a waste of effort. Without access to the opponent's system, he cannot make any data changes or deletions. This is really interesting. Singh never expected that his first hacking attempt would encounter a hacker killer. At this moment, even if he wants to do something bad, he can't. I'm scared of you, time to sleep. In this hacking operation, Sung suffered no losses. On the contrary, he gained significant fame. If he is not mistaken, the name Ghost Butterfly will now explode in the hacker community like a heavy bomb. Its fragments hitting everyone and making them remember the terrifying destructive power of Ghost Butterfly. Of course, Sung doesn't like to lose. This is part of his stubborn character. Losing means losing something, means suffering. This unbearable pain, Sung experienced it once and could never forget it for life. He remembers it was on a New Year's Eve when he was a child, when Uncle Juan from the orphanage brought him some food. After his parents disappeared, Uncle Juan suddenly appeared in his life. Every holiday, he would bring Sung many things. This time, he even bought Sung a new outfit and took him to celebrate the new year at the orphanage. When a child puts on new clothes, they want their friends to see it, but Sung's friends wanted to make a bet with him. Chapter 29. Smile. No one ever told Sung what betting was. He was only 7 that year. His friends bet whether Sung's parents would come home to celebrate the new year with him. If they didn't, he come back. Sung would have to give them the food Uncle Juan gave him and the firecrackers they would light at night. Sung took the bet, but he lost. Like the other children at the orphanage, it seemed his parents had long forgotten them. Even the caretakers at the orphanage were busy going home for the holidays, leaving Sung behind. All his food was won by other children, and when Sung hid in a corner of the orphanage crying, he told himself to never lose again. Thus, from elementary school to middle school, from high school to university, Sung was always the top of his class. Singh knew he could not afford to lose because he feared the loneliness that came after losing, that sense of desolation. Other children who lost could receive the embrace of their parents, but if he lost, he had nothing. In the online world, he also doesn't want to lose. Yet he finds it hard to regain anything. He is not forcing himself to care less. Rather, he is training another part of himself to develop resilience and an optimistic spirit. In this realm, there can never be a definitive first place, much like his key code, where each symbol exists in an infinite loop. When you play a role, you find value in your existence, but when you are merely a support, you must quietly endure. Of course, he cannot see the despair of one individual, the arrogance of another, the expectations of a third, or the hesitation of yet another. All of these feelings are products of his own making. Yet he sees nothing, for in the virtual world, there is only a shadowy soul. Why bother to care? Though he claims not to care, before finalizing the code, he cannot help but take a glance at the symbols that transform into various informational data in his mind. It is this glance that suddenly reveals to him an external device connected to the other person's computer. Most importantly, the hidden data within this external device can connect with the key code and even exchange data. Realizing this, he finds himself back at the computer, as if he has stumbled upon a hidden treasure. After utilizing the key code to access the USB drive, he downloads the only file within it in just 3 seconds. He feeds the file into an analysis program, and the sound of the mouse clicking resonates clearly in the quiet night. He enjoys this sound. It feels like the rhythm of life, crisp and mysterious. To open the file, a randomly generated password is required, whether random or preset. It holds no significance in the face of the key code. One symbol suffices to unlock it. The identification codes for these system files dazzle him. This is the reason for being unable to access the system. They have layered a shield over the operating system, and to pass through it, you must convince the system that you are an insider. This is the purpose of the identification codes, a concept that was part of the operating system's initial design. It's important to note that hackers emerged long before this operating system. While the designers considered the operability of the system, they also took into account potential attacks from hackers. The operating system can be regarded as one of the greatest inventions in the world. At least 9 out of 10 computers utilize this kind of system. It has been widely adopted in the online world, serving as the foundation for nearly all data architectures. Even the tools used by hackers rely on the operating system to function. Firewalls, antivirus, and anti-malware software ultimately serve to protect the operating system. Only by ensuring the safety and stability of the operating system can the online world achieve stability. This is fundamental, akin to the HTTP protocol, which is a creator, while the WDS operating system is the creator itself. The creator has entrusted the weapon for its protection to a certain entity, which passes it down almost like a belief system. One of the founders of WDS once told those involved in a certain program that this weapon was the ultimate, and no one could break its defenses. Even if the opponent was a top-tier hacker, no one could act recklessly in the face of WDS's domain rules. However, Singh smiled. It had been a long time since he had smiled like that. He had previously forced himself to smile in front of a mirror, not wanting to forget the feeling of laughter. Although the numbness and fatigue of life left him with no reason to smile, he wanted to laugh, even if it was a bitter or wry smile. But now, his smile was genuine, radiating sunshine and determination on his face. This smile was like a refreshing spring from the depths of his heart, spreading joy, excitement, and enthusiasm throughout his body. This was what they called a heartfelt smile. The true happiness of Singh. He found his joy, just as he felt exhilarated when he decided to become a hacker and create a world that truly belonged to him with his own code. At this moment, his happiness stemmed from discovering an inconspicuous executable file. This executable file was hidden away by its owner like a top-secret document. If Singh had relied solely on conventional analysis, he would never have discovered its existence. Only in the ghost domain did it clearly present itself before him. This executable file was the default installation program of the WDS system, specifically the installation program for the identification code. Even the creator had weaknesses. It seemed that when designing this weapon, he never considered an alternative way to install the identification code. He even forgot to protect the USB drive that provided data to the system. Isn't this just typical of certain practices? They only protect their own interests, disregarding others. In other words, they only provided protection for the identification code that supplied data to the system, neglecting devices like USB drives. Or perhaps they never thought someone could find this USB drive through invisible data streams. Their only defensive measure was to cut off the data interaction between the USB drive and the system once the system entered safe mode and successfully installed the identification code. What they did not anticipate, Singh discovered. In a very short time, he backed up the entire program and replaced the data files within it. Then he re-uploaded it to the USB drive. And the final step was to click on the executable program that was defaulted by the system and belonged solely to the USB drive, and everything would be complete. Chapter 30. Scanning whether it was decompressing files or executing files, as long as it was under the default execution parameters of the WDS system. It could be successfully installed into the system. It was that simple, but it caused Singh to waste a lot of precious time. He could have spent that time sleeping, which would help prevent him from being overwhelmed by the fallen bookshelf during work. Not allowing hackers to affect normal life was Singh's standard. He could not put everything into hacking. He still had to work and eat. The online world is merely a phantom, a virtual entity that never truly existed. Singh could never have imagined the impact his actions today would have on the future of the digital realm. He only knew that from this day forward, many would see the phantom as an enemy. At the very least, those involved in national security had already designated the individual codenamed Phantom as their top adversary. When they discovered that the system's identification codes had completely vanished, replaced by that eerie blue phantom, Tern could no longer smile. Who can tell me why we can't kill a mere moth? Why? At that moment, Tern felt as if his neck was being constricted by the phantom, unable to even take a breath. In desperation, he tore off his tie, as if breaking free from the phantom's grasp, inhaling deeply the air necessary for his survival. He felt like a person on the street suddenly covered and beaten, left battered and bruised, yet unaware of who had attacked him. The agents could only watch helplessly as the data files on the server were ruthlessly deleted, unable to intervene. The phantom not only breached their defenses, but also pulled Imantha back from her daze. During this time, Imantha felt as if she had been trapped in a dream devoid of any substance. However, when she finally woke up, everything in her sight, like her dreams, turned into a blank void, leaving nothing behind. Tern's eyes were already red. The loss of the server was not critical. Imantha was nearly on the verge of collapse. And that was not significant either. Even if their identification codes were compromised, it didn't matter. But losing face in front of the others was unbearable. There's a pain that doesn't come from others hitting you, but from slapping yourself in the face. This kind of self-inflicted pain can make your face burn. Yet it pierces deep into your heart. Even the way others look at you becomes a reflection of scorn and mockery. Wasn't it said that the phantom was just a moth that could be crushed at any moment? Wasn't it claimed that they could accomplish what others could never achieve in an instant? How is that? Your face is already swollen. Although they didn't deliver the blows themselves, the phantom's actions left a stinging impact, allowing all involved to feel a sense of satisfaction deep down. Imantha initially wanted to ask Tern what had happened, but upon seeing his shattered expression, helpless gaze, and rapid breathing, she realized that he too had fallen victim to the phantom. There was no need to inquire about how it had happened. Even if she did, there would be no answers. So far, all attacks launched by the Phantom were beyond the capabilities of any ordinary hacker. It felt as though they had fallen into its world, where their very existence was controlled by the Phantom. They could not break free or escape, only watch helplessly as it slowly consumed their bodies, souls, and everything that made them who they were. Just like everyone was watching, his turn was consumed by the ghost butterfly, no matter how powerful he was. He had no room to resist in the realm of the ghost butterfly. He could only roar and issue commands that he himself knew were futile. He even ordered an immediate shutdown of power to the NGA and to disconnect all network cables. Watching his childish actions, Imantia could only smile helplessly. She told Turn that this would be of no use. The NGA had already fallen. You can cut off all the power, but unless you destroy all the computers and servers here, all attacks will continue the moment you power back on. Turn refused to compromise. He absolutely could not lose to a moth. He used his identity as an FBA agent to contact the data headquarters, requesting to find all IP addresses that had exchanged data with the NGA servers in the last 5 minutes from the data terminal and the root directory of the protocol. All data exchanges in the world's data network must go through the root directory of the HW protocol to access or be accessed by each other's data. Within one of these root directories lies the most authentic IP addresses in the world. As long as you provide a valid domain name, you can find all the real IP addresses that exchange data with that domain. Many hackers' hidden methods can only go through the first layer of the root directory's wildcard records, but they can never pass through the second layer's data scanning. This is because the second layer root directory operates in data collection mode, where any data sent and received must exchange with the protocol of that directory. Once the root directory scans the data information, it will immediately analyze, record, and connect the visiting data IP and the accessed data IP. Turn wanted to use the second layer root directory scanning to find the location of the ghost butterfly. However, to activate the scanning mode, the highest authority from the data headquarters was required. It needed special approval from the minister and retinal recognition to start the scanning device. This scanning device could collect all network information worldwide, including all core secrets of military, political, and financial sectors, as well as usernames and passwords. Therefore, starting this device was not something that could be done lightly. Even though Turn was an FBA agent, he was directly denied his request by General Bart from HW headquarters. Even mentioning the CIA did not help. General Bart told Turn that not only the CIA, but even the Secretary of Defense would need the President's approval to activate the scanning device. Since the establishment of the HW protocol root directory, the scanning device had only been activated twice. The first time was when the Volga nation launched a cyber attack against a certain country to protect national secrets. The minister was authorized to activate the scanning device to cut off the Volga nation's network data exchange protocol. The second time was during a cyber attack, codenamed Black Cobra, launched by 10 of the world's most famous hackers against the national network of a certain country. This attack caused several major cities to be completely paralyzed. Ultimately, the scanning device was activated, and with the assistance of the CIA and the military, the hacker attack was terminated. Chapter 31. The Ghost Butterfly is attacked. The two previous activations of the root directory scanning device were initiated solely on the basis of national security. You, an agent from a certain agency, want to activate the scanning device just because your department was hacked? Has your brain been infected by a virus as well? Ten's request was met with a powerful punch from the Minister of HW, a swift uppercut that hit Ten squarely on the chin. No matter who was attacking him now, all of it would be blamed on the Ghost Butterfly. He had fallen today simply because he underestimated the Ghost Butterfly, treating it like just a moth. He remembered this grudge and vowed in his heart that he would eventually catch the Ghost Butterfly himself and stuff 100 moths into its backside. Imantia wasn't in the mood to think about how to stuff moths into the Ghost Butterfly's rear. The biggest crisis now was how to keep the NGA from being disbanded by the now collapsed 10. If they could preserve the NGA, there would still be a chance to confront the Ghost Butterfly. If the NGA were disbanded, the ultimate weapon in their hands would also be reclaimed, and they wouldn't even have a chance to catch their breath, let alone face the Ghost Butterfly. Ten also had no time to worry about disbanding the NGA. His unilateral request to activate the scanning device had already been reported to Congress by HW headquarters, and even the president was aware of the situation. Direct orders were issued to the CIA headquarters, warning them to give Ten a serious reprimand. The voice of the CIA director roared in Ten's earpiece, sounding like an angry lion. If Ten had been standing in front of him, he would have torn him apart. The director told Ten that he was merely a small team leader within the jurisdiction of the CIA, and there were countless such leaders in the agency. However, due to his actions, he was no longer even a team leader, and whether to expel him from the agency would be discussed with the upper management. Finally, the CIA director informed Imantia that the NGA should not participate in any further hacking defense work. From now on, they would focus solely on eliminating that damned moth, regardless of the cost. This was the decision Imansa most wanted to support. After this incident, the NGA was destined to become the laughingstock of the anti-hacking alliance. She could endure this humiliation, but she would never forget who had inflicted it upon her. One day, she would reclaim her lost dignity and let everyone know that only the NGA would be the ultimate winner. In Seng's eyes, this invisible battle had no winners. Although he had deleted the NGA's data files and destroyed their entire system, he had not obtained the information he wanted about Jack. The destroyed system could be rebuilt by the NGA immediately, and the seemingly gained honor was, in reality, nothing but the hatred of countless people towards him. The NGA system was destroyed, yet they ultimately did not compromise, and this incident only strengthened their resolve to deal with the ghost butterfly. Seng was unaware that his seemingly ordinary attack had caught the attention of various intelligence agencies and even the president of a certain country. He also did not realize the resentment and disappointment felt by an agent when he left the agency's headquarters. All of this transformed in Seng's dreams into a ghostly blue butterfly, along with a series of mysterious codes and symbols. Even today, years later, Seng still had not received any news from Jack. Whenever he thought of Jack, he would launch another attack on the agency. The organization had changed its defensive measures dozens of times, yet it still couldn't stop the butterfly's assaults. However, these attacks had lost their significance, as the agency had moved all valuable assets to another department. This department, overseen by a certain individual, existed solely to protect the agency's top-secret documents and data backups from the butterfly's periodic attacks. Apart from safeguarding this data, this individual was also responsible for gathering all information about the butterfly. He had witnessed the butterfly's growth over the years, much like a seed growing into a towering tree. Every attack the butterfly launched was executed flawlessly, becoming a classic that could never be surpassed in the hacking realm. Yet, as the saying goes, gaining fame and status is easy, but retaining them is challenging. Over the years, Seng had encountered dozens of unidentified hacking attacks. There were times when he opened his computer only to find that the entire system had been wiped. He remembered the first attack from some hackers who attempted to implant a virus into his system. What was hardest for Seng to accept was that the hacker had succeeded. A person's rise to fame brings not just respect, but also many challenges. Seng had very limited means to face these challenges, or perhaps none at all. He came to understand that the ghostly domain formed by key codes could only unlock all doors. Beyond that, it could not attack, but only connect. When faced with an attack, it could do nothing, as fragile as glass, shattering at the slightest blow. At one point, the butterfly's status was relegated to that of an obscure hacker group. Those who had attacked him publicly claimed victory over the butterfly. They had compromised the butterfly's system and cracked nearly all of its passwords, yet no one had declared that they knew the butterfly's IP address or who the butterfly was. The agency had also reached out to these hackers in an attempt to uncover the butterfly's true IP address. The hackers told the agency, "Trust us. We all want to know the butterfly's true identity more than you do, but we can't find his IP address. Every time we connect to his data, it feels like the entire network is his system. Unless we use a root directory scan, no one knows who he is." Sometimes, even Seng found himself questioning his own identity. He once believed he was a hacker, thinking he had found his true self in this field, experiencing endless joy and excitement. However, with the emergence of the first attack, Seng found himself increasingly powerless. He had almost no way to prevent other hackers from launching any attacks against him. The only thing he could do was to use the data from the phantom domain to obscure the most critical IP address. Many hackers did not understand that they could attack the phantom butterfly system, but could not locate his IP address. This was also the greatest feature of the key code. You could connect to Seng's network and exchange data, but all of this had to be achieved through the phantom domain. The phantom domain was an invisible entity that could hide all protocol nodes. However, it also required a system's support to be effective. Chapter 32. Complete code. The system files were very distinctive, and any hacker could easily find the directory of these system files. Seng's defense system was like a fragile piece of glass. Even in the phantom domain, it could not prevent various attacks from hackers. Every time Seng's system files were deleted, the key code would automatically cut off all data connections with the phantom domain and simultaneously close the protocol channel. No one could know what Seng's IP address truly was. Seng found it hard to accept such attacks and could not endure the overwhelming disdain and displays on the internet. For a period, he could not use the identity of the phantom butterfly to access the network. Once the phantom butterfly appeared, countless hackers would connect to his data and attack him at will. He feared losing, but every time he had to bear the consequences. Thus, Seng also thought about giving up the identity of the phantom butterfly again or starting over with another code. It was like being eliminated in the middle of a game and being able to restart. But even if he started over, what could Seng do? He could only continue this cowardice, getting beaten down once again amidst countless scorn and ridicule, falling at everyone's feet, becoming a stepping stone for their fame. He could either forget about the phantom butterfly, focus on being Sing, going to the library to move books every day, occasionally visiting malls or streets to look at the girls' legs, or go to an orphanage to sing to those orphans who shared the same fate. Not being a hacker, he had many things he could do. The past days could just be seen as an interlude in his life. No matter how beautiful the music was, it would eventually come to an end. Sing even did not want to click on the network connection program anymore, because he feared that after connecting, the next day there would be news of many phantom butterflies being attacked. He dreaded seeing such news, as if that ethereal blue phantom butterfly had been shot down to the ground, unable to use its wings to conjure that enchanting, ghostly essence, but only struggling to escape and hide. He had created the myth of the phantom butterfly with his own hands, but he could not let this myth continue. He had sketched out the phantom butterfly himself, but could not protect its life from being trampled. This was a humiliation, just like all the humiliations Sing had experienced. Powerless to resist, unable to counterattack, he could only endure, feeling despondent and teary-eyed. If he had known that one choice would bring such immense suffering, he would never have opened that door. He once believed he could control the world behind it, but he was wrong. He did enter that world, but he found himself unable to survive within it. This invisible harm is the most painful kind, for it attacks not your body, but your soul and your thoughts. Just like when you face the might of this world and realize your own insignificance. No one cares about what you endure, whether it hurts or not. Even less do they care if you live or die. You can live quietly in obscurity, but if you wish to transcend yourself and reach a height in life, various setbacks will confront you. Every time there were opportunities for salary increases in the library, he was never considered. Was it because he didn't fight for it? No. It was the attacks from his colleagues that left him powerless, watching others take what should have been his. Thus, he has always been the one doing the most work in the library, but receiving the least reward. He created Ghost Butterfly to break this pattern, to learn to fight back and protect his own interests. But what was the result? He merely lingered at the edge of this field, only to be pushed back by stronger opponents. He didn't want to lose, nor did he fear losing. But that was a different concept from whether one could withstand the attacks of powerful opponents. If your unyielding nature allows you to counterattack, you would never truly lose. But if you want to strike back yet lack the weapons to do so, you will only receive fiercer attacks in return. Don't think he did nothing. When others struck him 3 times, he would strike back at least once. Just like when he first attacked NGA. He aimed to teach them a lesson and show them that Ghost Butterfly was not to be trifled with. Yes, he did that. However, Ghost Butterfly found that every attacker's defense seemed specifically designed to counter his assaults. No matter how he deleted or injected viruses, he could not cause fundamental damage to them. Each time, they simply dropped a virus bomb into his computer, and that was the end of it. Thus, his attacks would only result in mutual destruction, akin to a brawl where you take down your opponent, but also fall yourself. The reason for this is that he lacked the strongest offensive weapons and the best defensive systems. The key code could only serve as a key to unlock the door to the Ghost Realm. Beyond that, it was powerless. He increasingly wanted to know what the designer of this code was thinking. Didn't he ever consider that those who used this code would also face attacks? Wait. It seemed he suddenly thought of something, leaping out of bed. He had originally received 10 codes, and all this time he had been studying the first one, seemingly forgetting the remaining 9. After discovering the core pattern of the first code, he had warned himself not to touch the other 9. He feared becoming increasingly trapped, unable to extricate himself. He was even more afraid that a single misstep could potentially ruin this world. However, now, Sing had no choice but to engage with these codes. Because these codes were not isolated entities, but rather a cohesive whole. Like a computer system, every program and file had its own value and significance. Even a single symbol could cause the entire system to collapse. Sung believed that if he was not mistaken, these 10 codes should function like an independent system, with each code serving its own purpose. For instance, the first code was a key, its function being to unlock all doors, forming an independent realm. The other codes would be used for attacking, defending, or other functionalities once the door was opened. This principle was simple. If Sung were the designer of these codes, he would also consider how to perfectly utilize each code's function. If the first code was a key, then it was highly likely that the second code was for attack or defense. Chapter 33. Shield. There are many taboos in a person's life that should not be touched. Regardless of the reasons one might use to justify opening these forbidden zones, the ultimate outcome is greed and fear. Sung had already opened one such taboo, gaining joy and honor in this world, but also enduring humiliation and uncertainty. He had once warned himself never to touch the next one, but once this door was opened, there was no turning back. This was a form of greed, a greed inherent to everyone, unable to suppress the desire to explore the unknown. One sought to experience and try it out. It was like interpreting a person's life or the lives of all people. Why do they experience joy and why do they suffer? Is it because you have finally touched this forbidden zone that should not be touched? No, it is desire. It is human nature. It is the unbearable loss, the irreversible trampling, and even the laughter of the strong at the weak. The crushing blow delivered with a wave of the hand. Singh never considered himself a strong person, but he was striving to become one. The price for this was that he had to venture into the second forbidden zone of his life, the second code among the 10. If these 10 codes represented the 10 seas of suffering in the world, Sung was already submerged. He would rather bear the burden than break free. Because his dignity had already transcended the physical, floating above the sea of suffering. It was like a ship that had lost its direction, carrying everything he had toward an unknown place. The unknown was not just about direction, but also those mysterious symbols. Singh initially thought they were interconnected, but the reality proved that they had no relation whatsoever. Singh used all known methods to crack this code, but achieved nothing. He even incorporated the second code completely into the key code, yet regardless of the displayed result, it remained just a code. The most difficult part to comprehend was that the same symbols, in this code, did not convey the same meaning at all. The generated results from the combinations of symbols were not what they should have been, or rather, there were no results at all. Singh once doubted whether these symbols had other meanings that did not belong to the realm of the digital world. So he scoured a large number of books in the library, including many religious texts. This is because early religious writings or totems were composed of various symbols. Singh hardly overlooked any book related to symbols. Every day, aside from moving books, he buried himself in a pile of them. Even the old librarian felt compelled to praise Singh for his diligence and thirst for knowledge. A month later, Singh had nearly read all the religious books in the library. No matter which symbol you gave him, he could explain its meaning in religion in detail. However, in the Matrix world, they held no significance. He wrote the 10 symbols from the second code on 10 pieces of paper and reviewed them countless times each day, to the point where he couldn't understand why he continued to do so. Eventually, when he realized that it all had no meaning, he threw the 10 pieces of paper above his head. The sound of the paper being compressed by the air echoed like Singh's inner roar, helpless and desolate. He wanted to cast aside all the oppression from his mind, to stop being obsessed, and to refrain from trying to touch certain forbidden zones of life. He lacked the ability to unravel the secrets within that forbidden zone, so he could only give up or escape. Like the scattered papers that had fallen, it was impossible to return to their original order. Everything was in disarray, since it was already chaotic and had been discarded. He thought it was best to let it go. Singh wanted to take a nap. He was very tired. He had invested too much time and energy into this code, and he wanted to find solace in a dream, or rather, only in sleep could he forget it all. Just like when one is afraid at night, they turn on all the lights in the house. Later, he understood that he wasn't afraid of the night itself, but rather the solitude and loneliness of darkness. Just as dreams during sleep could help him forget his pursuits and the tiny threads of attachment, the fallen papers seemed to cling to Singh, as if even in their descent, they wanted to land on him. However, Singh no longer needed their value and meaning in his eyes. Their only purpose was to adorn the clean floor with a mess. Wait, Singh suddenly knelt down, as if he had discovered something, accurately kneeling on this disarray. No, this wasn't chaos. It was a form of order. The symbols that had fallen to the ground, under certain circumstances, connected with each other to form the shape of a shield. Just like the shields used by medieval knights to block attacks, it was strikingly realistic. He thought he was seeing things due to his fatigue, so he rubbed his eyes vigorously. As a result, the shield disappeared. Indeed, he had been seeing things. There was no shield. It was merely an illusion. The scattered papers remained silently chaotic beneath Singh's feet. They were just pieces of paper with large symbols drawn on them. How could they possibly be a shield? Singh mocked himself for having been attacked too many times recently, subconsciously wanting a shield to block those attacks. Thus, everything he saw appeared to him as a shield. Singh thought it was just an illusion. He really should go to sleep, as dreams had been waiting for him for a long time. Tomorrow, there would be many books waiting for him to move in the library. In fact, every day there were endless books waiting for him. Moving books felt like his destined fate, irresistible and unchangeable. He wanted to shut down that damn computer. He no longer wanted to touch it. This thing only brought him disappointment and pain, nothing more. The screensaver was a maze, just like Sung at that moment. As if he could never find the exit of life. Sung clicked the mouse, and the maze disappeared. How wonderful it would be if his maze could just vanish with a click. Sung was someone who had developed habits. Every time he shut down his computer, he had to manually disconnect the network, change the network port, and then unplug the cable. So he wouldn't have to worry about being remotely accessed after shutting down the computer. The program icons in the bottom right corner of the screen steadfastly remained in their places, but their existence was meaningless. The volume controller couldn't let Singh hear the sounds of an attack. The antivirus software couldn't eliminate the viruses hackers had thrown into his computer. And the firewall couldn't stop hackers from trampling through his system. Wait a minute, why was the firewall icon a shield? It had always been a shield. It didn't just become one now. Singh knew, but suddenly he thought of something else. Chapter 34. Giving up. Singh suddenly thought of a question. What if this second piece of code was not a code, but a program? Because Sung had never treated this code as a program. He only thought of it as a code, like a key code that should be used in or substituted for a network environment. Various programs were also commonly used tools by hackers, and many hackers started from programming. Jack had once told Sung that a good hacker must know how to write a program. You can use a key to open a door, but you cannot use that key to attack the door. If you craft an axe through programming, you can chop through all defenses. Hacker attacks are not as simple as just deleting files from a server. It's not that basic. A hacker who understands programming can create various viruses, trojans, spies, cracking tools, and even attack or defense programs and specialized software. A computer consists of hardware and software, and all software is created through programming, including the programs, viruses, and even system bombs that were attacking him. Singh clicked the mouse rapidly and continuously. The clicking sound echoed clearly in the quiet of the night. Just like Singh's mind at that moment, it had never been so clear. He browsed through all the programming software introductions in the shortest time possible. There were countless programming software available for download online, but Singh realized he couldn't use any of them. He couldn't even operate the beginner programming software. The commands used to write programs seemed like a foreign language to Singh. This feeling is akin to the mysterious and complex symbols found in those initial 10 lines of code. However, this does not pose a challenge for Singh, who can read all religious texts in a month and become a true priest in the world of programming. Programming is incredibly important for a hacker. All the software Singh currently uses is downloaded from Jack's website or directly accessed from the server. But Singh can no longer do this, as anyone who discovers his ID or sees his shadow in the server's data exchange group will chase him down like hunting a rabbit. Even if he changes his ID, these individuals can still sniff him out and come after him aggressively. If he learned programming as well, would he still have to endure such pursuits? This is Singh's character. No matter the task, if he can accomplish it himself, he will never rely on others. Even if he wanted to use someone else's resources, he wouldn't be able to. Since the disappearance of his parents, Singh has had to rely solely on himself, with no one to depend on but himself. This has shaped his unyielding personality. Nothing can truly deter him. What could possibly challenge a child who has been doing laundry, cooking, and selling newspapers for money since the age of 6? Let us not forget that Singh has the library supporting him. While information on the internet is comprehensive, many core concepts are not freely available like a buffet. A lot of useful information can only be found through books. This is why Singh enjoys searching for materials in the library. To him, everything he needs can be found there. Thus, starting the next day, Singh began to browse through a vast number of programming books, from the most basic coding to more advanced applications. Over the course of 2 months, Singh read every programming book in the library. He studied by day and practiced programming at home by night. Perhaps Singh possesses an extraordinary talent for computer programming. Within just 2 months, his coding skills reached an engineer's level. When many people encounter something new, they tend to focus intensely on its core, value, or significance. However, Singh does not do this. He prefers to draw connections across different areas. For example, the first small program he wrote using basic programming software was initially designed to help him automatically disconnect from the internet and change port values. Yet, on top of this basic function, Singh added a feature to enhance network transmission speed. The broadband speed we use is fixed for a large number of people. But for Singh, modifying this speed is quite simple. He merely adjusted the data transmission compression ratio with his program. The concept is that while 1 megabyte of data could originally be transmitted in 1 second after compression by his program, it could achieve a transmission speed of 10 megabytes per second. This is how Singh utilized the software's ability to connect to the network through the network card while developing it, analyzing the characteristics of network transmission with his programming knowledge to achieve certain results. However, over the past 2 months, Singh has encountered numerous challenges. Programming is not as simple as having a single skill that can solve everything. The biggest issue he's faced so far is that, to this day, the second piece of code cannot be integrated into any programming software. No matter which programming environment he tries, it always indicates that the input command does not exist. This has been the reason for Singh's programming journey, but now it seems he has chosen the wrong path. Everything feels non-existent, even after trying all known programming software. The situation remains unchanged. Singh has asked himself countless times why this is happening, but he cannot find any solutions. The symbols in this second piece of code represent the most perplexing puzzle for him. What do they signify, or what message are they trying to convey? All of this remains an unsolvable mystery. The screensaver maze appears again on his computer desktop, with the surrounding walls seeming impossible to breach. There is no direction, no progress, and no retreat. Months of effort still leave him wandering at the starting point. Singh feels he might truly have to give up this time. Giving up is not the only option, but Singh feels he has nothing else he can do. If that is the case, why persist? Sometimes, being stubborn can also be a form of self-harm. You become so immersed that you can't see the shadows of your own decline. Even struggling feels futile. Only by helplessly giving up can one find a way out of this maze. If you don't touch it, you will never lose it. Chapter 35. Destiny and Meaning. Sometimes in life, you have to play the role of a passerby in this world, akin to the loneliness that follows a brilliant fireworks display. Glory cannot last forever. It can only leave a faint mark in the river of your life, and nothing more. Sung has obtained 10 pieces of code but cannot decipher their secrets. He feels trapped in an inescapable maze, unable to find any traces of an exit. Just like each of our lives, wandering in the maze of this world, some find the exit and become strong, while those who cannot find it ponder daily on how to survive. Do not think about changing, because your change might cause you to lose even more. Do not stop your efforts, as you might end up losing your right to live. Singh is grateful that he is still alive, and even his mindset has undergone a transformation amid the uncertain future. He used to fear loss, but now he tells himself, if he has never truly gained anything, what is there to fear about losing? Life is about gradually becoming whole through such transformations. Just like every command he writes in his programs, sometimes simply changing them a bit can lead to different results. Sung never questions what he has given during the process of change. He knows he is giving his all to gain more. Yes, persistence can be painful, and sometimes you need to change. But what does change mean? From a spiritual perspective, it represents a transformation of thought and soul. From a matrix perspective, transformation is merely a different application of a program. It's like trying to open a door with one key, and then switching to another key to give it another shot. It's that simple. When Sung realized that everything was so simple, his gaze fell upon those enigmatic symbols. Suddenly, he pulled one out and quickly cut it into countless pieces with scissors. The sight of someone cutting a piece of white paper in the dead of night appeared truly bizarre. If anyone witnessed this scene, they would surely think that the person cutting the paper was mad. Or perhaps only he knew what he was doing. Singh certainly knew what he was doing. He thought about giving up, wanting to adjust his mindset, and even recalled the splendid fireworks that appeared in the sky during the New Year's celebrations. They dazzled with various colors and shapes to adorn the world, just like the fragments in his hand. He had previously only thought about carving these symbols into the shapes in his subconscious, resulting in complete failure. If that was the case, why not let them display their abilities in their own forms? In other words, Singh had been trapped in a misconception, deliberately believing that these symbols were like key codes with fixed meanings and significance. However, he had never considered how to form the meaning of this code. This second mysterious code was not an already completed code, but one that Singh needed to complete. Previously, he had thought that these symbols were commands for programming. Now, Sung seemed to have an epiphany, realizing that each symbol was a program that he needed to write. With this thought, Singh clicked the mouse, and that damned maze disappeared once again. Even if the maze still existed, Sung had found the exit. When he stepped through that door, he could embrace the entire world. Each symbol of the mysterious code was crafted by a multitude of programs. It was like a mathematical equation that provided a known result and the conditions to achieve that result, with the process left for him to explore. This was the designer's intention behind the code. He used the mysterious result to prompt Singh to engage with more network technologies, requiring a certain level of perseverance, talent, and even luck. Each element was essential. He must not give up. If Singh truly intended to forget it completely, then these 10 codes would vanish from this world like his lost memories. In the end, Sung did not give up. He did not realize that the emergence of one program was meant for the existence of another. Just as the designer intended to let Singh know through this method that giving him these 10 codes was not just for him to use, but to understand their significance and purpose for existence. Or rather, why these 10 codes were designed in the first place. As Sung delved deeper into analyzing the composition of each symbol, he discovered that each symbol seemed like a memory of a program instruction, blending all known program commands. But this was not a sequence, it was a disordered rule. Just like the shield discovered by Sung when they were thrown into the sky, Singh touched the threshold, and the mysterious door was right in front of him. He could even feel the magic of the world beyond the door. However, that is the biggest problem. How is he supposed to open this door? In other words, what is he seeking? The answer to this riddle is right before him. Yet Sung does not know what it truly represents. Or rather, why he needs to input these commands, what he is trying to do, what he is writing, and for what purpose. This is the world of the Matrix, isn't it? In this world, no one knows what they are doing, yet they keep doing it. Just like the files and programs in the system, no one knows why they exist, but they still do. Or one might say their existence is to ensure the normal operation of the system. But no one knows that when this file disappears, the system will encounter problems at that point. Just like the people living in the Matrix world, they do not know why they exist, but they know they cannot disappear. This is a kind of inertia, or it can be called a characteristic of life. This characteristic is not about blood and heartbeats, but about meaning. Yes, everyone in the Matrix world has their own meaning of existence, or is in the process of creating the meaning of their existence. Anyway, everyone living in this world is like this. They may not need to know anything at all, but they must know one thing: their destiny. The impact of their existence or disappearance will bring devastation to many. Destiny is the ruler of the Matrix world, with no reason and no need for justification. Just like Singh moving those books around in the library every day, he does not know why he does it. He just thinks he should do so. Sung smiled. He finally understood the meaning behind the symbols. Yes. Destiny, meaning, value. This is the significance that the code wants to convey to Singh. Chapter 36. 10 Weapons. To help Sung understand the meaning of this code or the value of existence is the original intention of the code's designer. It is simple. The code gives you a result, and you must create the process yourself. Moreover, in this process, you need to understand what you are doing and for what purpose. This seemingly simple question is actually profound. Just like the value of our existence in this world. Is it to make our lives better, or is our existence meant to improve the lives of others? We provide services, enriching the souls of others. Yet our own emptiness and loneliness remain unknown to anyone. You can choose to abandon creating beauty for others, but the result will be that others continue to live well, while you find yourself at the edge of life. It is like a staircase. When you step onto the first step, you will ask yourself why you are serving others. You will tell yourself it is for food, for survival. But when you ask yourself why you are alive, you will suddenly realize that the value of your existence is to serve others. This is the ultimate meaning of code. It is meant to tell Singh that the value of code exists to protect one's own continued existence. And its significance lies in helping Singh better understand the direction he has chosen in life and the field he is meant to pursue. When you truly engage with this field, you will realize that you are just an ant in this world. If you want to be powerful, you must understand why you seek strength and why you need to protect that strength. The rising sun casts its brilliance throughout the room. The dark night has left the world. Those who practice in the morning greet each other with the habits of a lifetime, and for them, today is a good day, which is the meaning of their existence. Singh opens all the curtains in the room and sees the light reflecting on the world, the starting point of life. The basis of reincarnation. It does not take away any beauty from the world, but instead gives the brightest dawn to humanity. It protects the continuity of life and embraces the grandeur of heaven and earth. Just like the 10 symbols in Singh's eyes, they reveal to him things beyond the online world, the value of a hacker's existence. Each attack, destruction, protection, and concealment carries its own significance. Just as the Creator made the world and established rules, under its protection and limitations, humanity ended conflicts and killings, developing a civilization that spans ages. Today's online world resembles the Creator's initial creation, where everyone occupies their own domain, pursuing their interests. They greedily harvest, consume, destroy, and even enslave, kill, and wage war. The emergence of the 10 lines of code is certainly not a coincidence. It is like the Creator's furious scepter, sweeping away all evil, darkness, and greed. Singh, who has obtained these 10 lines of code, is the chosen savior of the Creator. These 10 lines are the weapons given to him by the Creator to break through all darkness and evil, unify chaos, and end greed. The first known weapon is a key, the second is a shield. This is the ultimate meaning of the second line of code. Before you truly become powerful, you must determine your direction and then protect yourself from harm. This will allow you to survive in the Matrix world and gradually become stronger. He washes away the fatigue of the night with cold water. Today is Saturday, and he has 2 days entirely to himself. He even prepares a delicate breakfast for himself. Although it's just a fried egg and a sausage, it tastes especially good. When he places his fingers back on the keyboard, the program instructions in his mind are exceptionally clear. Even without sleep all night, he feels no drowsiness. Instead, there is a hint of excitement and anticipation, as if he is about to lift the bride's red veil, feeling a slight nervousness. In the first step, Singh uses his own software to decompose all the programming instructions of the computer firewall. In the second step, he integrates all the symbols of the shield code into the firewall's program files, utilizing the unique characteristics of its programming instructions. In the final step, he saves the modified file code and applies it to the firewall's program. At that moment, the computer emitted a sound, and a window popped up, notifying Sung that the internal files of the firewall had been modified and whether to continue executing the file. Months of effort led to this moment. How could Singh choose no? Without hesitation, he clicked yes. However, the entire monitor went completely black as if it had lost power. No matter how Sung tried to wake it up, there was no response. What was going on? Sung confirmed that the monitor was receiving power, as warm air was still being emitted from the ventilation holes, indicating that the monitor was still operational. But why was this happening? Why was there nothing visible? Sung then tried restarting the computer, but the situation remained the same. The monitor showed nothing, as if it were broken. He wondered if he had mistakenly written some code that caused the monitor to malfunction. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. He had only modified the firewall files and had not touched any other system files. The issue must lie with the shield code. What puzzled Singh even more was that the hard drive was intermittently making loud noises, indicating that the computer was also in an operational state. Singh knew his system well. After starting up, aside from the operating system, no other programs would run. Yet now, the computer was clearly operational, executing some program. Could it be that the firewall was autonomously modifying the system protocols? Suddenly, Singh had a thought. If it was indeed modifying the system protocols, it would be akin to regenerating the system. It was not surprising for the monitor to have no image, but it was strange that even the self-check information was missing. Had it modified the hardware properties as well? If Singh's suspicion was correct and the shield code could modify everything about the system, he wouldn't find that surprising at all. He was well aware of the power of those 10 lines of code. Just a single key code had nearly overturned all of Singh's rational thinking. Now, even if the shield code were to do something contrary to human reasoning, Sung would not be astonished. Just as Sung was contemplating the reason for this, the monitor suddenly made a sound and returned to normal. Chapter 37. Mutant Virus. The moment Singh's monitor returned to normal, a golden shield, about the size of the screen, appeared prominently on the desktop. Even though he was somewhat prepared for this, he couldn't help but be surprised upon seeing the image. What amazed Sung the most was that the golden shield was covered in countless blood vessels, each filled with blood flowing through them, as if the golden shield were infused with vibrant life. Rubbing his eyes and looking closely, he realized that what flowed within these vessels was not blood, but those 10 mysterious symbols. They flowed slowly, just like blood in the human veins. Sung tried clicking on the shield with the mouse, and a metallic clashing sound suddenly resonated, followed by a flash of golden light as the shield moved to the bottom right corner of the screen. Behind the shield, a set of statistical data appeared before Singh in the form of a notepad, recording all the system data and hardware information from his computer. He had never seen such detailed analytical data, even down to the output deviation of the computer speakers. What shocked Singh the most was that in what he believed to be his cleanest system, there were actually more than a dozen variants of viruses, as well as a Trojan that was spying through a network data port. My goodness, how did these things get onto my computer? According to the firewall's analysis, these variants of viruses were remnants from certain software that had been uninstalled. Many people, including Singh, might not realize that some software can be used for free, but you are expected to support them, as your support can generate substantial potential benefits for them, such as stock value or click rates. If you forcibly uninstall it, affecting their interests, they will retaliate in secret. It's like sleeping with a woman, refusing to pay, and walking away. She can't stop you, but she'll spit on you behind your back, and her spit might lead to certain diseases. Uninstalling free software is similar, especially those that promote themselves as free and allow you to use them at will. But if you uninstall them, they won't take it lightly. You used me, and then you want to uninstall me? Fine, I'll retaliate. The most unacceptable thing is how they play dirty. After you uninstall the software, they hide a residual file in the most obscure part of your system data. Even if you try to find it manually, file by file, you won't be able to locate them. Then, these residual files will, at some point, like aliens in a movie, start turning into various viruses and Trojans, stealing all your computer information, including your personal privacy. They might even cause your computer to download some inexplicable programs without you noticing. When one day you discover these programs you've never used, you might suddenly shout, "Damn it! Who installed this software for me? And why is it on my system disk? No wonder my computer is so slow. Which piece of trash did this?" You could blame anyone you know, but you wouldn't be able to find the person who installed the software on your computer, because it's not a person doing it. It's a group of rogues using their variant viruses. What can you do? Without evidence, can you confront them? Can you take a shovel or flashlight and strike them down? Clearly not, because they are rogues. Yes, you can curse them, but where can you do that? If you curse too loudly, they will cover your mouth and curse back at you, calling on everyone to join in. So, you might as well consider your computer as something bought for this group of scoundrels. Singh thinks this way. The residual variants of these software are all mainstream software in the country right now. They say that they plant viruses in your computer, but they would only think you're crazy. They are legitimate rogues. How could they possibly spit on your computer? Indeed, they have, but it doesn't matter. The shield has successfully eliminated these residual mutated viruses, just like crushing an ant. Do you think being a rogue makes you impressive? Do you think hiding viruses in someone else's computer makes you powerful? Huh. When the shield appears, where will you rogues run? Singh shouted. Then click the mouse to check that port spying Trojan. The shield not only detected this Trojan, but also clearly analyzed and marked where it came from and when it entered Singh's system. He opened the browser, intending to search for the IP address that planted this Trojan using the keycode. However, at that moment, the golden shield suddenly flashed, and one of the 10 symbols was ejected from the shield, directly fixing itself in the browser's address bar. Suddenly, a set of characters appeared on the blank web page, notifying Sung that the browser data exchange format had been restructured, and he could use it with confidence. Sung smiled faintly. This design was indeed user-friendly, even addressing him as master. No wonder this shield seemed to have a life of its own. It turned out it really did possess a form of life. This was just a joke Sung played on himself. He usually didn't like to smile, let alone joke around, because laughter represents joy, and he had no joy. Or rather, he had forgotten the taste of joy. From the time his parents disappeared until he grew up, the only memory left for him was the solitude of being alone. The quiet loneliness, the painful fear, and the torment of emptiness. He couldn't laugh, nor could he cry. He believed joy would never appear in his world. But now Sung wanted to laugh, yet he didn't know how to make himself do so. He had no family, no love, and no friends. He didn't know who to share his jokes with, or who could understand the meaning of his laughter. He could only entrust all his emotions to this computer, now. This computer was everything to him. He finally understood the true meaning of joy. It was the confidence that came after change, and the clear understanding of one's own value. That was true happiness. With a smile, Sung entered the IP address into the key code, which could directly pull everything from that address into its domain. But when Sung saw all the data under that address, his hand trembled. Chapter 38. The mysterious person. The operating system under this IP address turned out to be 10 years old, and apart from the basic system, there were no extra programs at all. There weren't even pictures, notepads, or operation records in this computer. The only thing alive was the network cable exchanging data with him. Sung felt as if he had entered a haunted house, where he could only hear sounds, but see no one. It is important to note that Sung's computer requires a change of network port and a key code modification for data positioning every time it is shut down or powered on. No one can trace his IP address. Those who attack him do so through data exchanges with him. However, someone has been lurking outside his computer for at least 6 months, and Sung remains completely unaware, believing that his domain is undetectable. He is absolutely certain that if this person wanted to attack him, it would be an easy task. But why has this person never launched an attack? Merely watching him from outside, like someone hiding outside your window at night, staring through the curtains at your every move without blinking? Most importantly, this computer runs on an operating system from a decade ago, which holds no useful value, yet it maintains a constant connection with Sung. This leads Sing to consider that the owner of this computer intends to do just that. This person wants him to know that he is always living or operating within their grasp, aware of his every action at any time. Who is the owner of this computer? What method did they use to break the rules of his domain and come to his doorstep? If it weren't for the shield detecting those prying eyes in time, how much longer would this program have continued to observe him from outside? Many questions flooded Sing's mind, but the first thing he needed to clarify was who the owner of this computer was and what they wanted from him. It wouldn't be hard to cut off the network connection. If this person tried to access his system again, it wouldn't be so easy, and they would gain nothing. This is Sing's confidence in the shield code, as well as a characteristic of its second function. Sing is well aware that no program can observe solely from outside the network port. It is essential to understand where the data exchange nodes are, but they are not data storage locations. This Trojan spying program must be within the system, and since it cannot be destroyed, the shield code has expelled it outside the system. In other words, the shield code has created a sandbox at the data node, specifically designed to store indestructible data programs. This is another kind of domain, a completely defensive domain. So far, Sing is not entirely clear on all the functions of the shield code, but he knows that no one can attack his system recklessly anymore. If he wants to know the other functions of the shield code, it's simple: let someone attack him. After a few days of silence, Ghost Butterfly reappeared in the online world. Those who had previously attacked him, upon seeing this name, reacted like cats spotting fish. They needed Ghost Butterfly to enhance their reputation and to prove their strength. Ghost Butterfly posted a message on a certain hacker forum, consisting of only a few words. I'm the one walking the dog. If you want to bite me, follow along. But let me warn you in advance. If you can't catch me, all your information will appear here, Ghost Butterfly. The provocation was so straightforward and blatant that many hackers, like obedient dogs, followed the lead and began to gather around. More people started to watch as the news spread rapidly within the hacker community, causing the forum to display busy server alerts. Hackers from all over the world flocked to this place, including some top-tier individuals. The notoriety of Ghost Butterfly, whether strong or weak, has always been a point of attention. Many believe that someone who could break through the NGA's defenses would never simply disappear. One day, he would surely reappear. Since the first attack on Ghost Butterfly, he had never publicly challenged anyone, and his sudden appearance now naturally drew the attention of hackers worldwide. The news even reached NGA, but Imantha dismissed the attacks among hackers. Regarding Ghost Butterfly, she decisively ordered all NGA members to enter the hacker forum. She wanted to see what tricks Ghost Butterfly had up his sleeve. Singe opened a movie website and casually picked a comedy to watch. Sometimes, a film can highlight a person's mood. Just like Singe at this moment. He felt happy and wanted to laugh freely, so he chose a comedy. However, He would never watch domestic comedies, as he considered them a waste of time. He preferred foreign black humor, the kind of laughter that leaves one speechless, which is true comedy. On the website, the topic he posted had already surpassed 1 million clicks. But the founder of the site looked increasingly grave as the click rate soared. If it were an ordinary website, such a high click rate would mean astronomical profits. However, for a hacker site, such a high click rate would attract the attention of anti-hacker alliances. Jack was taken down by a certain agency in a similar fashion. So far, no one had signed up under Ghost Butterfly's topic. Everyone was speculating on what he intended to do. A person who usually avoids them suddenly dared to openly provoke them today. Either he was insane, or he had mastered some anti-hacker technology and wanted to use them as pawns. While no one signed up, more people engaged in mutual attacks in a secret chat channel on the website. Hackers from around the world were embroiled in endless debates over who would dare to sign up. Among them, a hacker with the codename FUCK was the loudest in support of Ghost Butterfly, claiming that those who opposed and looked down on him were trash, a disgrace to the hacker community. It appeared he was on Ghost Butterfly's side. But a hacker from another country pointed out that he had previously attacked Ghost Butterfly and boasted about his achievements. Now, he was merely looking to enjoy the spectacle, letting others perform for him, which was truly shameless. Singe finished watching a movie, but still, no one was willing to step forward to sign up. In desperation, he made a supplementary post under his topic. Are you all afraid? I will give you 10 more minutes. If no one signs up by then, I will close this topic. By this time tomorrow, the hacking community will know just how timid you all are, huh? By the way, I am Ghost Butterfly. Chapter 39. The bomb people are like this. When faced with provocation, they often feel quite remarkable and impulsively do certain things without considering the consequences. Regardless of winning or losing, at least they enjoy that so-called brave facade. Less than 5 minutes after Seng's supplementary post, someone finally signed up. This person's information was completely blank, even lacking a profile picture, and it was a newly registered ID named Butterfly Catcher. The entire website exploded with activity. Someone finally dared to confront Ghost Butterfly's provocation. Some even remarked that this person's ID was quite meaningful, resembling a fable that provokes thought. This person's method of signing up was also unique. No matter if you are a ghost or a butterfly, you cannot escape my grasp, Butterfly Catcher. At that moment, the website resembled a major competition arena, with more than half of the world's hackers sitting at their computers, awaiting the outcome of their duel. The most attention was on Ghost Butterfly and this Butterfly Catcher, followed by the world's top hackers. Some asked why these top hackers didn't step in to teach this junior a lesson. The only reason these top hackers had was their identity. No matter how famous Ghost Butterfly was online, it was merely fleeting fame, just like countless individuals who aspired to become hackers only to end up as someone else's plaything. Ghost Butterfly hadn't yet earned the capital to challenge them. Simply coming here to watch him fail was already a favor to him. Many believed these so-called top hackers were merely pretentious. So far, no one had been able to crack Ghost Butterfly's IP address. If you are so impressive, why not post Ghost Butterfly's IP address and information on the site for everyone to see? Anyone can say that. The title of top hacker is just a label, serving only to give them an edge in debates. Moreover, these individuals were even less impressive than Butterfly Catcher. At least Butterfly Catcher maintained the mysterious aura a hacker should have. No one knew who he was or where he came from. But at least he had the courage to challenge Ghost Butterfly. Regardless of the outcome, that spirit is worthy of respect. Seng also found this person respectable. He deliberately kept the web page open to allow the other party to find his data through the website's data exchange and then attack him like other hackers. They could even crack his IP address, destroy his network defenses, delete his system files, and turn his computer into a playground. Indeed, Butterfly Catcher quickly found Seng's data information within the website's data. For an experienced hacker, this was a relatively easy task. As long as he analyzed the program and searched for the corresponding character information, he could locate his data. The Butterfly Catcher's attack was quite conservative. He first connected to Seng's data information, hoping to discover the IP address of the Ghost Butterfly. Seng had already fully mastered all the information about this Butterfly Catcher in the Ghost domain, including his IP address, nationality, real name, and so on. By the time this person entered the Ghost domain, still pondering how to crack the Ghost Butterfly's IP address, Seng had already reviewed all the data in his system. Unable to crack the Ghost Butterfly's IP address, the Butterfly Catcher became discouraged. He disguised a 100 gigabytes garbage bomb as website data, intending to throw it into the Ghost Butterfly system through data exchange. If the 100 gigabytes garbage bomb exploded, the entire system would collapse. And the only solution would be to unplug the network cable and reinstall the system. Most importantly, all important files in the system would vanish. As the bomb entered the Ghost domain through the data channel, the shield code flashed with golden light. The second symbol among the flowing symbols entered the core area of the shield, intercepting the garbage bomb before it could enter the system. At the same time, It presented a data window to Singh, alerting him to the discovery of the 100 gigabytes malicious garbage bomb. The options for handling it included throwing it back before it exploded, resolving it on-site, tossing it elsewhere, or temporarily storing it in a sandbox. This was one of the functionalities of the Shield code, which could counteract malicious violent attacks with even more aggressive methods. Singh simply chuckled and clicked to throw it back. 2 seconds later, the shield flashed golden light again, returning to its original state, and all symbols returned to their positions, flowing slowly. Singh checked the butterfly catcher system in the Ghost domain and found it completely collapsed, with even the hardware damaged, including the keyboard and monitor. Singh laughed heartily, thinking that this guy must have destroyed his computer out of anger. In just one round, he was defeated and even revealed one of the functionalities of the Shield code, making this butterfly catcher inadvertently do a good deed. However, Singh still published the butterfly catcher's information on the website. ID, butterfly catcher, name, Ashadu, nationality, a country in the Middle East, attack result, failed. This person's system collapsed, and he automatically destroyed his computer hardware to vent his frustration against the ghost butterfly. Far away in his country, Ashadu, upon seeing this information on another computer, could only gesture helplessly, sighing and shaking his head. In less than 5 minutes, his system crashed, his computer was destroyed, and his identity was exposed. This was the consequence of his actions. As a hacker, it was incredibly frustrating. In the end, Ashadu could only change his ID to Butterfly Lover and replied with 2 words under the theme of Thunder War: I concede. The first to shout out in the chat room. Just like the first failed challenger, he laid the best groundwork for the ghost butterfly with his face. Ashadu conceded, and many others did too. They only acknowledged the ghost butterfly's capabilities, noting that both the attack and defense were quite normal. But how did he know that Ashadu had destroyed his computer? Did Singh activate Ashada's video or audio devices using hacker programs? However, as a hacker, he still possesses a certain level of defensive capability. Much like Song, he believes that the best defense in this regard is simply not to install such hardware. He absolutely does not believe that others can see him directly through his monitor. This is precisely where these individuals are convinced. There is also a more important point that piques everyone's curiosity. How exactly did Gui Dai attack Ashadu? In the chat room, thousands of people almost simultaneously posed this question to Ashadu. Yet, Ashadu's response left everyone in disbelief. Chapter 40. Disconnection. When Ashadu was asked by thousands how Gui Dai managed to crash his system, his answer was, he threw back the bomb I gave him without even unwrapping it. Such a simple response left everyone incredulous. It's important to note that a computer system connected to the network, whether sending or receiving data, has its firewall analyze that data to identify suspicious files. The so-called garbage bomb exploits this, activating the moment the firewall analyzes the data. It's akin to finding a package on the ground and opening it unknowingly, only for a crowd to jump out and start attacking you. Once the package is opened, those individuals would definitely appear to assault you. However, the notion of counterattacking the people inside the package before it's opened, or even while it's still unopened, is something they had never heard of. In other words, it's practically impossible to achieve. Ashadu himself stated that his garbage bomb completely mimicked system program files, to the point where even the firewall couldn't block it. He had no idea how many systems he had wrecked with this bomb. Yet this time, he ended up getting hit by his own device. Many, including top hackers and individuals from a certain organization, believe this was simply impossible. Just as there are hackers, there will always be anti-hacker alliances. For every attack researched, there are defenses being studied. However, there has never been a hacker who can master both attack and defense to perfection. In the known world of hackers, no such person exists. Clearly, Gui Dai possesses the best defense system, capable of intercepting even garbage bombs. Their essay premise here: Ashada's bomb mimicked system files. Known firewalls around the world, including those made by specialized software companies, cannot intercept system files. At most, they can only flag them as suspicious. Moreover, by the time he analyzed the bomb, it had already exploded, leaving no chance for analysis. Thus, these hackers are now entirely unable to speculate on how Gui Dai managed to intercept Ashada's bomb and then throw it back. Even if they guessed certain outcomes, they found them unacceptable. For a moment, the chat room erupted with various expressions of shock. Individuals from that organization were also present, but they were not shocked. They considered whatever Gui Dai did as perfectly normal. As a hacker, he was supposed to engage in such activities. Just like all the hackers in this chat room, everyone has their own skills and areas of expertise, which is not surprising. The difference is that the individual known as Ghost Butterfly is just a jerk. Of course, Ghost Butterfly is also in the chat room, observing the comments, praises, or insults directed at him. That thrill has returned. He wants the attention of others. He wants everyone to know the name Ghost Butterfly. No one can attack him casually. Those who once attacked, insulted, or trampled on him can now only boast about their past honors. However, their boasting has pushed them further into the spotlight. if they cannot prove their strength once again. Ghost Butterfly demands that those who once insulted him willingly accept being insulted in return. This is Ghost Butterfly's special challenge to them, akin to a duel for some reason. Others think Ghost Butterfly is after so-called honor and face, but Singh is just looking to test the shield code a bit more and see what else it can do. He doesn't regard these people highly. He does this merely to provoke them. Singh has his own unique way of dealing with issues. In the past, he would remember contempt and insults, but now he doesn't care. This shift in mindset makes him grateful to those who insulted him in the Matrix world. Without their provocation, how could Singh focus on cracking the second code? Sometimes people need motivation. It drives them forward and makes them stronger. It's best if he can see even more powerful beings, so he can become the strongest of all. There will always be those who can't resist a provocation. And thus the second challenger appeared under everyone's watchful eyes. This hacker, with the ID Destroyer, proved his courage through action. As always, he wanted to crack Ghost Butterfly's IP address, and after failing, he began disrupting the data exchange between Ghost Butterfly and the HW protocol, attempting to cut off Singh's network connection through mirroring. This type of attack is quite special. He uses a program to simulate, intercept, and replace Singh's data extraction protocol, making the HW server believe that Singh is downloading large amounts of data, causing network congestion. In this situation, Singh's system would exhibit symptoms of being unable to connect to the network, even though all connections appear normal. Those unaware might think the network cable is broken and go around checking it. This method is commonly used by many websites, especially those rogue software that prefer to operate in the background. They always leverage the system's hidden information to download rogue data proactively and unalterably, whether during installation or execution, without anyone noticing. So, if an ordinary person's computer suddenly experiences network congestion, there's no need to panic. Just wait for it to finish its mischief. However, Singh is not playing around. If the data he sends is too frequent, there's no need for the HW protocol. His system will disconnect the network by itself. The operation of the program is always within a controllable and reasonable range. If there is an overload or an unprocessable amount of data, the system will default the instruction as invalid and actively cut off the network connection. This tactic used by the disruptor is typically employed during certain brute force attacks to buy the main program as much time as possible. He is not trying to crack the system. His goal is simply to disconnect the network connection, and then he wins. Even the disruptor sitting in front of the computer believes everything has already ended. So far, no one has been able to resolve the issue of simulated data downloads. Although he is not a top hacker, he considers himself unmatched in the field of simulated data. Time is passing by, and the people in the chat room are waiting in silence, all staring at the computer screen, fixated on the topic of Ghost Butterfly. Some refresh the web page every 5 seconds, hoping to get the latest results. The disruptor checks the time and wants to log into the website to announce his victory. But no matter how he clicks the mouse, the website does not respond. His network has already been disconnected. Chapter 41. The Edge of War with the disruptor's network disconnected. It means his challenge has failed. He, who has always cut off others' network connections, has today had his own connection severed. This is not a hacker challenge. It is like presenting one's face to others for them to strike it well. Even if he cannot connect to the network, he knows his name has made noise. Like firecrackers going off, he has packed explosives in his own belly and made sure everyone heard it. Indeed, the signal was heard. But it was not the sound of firecrackers. It was the alert from the shield code. Data transmission encountered a blockage, analyzed as malicious simulation. Of course, among the optional handling methods, there is one that can send the simulated data back through the exchange point. While doing this, he also utilized the key code to obtain all of the disruptor's information, which also appeared on the hacker website. The disruptor was disrupted and has yet to show up. Just as predicted, he attempted to sever his network connection through data simulation, but the result was still a failure. After 2 rounds, the website's server faced a risk of being overwhelmed. The so-called access restrictions were nothing more than a joke in the eyes of these hackers. The website's founder had no choice but to activate a backup server to support the data flow of the main server. In the chat room, due to the excessive amount of chat messages being sent, it took a long time for any single message to appear. However, this did not affect the excitement and fervor of the people expressing themselves. The initial onlookers had no room to speak now. It is unclear when it began, but more people have completely sided with Ghost Butterfly. As a result, a verbal spat broke out between the two sides, openly hurling insults at each other in the chat room. Hackers from around the world show no mercy to anyone's parents or relatives. The current chat room has seemingly become a global guide to insults, where you can find curses from all countries. Singh only took a glance at the chat room before continuing to enjoy his movie. Rather than challenging all hackers, he was simply watching the show. With the shield code in place, all he needed to do was record its functionality. Finally, someone couldn't help but reply under Singh's topic, asking a simple question: "What exactly are you trying to do, Ghost Butterfly?" Singh stared at the question for a long time. What he intended to do, if revealed, would likely frighten hackers worldwide. That was the crux of the matter, as he couldn't disclose his intentions. Even if some believed he had completely deviated from the mystery or awareness that a hacker should possess, he knew that fame meant nothing to him. After going through time and experiences, he understood that fame equated to harm. Just like those hackers attempting to attack him, weren't they all seeking reputation? Did they want to shatter some myth or, like Sung, understand the value of something? Certainly not. What they desired was the thrill of victory. They wanted to revel in the humiliation of others, to toy with and manipulate their dignity and reputation, while showcasing their own power. As if they were the true kings of the Matrix world. This was their value. This was what they aimed to achieve. Now they were turning the question back to Sung, asking what he wanted to do. Singh had never actively provoked any hacker because he wanted to be a hacker, not an enemy of hackers. But what about those who had attacked or attempted to attack him? What were their intentions? That question should be directed at them. Almost everyone was waiting for Singh's response, including Iman Shah from NGA, Suwon, and the Cookie Guy. They were more eager than anyone to know what Ghost Butterfly was up to. Was he provoking the entire Matrix world, or was he trying to protect it? Hackers from around the globe were present, including top-tier hackers, and their feelings mirrored those of NGA. However, they were also conflicted. They didn't understand why they were so focused on Ghost Butterfly. They could simply earn respect by trading their reputations. Why care so much about a hacker's provocation? Yet, they still wanted to know what Ghost Butterfly truly intended. As Iman Shah pointed out, Ghost Butterfly's actions were clearly a provocation against the entire Matrix world, potentially triggering a world-class hacker war. Those in the chat room were already on the brink of conflict, with weapons that could go off at any moment. If this was indeed Ghost Butterfly's goal, the outcome would only lead to one thing. The order of the Matrix world would cease to exist. Every war results in countless deaths and immeasurable losses for many. No one can bear the outcome of this war, including Sung himself, who knows he cannot handle it. However, what he does not know is that due to his provocations, the current situation in the Matrix world is on the brink of war, and as a result, many countries' intelligence agencies have begun to pay attention to this incident. Even the defense departments of certain nations have entered a heightened state of alert to prepare for a potential cyber conflict. One country's defense agency has ordered all defense departments to enter emergency status, and if necessary, the president will authorize the disconnection of certain protocols. Which means that if war breaks out, the world's networks will be severed. It is like using a high-pressure water hose to stop a conflict. Only this might calm them down. Some people do not want a cyber war to break out, but others thrive on chaos. For example, a hacker with the ID fuck from one nation even made a declaration in a chat room, claiming that his country could handle any attack and challenged hackers worldwide to attack any of his country's websites, including those of air defense or defense departments. Amansa despises this person the most, so he placed this individual's name at the top of the urgent report requested by the defense agency, labeling him as a hate inciter. Upon receiving the report, the agency immediately forwarded his name to operatives of another country's intelligence service. 10 minutes later, a fully armed, masked team of operatives kicked open the door of a residence in a city. All their weapons were pointed at a blonde teenager, who was none other than Fuck. Chapter 42. Nicole, don't think that just because you are a hacker, you can do whatever you want. You either make yourself completely invisible or keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, you will find a dozen guns pointed at your head, and before you can react, several strong men will pin you to the ground. Fuck shouted as if he had been stabbed. Hey, I'm a citizen. I haven't done anything. Who are you? One masked operative quickly typed several characters on Fuck's laptop to confirm his identity, which was not difficult. His laptop was practically an encyclopedia of the hacking world, and the browser still had traces of logged-in hacking sites, including his unique ID that made everyone want to punch him. The entire room was searched by the operatives. Even the toilet paper was not spared. They carried Fuck and all his network devices out of the room. And the last operative to exit turned around and threw a few grenades into the house. Seconds later, the room completely vanished from everyone's sight with a loud explosion. Hey, what the hell are you doing? This is my house. You can't do this. Not anymore. A simple reply changed a person's life forever. Fuck always believed these individuals were terrorists and that kidnapping him must have been to force him into some action. The government of a certain country would never do such a thing. At the very least, they wouldn't T-bomb your home. It wasn't until he was taken to a secret intelligence base that he realized the government of that country had indeed done exactly that. All of this happened in just 10 short minutes. Not only Fuck, but hackers from many nations went offline without a sound. Some left messages in chat rooms, warning everyone to leave immediately. In the world of the Matrix, hackers could handle their own affairs. They didn't want any outside interference. This situation, however, made these hackers unusually united. One top-tier hacker even sent a message to Ghost Butterfly within the network. Intelligence agencies worldwide are probably already watching you. I don't know what you're planning, but you'd better disappear for a while. After reading the message, Singh just smiled faintly. These intelligence agencies had their eyes on him since his dealings with NGA. If he were afraid, how could he call himself a hacker? Out of 10 lines of code, he had only used 2, and already the entire matrix was in chaos. What would happen if all 8 remaining lines were deployed? No one could say. Who cared what would happen? Change was inevitable, wasn't it? Just like his life, which had long since veered off its predetermined path. Where he would end up in the future, even he didn't know. But for now, he was content. In moments like this, Sung wanted to share his joy with others. Yet, in his life, joy, like his loneliness, was something no one shared with him. He could only bear it, savor it, and reflect on it alone, like trying to grasp flowing time, invisible and untraceable, yet always following closely. He thought of Jack, a person who had streaked through his life like a meteor. Where was Jack now? Thinking of Jack reminded Sung of NGA. Sometimes, they too could share something. Even though they regarded Ghost Butterfly as their enemy and had tried every means to eliminate him in the Matrix, at this moment, Singh still felt compelled to pay them a visit. At NGA headquarters, the new head of a certain agency sat across from Amansa. The decision to appoint a woman as the head this time was because it was recognized that women's thinking is exceptionally meticulous. So meticulous that even if you scrubbed your skin raw after a date with one woman, she could still detect the scent of another. It wasn't that their noses were particularly sharp. It was just that you hadn't realized you were still wearing your lover's underwear while parading in front of her. You can call me Nicole. Let us keep this brief. I want to know your assessment of Ghost Butterfly. As she spoke, Nicole crossed her sleek, black-stockinged legs. The lace at the edge of her skirt subtly visible. Having a pair of beautiful legs was one thing, but the curve of her waist accentuated the flawless lines of her entire figure. In the middle of the low-cut professional attire lies a dim, deep groove that not only showcases its charm, but also draws everyone's gaze. Her flowing golden locks cascade over her shoulders. And who would have thought that straightened hair could be so sexy and enchanting at times? Nicole seems to enjoy accentuating her eyes, according to Eamon. She uses at least 5 different colors, each proportioned with precision. The effect is mysterious, dreamy, sexy, intelligent, and alluring. As she speaks, her slightly parted lips seem to release each word like a passionate kiss, and her slightly husky voice drifts into the ears like a beautiful melody, wrapping around the heart. With every pronunciation striking a chord within you, there needs to be a defined standard, aside from the previous attack on us. He has not taken any initiative to attack others. This is a considerable analysis. The Phantom Butterfly has never actively attacked anyone. The damage he has caused only involves deleting data from servers, which does not equate to true destruction. This is the standard defined by Eamon. An attack does not necessarily mean destruction, and destruction has many definitions. Deleting files is merely the most basic form of attack. While the highest definition of destructive attacks involves crippling the networks of a city or a country, leading to the leak of national secrets and departmental paralysis. The most severe could even involve hacking methods to crack missile launch codes, triggering global warfare. However, the Phantom Butterfly has not done any of this. Eamon absolutely cannot impose this definition onto him. It is important to note that the NGA is an anti-hacker alliance, although they are funded by the authorities. Their mission is to ensure the security of the nation's 4th domain, rather than behaving like politicians who constantly seek potential threats. Nicole blinked slowly and said, "If he really did that, could our defenses construct an impenetrable line before him? I don't want you to answer. I want you to think." Chapter 43. Alliances. Nicole's words plunged Eamon into contemplation. The NGA cannot stop the Phantom Butterfly, nor can the FBA. Who else in the digital realm can halt his spread? The strength of an opponent lies not in what they have done, but in the sense of helplessness and fear they instill. This is exactly how Eamon feels at this moment. She cannot resist the power of the Phantom Butterfly. Neither the NGA nor the FBA can. One must either accept this reality or prepare to face it, getting ready to be battered repeatedly. Life sometimes offers many choices, but at other times, it presents none. This feeling is akin to needing half an hour to complete an important task, while your partner will only wait for you in the hotel room for 5 minutes. If you do not show up, you might find yourself in pain for a while. I believe everyone has experienced this. You may ask yourself, why is this happening? You tell her half an hour, and she will not wait. If you do not appear within 5 minutes, she likewise will not wait. This is a helpless choice. Strictly speaking, it is a deprivation of rights. Everyone has the right to live their own life, but how many of those rights do you truly enjoy? If you think about it carefully, you will realize that aside from the ability to freely breathe fresh air, there is nothing else. It is like the current feelings of Iman Shah, powerless to struggle and facing fear. Nicole slowly stood up, and as she moved, the scent of a perfume called Demon's Mandala wafted into Iman Shah's nostrils. This scent is intoxicating, like a fallen soul intertwined with chaotic emotions, disturbing the strings of your heart. Gue Dai wants to stand against all hackers, and in a sense, is on our side. If we cannot defend ourselves, then we must integrate. Iman Shah raised an eyebrow slightly. The FBA wants to turn Gui Dai into one of their own. Although this is not a good idea, it fundamentally guarantees the security of the fourth domain. Aside from the FBA management team, all other groups developed from hackers. Even Iman Shah was once a hacker. If it weren't for that damned love, she wouldn't have become one of the NGA members. This is just Nicole's one-sided idea. Not every hacker wants to become a uniformed enforcer of cyber order. Now, with no information about Gui Dai, how could one persuade him to join the FBA? Nicole's idea is indeed perfect. With Gui Dai's involvement, his skills could build a strong firewall for the nation's fourth domain. But she seems to be thinking a bit too much. The cookie man rushed into Iman Shah's office with a nervous expression. It's Gui Dai? What? Iman Shah glanced at Nicole and said helplessly, if you want to say something to him, this is a great opportunity. As soon as Gui Dai appears at the NGA headquarters, the room is illuminated with a ghostly blue light. On everyone's screens, there is a butterfly with wings fluttering. No matter how many blows it endures, its form remains graceful and elegant. The colors it emits are always enchanting and surreal. Each flutter conjures the name Jack. Gui Dai does not need to say much to them. They know what he wants. In this attack, Gui Dai left them a dialogue box for communication. Even Iman Shah sighed that this was a rare opportunity. Everyone who knows Gui Dai wishes for a chance to communicate directly with him. Gui Dai's name and the figure behind it are now the most famous in the Matrix world. Those who want to communicate with him are not limited to the NGA or FBA. Countless people around the world wish to meet him, regardless of what they hope to gain from Gui Dai. Yet, this opportunity is given to the NGA. However, this opportunity is not limitless. Everyone knows that hackers have little desire for conversation. If you want to ask Gui Dai whether he is male or female, you might as well buy a soda, open a bag of snacks, and watch some variety shows where people attack each other. Due to limited opportunities, only the highest-ranking Nicole could engage in dialogue with Ghost Butterfly. Nicole was well aware of the importance of this conversation and made sure to seize every word. The others stood behind her, knowing there was nothing they could do at the moment. The cookie man originally intended to munch on snacks while watching their conversation, but he had been tasked with converting Nicole's words into letters. If you were to ask him how he felt at that moment, he would tell you that the most uncomfortable thing in the world is not being able to snack while watching some excitement, but rather having a face-to-face chat with an idol without being able to say a single word you want to. We cannot provide you with Jack's information. Only those within our organization have the authority to know. Singh was also snacking, but his choice was a bit unusual, a cucumber. You are part of our organization. Use your access to help me find Jack's information. Singh majored in foreign languages in college, and according to his teachers and classmates, his language skills could even qualify him to teach foreigners. This created a misconception for Nicole and the others that Ghost Butterfly might be based in that region. Why not think differently? If you become part of our organization, you could know everything. Singh took a bite of his cucumber, savoring it slowly. It wasn't tea for health reasons. He enjoyed reliving childhood memories through the flavors of food. Everyone has a deep reservoir of memories, hiding all the secrets they have seen and heard. Sometimes, we forget due to the passage of time, only to suddenly remember on a certain day. It's impossible to determine whether we forget more or remember more. In truth, there is nothing truly unforgettable, regardless of the pain or joy experienced. When you are busy every day striving for life, family, and studies, do you have time to recall past sorrows or happiness? This is a limitation, a helpless constraint, as everyone lives to fight for the next meal. Like Sung, the main reason he divides himself in two is that he needs to let his true self live. Thus, he works as a librarian, a job he truly enjoys. If the old director were to find out that he gave up such a stable, secure, and promising job just to play on the computer, he would likely be furious. Unfortunately, I'm just Ghost Butterfly. I don't want any title from the organization. Chapter 44. The Mirage Sung directly rejected Nicole's overtures, which surprised her. So many people wished to become part of the organization, but didn't he have the chance? Now that it was offered to him, he turned it down. Was there really not a single normal person in the hacker world? The few behind her, including Iman Shah, found it quite normal. The organization, while nicely termed a cybersecurity bureau, could also be bluntly referred to as merely network administrators. Although they were both government departments, the benefits varied significantly. Everyone knew Nicole had a wealthy father, which allowed her to afford the globally limited edition perfume, worth hundreds of thousands. However, AI Munsa couldn't even afford a pair of high heels she had liked for a long time. The few individuals in NGA do not have good living conditions, which is why they have taken on the role of so-called network engineers, hoping to improve their lives through this. However, NGA or FBA in this regard is just a name, without any real significance. They even have to sacrifice their freedom and dignity for this title. AI Munsa used to have a rebellious character, but after joining NGA, she finally understood one thing. Any department associated with the government holds significant power over individuals. Nicole, on the other hand, is different. In her eyes, this job represents her noble ideals and pursuits. She originally wanted to be a real agent, like those cool and glamorous female spies in the movies, driving tanks to crush everything in the city or wearing combat gear, masked and armed to raid terrorist strongholds. However, her wealthy father did not want her to take on such dangerous work. Thus, Nicole truly became an agent. In a more precise sense, a cyber agent. She even has her own office and an assistant, but no weapons. She participates in some operations, but only deals with hackers posing security threats to the nation from her computer. That is her job. At first, Nicole was very resistant to this job. She did not want to sit in an office. She wanted to be a real agent. Many things are not as she wishes. Even this job was secured because her father donated many resources to the country. However, after several encounters with hackers, Nicole completely changed her perspective. In this world, besides nuclear weapons, hackers possess the greatest destructive power. There are no geographical restrictions, no distance requirements. A single person can launch a terrorist attack on an entire city or even paralyze a nation, instantly sparking a war. One attack that left a deep impression on her was 3 years ago. At that time, an engineer from FBA discovered a hidden channel while maintaining the defense network of a certain city. Many government data were leaked through this channel, including all operational commands and access passwords for the city. The engineer reported this situation to Nicole, who was then just a team leader, and she escalated it to the relevant authorities. According to her team's analysis, if this leaked data fell into the hands of malicious individuals, they could launch a cyber attack on the city at any time. However, their report did not attract any attention from the relevant authorities, who focused more on dealing with actual terrorists. Later, a hacker organization codenamed Sandstorm indeed launched a surprise attack on the city's network, named Operation Apocalypse. The entire city was instantly paralyzed. Water, electricity, communication, and various urban services were all cut off. Various financial data of the citizens have been erased, and extremist rhetoric is being disseminated everywhere, causing extreme panic among the citizens. The defense system has been completely dismantled, and crime is rampant throughout the city, resembling an apocalyptic scenario. After the attack, the government recalled a previous report, regretting their inaction and could only deploy all available cybersecurity engineers to defend against the hackers' destruction of the city. However, the perpetrators have vanished with the money they stole, leaving no trace behind. As a result of this incident, the head of the federal agency, along with the person in charge of the intelligence sector, and a large number of intelligence agents were dismissed. To stabilize public sentiment, the president had no choice but to attribute the cyber attacks to external threats from other nations, performing a sleight of hand to calm the citizens' emotions. From that moment on, the individual responsible vowed to eradicate the threat completely. However, to this day, the threat remains elusive, and the number of hackers in the digital realm continues to grow. Moreover, the individual discovered that the legendary second-level directory scans were utterly ineffective. Every hacker knows how long directory scans take, and often uses others' IP addresses to execute their plans. Thus, the best defense against hackers is to have hackers themselves involved. After submitting this plan to the authorities, it received full support, and the initiative was named the Defender Program. The NGA team was among the first groups recruited into this cybersecurity initiative. Other teams were also formed, each responsible for different areas of security. Over the past 3 years, these teams have thwarted countless hacking attempts and acts of sabotage until the emergence of a new threat. Each time there was a disturbance in the hacker community, the government recalled the apocalyptic operation from 3 years ago. This time, the new threat provoked the entire hacker community, leading to a clear division among hackers worldwide. And a major conflict was on the brink of breaking out. The president personally ordered the individual to handle the situation. Although she held the position of a team leader, her actual authority surpassed that of the agency head, as she was the director of the defense program, which granted her extensive powers. One of these powers included the authority to recruit or take armed action against specific hackers, with one known entity being a prime example. In the eyes of a certain individual, this entity was hardly worth considering. This was not due to any pretentiousness, but rather a lack of reason to pay attention to him or others. As an old mentor often told him, he only needed to focus on moving the books on the shelf. He didn't need to pay attention to anything else until the time came to do so. Similarly, he remained indifferent to the federal agency, even when someone of apparent significance extended an invitation to him. However, this was not the response she desired, and she had to remind the provocateur, "You challenged the entire hacker community an hour ago. If I'm not mistaken, countless hacker organizations are now plotting how to attack you. A team effort is always better than going solo, isn't it? As long as you agree to join the organization, we can fight alongside you." Chapter 45, Defense System. Nicole knows what a hacker needs, and the conditions she offers Sung are quite tempting. First, regardless of which country Sung is from, he can be made a citizen of a certain nation, with an annual salary of 1 million. Second, he would gain access to world-class network permissions. This condition is so irresistible that even Imantha behind her feels it. When did the organization offer such good benefits? Especially the world-class network permissions. This essentially means that with this permission, one can openly access any IP address and do anything. They call it investigation, but in reality, it is outright intrusion. Who cares what it is? Anyway, it's something all hackers desire. As the cursor blinks, Ghost Butterfly's response is simply, "Thank you for your kindness, but I already have a job, and I only want information on Jack." Cookie Man can't bear it any longer. Come on, if a beautiful woman begs me like this, I would even give up cookies forever. Such a good offer would enable him to fulfill all his dreams. First, he wants to open a factory that makes cookies just for himself, with all his favorite flavors. If he likes, he could even put a half-inch thick meat patty in between the cookies. Not only is he anxious, but Nicole is also very anxious. If they could meet, she is sure she could win over Ghost Butterfly with her looks. But now he has rejected her, only wanting Jack's information. Sacrificing the chance to work with a beautiful woman. My God, is Ghost Butterfly really a hacker? Sorry, Ghost Butterfly, but Jack's information is classified, and I don't have the authority to share it with you. This response leaves Sung very dissatisfied. He hates the concept of authority. Sometimes when he goes to buy clothes, the salesperson tells him she doesn't have the authority to give him a discount. What is authority anyway? It's merely an excuse to protect the interests of certain individuals. Various restrictions and unfulfilled requests leave you with only one right, not to violate these people's interests. Fine, then I'll let someone with authority in the agency tell me. But if I do this, you might not even have the right to speak anymore. After typing this string of characters, Sung immediately finds the IP domain of the agency. Under the domain of the key code, the directory structure of the main server appears before him. Without any hesitation, he proceeds. He clicks on a folder labeled confidential. But to his surprise, the folder contains a directory identical to the upper level. Clicking again yields the same result. He skillfully inputs a series of symbols on the control console, and the information in the program window changes. The analysis result indicates that the directory has been moved to an unknown server, and the mirror structure is inaccessible. This means that the other party has transferred all the data from the server to another server, and the transfer bypassed the IP segment. Now, accessing this information is like chasing mirages, utterly meaningless. At the same time, dozens of detection data have entered the ghost domain, surrounding and intercepting Seng's information. Seng is operating alone, but there are dozens of network engineers in a certain country's cybersecurity agency defending against Seng's intrusion. Nicole initially thought that Ghost Butterfly's intention to enter the agency was merely to threaten her, but no one expected that Seng actually did it. Moreover, he successfully accessed the agency's server, as if casually opening the door to the agency's home, sitting on the sofa, watching TV, and snacking on the agency's treats. The head of the cybersecurity department immediately contacted the director of the relevant bureau, a 45-year-old renowned network engineer. The agency's network server defense system was personally designed by him. Its main feature is that all visitors are granted access by the agency, and any brute force entry is considered a malicious attack, causing server data to be transferred within a second. This defense system took him 10 years to develop, with the most challenging problem being how to transfer tens of terabytes of files to a designated server in the shortest time possible. He spent 3 years researching this single issue. When asked how he found inspiration for his creation, he recounted that it was simply because he saw a colony of frightened ants. During a moment of extreme disappointment, he inadvertently threw a stone into a nest with thousands of ants, causing them to scatter. Once they determined there was no danger, the ants returned to the nest and huddled together to search for food. In an instant, he suddenly found a solution to the problem: to decompose the tens of terabytes of files and then reaggregate them. The decomposition was the key aspect. To achieve this, he spent all his savings to purchase the rights to use hundreds of servers. He connected the IP addresses of these servers to his own server. Then, using his core program, he decomposed all the files in the servers into hundreds of parts, uploading them to the linked servers. These servers then transferred the files to another pre-prepared backup server. The entire process took only 1 minute, and the files transferred amounted to several dozen gigabytes. If there had been more servers and a faster network transmission speed, the time would have been even shorter. He succeeded. His defense system was rated as the greatest defense system at that time. Later, it was designated as the official cybersecurity defense system, and he was appointed as the head of the relevant bureau. He is a person who considers problems exceptionally thoroughly. Some say his IQ is even higher than that of a famous scientist, which is evident not only in his designs and inventions, but also in his foresight. When the agency designated this defense system as its own, he informed the director that no matter how perfect a defense system is, it will eventually be breached. What he needed to do was not to prevent these attacks, but to protect the security of the data. So, when he learned that the servers had been breached, he remained calm. As he said, breaches are completely normal, and it's even more normal that nothing is gained from them. so there's really nothing to worry about. However, the director informed Hans that the intruder's data had also been transferred to the backup server along with the data you moved. While having dinner, Hans suddenly dropped his knife and fork into his plate. Chapter 46. The Exit Chief. This is absolutely impossible. The once noisy restaurant suddenly fell silent, and all eyes were on Hans. The tone of the argument sounded as if he were disputing with an ex-wife about mistakenly wearing the wrong lover's underwear. Hans forgot to wipe the remnants of food from his mouth, commanding the activation of the backup server's password access recognition system as he strode out of the restaurant. The waiter watched him run out, unable to shout that he hadn't settled the bill yet. The manager smiled at the waiter and said, "It's fine. Everyone has their breaking points. Who knows, when I tell you that I'll deduct Mr. Hans's meal from your salary, you might break down too." The waiter, looking distressed, replied, "Oh, please, you can't do that." The manager laughed. "Mr. Hans has gone mad. What else can't happen in this world?" When Nicole received Hans's notification, she was so shocked that she nearly collapsed. The phantom butterfly indeed acted on his words. He had penetrated the servers and cracked the defense system Hans claimed would never leak any secrets. It's important to know that the CIA servers contain countless secrets about the world, and just a single revelation could shake the globe. If the phantom butterfly were to make all CIA information public, Nicole simply couldn't imagine what the world would look like then. This time, the phantom butterfly had gone too far. Just to obtain information about Jack, he was willing to throw the entire world into chaos. Did he not realize what he was doing? Singe certainly knew what he was doing. As the server files were being transferred, the key code's data tracking function worked perfectly. No matter how you transfer, as long as you enter the phantom domain, all your actions will be exposed. One of Singe's tracking data merely latched onto one of the hundreds of terabytes of files, and seconds later, the CIA's backup server fully appeared in the phantom domain. However, Singe had no interest in these so-called world-class secrets. He only wanted to know about Jack's information. So he attempted to activate the directory file search function. But the system prompted him to enter the password. It's worth mentioning that this password is no ordinary password. It requires real-time calculations to be confirmed. There are many methods of calculation, including graphical calculations, numerical or alphabetical calculations, and symbolic calculations, regardless of the method used. Only a unique result can be recognized by the system as valid for your password. It cannot be cracked here. Only the designer and the actual user know how to compute the password. It's like a cipher. Only the sender and receiver know how to decode its content. Cracking a regular password is not a challenge for Song, but when it comes to a password, Singh has no means to do so. Firstly, he cannot know the calculation method for the password. Secondly, he lacks the programs or means to brute force the password. This highlights the true meaning of the phrase attack does not equate to destruction. No matter how you can access any system, if you cannot break the password, your efforts are meaningless. Sung tried several cracking programs, but still could not decrypt the password. Sometimes, it's best not to set your expectations too high. Getting this far already poses an effective threat to FBA. Singh understands that he has only grasped the key and shield among 10 codes. He has yet to study how to truly attack and destroy the code. So, it was time to withdraw. When Hans arrived at the cybersecurity department of the agency, the phantom butterfly had already exited the defense system, but the ethereal blue figure remained. In its dance, it brought a sense of bewildering fear, like a haunting illusion. The director, Trent, personally came to the cybersecurity department. Although this attack did not cause any harm, it had garnered significant attention from the authorities, even reaching the president's ears. Trent had to have a special conversation with Hans regarding this matter. He only wanted to know, who is the phantom butterfly? Why did they do this? Everyone wants to know who the phantom butterfly is, but so far, no one knows. Even though the reports on Hans's desk piled up to a foot high, the core content revealed nothing, not even an IP address. The only thing he could tell Trent was that the phantom butterfly is a hacker, a super hacker. As for their motives, Nicole had already informed Trent that they only wanted intelligence on Jack. Beyond that, no other requests were mentioned. Moreover, it seemed they would do anything for this, including attacking the agency, and perhaps other departments would be targeted in the future. Trent nodded, the wrinkles on his face deepening with age. This implies that Jack should know the details about this person. Hans and Nicole know nothing. Their understanding of Jack is as limited as their knowledge of the phantom butterfly. They only know he is a top hacker from the region, who once founded the largest hacking website in the world. He later vanished without a trace and has yet to reappear, nearly forgotten by many, yet the phantom butterfly persists. These matters are indeed not something Hans and Nicole should be privy to. Their task is to maintain the security of the nation's fourth domain and to prevent any potential threats. Fortunately, this time the entity did not manage to breach the password. However, that doesn't mean it will never be able to crack it. Government departments have their value. If they cannot fulfill their responsibilities, they may as well not exist. Just like a certain agency, if they cannot withstand attacks from the fourth domain or ensure network security, their leadership would not hesitate to disband them. No one knows when the next attack will happen. Therefore, the leader only gave Hans a little time to complete the upgrade of the defense system. Otherwise, he would have to return to his previous life of poverty, surviving by writing programs for others every day. The first lesson in the intelligence training manual teaches agents how to identify a person's weaknesses and then exploit those weaknesses to control or eliminate that person. It is clear that Hans's weaknesses are in the hands of the leader. To protect everything he has, Hans can only find other ways to deal with the entity. Nicole, I want to meet the Seven Sisters. Chapter 47. The Seven Sisters, all functional departments in the country, are responding to potential crises. While Sung is gazing out at the morning drizzle, allowing his imagination to wander endlessly, as if lost in lines of code, the world in the rain is exceptionally tranquil. With occasional passers-by in raincoats moving past the window, their faces indistinct, just like the unintentional encounters of strangers. Sometimes, emptiness is a form of thought. There are no imaginative images in his mind, yet he continues to search for something. The more he touches memories, the more all the confusion gathers behind his eyes. Singh knows he should get some sleep. Aside from his alarm clock, his sleep is never disturbed, which is something everyone might envy. These people always consider one question: what do they want? It's actually quite simple. They just want to sleep a little longer. Even if it's only for 10 minutes. If you can afford that price, you could even sleep for 10 more hours. Fortunately, it's Sunday, and Sung can spend all his time catching up on sleep, even if it's daytime. Meanwhile, night has arrived on the other side of the world. The assessment report on the entity is placed on the president's desk by a certain official. The city outside is beginning to light up, and this should be a quiet and romantic evening. However, even those from the Defense Department have to stay in their offices to deal with potential crises at any moment. After carefully reading the report, the president crosses his hands over it, making him appear more serious and solemn. The construction of the Fourth Domain Defense Plan was what he used to persuade the legislature to approve it. These hackers have indeed given him face. As in the years following the implementation of the defense plan, the country has faced countless cyber attacks, with several directly threatening national security. This report has no value. I want to know who the entity is and which country's hacker it belongs to. The Minister of Defense and several presidential aides have turned their attention to Turn, the head of the intelligence agency. In his eyes, everyone, including the president, is almost transparent. If he wants to know, he can even find out what color underwear the First Lady wore today. It is quite possible that there are listening devices in this luxurious presidential office, constantly monitoring the president's actions, to the extent that even the local authorities must heed their wishes. Because of this, these individuals want to place Turn in opposition. No one likes someone who investigates others' privacy all day long, even going so far as to scrutinize an extra patty added to a hamburger. Your Excellency, we know nothing. Turn's expression remains natural. He is not afraid of what his ignorance might bring. The top network engineers and the vast anti-hacking alliance, known as the FBA, are under his department. Not knowing does not mean he does not want to know. It simply means he cannot know. When necessary, I will authorize the initiation of secondary root directory scans. Turn's brow furrows. This is not just the president's opinion or order, but a threat. In his memory, since the inception of the HW protocol, there have been 10 secondary root directory scans, each costing the position of a director and the disappearance of a large number of agents. The president's message is simple. If you can't handle it, get someone who can. The nation cannot be threatened by anyone, especially not by its own people. Your Excellency, the FBA personnel have already begun handling it. We can temporarily refrain from initiating this plan. Then let me see how well you can manage. In the realm of dreams, Seng saw his parents. He knew it was a dream because the colors were always black and white. You can only watch your dreams, but you cannot touch them, for doing so would wake you up. He saw his parents smiling as they moved away from him, urging him to be strong and to have the courage to face all difficulties. This was a phrase his father often told him. Yet the voice faded away ethereally in the dream. Why must they leave each time they visit him in his dreams? Why must he remember when he is on the verge of forgetting? Singh opened his eyes, feeling a sharp pain because he had wept in his dream. In a dark room somewhere, two individuals sat. One was Hans, and the other was completely hidden in the shadows. Or perhaps this person was merely a voice. For until now, no one knew who they were, nor had anyone seen their face, not even the fully armed guards outside the room. They always thought they were protecting someone's soul. Otherwise, why would others refer to this person as a ghost? So far, the only thing known to the outside world is that the ghost is a woman. The ghost is one of the Seven Sisters. As the name suggests, there are 7 of them, from 7 different countries, each a killer in the Matrix world. However, they do not use knives to kill. They are the world's top hackers. Hackers always have their ways to deal with other hackers, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to conduct business under the banner of serving the highest bidder. The most important thing is that they have never failed since their inception. If you ask who hackers fear the most, it's not the intelligence agencies or the so-called anti-hacker alliances. It's the Seven Sisters organization. They are the demons of the Matrix world, and no one can survive their grasp because they will extract your soul and then tear it apart. It's worth mentioning that they are a secret partner of an intelligence agency. They receive commissions to handle many matters that the agency cannot deal with directly. The voice of the Phantom is deep and muffled, as if speaking directly into a microphone. You shouldn't have targeted Jack. Anyone who knows him would do the same. The Phantom seems to know Jack well, but Hans's impression of Jack is limited to the fact that he is someone who receives special attention. However, the Phantom appears to be able to provide him with a lot of intelligence, but this isn't the time for that. He wants the ghost butterfly, plain and simple. Mr. Hans, the information on the ghost butterfly is very expensive. The Seven Sisters have a unique assessment method for every well-known hacker, monitoring every movement in the Matrix world. They know that someone might hire them to eliminate a hacker at any moment. Given the ghost butterfly's reputation, they must have heard of her. The key point is that this time the employer is an intelligence agency, not the Hans sitting in front of him. Chapter 48. Wonton Shop, no matter what the cost. Obtaining information on the ghost butterfly is worth it. At the very least, it can help him protect everything he has, rather than losing it without knowing to whom. His current status is not due to any distinguished parents or discovering treasure. It is all earned through his own hard work. Hans understands the value of his wealth. And he doesn't care about the intelligence agencies or cybersecurity, as long as they don't take everything from him. What does it matter if it's the end of the world? Life sometimes resembles a computer program when you can't access it. You just need to change the mode of operation. This requires sufficient intellect and calm analytical ability. Those who can crack defense systems are definitely not something the so-called anti-hacker alliances can deal with. He can only place all his hopes on the Seven Sisters. And they don't need him to pay their commission. The agency will cover it. You can have as much as you want. I just want the ghost butterfly. But I must remind you, no one knows the ghost butterfly, yet many know you. If you don't want to be surrounded by agents one day, you better know what you should do. Hans gently tossed a check onto the table, seemingly enjoying the moment. No matter when. The superiority of being an employer can always make one forget themselves. The Phantom extended 2 fingers and picked up the check. Her movements were as graceful as a mysterious woman sitting in a bar, smoking, with slender fingers devoid of any excess flesh. Although the rest of her hands were hidden in black cuffs, they evoked endless imagination. It was as if this check was Hans's cheek, and the Phantom was gently caressing him in the softest manner possible. His Adam's apple moved heavily, as if he had just taken a large gulp of strong liquor. Just 2 fingers made this otherwise invisible room feel wild, sexy, and extravagant. Mr. Hans, you need to understand, this is a deal, not a command. If you have other options, you can take your check back. The Phantom casually tossed the check back in front of Hans. Since the inception of the Seven Sisters team, they had faced and experienced things that no one could imagine. Every member of the team had struggled back from the brink of death. They had no faith because faith could not bring them joy. They had no emotions because emotions could not bring them wealth. They were not afraid of any threats because they were all people who had died. They understood the fear and pain, loneliness and repression in the darkness. Each one had lost everything, and until now, they still possessed nothing. They generated hatred because they were forged from hatred. Hans did not speak or take the check. He simply stood up and left the room. Even saying one more word would have been meaningless. In another room of the same building, a skull pattern appeared on a computer screen. As the skull slowly faded, a world map sparkling with various points of light followed. And the skull ultimately transformed into the words ghost butterfly. When these words shattered like broken glass, they turned into countless fragments that fell onto each point of light. When Seng woke up, it was already dark outside. This was the biological clock of a hacker, wasn't it? They had no concept of day and night. The only measure of time was when they were tired, they slept, and when they woke up, they continued wandering in the Matrix world. Almost everyone living in the Matrix world was like this. They were disconnected from reality, and their actions and words seemed strange, collectively referred to as madmen. However, Sung was slightly better off. At least he knew when he was hungry, he needed to eat. But now, the only food left at home was a bag of pepper. It had rained during the day, and the night was very cold. Walking on the street, Singh truly regretted not wearing an extra layer. However, seeing so many others wandering around in short sleeves like him made him feel a bit better. Sometimes men are like this. They know their own comfort and discomfort. It may sound profound, but who suffers knows damn well. Sometimes, real life is like a bowl of wontons. It looks delicious, but is actually bland and tasteless. Singh didn't know why he liked the wontons from this particular place, but every time there was no food at home, he would come here to eat a bowl of what was supposedly wontons. After all, it was only $3 a bowl. Could you expect the owner to serve you dumplings instead? He sometimes finds it hard to understand why these people come here to eat dumplings. Don't they have food at home? Why come here for such unappetizing dumplings? Just like the 2 women sitting behind him, their attire suggests they are housewives. Seng is certain of this because one of them seems eager to stuff everything on the table into her bag, not even sparing the chili powder. To them, these dumplings are worth it. Looking at their age, the youngest must be in her 30s, while the older one might be around 40, with messy brown wavy hair draped over her shoulders. At their age, shouldn't they at least put on some makeup to hide their wrinkles? Why go barefaced? One wears a black spaghetti strap and the other a white one. They have decent figures, which is not bad for their age. Seng would never believe that such women can't cook. It's almost 11 o'clock, and they're still wandering outside, their bare legs occasionally crossing and uncrossing, both wearing red high heels. At this moment, Seng realizes they have more thrilling jobs than cooking, streetwalking. The greasy owner brings them 2 bowls of dumplings. The woman in the black strap tosses her hair and shouts at the owner, "Hey, can we get some chili powder?" There is nothing on this table. The owner snorts coldly, "Don't you have any in your bags? Good thing you're sitting to eat, or you'd probably stuff the stools into your bags too." There aren't many customers, just 7 or 8 including Seng, but the owner's voice draws everyone's attention. The women in black and white straps feel a bit embarrassed, so the woman in white adds, "Hey, how can you talk like that? What is so great about a rundown dumpling shop? Look at you, you're just a damn owner." In response to this provocation, the owner, standing beside Seng, starts to curse back. "You think you're something? Don't think I don't know what you do? You're the kind of trash that gets ridden by thousands. Eating $3 dumplings, and you even steal chili powder. Aren't you ashamed?" Upon hearing this, both women stand up and walk over to Seng, starting to curse back. "We have the assets to sell. If you want to sell, you need to have the figure too. Look at your old face. It's like a damn cactus. Did your mother stuff a flower pot down there? What kind of silly woman are you?" The two sides exchange insults, neither willing to back down. Seng is caught in the middle, unable to sit or leave, so he lowers his head to stare at the table, hoping they finish their quarrel soon so he can enjoy his dumplings and head home to work on his coat. But it seems they have no intention of stopping. All sorts of insults are flying. At that moment, it feels like the surrounding atmosphere is about to become chaotic. What Seng can't stand the most is that the insults escalate from verbal to pushing, and it looks like a fight is about to break out. Just then, a girl suddenly shouts from the entrance, "Have you had enough of your bickering?" People's gazes simultaneously turn to the woman at the door. She appeared to be about the same age as Seng, standing around 1.7 meters tall, with short hair, delicate features, and a stunning figure. Particularly striking were her eyes. Although adorned with makeup, her gaze was cold and devoid of hope, as if she existed in a void. It resembled the uncertainty of loneliness, the watchfulness under the sunset, and the sorrow of parting. She wore a black leather jacket over a tight black tank top, paired with a short black skirt, and her beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings made all the men present, including Seng, feel their blood rush. Her silver high heels accentuated the shape of her feet, making them extremely alluring. Yet, it was this allure that betrayed her profession, either a hostess or a streetwalker. The woman's aura was powerful, silencing the quarrel among the others with a single statement. The female boss seemed to recognize her and pushed aside a black and white strap, raising her voice. "Zhuang Yuehan, you're just in time. These two are here eating my 3 yuan wontons and taking how much chili powder from me? After I scold them a bit, they even want to come and hit me. The protection fee I pay every month to the 5th young master. Are they allowed to treat me like this? What do you think we should do?" It turned out the girl's name was Zhuang Yuehan, which was quite a lovely name. But she was clearly not using her potential wisely. With her good looks, she could find any job to support herself. Why choose this path? However, Seng thought this seemed irrelevant to him. Everyone had their own struggles, and he was just there for a bowl of wontons. Zhuang Yuehan sighed and stepped closer to the group. Her footsteps were melodious. The more pleasant a woman's footsteps, the more perfect her figure must be. A notion Seng finally believed. Not only that, but the faint scent of violets wafting from her clothes was enticing. Women always managed to make the fragrance of their garments so alluring, which felt utterly unfair to men. "Miao Jia, the 5th young master is very busy. If she has time, I can have her bring you some chili powder?" Her speech was slow, yet irresistible, momentarily catching the boss off guard. It was clear she seemed quite afraid of this 5th young master. "Yuan, we're all on the same side. If you come to support my business, it doesn't matter what you take, but you need to let me know first. You can't just take without a word, am I right?" Zhuang Yuehan smiled faintly, and Seng suddenly noticed how cute her smile was, especially with her long canines. In certain situations, those could be quite effective. "Miao Jia, you can take things freely, but you can't speak carelessly. Did your eyes see them taking your things?" Despite her youth, Zhuang Yuehan spoke with calmness and composure, showing no signs of panic, and she remained extremely collected. She had noticed the boss's fear of this 5th young master, so now was the time to strike. "I didn't see it, but someone did. Little brother, tell me, did you see it?" As she spoke, Miao Jia's eyes turned to Senggo. Zhuang Yuehan and the girl in the black and white straps also looked at Senggo, who had been sitting here without attracting anyone's attention. He had said he only came to eat some wontons, so what was up with this boss lady? Did she really need to make such a fuss over a bit of chili powder? And was this even related to him? Sun Gu's personality was inherently calm. How could he possibly get involved in their matters? In a way, Sun Gu couldn't help the boss lady speak up either. Many people have their own frustrations. It's fine if you don't sympathize, but you shouldn't use their struggles as a means to flaunt your superiority. A bowl of wontons for $3 doesn't come with that much filling anyway. Now it seemed like he wouldn't even get to eat these wontons. Singa glanced at the time. It was almost 10, since there was still a bit of time left. He thought he might as well go somewhere else to eat something. So Sun Gu stood up and said, "Sorry, I haven't seen anything. Please let me pass. I need to leave." After saying this, he glanced at Zhuang Yuehan. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Sun Gu felt his own breath quicken. Especially when he saw her eyes. He hurriedly turned his head and took a step toward the exit. But just then, a few men walked in at the entrance. This time, they were all men. The leader was someone Sun Gu could tell at a glance was not a good person. This man was in his 30s, of average build, with a face full of pockmarks and a bulbous nose, making his entire face look like a slipper. With a face like that, no one could blame him. But why was he wearing a white scarf and sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of a gambling god? If you wanted to imitate him, at least wear a suit and tie. Instead, he wore just a black vest, a big dog collar around his neck, and tattoos all over his arms. His lower half was dressed normally, but how could he not wear a pair of leather shoes? This guy was wearing slippers. No matter how Singa looked at him, he felt like he was staring at a loser. The followers behind him were similar, all in slippers. Were they part of some slipper gang? Upon seeing this man, the girl in black and white quickly smiled and said, "Young Master Wu." Chapter 50. A real man. Upon hearing this, Singu realized this was the young Master Wu they had been mentioning before. Looking at this guy, it was clear he wasn't a good person, otherwise. How could he have such a slipper-like face? Singu had no good impression of these social elements. However, it seemed they had no conflict of interest with him. The chili powder had nothing to do with him. After all, he was just there for a bowl of wontons. But these guys were blocking the entrance. Neither going in nor coming out, acting as if they owned the place. Singu truly didn't want to provoke them, so he sat back down in his seat. Young Master Wu didn't even glance at the girl in black and white. Instead, he swaggered over to Zhuang Yuehan and pulled her into his arms. Zhuang Yuehan seemed to dislike this action, her eyes filled with disgust, yet she showed no resistance. Perhaps in the eyes of others, she was just that kind of woman. But in Sun Gu's eyes, at that moment, he saw the grievance, disappointment, loneliness, and even despair in her eyes. "Let me get some damn dumplings. What the hell are you here for?" If someone speaks as if they swallowed gunpowder, it might still be tolerable. But this fifth young master talks as if he swallowed poison and is about to drop dead any second. And what gives him the right to speak to Zhuang Yuehan like that? This might be the reason for Zhuang Yuehan's helplessness and despair. But then again, when you think about it, every single one of these people is no good. Not a single soul would care if they died. Senj had never despised someone so much before. Or perhaps it was just jealousy, or maybe it was pity for Zhuang Yuehan. In some ways, Senj considered himself a good person. He would never speak to a woman like that. In his memory, his father always spoke to his mother with a smile, and even during arguments. His father reasoned calmly and rationally. This made Senj believe that a man should treat his woman exactly like that. Because of this, whenever Senj saw a man disrespecting a woman, he looked down on such a person from the bottom of his heart. Zhuang Yuehan's gaze remained fixed on Senj's face. For some reason, she felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority in front of this boy. She had once hoped to live like a normal girl, going to school or working, enjoying the world in other ways. But she had fallen. Like a mirror shattered on the ground, broken beyond repair. She felt like a ghost living in hell, with no one to rely on. The world in her eyes was nothing but darkness, evil, and pain. She didn't want to answer any of this man's questions, just as she never wanted to see him again. But she had no choice. She could only endure. Even Sister Miao, standing nearby, sighed and felt compelled to speak up for Zhuang Yuehan. "It's nothing, fifth young master. The dumplings will be ready soon. We were just chatting, that's all." After saying this, Sister Miao returned to the kitchen. Zhuang Yuehan glanced gratefully at her retreating figure. Although they often argued fiercely over various matters, there was no denying that Sister Miao was a good person. The fifth young master looked around, and his eyes landed on Senj. "Who the hell are you? Why the fuck are you staring at my wife?" Senj glanced at him. The man reeked of alcohol and was clearly looking for trouble. Senj had no desire to provoke someone like this. He knew he couldn't win in a fight. Besides, Senj hated fighting more than anything. Since childhood, he could count the number of fights he'd been in on one hand. It wasn't that he lacked the courage to fight, but rather that no one had ever comforted him when he was hurt. If you can't win, you can at least avoid trouble. So Senj stood up to leave, but the fifth young master shoved him back into his chair. "Are you fucking deaf? Do you know who I am? I could kill you, you know." As he spoke, the man seemed ready to attack Senj. Faced with such provocation, all Senj could do was clench his teeth and glare at him angrily. Even if he couldn't win, Senj refused to be afraid of him. At that moment, Zhuang Yuehan pushed the fifth young master and snapped furiously, "What is wrong with you? What did he ever do to you? We don't even know each other. Can you at least spare me some dignity?" This brute seemed possessed, turning around without a word and slapping Zhuang Yuehan hard, making her stagger and fall to the ground with a thud. Seng saw it clearly. 5 finger marks appeared on her face, as if she had been utterly stunned. "You arrogant woman, have you grown wings now? Are you trying to talk back to me? Who do you think you are? If it weren't for me protecting you, you'd still be letting men take advantage of you every day." As he spoke, the young master raised his foot, clad in slippers, and kicked Zhuang Yuehan hard in the stomach, causing her to scream in pain and curl up. Seng couldn't bear to watch any longer. He knew he couldn't afford to offend these people and that they had nothing to do with him. But his inherent sense of justice wouldn't allow him to stand by and watch Zhuang Yuehan get beaten just for speaking up for him. Was this brute even human? Just then, Sister Meow rushed out of the kitchen, hurriedly pushing the young master away. "Young master, what are you talking about? Can you give me some face and let it go?" While speaking, Sister Meow made a gesture to the two in black and white outfits. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being on the young master and Sister Meow, they quickly whispered to Seng behind them, "Brother, we'll cover for you. Hurry and leave through the back door. Thank you for standing up for us." After saying that, the two stood in front of Seng, signaling him to leave quickly. Seng glanced at Yuehan on the ground and then at the brutes at the door. He felt he should stand up like a real man and confront them, rather than sneak out the back. But what was the point? He didn't know any of these people, and even though Zhuang Yuehan got hurt for speaking for him, would his impulsive action really change anything? Everyone has their own helplessness, and Seng was no exception. In the end, he could only run out through the back door of the chaotic venue. The moment the door closed, he looked back at Zhuang Yuehan, who had also seen him leave. Their eyes met again, but just then, the door shut. Chapter 51. The hero in the end, Seng chose to leave. The closed door felt like a barrier between imagination and reality. In the Matrix world, he was a ghost butterfly, but in reality, he was just a small figure who couldn't even deal with a few local thugs. Even when he saw Zhuang Yuehan being beaten, he couldn't stand up like a man and resolve everything with his fists. He vented all his anger on a big tree, which was his only way of releasing frustration over the years, the true way of a small person to vent. But this was the last time. Because Seng told himself he needed to become strong, not just in the Matrix world, but in the real world as well. Sometimes a man has to do something. At least when facing a group of thugs, he should have the courage to confront their shamelessness and provocation. Seng was not a person who held grudges, nor was he someone who lost himself in impulsiveness. His thinking is as delicate as his observational skills, and he wants those local thugs, especially the so-called fifth young master, to know his strength. Who says a hacker can only act freely in the Matrix world? Don't forget, in the real world, these people are madmen. They possess extraordinary imagination, and their brains can analyze things into fragments. Calming down, Sung leaned gently against a tree. It was already midnight. The entire city seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, just like people who had been busy all day could only alleviate their fatigue in dreams. There wasn't a single star in the sky, and the air was filled with the salty, fishy smell of dirt, reminiscent of the fifth young master's body odor, which was nauseating. The scattered lights from the skyscrapers resembled Zhuang Yuehan's eyes, helpless and painful, while others enjoyed sweet dreams. She could only endure torment on the other side of the city. Perhaps Seng wanted to do something for her, just because she once helped him with a word. Should he forget the distance of strangers? Or was it because, deep down, his sympathy or pity for Yuehan triggered his masculine nature, wanting to protect someone? Or was it simply because of her eyes, her figure, or her allure? Who cares about these questions? In any case, the fifth young master must die, and the weapon to kill him is that computer at home. Who says he can only drag virtual data into his realm? Who says a shield can only protect the security of a computer system? The heavens bestowed upon him these 10 lines of code, not merely to make him a hacker and savior of the Matrix world, but to make him a strong person, one who can truly face all difficulties, dangers, and challenges, and protect any fragile, pitiful soul like a hero. Yes, Seng is determined to do this. It is his innate sense of justice, a strong consciousness unafraid of any difficulties and hardships. Since he has made up his mind, he will act. Seng is not someone who likes to hesitate. He meticulously divided the entire revenge plan into several steps. First, he needs to make this fifth young master appear online. This concept is not about searching for him on the internet, but about making him passively show up in his realm. The second step is to gather all his information. Such thugs have a basket full of bad deeds. The third step is to make the information public, thoroughly stirring up public anger, and naturally, someone will deal with him. The other steps are manageable, but the first step is the most difficult. Seng knows nothing about this fifth young master. All he finds online are characters from novels who often get slapped in the face. In the Matrix world, if you want to know the information of an ID, you just need to type on the keyboard. However, if you want to know about a person who might have no contact with the internet, you'll have to think of another way. Sang's fingers rubbed back and forth on the mouse, a motion that allowed him to consider many aspects of the issue more deeply. On the other side of the nearby park, there is a red light district where many women, resembling those in black and white suspenders, make a living through their flesh trade. On both sides of the street, there are countless salons and foot massage shops that stretch as far as the eye can see. Almost all the residences and stores have become their strongholds. If there is any business in this world that needs protection from others, it is undoubtedly such a red light district. Most of the money taken from customers goes to their protectors, and less than a third of the profits end up in their hands. Yet they have no choice. For those who are aging, what else can they do besides this? And what about the young girls? They will surely share various stories of lost dreams and helplessness. But each customer has a different version. These girls are likely orphans. Otherwise, they wouldn't speak so tragically about their families. As night falls, the street becomes lively. However, the clientele here is not wealthy. True affluent individuals wouldn't frequent such places. They prefer more thrilling and safer options. Most of the visitors here belong to the lower social strata, such as laborers, and even some older men in their 60s or 70s. What surprises Sang is that these older men are actually popular customers. While younger men might receive only a wave, the women rush out to pull the older ones inside. Eventually, Sang realizes that earning money requires speed, especially for those in the flesh trade who need to make the most of their time. This is Sang's first visit to such a red light district. Walking among the crowd, he feels a bit out of place due to his nervousness and shyness. He keeps his head down, slowly moving forward, lacking the courage to look at the scantily dressed women inside the houses. As if the whole street is filled with a unique scent of femininity. Various men are drawn by their allure and enter the houses, but none greet Sang. To them, he is just passing through. But this one do. If he can't loosen up, how can he gather information on the fifth young master? They are just a group of women. What is so special about them? Maybe he can let them take advantage of him a bit. If he lacks this little courage, how can he claim to be a hero, punish evil, and uphold peace in the world? With this thought, Sang straightens his back and becomes more proactive. This strategy proves effective, and he finally begins to receive gestures from inside the houses. Just as he prepares to step in, a woman's voice suddenly calls out from behind. Sang, is that really you? What are you doing here? Chapter 52. Sister Hua. Upon hearing his name, Sang feels a buzz in his head. That voice is so familiar. If he is not mistaken, it must be Sister Hua, the finance manager from the library. Slowly turning his face, he indeed sees her. At that moment, Sang is too frustrated to speak, while others from the library might not react much. Why is it specifically Sister Hua? It's probably unnecessary for others to look into this, because by this time tomorrow, everyone in the library, including the old director, will know that he has been hanging around the red light district. This is mainly due to the gossip from a woman known as Sister Hua, who is notorious for her loose tongue. When she goes all out, she spares no one, not even the old director, claiming that he slept with the library's cleaner. At first, Sung believed her, only to later find out that the cleaner is a man and older than the director. Sister Hua is not yet 40, having lost her husband years ago, and she has a daughter who is said to be around Sang's age. Despite her gossiping nature, she is a warm-hearted person. Having been one of the first to work in the library, and the younger staff respect her, they understand her need to talk, as living alone often drives one to seek conversation, right? It's been over a decade since Sister Hua became a widow, yet she has not remarried. In terms of appearance and figure, she is quite presentable. Although she is a bit older, isn't it still a good time for her? In the library, Sister Hua takes good care of Sung, often expressing a wish that her daughter could be as sensible as he is. Whenever she brings this up, there's always a hint of resignation and loneliness in her eyes. Sung, of course, has no idea what has caused her such sadness regarding her daughter. But this reflects a certain phenomenon. The progress of human civilization cannot be entirely positive. It inevitably gives rise to some perplexing frustrations. This generation has few with beliefs or pursuits. They are more concerned with finding what they call joy. The old director often stands in the empty reading room sighing, reminiscing about decades ago when people had to sneak in to read, and the library was always crowded, with people even in the aisles. For those from that era, the library and the cinema were the most romantic places because they could find their dreams and hopes there. But now, people have forgotten about the library's existence, indicating that their dreams and hopes have been shattered in the course of human civilization. Their only interests lie in the indulgences of hotels, the chaos of bars, the release found online, and the display of wealth. Beyond that, they have nothing. Perhaps Sister Hua's daughter is one of these fallen souls, and no one can stop them. For this is the harsh world we live in. Otherwise, Sung would never have seen those dimly lit rooms filled with girls his age. Each of them possesses a perfect figure and striking looks, yet they are captivated by this allure, seeking pleasure and meaning in their descent. They have no plans for dreams or to leave behind youthful memories. Who cares about the cursed future or the past? To them, the world should simply be as it is. However, Sing doesn't have time to lament the downfall of these people. He needs to find a way to deal with Sister Hua, or else the old director will lecture him about life again tomorrow. I just passed by here to buy some groceries. The implication being, don't misunderstand, I'm not here to hang around. Huajie laughed. And there was indeed a somewhat flirtatious vibe to it. Perhaps it was due to an excess of estrogen. Seeing her smile left Sing Gu feeling a bit dazed. This place certainly didn't look like a market. Kid, don't mess around with your Huajie. I've been around the block. Do you think I wouldn't know what you're up to? As she spoke, her eyes darted around the room as if she wanted to see what kind of things Sing Gu liked, causing his face to heat up. There were things Sing Gu wanted to do that Huajie could never know, yet there were things he didn't want to do that she assumed he did. Sometimes, misunderstandings arise just like that. Huajie, it's really not like you think. I just came to buy groceries. Alright, enough of that. It's normal for young people to have a bit of fire in them. But these places aren't clean. All sorts of people come here. And you can catch all kinds of illnesses. Listen to Huajie and go find a proper girlfriend. You're such a sensible kid, and you're handsome too. There must be plenty of girls who like you. I can introduce a few to you another day. And don't worry about groceries. I live in a little community just behind here. It's just me at home, so why don't you come over for dinner today? At this point, Sing Gu felt like he was in a chaotic situation. What was going on? This Huajie was not only chatty, but also had a vivid imagination. He thought it best to avoid dinner altogether and wanted to leave, go home, take a shower, and forget everything. However, Huajie insisted on taking him along, and the people around them looked on curiously, thinking she had found a business opportunity. Sing Gu had no choice but to follow her to her home. Once inside, Huajie changed into a pair of slippers and handed Sing Gu a pair as well, but they were flowery women's slippers. She explained that they belonged to her daughter and that there were hardly any men visiting, so she didn't have any men's slippers prepared. Initially worried that the slippers might be too small for Sing Gu, she soon realized that his feet were even smaller than her daughter's. This wasn't a high-end community. The building was old and not very large, but it was quite charming and well-kept, indicating that Huajie was someone who valued cleanliness. She poured Sing Gu a drink and told him to make himself comfortable while she went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. She seemed genuinely happy that he was there for dinner, pulling out a variety of ingredients from the fridge and humming a tune while cooking. Though she was called Huajie, her age was similar to that of Sung Ji's mother, and watching her busy figure brought memories of his own mother to mind. Each time he thought of her, a pang of pain shot through his heart. How wonderful it would be to come home every day and see his mother preparing dinner for him. Sing Gu pulled his gaze away from the kitchen and landed on a family portrait hanging on the wall. It featured Huajie with her husband and daughter. And as Sing Gu looked at Huajie's daughter, he suddenly felt a buzzing in his mind. Chapter 53. Helpless Love. The girl in the photo looked eerily familiar. Almost like the Zhuang Yuehan he had seen the night before. Unfortunately, there is only this one photo in the entire house. To verify his suspicion, Sing asked, Sister Hua, how old is your daughter this year? Does she live with you? While chopping vegetables, Sister Hua sighed and said, You mean Yuehan? She's a year younger than you. She should have graduated from college and gotten a good job, but for some reason, she just refuses to continue her studies. She spends all her time with some questionable people and doesn't listen to anyone. It has driven me to the brink. Sang barely registered the latter part of her words. It was clear that Zhuang Yuehan was indeed Sister Hua's daughter. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity when he saw her last night. Her eyes resembled Sister Hua's. He glanced back at the photo of Yuehan, who must have been only a few years old at the time. Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons when she smiled, and her cute little tiger teeth made her look both mischievous and adorable. However, no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't shake the image of her being beaten by the fifth young master last night. If Sister Hua had seen that scene, it would have broken her heart. Sang couldn't understand why Yuehan chose to associate with that group. Sister Hua earned a few thousand each month at the library, which, while not a lot, was sufficient for both of them. If Yuehan found a job, their lives should have been good. Was this also one of those so-called unavoidable choices? But Yuehan was a girl. She should have been well aware of the consequences of her choices. Why did she still choose this path? As soon as Sister Hua mentioned Yuehan, she couldn't stop talking. Yet from her words, Sang could sense that their confusion was the same. Before going to college, Yuehan had been a well-behaved and understanding child. Her father passed away early, so she knew how to care for her mother. But everything changed after she started college. The reality of her smoking in the restroom, then drinking, and finally disappearing for 10 days to half a month whenever she left home was heartbreaking. Sister Hua shed countless tears for her. If Yuehan's father were still alive, she definitely wouldn't have gone down this path. Sister Hua placed the stir-fried dishes on the dining table, sighed, and said, In the end, it's my responsibility as a mother. I didn't raise her well. And now she's gone astray. In my dreams, I can't even bear to face her father. Looking at the photo on the wall, tears finally rolled down her cheeks. She loved her daughter, but this love felt so powerless that she couldn't bring her beloved daughter back into her embrace. Seeing Sister Hua's helpless tears, Sang could only hand her a towel to wipe her face. Sister Hua grasped Seng's hand tightly, burying her face in his palm and sobbing uncontrollably. Who would have thought that Sister Hua, who always brought laughter to everyone at the library, could be so fragile and helpless? Just then, the door swung open, and Zhuang Yuehan, looking exhausted, stood there in shock as she took in the scene of Seng and Sister Hua. Sun Gu hurriedly withdrew his hand, and Hua Jie quickly wiped away her tears, forcing a smile as she said, "Yuhan, you're back. Come in quickly, let me introduce you. This is my colleague, Sun Gu. He's older than you, so you should call him Sun Gu. Sun Gu, this is my daughter, Yuhan. You two should get to know each other." Sun Ji's mind was in a jumble as he mechanically walked up to Yuhan, extending his hand and saying, "Yuhan, hello, nice to meet you." Yuhan had no intention of shaking hands with Sun Gu. From her eyes, Sun Gu sensed a mix of grievance, resentment, and anger. Now he was really confused. Yuhan seemed to have misunderstood his relationship with Hua Jie. Otherwise, why would her gaze be so piercing, directed at him and Hua Jie? "Yuhan, you haven't eaten yet, right? Mom has made some delicious food for you. Hurry and take off your shoes and come inside." "Where are my slippers?" Sun Gu looked around and grinned. "I'm wearing them." "Why are you wearing my slippers?" Hua Jie quickly explained. "Yuhan, what are you doing? He's a guest. I let him wear them. I noticed his feet are about the same size as yours, and we usually don't have guests, so I didn't prepare any extra slippers. I promise I'll have some ready next time, so no one else will wear your slippers, okay?" The speaker was oblivious, but the listener took it to heart. Yuhan snorted coldly and said, "So, does that mean he'll be coming here often in the future? Look at you, how can you talk like that? Sun Gu is a sensible and good boy. You two will definitely get along. You should spend more time together and enhance your relationship. I have high hopes for Sun Gu." Sun Gu was completely taken aback, his mouth agape. The situation felt a bit chaotic. He was just here for a meal. Yet it seemed like Hua Jie was trying to set him up with her daughter, Zhui Yuhan, who was also the lover of the fifth young master. He came here today to find a way to deal with that scoundrel. But Yuhan said, "You might as well keep it for yourself." With that, she went barefoot back to her room, slamming the door shut. Hua Jie sighed and said, "Sun Gu, don't take it to heart. She's like this with everyone." Sun Gu smiled awkwardly and said, "I shouldn't have worn her slippers. That's my fault. If my daughter were half as sensible as you, Sun Gu, that would be great. You sit for a while, I'll go stir-fry a few dishes, and we'll have dinner soon." Initially, Sun Gu thought about leaving. But if anyone knew about the fifth young master, it would be Zhui Yuhan. As long as he could gather some information from her, it would be enough. However, Sun Gu was also very careful. If Zhui Yuhan truly loved the fifth young master, his plan might be exposed. The safest way was to gather information without raising suspicion. At that moment, Zhui Yuhan walked out of her room in a new outfit. Sun Gu carefully observed her face, which was slightly swollen, and she seemed to be struggling to walk, likely having some injuries on her legs. She didn't even glance at Sun Gu and directly sat down next to him. Never had a girl been so close to him. And Seng couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Moreover, Zhuang Yuehan exuded a strong aura, giving off a feeling as cold as ice, causing Seng to instinctively shift a little to the side. "If you spread rumors about what happened last night, I will kill you." Chapter 54. Embrace. Seng understood that she was worried her mother would be sad after learning about last night's events, which was why she said that. From this perspective, Zhuang Yuehan wasn't the kind of girl one would consider truly bad. "Sister Hua is just my colleague. Did anything happen last night?" Seng had never thought of telling Sister Hua about the incident. She was already pitiable, and he would never hurt her again. Yuehan's warning seemed unnecessary. Furthermore, Seng wanted Yuehan to understand that he and Sister Hua were merely colleagues, hoping she wouldn't misunderstand. Yuehan didn't say anything further. She used to be very talkative. But after going through some experiences, her words had dwindled. Perhaps, in her world, there would never be a listener. Thus, she buried all her sorrows deep within. Sometimes, isolation is a form of self-protection. Apart from maternal love, who else would care for her? She didn't want to make her mother sad or upset. Her mother, like her, was a person who had suffered. But maternal love couldn't protect her in this cruel world. Everything she experienced was unimaginable to anyone else. It was like a nightmare that repeated every day, with no way to escape. "Why?" Seng's voice pulled her back from her heavy thoughts. Like a call between dreams and reality, a swaying lantern in the mist, instantly awakening Yuehan. Yes, why? Yuehan had asked herself this many times. Why did she have to lose her beloved father at such a young age? Why did she choose this kind of life? Why couldn't she enjoy the world like other girls, embraced and kissed by those who cared for her? Seng's confusion lay in why she let herself sink into pain and torment without ever struggling, finding it hard to let go. If this was destined fate, why cling to maternal love yet never let it close? And while he wanted maternal love, he didn't know where to find it. Yuehan couldn't find answers to her own questions, so how could she possibly respond to Seng? Even if this question pierced deep into her soul, it remained vague and unanchored. This question felt more like a form of understanding and comfort, as if acknowledging that her choice of life must have hidden reasons. No one had ever asked her like this. No one had sought to explore the cries of her heart, her loneliness, and her pain. Tears gathered in her eyes. As if the entire world had blurred, the evening bell echoed through the mist, yet she still didn't know the direction of life. If she could see through this world, why must she suffer at this moment? Sang seemed to hear the voice deep within her, heavy and desperate. Whose fault was it that a young girl was so sad and miserable? It felt as if her soul was forever lost, and how to experience it remained incomprehensible. Just like Sang himself, the reason is merely a tool for self-comfort. No one truly cares how you do it. It's a simple question. And even they know how precious this question is, yet no one is willing to part with it. Our worlds are different. This was the only response Yue Han could think of. Everyone has their own life, and hers can only continue in this helpless manner. As for others, she doesn't care. She uses this way to thank Sang for his comfort and to eliminate the estrangement between them. At least you still have a mother, while I have nothing. It's uncertain when it started, but the two of them silently opened their hearts to each other. No one had ever spoken to Yue Han in such a heart-touching manner, and no one had ever made Sang feel that they were all struggling and sinking under a sense of helplessness. Their worlds were indeed different. Sang understood how to cherish and knew what he should do. Sang was certain that he wanted to help Yue Han, not only because of her pity, but also because he wanted to help this woman. He should do this. It is the right choice in life. I'm sorry, Sang. I didn't mean to bring this up. Yue Han looked at Sang with tearful eyes, no longer indifferent or helpless, but filled with concern and tenderness. She didn't expect this handsome boy to be an orphan. No matter how much she hated this world, a woman's nature made her want to embrace Sang at that moment. Or perhaps, she needed the same embrace. We all need to be strong, no matter how indifferent we seem on the outside, no matter how fragile we are. But no one can bully us. The determination in Sang's eyes reminded Yue Han of her father, who always told her to be strong and to understand the value and meaning of life whenever she wanted to cry. Yes, on the surface, she seemed to care about nothing, not about her life or her body, but deep down, she was incredibly fragile and lonely. Sang's words seemed to break through her defenses. In an instant, all her grievances and sadness turned into tears, which flowed uncontrollably. The nature of a good man is that he cannot stand to see a woman cry, because a woman's tears are like blood from their hearts. Sang looked at Yue Han with compassion and reached out to wipe her tears away. When his hand touched Yue Han's cheek, the scene from last night reappeared in his mind. How could that despicable creature bear to hit such a delicate face? Does it hurt? Oh my! Yue Han could no longer endure it. She threw herself into Sang's arms, crying out in pain. Sister Hua hurried out of the kitchen, but upon seeing this scene, she smiled and slowly retreated back into the kitchen, deciding to cook a few more dishes because she wanted to stay in the kitchen a little longer. Sang had never hugged a girl before. Yue Han's fragrance and softness made him flustered, so he could only maintain one position, allowing her tears and snot to soak into his shoulder. It is known that a woman's body has an innate allure for men. When embraced, it feels so warm and pleasant. Yue Han has long awaited such a shoulder. As if she wanted to cry out all her grievances in one go, pounding on Sang while crying. She blamed Sang for destroying her defenses, for suddenly entering her heart when she was completely unguarded, and for witnessing her vulnerability, helplessness, and disappointment. No matter how much Yue Han attacked him, Sang slowly placed his hand on her shoulder. But at that moment, Yue Han suddenly pushed him away, tears streaming down her face as she stared at Sang. Chapter 55. Sweetwater. Sang wanted to offer Yue Han some comfort, but she felt she could not afford such hopes. Since being mistreated by the fifth young master, she had nothing left except the maternal love in her memories. Perhaps one day, her life would come to an end, if that were the case. Why be greedy or demanding? I'm sorry, I thought you wanted a shoulder. You can't give me that. Yue Han ran back to her room, while Sang lowered his head helplessly. Just like he once wanted a shoulder to lean on, to cry or laugh, yet he never received it. Everyone has a shoulder they desire to lean on when tired. A comforting warmth when feeling down, but how many actually receive that? Because of this, we often fail to see our own shoulder. In the kitchen, Sister Hua cooked while softly murmuring, as if Yue Han's father stood beside her, listening to her recount the love at first sight between her daughter and Sang, along with the unexpected embrace. This is the world of young people, isn't it? Just like how she fell in love with Yue Han's father at first sight. In her eyes, Sang is a good boy, and if he could be with Yue Han, both she and her beloved who has passed could rest easy. When it was time to eat, Sister Hua pulled Yue Han out of her room. Yue Han's eyes were swollen from crying, and Sister Hua gently wiped them with a warm towel. She knew her daughter had grown up and had many thoughts she couldn't share with her mother. That Sang could allow her to cry in his arms showed that the two children could reach each other's hearts. No matter what happened, she would always be her good daughter. Yue Han hadn't cried so freely in a long time. Even when the fifth young master's fists left her bruised and unable to walk, she had never cried like this. Because of this, Yue Han felt much better, whether man or woman, Everyone needs to vent, don't they? Of course, she had to thank Sang, a boy whose simple words could bring warmth. Perhaps because he is an orphan, he understands the meaning of warmth and comfort even more. Throughout the meal, only Sister Hua spoke, while Sang and Yuehan kept their heads down to eat. This was Sang's habit. He never spoke during meals as there was no one to talk to. Since his parents left him, almost every meal had been spent alone, facing a few empty chairs. Before every meal, Sang always wipes the chair clean because he believes that his parents might suddenly appear to have dinner with him. Although they don't speak, Sang is very grateful for the meal prepared by Sister Hua, as it gives him a sense of home. Yuehan stays silent because she knows her mother always has too much to say. Many people say her mother talks too much, but only she knows it's because her mother has no one else to talk to. After finishing the meal, Sang intended to leave, but Sister Hua pulled him and Yuehan to chat a bit longer, saying she would go out to buy something, trying to create an opportunity for them to be alone. Sang found this a bit awkward. However, Yuehan didn't say anything. After Sister Hua left, she poured a glass of water for Sang. Thank you. But you still haven't answered my question. Sang took a sip of the water and found it sweet. Yuehan had added sugar. Sang liked sweet water because his mother often made it for him when he was a child, feeding him spoonfuls of it, which were sweet as well. The sweet water Yuehan gave him felt like a deep understanding from a loved one, making him feel warmer and sweeter. Yuehan found a cigarette from somewhere and lit it, making Sang feel she suddenly appeared much more world-weary. When a woman's memories resurface, they often come with a sense of weariness, as if she has never experienced happiness or joy, drifting in a sea of bitterness where the waves reveal old wounds. She used to be an optimistic girl, much like her mother, always bringing joy to others. Because of this, her classmates in college loved to gather around her to talk about life and aspirations. Everything seemed so beautiful back then. However, during a birthday gathering for a classmate, everything abruptly changed. The class reunion was just about having a meal and singing. They weren't children from wealthy families who had bodyguards escorting them to and from school. They simply ordered some home-cooked dishes and a box of beer at a nearby snack shop, which made them very happy. When they went to karaoke, having drunk beforehand, they got a bit carried away. One of Yuehan's male classmates accidentally vomited on someone while in the restroom, who seemed to have some influence, leading to a heated argument that escalated into violence. By the time they ran outside, that classmate was already unconscious from being beaten by several people. Those individuals didn't stop there. They grabbed the classmates and continued to hit them, even the girls. At that moment, a tattooed man appeared with a group of followers. They were the security for the karaoke venue and sometimes mixed with students at school. Yuehan recognized the leader, known as Fifth Young Master. He seemed well connected in the karaoke scene. After saying a few words, those assailants left. A few male classmates went to thank Fifth Young Master, but he said that breaking things couldn't be settled just with a thank you. It was just a broken mirror and a few cups. Yet he demanded 1,000 yuan from Yuehan and the others. Otherwise, none of them could leave. They're just students. Who would have that kind of money? At that moment, one of Fifth Young Master's lackeys told them that buying Fifth Young Master a drink would settle the matter. So, back in the private room, they took turns toasting to him, especially when Yuehan proposed a toast. This Fifth Young Master began to act inappropriately toward her and even asked her to go to another room to chat. Yuehan immediately refused his request. But who would have thought that this beast would grab Yuehan by the hair and drag her into another room? Under the threats from Fifth Young Master's lackeys, her classmates could only lower their heads and pretend they saw nothing. In the room, Yuehan was beaten again by Fifth Young Master. In her dazed state, she felt someone pulling off her clothes and removing her underwear, jolting her back to awareness. She resisted desperately, trying to rush out of the room. But it was all in vain. In the end, Fifth Young Master hurled a stream of vulgar insults and landed a heavy punch on Yuehan. Her head buzzed, and everything went black. Chapter 56. The Kiss. When Yuehan woke up again, Fifth Young Master was looking at a stack of photos in his hand. All of them were nude pictures of her. Seeing she was awake, the beast threw the photos onto her naked body and sneered, "Now you belong to me, Fifth Young Master. If you don't obey, I'll spread these photos all over your school. Don't think I don't know your mom works at the library. If you embarrass me, I'll have my way with her too. I'm talking to you, you hear me?" As he spoke, Fifth Young Master slapped Yuehan across the face. By then, she could no longer feel pain. Her body was numb, her soul torn apart. All that was good ended in that moment. From then on, her life would hold no more happiness, joy, romance, or hope, only pain and despair. After that, Fifth Young Master used the nude photos to threaten Yuehan, forcing himself on her almost every day, not even sparing her during her periods. Later, he didn't even allow her to attend school anymore, instead making her watch over women from out of town in the red light district for him. What could numb and powerless Yuehan do? She knew all too well how vicious Fifth Young Master was. To protect her mother from harm, she had no choice but to endure it over and over. She even thought about suicide, but if she died, that beast would get off too easily. If she had to die, she would take him down with her. A long ash broke off from the cigarette. fell to the ground and shattered into dim gray pieces, much like Singe's mood at that moment. If he were to see fifth young master now, he would undoubtedly use every means possible to kill him, to tear him to pieces. Yuehan, don't ask anything. Don't say anything. I need you to give me his information. He must face the punishment he deserves. Yuehan looked at Singe in surprise. Though she didn't know what he intended to do, she saw two flames of fury burning in his eyes. Singe, what are you planning? You're no match for him. You can't take him on. Besides, this is my problem, not yours. Don't get yourself involved. Deep down in her heart, Yuehan felt touched that Singe wanted to do something for her, but on another level, she had no reason or leverage to ask Singe to do anything for her. As long as Singe had that intention, she would be satisfied. However, Singe said, this is no longer just your matter. This beast must be punished. Singe was not someone who easily made decisions, but once he did, he would never change it or regret it. This fifth young master was powerful in society, but in Singe's world, he was nothing. Singe, tell me why you want to help me? Yuehan hoped Singe could provide a reason. As if this boy had inadvertently reignited a fire deep within her heart, indelible and everlasting. Perhaps this was the reason Yuehan longed for. Just as her mother hoped they could hold hands. Yet, Yuehan feared that Singe might provide such a reason because it was a luxury she could never possess. I'm not helping you. I'm helping this world. The existence of this fifth young master only brought harm to more people. This world could not accommodate him. And hell was the only place he deserved. Yuehan felt a bit confused. From a conventional perspective, who was Singe to think he could deal with the fifth young master? She didn't think poorly of Singe. She just wanted to know what he intended to do. Was he planning to stab him from behind when the fifth young master wasn't paying attention? Regardless of Singe's real intentions, she had thought of doing that before. Singe, tell me what you really want to do. You don't have to worry. I'm not stupid enough to kill him with a knife. I'm afraid of getting my hands dirty, but someone will take care of him. From Yuehan's expression, Singe saw a hint of worry and hesitation. It was understandable. In everyone's eyes, he was merely a librarian, earning a few thousand a month, powerless, spending all day moving books. No one could imagine him taking on a local thug. However, many things could not be explained to Yuehan. He could only use this reason to make her believe that he would never act impulsively. Indeed, Yuehan's heart eased a little. As long as Singe didn't do something foolish, there was still room for maneuver. Even if it was just a comfort, or if Singe was merely acting on impulse. Yuehan felt grateful. What information do you want about this beast? He does so many bad things every day, something is bound to happen to him. Just give me his number or social media contacts, and preferably the contact details of his lackeys. Is it really that simple? Yuehan smiled helplessly. If just these things could lead to someone's downfall, then Singe's plan was too easy. Yes, but you have to promise me one thing. Singe insisted that Yuehan must keep their conversation today a secret, not even letting Sister Hua know, or it would truly be dangerous. Moreover, Singe instructed Yuehan not to go anywhere tomorrow and just stay at home, waiting to watch the show on her computer. As a university student, Yuehan vaguely understood what Singe wanted to do. However, she could never have imagined that Singe intended to take matters into his own hands against that scoundrel. She thought Singe was just trying to eavesdrop on his communications to gather evidence of his wrongdoing. Otherwise, why keep everything so secretive? But it seemed like an impossible task. Yuehan informed Singe that the scoundrel changed his communication number every day and never answered any calls. He always initiated contact with others or had his underlings do it. Even Yuehan didn't know how to reach him. It was always his lackeys who found her and brought her to him. Singe nodded, thinking this was not a difficult task. All he needed was the contact information of that group of lackeys. In the end, Yuehan handed over all the information she had about the scoundrel and his subordinates to Singe. With that information in hand, Singe was about to take his leave. However, Yuehan grabbed his arm and said softly, Singe, whatever you do, be careful, and thank you. As she spoke, she lightly kissed his cheek. When her lips touched his face, Singe felt as if he had been electrified. The sensation was both exhilarating and overwhelming, as if the entire world was spinning in that moment, causing him to see and hear nothing clearly. Chapter 57. Shanu Singe had never been kissed by a girl before, and he stood there in a daze, unsure of what to do next. They say a woman's kiss can make a man forget everything, and that couldn't be more accurate. He even forgot to change his shoes and ran out wearing slippers. Yuehan felt nervous as well. In a sense, this was her first kiss. It was her only way to express gratitude to Singe and the only thing she could do for him. When Singe reached downstairs, he felt as if his feet were very light, thinking he was still floating. But when he looked down, he realized he was still wearing Yuehan's floral slippers. There was no choice but to run back to Flower Sister's house. When Yuehan opened the door, she was a bit surprised to see Singe returning. I forgot to change my shoes, Singe exclaimed. Yuehan laughed so hard that she could hardly remember the last time she had laughed so freely. Singe hurriedly changed his shoes, feeling more embarrassed than ever, and when he opened his own door, he still felt the warmth of Yuehan's lips on his cheek. Now was not the time to dwell on such things. He had the information on the fifth young master. And the next step was to dig up all their secrets like using a shovel to excavate. Sang entered all their contact numbers into the key code system. With the powerful data search function, all the information behind those numbers was laid bare. The search function of the key code was not like any conventional search method. The difference was that one searched for information, while the other searched for data. Any computer connected to the internet or storing information will convert non-public information into data and store it on a separate server. This data, protected by network protocols, cannot be searched. However, the key code from Sung can penetrate these protocols and directly search for this private data. This is a hacker's technique, isn't it? Otherwise, why do cybersecurity departments around the world prioritize combating hackers? It's because at any moment, your privacy could be exposed to others. Some hackers exploit this privacy for personal gain, while others use it as a means to blackmail. Ultimately, it leads to destruction. However, Sang's goal is not destruction, but rather to eliminate and maintain. Of course, he is not clearing out data files, but rather dealing with certain individuals. In less than 5 minutes, Sung clearly sees all the information about these individuals, including how much money is in their financial accounts and what their passwords are. This information is not persuasive to Sung. He is not interested in it. What is truly useful is their communication content, including all communication information registered under contact numbers, such as messaging apps. One of the underlings of the young master seems to have gained this individual's trust, as he is the first person to be notified whenever a new contact number is changed. Sung analyzes this person's entire profile and discovers he has frequent and close contact with individuals from certain countries known for drug production. Moreover, these countries often traffic their women to others. Singh also conducts a search on these contacts from the drug-producing countries and finds that several of them are prominent figures, holding substantial funds and even personal armed forces. The only things they trade, besides drugs, are women and occasionally firearms. The young master's underling maintains frequent and fixed communication with them. Checking the time in the lower right corner of his computer, Singh notes that there is still half an hour until his scheduled contact. Sung spends 15 minutes writing a listening program and implants it into the communication tools of the target through the communication system. This program is implanted using invisible signals, a common tactic among hackers. For example, your computer may appear empty after watching a movie, yet it could be filled with various website connections or even malware. You might wonder how this happens, especially with a firewall and antivirus software installed. The answer is clear. Viruses or Trojans can be compressed within the data stream of the movie, entering your computer through unique data methods. It's like during the climax of a song. Even if someone fires a gun next to you, you wouldn't hear it. Some might argue that you were streaming it, not downloading it. This is even more interesting. When you go to the cinema to watch a movie, do you not have to buy a ticket? The fourth domain is filled with monetary interests. There will never be a free program for you to use. Even if they claim to be free, they always take something from you. Otherwise, how do they survive? Just like those individuals who spend all day getting tattoos and wearing flip-flops, doing nothing productive, do they think they can go without food? A pair of flip-flops costs $10. The main question is, where does their money come from? Half an hour later, the henchman of the one called Fifth Young Master indeed contacted the drug lord from a certain country. The sound was slightly amplified as the henchman spoke. Mr. Shah, where's the stuff we need? It was noisy on Shah's side, with music and women's laughter, suggesting they were in a bar. Don't rush. It will arrive at your city's border by 5 in the morning. Is everything you promised ready? The henchman replied. The fifth young master has prepared everything for you. All top quality goods. By 5 tomorrow, after we complete the transaction, you can take everything. Ha ha ha. I trust the fifth young master to get things done. Your goods are very sought after. Many buyers are already waiting with me. Let us all make money together. Huh? Looking at the computer screen, it seemed like something was being awaited. A minute later, the henchman contacted the fifth young master. Big brother, it's confirmed. 5 in the morning, at the border. The unique voice of the fifth young master, reminiscent of an unpleasant condition, said, Tonight, get those women for me, and make sure to include Yuan. Big brother. Yuan is not. She is nothing. Do as I say. Big brother, since you are going to sell her anyway, can I have a taste? You brat. Always thinking about these things. Don't just play around. Get everything ready. Thank you, big brother. Upon hearing this, the individual rushed out of the room without looking back. Chapter 58. Love as he ran, he contacted Sister Hua. Those beasts could do anything, and he must not let them harm Yuehan. Fortunately, Sister Hua was at home, and Yuehan hadn't gone out. He couldn't tell Sister Hua the real reason, and instead lied, saying some clothes at home were torn, and he needed her and Yuehan to help mend them. Sister Hua naturally agreed. She knew that he was an orphan and had to rely on himself for many things, but there were some household chores that men just couldn't handle. However, Yuehan knew that he was lying, and she also thought it was very likely that he had found out something about the fifth young master, and they might be a threat to her. Sister Hua hadn't finished mending her clothes when Yuehan pulled her towards the door. As soon as they opened the door, they saw a sweaty figure of the individual. Sister Hua was puzzled. What was wrong with him today? Sister Hua, Yuehan, I'm here to take you. Let us go. Without saying a word, Yuehan pulled Sister Hua out. As they walked, Sister Hua laughed. It's true that girls can't be kept at home. The distance between the two houses wasn't far. They arrived in 10 minutes on foot. As soon as Hua Jie and Yuhan entered, they were a bit stunned. What they didn't expect was that Seng Ji's home was so large, it could be considered a villa from the 1990s. Additionally, the room was very tidy, with everything arranged neatly and dust-free. It hardly seemed like a place where a boy lived, and it was even harder to imagine that this boy was an orphan. Xiaogu, I had no idea your house was this big. How many rooms does it have? The kitchen here is bigger than my living room. And did you clean all this by yourself? I can't believe you are so tidy. Hua Jie started asking questions as soon as she walked in. Senggu, while locking the door, replied, this house has a total of 5 rooms, 1 kitchen, and 1 living room. I usually clean it by myself. Hua Jie Yuhan, feel free to look around and sit wherever you like. I'll go get you something to drink. Hua Jie went upstairs, and Senggu headed to the kitchen to boil some water. Yuhan followed him in and whispered, Senggu, what's going on? This 5th young master not only deals drugs, but also traffics people. They plan to sell you too. Come with me. Senggu played the recording for Yuhan to listen to. While she was angry, she also looked at Senggu in disbelief. She had thought he was just talking casually, but didn't expect him to actually do it, and to such a shocking extent. You and Hua Jie stay here tonight. I'll gather some information and hand it over to the relevant authorities. If nothing goes wrong, you should be safe by tomorrow. While speaking, Senggu quickly typed a few commands on the keyboard, causing many windows to appear on the screen. He looked very carefully, but to Yuhan, it was like reading a foreign language. She couldn't understand anything. However, she finally realized that Senggu was a hacker. Senggu, thank you for helping me. Yuhan sincerely thanked him, feeling that this man was a gift from heaven. Don't think that way. I've said it before, I'm not helping you. I'm helping this world. These people have committed numerous crimes and deserve to die. If they don't die, who knows how many innocent people they will harm. This was Sung Ji's sense of justice. And it was the understanding of life's meaning and the value of existence that he had gained after comprehending the essence of coding. He understood that the true meaning of being a hacker is to use technology to change everything that can be changed. He would not only do this now, but would continue to do so in the future. This was the responsibility bestowed upon him by the 10 lines of code. If you hadn't seen 5th young master hit me last night, would you still do this? Yuhan wondered how Senggu felt about it. She just wanted to know her place in his heart. She didn't know when it started. But she felt that Senggu could give her an inexplicable joy and sense of security. What does a woman care about? Just these things, right? If one had to define this feeling, it would be liking or love. Yes, Yuehan has developed feelings for Seng, but it's a contradictory situation. The more contradictory the love, the more painful it becomes, while also increasing the anticipation. It's like knowing a certain outcome, but still hoping for a change. In a way, Yuehan's nature as a woman has led her to fall for Seng, yet her experiences of humility prevent her from truly possessing that love. Similarly, Seng is at a loss for how to respond to Yuehan's questions. Sometimes, people tend to escape their own feelings. Seng knows that his anger stems from the image of the 5th young master hitting Yuehan, but he cannot tell her that this is the reason behind his actions. From that previous kiss, Seng could already sense Yuehan's affection for him. Even though he has never been in love before, he trusts his own delicate thoughts and feelings. If a girl doesn't like a boy, why would she kiss him? The kiss was so gentle, like a hint of floral fragrance, sweet and lingering. Much like mist on water, filled with tender emotions. However, Seng tells himself that love can make a person addicted and forget everything else. Right now, he wants to focus all his energy on researching 10 lines of code. The main reason is that he cannot let Yuehan think he is doing this to win her affection. At that moment, the water Seng was boiling reached a boil, as if reminding Yuehan that in her emotional world, Seng is merely an illusion. No man who knows her past would fall for her, as men always desire a complete love, while she feels like a fragmented being. Seng goes to pour the water, and Yuehan softly says, let me do it. I have to do something, don't I? Yuehan leaves, but before Seng can gather his thoughts on how to comfort her, Sister Hua's voice calls out from behind. Xiaogu, your house is really big. In this location, even if it gets redeveloped in the future, it could sell for a lot, right? Seng smiles and replies, this house was left to me by my parents. They used to work in engineering design, and this house was allocated to them by their company. Seng is quite aware of his parents' profession. This house was designed by his father. In his memories, his father's desk was always piled high with blueprints. Sometimes, he would even witness fierce arguments between his parents over differing design ideas. During those times, he would run out to play with his friends, as they would often be locked in the study for hours discussing work. Sister Hua nods, seemingly wary of bringing up anything that might upset Seng, and changes the subject with a smile. By the way, Didn't you mention that some of your clothes were torn? I haven't seen them. Chapter 59. Miss Singh doesn't have any torn clothes. He had just said that in a moment of panic. Now that Sister Hua is asking. If he doesn't produce some torn clothes, she will definitely be suspicious. It's late at night. Why did he bring the two of them to his home? So, Sang can only return to his bedroom, grit his teeth, and tear up two of his favorite shirts to show Sister Hua. Each piece of clothing means a lot to him, as he doesn't have many. Ruining them feels like his heart is bleeding. In order to keep Huajie here, Sing Gu went all out and even tore up a quilt, laying it all out in front of her. While Huajie rummaged through her sewing box for needles and thread, she said, "So much is torn. Yuhan, come help your mom mend it. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go back to sleep." Sung Gu quickly shot Yuhan a look, suggesting she should go watch TV or do something else. "If you help her finish, I still need to find more clothes to tear, and if this goes on, I won't have anything to wear." Yuhan understood Sing Ji's hint and said to Huajie, "Mom, I can't do this sewing stuff. I'll just watch TV, you take your time. If it gets late, we can stay here for the night. Anyway, there are so many rooms here, we wouldn't run out of space." What is this child saying? You can't just stay over at someone else's place casually. Don't you have a home? It seemed that keeping Huajie here wasn't going to be easy. Senggu then said, "Huajie, it's fine, you can stay here for the night. The quilts in the rooms are all clean." Yuhan chimed in, "Mom, look. Senggu doesn't mind, so I'll sleep here tonight too. I want to experience what it's like to stay in a villa." With that, Yuhan took off her shoes and lay down on the sofa. Although she spoke casually, she felt nervous inside, still thinking about whether anyone had seen them when they came here. If someone from the fifth young master's side tracked them down, it would implicate Senggu. Huajie simply sat down on the sofa too, watching TV and chatting with Yuhan, while Senggu finally had time to sit in front of the computer. What he needed to do now was to send this audio file and all the information he had collected to the relevant authorities anonymously. It was 10 o'clock at night, and they should have enough time to prepare to deal with the fifth young master. At that moment, Sung Ji's eavesdropping device signaled that a Nan had contacted the fifth young master again. "Big brother, that Yuhan isn't even home. And her mom doesn't know where she went either. We can't reach her now, what should we do? Damn it, where could a grown person possibly go?" Ask the neighbors around their house if anyone knows where they went. We've already asked. They said around 8 o'clock, Yuhan and her mom went out, and they haven't seen them come back since. Damn it, that girl better not show up, or I swear I'll kill her. You guys hurry back, tomorrow's important. And I'll see if I can contact her. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Sung Gu's face. The plan had progressed to this point. Everything was developing according to his predetermined trajectory. It even gave him a thrill, reminiscent of the excitement he felt as a child playing hide and seek. When friends passed by without knowing where he was hiding, the fifth young master would never imagine that all their movements were now in Sung Ji's sight. After organizing all the information, Sung Gu sent it to the relevant authorities via a secure channel to prevent them from missing it. Sung added an audio trigger file to the document. As soon as the file was sent to a designated IP address, the audio file would be activated, alerting the recipient to an important document that required immediate attention. In an office of a certain department, an office worker was engrossed in a video game when suddenly a voice came through the speakers saying, "You have an important document. Please check it immediately." The office worker was momentarily taken aback, then closed the game and opened the document. After reading and listening to all the information, he immediately shouted to a guard outside, "Go to the Mist Special Forces training base right now." Half an hour later, on the playground of the Mist Special Forces training base, 50 fully armed commandos had assembled. In a conference room of a building in front of them, military district leaders and department heads were all present. The atmosphere was exceptionally tense, and everyone's expressions were unusually serious. The large screen in the conference room displayed photos of a notorious figure and some of his henchmen. An officer, holding the rank of captain, addressed everyone, saying, "Wu Heichao, 35 years old, nicknamed Fifth Young Master, head of a drug trafficking organization." The materials being read were compiled by Sung, and they had been monitoring Wu Heichao for a long time, but had lacked evidence until now. This time, the mysterious informant not only provided them with transaction intelligence, but also compiled detailed information on all individuals involved in drug trafficking, human trafficking, and the organization of prostitution. Even the intelligence officer was taken aback by the thoroughness of the information, which included audio files. It should be noted that Wu Heichao was not a simple individual. Investigating him was fundamentally a challenging task. Normally, no one could have gathered such detailed information, even down to the cents and financial accounts. If it were just textual data, it would be one thing, but now there were even audio files. Wu Heichao and his subordinates were notoriously cautious. Their communication tools were practically under constant guard, and even in bed, they would hold onto their devices. Particularly, Wu Heichao changed his contact numbers and tools daily, making it nearly impossible to install listening devices on him. Consequently, some raised doubts about the authenticity of this intelligence, wondering if someone was playing a prank on them. However, even if there was a chance it was fake, they had to treat it as real. If it turned out to be false, they could consider it a drill. But if it were true and they missed the opportunity due to doubts about its authenticity, they could not bear the responsibility. After reading all the materials, the captain sought orders from a major general present. The major general slowly stood up and simply said, "Deploy." The captain immediately snapped to attention and left the conference room. Chapter 60. Xiao Jiesing covered Hua Jia with a blanket. In the end, they did not return but slept on the sofa. The repaired clothes were neatly folded on the table. Hua Jia's sewing skills are exceptional. The mended areas are completely unnoticeable. It's just like what Seng's mother once told him. Mended clothes are the warmest to wear. At that time, Seng didn't understand the meaning of this phrase. But now he does, because every stitch represents love. Yuhan felt no fatigue at all. She merely stood by the window, gazing at the moonlight outside. Her eyes were filled with hesitation and emptiness, as if the world around her was impossibly distant. She always wanted to seek something, yet found nothing in sight. Seng intended to offer her some comfort, but he found himself unable to move his feet. Perhaps he didn't know what to say to Yuhan, and silence seemed to be the best way to coexist. In the operations command room of a military district, a major general sat upright in front of a large screen alongside the main leaders of the capital, observing the entire operation of the Mist Special Forces through satellite imagery. The soldiers had already entered the designated area, standing by for orders. The major general commanded them to rest in place and remain vigilant. It was now 3 a.m., and everyone was highly focused, with not a hint of drowsiness. Today, they must eliminate Wu Heichao. The higher-ups had long issued orders that if they encountered resistance during the operation, they could handle it on the spot. The Mist Special Forces is one of the top elite units, and their training focuses on how to kill. When the higher-ups issue combat orders, they know exactly what to do without needing explicit instructions. In other words, their presence here is not for reconnaissance, but to take down their target. In the command room, a major general in his 50s, tall and imposing, remained almost silent. No one knew what he was thinking, but his facial features, illuminated by the lights, appeared exceptionally resolute and cold. He didn't understand who Wu Heichao was. He was a soldier and simply followed orders. However, the deployment of special forces for an operation within the capital indicated that Wu Heichao and his associates were a band of ruthless criminals. From another perspective, he was also concerned about this operation, as such real combat opportunities are rare. As for the informant providing this intelligence, there had been no leads so far. The Intelligence Analysis Department had conducted a series of analyses, but there was still no concrete information about the mysterious figure. Most believed this mysterious person was one of Wu Heichao's subordinates. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to know such detailed information. Others speculated it could be an enemy of Wu Heichao, eager for him to meet his end. There were all sorts of theories. However, the Major General paid no mind to these speculations. His rise to the rank of Major General was not based on guesses. The only thing he trusted was what he witnessed with his own eyes. Otherwise, no amount of talk would hold any value. At that moment, a captain quietly approached the Major General, leaned down, and whispered a few words in his ear. The Major General nodded, and with a swift motion, stood up. Though it was just an act of rising, it emanated a commanding presence that made everyone feel an aura of authority without anger. This is the magnetic field of a soldier, always exuding such dominance. Until the Major General walked out of the conference room, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even just sitting there created an overwhelming sense of pressure among all present. Outside the door, several officers with the ranks of second lieutenant and lieutenant stood at attention and saluted the Major General. "What good news do you have for me?" The Major General also returned the salute, as this was a basic courtesy among soldiers, irrespective of rank, showing mutual respect. "Sorry, sir. We couldn't find any information on the mysterious individual," said a lieutenant, in his 20s, standing nearly 6 feet tall, giving him a particularly upright appearance. He spoke with a focused gaze, his thick eyebrows and bright eyes unwavering as he looked ahead, exuding a strong sense of determination. This officer's name was Xiao Jia, the director of the cybersecurity department of the garrison in the capital. Many might question how someone so young could hold such a position, but a glance at his record, showcasing his military achievements, would clarify that he earned this role through various trials, including life-threatening situations. Xiao Jia first made a name for himself during a military district operation exercise, where he single-handedly turned the entire exercise upside down with just a computer, leaving all participating soldiers and officers utterly confused. After the exercise, he disappeared from public view, later resurfacing as the head of the cybersecurity department. To describe his personality, one could only use 2 words: introverted and intense. Indeed, his tactics and methods, whether in exercises or real combat, left all his opponents speechless. For instance, during one exercise, after successfully hacking into the opponent's command system, he did nothing and, almost unnoticed, issued an order to the main combat forces. Suspecting that the simulated enemy had laid a large number of landmines at marked locations on the map, your unit is ordered to urgently clear the mines. After issuing the command, Xiao Jie cut off their communication systems, preventing any contact with the command center. The regiment commander, upon receiving the order, immediately took his entire regiment to a wooded area to search for mines without a second thought. They spent the entire morning with detection devices, yet found not a single mine, not even a nail. With communications down, the commander had no choice but to order the troops to stand by and wait for communication to be restored. At that moment, they received another order. According to intelligence, a certain unit of the simulated enemy will pass through this area in the evening. You are to lay various landmines extensively. Due to our communication system failure, we cannot contact you. Execute the order immediately. The commander sighed and took a long time to respond, finally saying, lay the mines. All of them. As evening approached, another order came through, instructing them to leave the woods and move south towards the battlefield, but to clear the mines before leaving to ensure safety for the incoming units. Frustrated, the commander slammed his helmet on the ground and shouted, what the hell is going on here? Everyone, start digging for mines. Chapter 61. Divine Domain. The enemy forces, in a perplexing state, ultimately lost the exercise. The commander, filled with anger, asked the regiment leader what they had been doing that day. The regiment leader replied, digging mines, burying mines, and then digging mines again. Wasn't that the command from the headquarters? This was the task that Xiao Jie was handling. Later, the military district established a cybersecurity defense analysis department, and without any competitors, Xiao Jie became the director of that department, the youngest division-level cadre in the military district. The main responsibility of the cybersecurity defense department is to ensure the security of both civilian and military networks in the country. Ultimately, it is about safeguarding the nation's cyber sovereignty from any infringement by other nations or individuals. When intelligence came into the view of the Major General, he suspected that the source of this intelligence was likely a hacker. To uncover the identity, he ordered Xiao Jie to investigate the matter. Xiao Jie utilized the operational records of the computer that received the document to scan the IP addresses for data exchanges with the system, but he found nothing. Xiao Jie was somewhat surprised. Having worked with networks for many years, he was well aware of the common methods for hiding IP addresses. He even wrote a scanning program himself, confident in its effectiveness, as until that point, no hacker's IP address had ever eluded him. However, this mysterious hacker's address was not only undetectable, but also seemed to lack any indication, as if the document had suddenly appeared on the computer. In Xiao Jie's words, even a ghost should leave a shadow, but the result? Not even a ghostly trace. Unable to find the IP address, Xiao Jie began to doubt whether there was an error in his program, but that seemed unlikely. If it couldn't be found, it simply couldn't be found. There was no room for debate. Unlike other network engineers, Xiao Jie did not merely focus on system data analysis. Since the opponent's IP address could not be located, it indicated that the opponent did not want their identity revealed. Furthermore, it suggested that the opponent was highly skilled, making it impossible to counter their actions. Given this, why waste time on data? Thus, Xiao Jie conducted an in-depth analysis of the document. His task was not to verify the authenticity of the intelligence, but to identify the operator behind it. Even if he could not locate them, he needed to understand the hacker's level of expertise. In the document, Xiao Jie summarized several techniques used in crafting this intelligence, including eavesdropping, data implantation, world-class server data intrusion searches, password cracking, IP address hiding, and the system defense technologies that maintained all of this. This hacker was truly a master. This was the only conclusion Xiao Jie could provide to the Major General. Although it was frustrating, it was a fact. The Major General was silent for a few seconds. The hacker who had rendered Xiao Jie powerless was undoubtedly a heavyweight figure. Fortunately, up until now, this hacker had not taken any actions that threatened the nation's cybersecurity. From the intelligence they received, it could be said that, in some respects, this hacker was patriotic. I want this person, by any means necessary. The Major General left after dropping a sentence. Since he is patriotic, he is the kind of talent that the country wants and should be valued. A few junior officers around Xiao Jie glanced at the Major General's back and whispered, "Boss, your dad seems really excited. He has an eye for various talents. And I'm also quite interested in this hacker. I've never seen such methods before. It's quite intriguing." Xiao Long is Xiao Jie's father, a fact known by everyone in the military. However, no one would ever say that Xiao Jie reached his current position thanks to his father. This is due to Xiao Jie's own efforts as well as the respect everyone has for Xiao Long. Xiao Long dedicated his life to the military, promoting officers who are all true talents. His greatest passion was discovering various military talents, and this hacker has done a significant good for the country. Even technically surpassing his own son, how could Xiao Long not be excited? This is completely understandable. As human civilization has developed to this point, various modes of warfare have emerged. Cyber warfare, known as the fourth domain of war, is a smoke-free battle whose destructive power is absolutely comparable to that of a real war, perhaps even exceeding conventional warfare. The simplest example is that missiles can be intercepted. Even if they land in a city, you cannot stop the city's operations. However, cyber warfare can potentially lead to the destruction of a nation, which is where its terror lies. No country is unaware of the importance of cyberspace, and thus governments around the world are openly or secretly developing their own cyber forces. The Cybersecurity Department is publicly known as the entity that maintains military network security, but internally, there is a special department referred to as the Cyber Domain Warfare Defense Department, abbreviated as CNC. The mystery of this department lies in its very existence. It is invisible to the public and does not exist in cyberspace, yet it works tirelessly every day for the defense of the fourth domain. Like many mysterious departments around the world, they do not exist to the outside world. Every well-known hacker is within their defensive scope, including the recently emerged Ghost Butterfly. The recent Ghost Butterfly battle captivated the attention of all cyber defense departments globally, leading to various speculations. The first question is, which country does Ghost Butterfly belong to? Only Xiao Jia's assertion is the most insightful. He is an Earthling. Xiao Jia left the command center, and in the eyes of others, this tall and handsome man never seems to tire. However, at this moment, Xiao Jia felt exhausted, as if he had just walked dozens of kilometers, lacking any energy. Growing up under Xiao Long's military management, Xiao Jia's character is almost identical to that of a young Xiao Long. He never admits defeat, and even if beaten to the ground, he never bows his head. But this time, Xiao Jia felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, as if something was squeezing his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. His father, Xiao Long, had issued a strict order. No matter what, they must find this mysterious individual. Senj felt completely lost. The mysterious figure was like a ghost, present, yet silent and invisible. As Senj glanced at the time, it was already 4 o'clock. He hadn't slept all night, nor had Yuehan. She prepared a warm towel for Senj, hoping it would help ease his weary and exhausted face. It was time for the show to begin. Senj entered a string of code, and another set of data appeared in the ghost domain. Chapter 62. Serpent Hunt. The command Senj input was merely a simple data connection command, allowing him to see everything displayed on the command center's large screen, including audio. The countdown on the screen indicated there was 1 hour left for the Serpent Hunt operation. Through the command center's video equipment, Senj could see everything happening within the center. However, since he only had one monitor, he had to keep switching between various screens. Yuehan sat quietly behind Senj, watching his dazzling operations. How could one person's fingers move so quickly? Most importantly, how was Senj accomplishing all of this? Many questions lingered in Yuehan's mind, but now was not the time to ask them. Even if she did, Senj wouldn't explain much, as there were many things he couldn't clarify himself. At that moment, the large screen in the command center suddenly changed to show the battlefield. The previously weary individuals perked up, as this was the largest drug crackdown operation in the capital, personally commanded by the head of the special forces. Even if they were tired, they had to keep their eyes open. At 4:30, a voice came through the screen. Cheetah? Cheetah, this is Black Mist, testing communication equipment. The Major General picked up his radio and replied, this is Cheetah, everything is normal. The radio fell silent again, and everyone maintained their silence, including Senj and Yuehan. Silence sometimes represents helplessness, sometimes tension, and at times, it embodies hope. At 4:50, a soldier's voice broke the silence. Cheetah, target has appeared. The screen displayed a first-person perspective of a sniper, providing a clear view of the entire battlefield. The transaction location was on the outskirts of the capital, surrounded by dense forests with no buildings in sight. In the darkness, just before dawn, the forest was pitch black. Darkness, evil, and death were about to unfold here. But there was also light, justice, and guardianship to shatter it all. Everyone needed to survive, but they had to find the right way. It's important to understand that the Grim Reaper does not choose anyone. It is simply you who has chosen the Grim Reaper. Just like Wu Heichao and Anan. They were completely oblivious to the fact that death was hovering above them, ready to reap their lives with its scythe at any moment. Yet they continued to bully those helpless women, using fists and violence. The women covered their faces with their hands, already battered and bruised. Their lives seemed to be beyond their control, leaving them helpless to accept everything. Even the pain had vanished. The cries of the women seemed to irritate Wu Heichao, who felt a sense of oppression that day. Holding a shotgun, he occasionally glanced around, resembling a venomous snake uncertain of danger, flicking its tongue and always ready to strike. The women in black and white straps were also among the crowd, ordered to sit on the ground in silence, or face severe punishment. They had lost the right to even embrace and comfort each other, only able to lower their heads and sit quietly. Sing-Gu glanced at Yuehan, who clenched her fists tightly, her breathing becoming rapid. At the same time, She cast a grateful look at Sun Gu. If it weren't for him, she would likely be among those suffering. At precisely 5 o'clock, the traders appeared in the forest, cautious and only armed with a flashlight. They signaled to Wu Heichao and received a response before stepping out from the woods. The group, unusually robust, each carried an AK assault rifle, with several individuals slinging rows of bullets, grenades hanging from their gear, and camo paint on their faces. Clearly, they were primarily military personnel. A few carried several coded boxes, and it was evident what was inside them. Upon gathering, they exchanged a few jokes, indicating familiarity with Wu Heichao. The radio in the command center remained silent, while the conversation between Wu Heichao and the armed men was transmitted back. At that moment, the leader of the armed group addressed Wu Heichao. "Young Master Wu, long time no see. How have you been?" His Mandarin was rough, suggesting he was not from the region, likely an infiltrator. "Is Mr. Sha Cohen doing well?" Wu Heichao replied weakly, gripping his gun tightly. Regardless of the pleasantries, there was no trust between them. Betrayal could occur at any moment, while others might not know. Wu Heichao was aware of these men. They were true desperados, graduates from a mercenary academy, known for their formidable combat skills. If they truly intended to act, the few men Wu Heichao had would be utterly insufficient. Sha Cohen has been complaining of back pain lately, probably because of too many nights with the ladies. Isn't that right? Haha. As he spoke, the leader's gaze drifted to the women sitting on the ground, a lewd grin appearing in his eyes. "Do you have the goods?" Wu Heichao had no time for jokes. He wanted to conclude the transaction and leave quickly. The leader snapped his fingers, and those carrying the boxes immediately opened them, placing them in front of Wu Heichao. He nodded to Ainan, signaling him to inspect the cargo. Ainan carefully checked everything and confirmed that the goods were fine, then nodded to Wu Heichao. Meanwhile, several armed individuals were inspecting the women, using lewd methods and groping them indiscriminately. These armed men hadn't bathed in days, creating a terrible stench, and the women tried their best to avoid their filthy hands, but it only resulted in a brutal beating. Wu Heichao, this beast, didn't even spare them a glance. He thought of women as mere conquests, believing there would always be plenty of women around him. Many of these women had even come willingly to please him. Of course, the investments made in them had to yield returns, didn't they? He ordered Ainan to bring their boxes to the leader, and upon opening them, they were filled with money. Just as the armed leader picked up a stack of cash, the major general in the command center immediately ordered an attack. Chapter 63. Weapons. As soon as the order was given, the ambushed special forces began to act. With dozens of women still under the armed men's watch, ensuring their safety was the priority. Several soldiers silently approached from behind and seized the opportunity to take down the 2 guards. Fortunately, the women did not witness the scene of the guards being subdued, otherwise, they would have cried out. The next task for the special forces was to separate the women from Wu Heichao and the others to prevent them from taking hostages. One soldier moved to a large tree in front of the women and signaled for them to remain silent. Upon seeing their uniforms, the women knew they were saved. The soldier gestured for them to move back and hide behind the tree, and they complied. Just then, one of the armed men seemed to notice something was off and approached with his gun drawn. In the command center, Major Xiao Long observed this situation and decisively ordered the sniper to take him down. The sniper received the command, aimed through the scope, and gently squeezed the trigger. The bullet, propelled by the suppressor, created a wave of air and struck the armed man squarely in the head. The power of the Type 95 sniper rifle ranks among the top in the world, and with the sniper being less than 100 meters from the target, even the resistance from the suppressor couldn't prevent the bullet from causing a catastrophic injury, as if a blood flower bloomed from his shoulder. Half of his head was blown off, and the body fell to the ground with a thud. Life may take decades to experience, but death is merely a moment. The other armed individuals immediately shouted in alarm, and without hesitation, Wu Heichao raised his shotgun and fired at the leader's head. His first thought was that the other side might turn on them, so he decided to strike first. The leader's body had just fallen to the ground when the fog warriors suddenly turned on the tactical flashlights on their weapons. Dozens of beams of light shot towards Wu Heichao and his group, causing them to panic and flee in all directions. The captain of the fog team shouted loudly, "Drop your weapons. If you do not resist, we won't attack." However, before the warrior's voice could fade, several individuals armed with AKs opened fire, spraying bullets around them. On Wu Heichao's side, he grabbed all the luggage he could, firing his weapon while retreating. He was beyond caring about anything else, shooting at anything that moved. Regardless of who it was, the fog special forces were well trained. These individuals stood no chance against them. Even the foreign mercenaries had no option but to be beaten down in front of the fog warriors. Of course, the ones doing the beating were not fists, but bullets. The rapid and chaotic gunfire, along with cries and wails, completely shattered the tranquility of the forest, while others were still lost in sweet dreams. Who could have imagined that a war of justice against evil was unfolding here? The speed of the fog team's assault was as quick as lightning. Within a minute, the main battle was basically over. A few armed men and Wu Heichao's subordinates knelt on the ground, discarding their weapons and raising their hands in surrender. However, Wu Heichao and Anan had vanished without a trace. The two of them, each carrying a suitcase, had blended into the dark forest amidst the chaos, sprinting forward at nearly 100-meter dash speed. After receiving reports from the warriors, Commander Xiao Long issued an order: pursue. We want to see the living or the dead. His implication was clear. If they found any traces, they would execute them on the spot. The leaders behind him exchanged glances. They actually preferred to capture them alive. Wu Heichao was the head of a drug trafficking organization, and the entire network was in his hands. If he were killed, the whole network would disappear. However, the Fog Special Forces had no obligation to capture anyone alive. This unit was, in a sense, a weapon of combat, like a gun that had been fired. It was impossible to retract the bullet. These leaders could only hope, in a certain sense, that Wu Heichao had a strong will to survive and Wu Nti be killed outright. The general was examining the map, and Senggu was also looking at the map. The direction the Fog Warriors were pursuing had already deviated from Wu Heichao's escape route. Wu Heichao must die. He absolutely could not return to the city alive. This was something Senggu was determined to do, not only for Yuhan, but also for this world and for himself. Senggu used a program to track Anan's signal, which soon appeared on the map. However, he knew that knowing its location was useless. He had to find a way to inform the command center. There was no time to think about much else. Senggu transmitted Anan's signal directly onto the command center's large screen map through the ghost domain. The general immediately stood up and asked the soldier operating the system beside him, "What is this signal?" Just before the soldier could answer the general's question, he suddenly noticed that the system's firewall was continuously alerting about an unknown program entering the system. The operator suddenly panicked. It should be noted that the system they were using was an independently developed military network operating system, and no program could breach their firewall to access their system. To start the system and gain permission to modify or register within it, one had to go through 7 security locks, each requiring a randomly generated password calculated to the power of n. Moreover, to initiate the password calculation and input mode, one needed a key held by a major general. Otherwise, no one could log into the system. However, the firewall's alert about an unknown program indicated that external data was entering their system and had already bypassed the 7 security locks. Even in a working state, this was impossible. The soldier, drenched in sweat, stood up from his chair and trembled as he reported, "Report, sir, our system is under attack." What? Xiaolong immediately walked to the computer screen and found that apart from the map displayed, nothing else could be done. Suddenly, a thought struck him. This hacker was the mysterious informant providing them with intelligence, and the signal on the map pointed to Wu Heichao's movements. Realizing this, Xiaolong quickly spoke into the radio. "Mist, this is Cheetah. Adjust the tracking direction." After issuing the order, he immediately contacted Xiao Jia, who had just returned to the dormitory, informing him of the mysterious person's appearance and instructing him to rush to the command center. Chapter 64. Gratitude. Xiao Jia had just taken off his clothes and gotten into bed when he received the order. He immediately jumped up, grabbed his clothes, and ran out the door. This mysterious person was too important to him, to the military, and to the country. This might be their only chance to find him. Meanwhile, Senggu, after sending the signal, went to grab a cup nearby, as if the water in the cup would never run out. He knew that Yuhan had been continuously pouring water for him, believing that this was the only thing she could do for Senggu during this tense moment. "Don't worry, no one can let them live." Yuhan confidently nodded. Apart from her mother, no one had ever made her feel this sure. The feeling was like holding something heavy in her hands, solid and reassuring. Looking at Sung Ji's back, Yuhan several times wanted to embrace this man from behind. A woman's heart sometimes feels like a hug when she wants to hold this man. All her feelings and everything she has will be given to him, delicate like silk and fiery like flames. The sky began to reveal the light of dawn slowly, and a damp feeling mixed with the morning air. Upon closer inspection, it was a light drizzle. The mist filled the world outside the window, resembling a fairyland or a drifting emotion, boundless and endless. Sister Hua was sleeping soundly, and in her dreams, she repeatedly mentioned Yuhan's name. At that moment, Senggu realized that Sister Hua was the loneliest person in the world. Because her concerns were directed only at Yuhan, she never sought a change in her life, consistently holding on to her love for Yuhan and dedicating herself to her. Several times, Yuhan shed tears, knowing that her mother's love for her was the heaviest emotion in the world. But what could she do to repay her mother's kindness? Sometimes, one must know gratitude. Because your existence is supported by many who contribute to your breath and laughter, you must always remember their goodness. After Xiaojia arrived at the command center, he immediately sat down in front of the computer. After briefly reviewing the information on the screen, he seemed to perform a magic trick in the eyes of the operators. bringing up a command window and quickly inputting several command codes. As Singh put down his cup, the firewall prompted a request for an access command. Upon checking the IP address, he found it was from the command center. Singh simply smiled and connected to the data sent by Xiaojia in the ghost domain. This was a chat request, falling within the realm of basic hacking skills, something anyone with a slight understanding of network systems or programming could accomplish. Once the data was connected, Xiaojia felt his hands tremble. His mood was akin to discovering extraterrestrial civilization or uncovering the secrets of a mysterious event. Or rather, this data connection signified the opening of yet another mysterious door, the wealth inside of which no one could clearly define. Xiaojia signaled to his father, Xiaolong, that the data was connected and they could communicate with this mysterious person. Xiaolong immediately turned to everyone and said, "This command center has a technical malfunction." Everyone moved to another command center. "Lieutenant, please arrange for any situations from the mist side to be reported at any time." "Yes, Chief." "Leaders, please follow me." These leaders were not fools. They quickly discerned the underlying issues. However, military secrets have always been sensitive topics, and it was better for them not to know. Once everyone had left, Xiaolong asked Xiaojia to inquire, "Who are you?" Singh merely smiled. There were countless individuals in the online world wanting to know who he was. But so far, the only person who knew his identity was Yuehan. Since they had asked, it wouldn't be appropriate not to respond. Since they were so eager to know who he was, he decided to give them a fierce ID that required no explanation. Ghost Butterfly. When the words Ghost Butterfly appeared before Xiaojia, his arm shook violently, as if he had been suddenly startled. Xiaolong had never seen his son so nervous and asked, "Who is Ghost Butterfly?" Gasping for breath, Xiaojia replied, "He is everything." After saying this, he hurriedly opened his backpack and took out a tablet, which contained some information about Ghost Butterfly. This information included Ghost Butterfly's achievements in the online world and the evaluations from the global hacking community. As Xiaolong reviewed the information, Xiaojia turned to Singh and asked, "Where are you from?" "Earth." Upon reading this, Yuehan couldn't help but laugh. Singh simply smiled innocently, and at that moment, Yuehan really wanted to hug him and give him a few kisses. On the other side of the network, Xiaojia chuckled and said, "Do you know what system you are entering now?" Singh replied, "In my eyes, there are only two systems, one that can be cracked and one that cannot. It seems your system belongs to the former. Gui Dai, what do you want to gain from here?" Upon hearing this question, the smile on Singh's face suddenly vanished. "I just want Wu Heichao and his men to disappear from this world. They must face this punishment. It is bestowed upon them by Gui Dai." Xiaojia frowned at this. Gui Dai is a world-class hacker, while Wu Heichao is merely the head of a drug trafficking group in the capital. Why does Gui Dai insist on their death? The hacker community had previously conducted an emotional analysis and assessment of Gui Dai, describing them as passionate, fearless, and technically mysterious. They attacked the data servers of various agencies to obtain information about the former world-renowned hacker, Jack. This stirred a lot of excitement among hackers, including Xiaojia. However, that at least seemed like a reason. But what is Wu Heichao to warrant such direct action? Thinking this, Xiaojia asked, "Why do you insist on his death? Doesn't he deserve to die?" Singh was no fool. He knew the other party was probing for information. However, they were overthinking it. Even world-class hackers could not discern that the other side was merely trying to extract information through a few questions. Their confidence seemed a bit excessive. Just as Xiaojia was about to say something else, Xiaolong slammed his fist on the table, startling the already tense Xiaojia to nearly jump up. Chapter 65. Provocation. After reviewing Gui Dai's information, Xiaolong spoke to Xiaojia in a tone of unprecedented urgency. "No matter what, we must get him to join CNC." In Xiaojia's memory, he had never seen his father this anxious or eager before. This feeling was entirely understandable, as Gui Dai was indeed worthy of such concern. Moreover, Xiaolong deduced that this world-renowned hacker was right beside them. In such a vast world, with countless drug trafficking groups, why was it specifically Wu Heichao? Either the latter had offended Gui Dai, or Gui Dai had witnessed Wu Heichao's evil deeds and genuinely wanted him dead. Regardless of the explanation, Gui Dai was in the capital, right beside them. Now they no longer hoped to learn how Singh had cracked the military network system. They only wanted to know if Gui Dai would be willing to join CNC. Xiaolong transmitted his message to Singh in audio form. "Gui Dai, I believe you know who I am. As a fellow citizen, you should contribute your skills to the nation rather than remain a hacker. I formally invite you to join our organization and contribute your strength to the field of national defense." This message was not only unwelcome to Singh, but even Xiaojia felt a bit helpless. The reason they became hackers was that they all had their unique personalities. They disliked these orders, and even more so the constrained lifestyle. In the Matrix world, they live independently, doing whatever they want without anyone being able to control them. Except for those hackers who have already revealed their true identities and want to de-black themselves this way, most hackers would absolutely refuse to join any national organizations. Similarly, This is one of the main reasons why Sung refuses. However, unlike other hackers, Sung, even if he does not join any national organization, would never do anything that harms national interests. Before he plans to take action against the group, Singh is already prepared to expose his nationality. But he is not worried at all. The organization would never publicly disclose this secret. Doing so would bring them no benefits. What Xiaolong wants is not this. He wants to tell Sung that the country values him, and he must unconditionally work for the country. Otherwise, the country will not hold back in the fight against hackers. Just based on his ability to hack into military networks, he could be labeled a cyber terrorist. However, Xiao Jie did not communicate this to Sung. He knows that for a hacker who doesn't even regard certain intelligence agencies, threats would only serve to provoke him without any real effect. Now, the special forces are about to track down the group, and Ghost Butterfly could sever connections at any moment. It's uncertain when they could have a one-on-one conversation like this again. Xiao Jie needs to cherish this opportunity, even if Ghost Butterfly refuses to join the organization. He must not become an enemy. Ghost Butterfly, please understand the leader's persistence. Cyber defense is of utmost importance to a nation, and as a citizen, you wouldn't want to see your country's fourth domain being violated. I believe you will make the right choice. I just want to tell you that our conversation this time does not exist, but I look forward to our next discussion. Or rather, when the country needs your help. We hope to see Ghost Butterfly's presence. Likewise, if you need our assistance, we will be there for you at the first moment. This passage made Singh feel much more at ease. In the real world, anyone can threaten him, but in the cyber world, he fears no threats. From discovering 10 lines of code to now, although he has only analyzed the functions of 2 lines, it makes Singh feel like a bowstring drawn tight, ready to be released at any moment. Unless you disconnect from the internet, cut off power, and destroy your computer, you will never escape the coverage of the cyber domain. A single computer may not be worth much, but what about a set of servers? The data files within those servers? That is a value that cannot be measured in monetary terms. Xiao Jie thought of this first. If Ghost Butterfly were to launch an attack on the military network, even the most skilled engineers in the organization would not be able to stop him. What does it mean when the military network is breached? The entire defense of the fourth domain would be thoroughly dismantled, with all missile defenses, launches, communications, confidential file storage, tactics, and even certain civilian systems all falling into chaos. The result is CNC, which even Xiaolong cannot bear. Therefore, the only thing that cannot be done now is to anger Gui Dai. Of course, Sing Gu currently has no feelings of anger. On the contrary, he has a good impression of Xiao Jie. If there must be a reason for this feeling, it is because he sees a hint of Jack in Xiao Jie. Jack once told Sing Gu that the hacker world needs Gui Dai, and similarly, when he needs help, a large number of hackers will appear before him, ready to serve. Sing Gu is someone who does not forget old ties. In his bedroom, there are still toys and clothes from his childhood. People always have memories and sighs about the beautiful past, but few can treasure everything. Or perhaps their forgetting is a reluctance to mention it, because childhood memories can make anyone cry. Sometimes he fears touching these memories, but he will never forget, as all of this is his most precious possession. Although I am a hacker, I am patriotic. If needed, I will show up. From Yuhan's perspective, if it were her, she would never give up the opportunity to enter the national department. It is precisely because Sung Gu has given up this temptation that his image in Yuhan's mind has become more admirable. Xiao Jie wanted to say something more, but there was no time left. The soldiers of the Mist Special Forces have surrounded Wu Hezhao and Ainin in a certain jungle, and they cannot hold out much longer. The captain of the Special Forces is shouting the national policy to them, but to Wu Hezhao, it seems like a death warrant. A sound, almost like an auditory hallucination, lingers in his ears. It is the call of death, a numbness and helplessness at the end of life. Ainin wants to surrender, but in Wu Hezhao's eyes, Ainin's actions mean he wants to leave him behind and escape with all the wealth. Thus, Wu Hezhao shoots Ainin dead. He trusts no one, not even himself. Hearing the gunshot, the soldiers quickly began to shrink the encirclement, and the sniper timely issued a shooting request. Xiaolong's command was to give him one last chance. If there was resistance, they could shoot. Chapter 66. Disguised just after Xiaolong's command was issued, another gunshot rang out in the jungle. The sniper saw it clearly. Wu Hezhao committed suicide. With a shotgun aimed at his head, at close range, his entire head was blown away. A mixture of red and white splattered onto the money-filled box behind him, which was everything he could not let go of. But soon, the falling rain washed everything away. As if cleansing his sins, death had taken his soul, and what awaited him was the endless flames of hell. There are many forms of death, but the visual impact of this death made both Sing Gu and Yuhan unable to look directly at it. Everything ended like this, and tears began to roll down Yuhan's cheeks. They were tears of joy, as well as sorrow and pain. Wu Hezhao's death is not regrettable. The only regret is that it wasn't he who killed this beast with his own hands. Even so, he curses him to never be reborn for 10,000 years. Yuan, Everything is over now. You are free. This is what he promised Yuehan, and he fulfilled it. However, Seng knows better that there are countless scum like Wu Heizhao. He doesn't want to portray himself as an embodiment of justice, but he must continue to do so. No matter how many difficulties he faces, he will not give up. And it doesn't matter what this is all for. Someone has to do it, right? Yuehan nodded. At this moment, there should be a hug. Because in the whole world, only Seng can share the joy in her heart with her. The moment Wu Heizhao pulled the trigger, Yuehan felt that everything she had lost was coming back. Seng did not refuse her request. Sometimes, sharing joy is a very pleasant thing. Before this, Seng had never felt this way. He had nothing to share with others. Of course, Seng would never think that what he did was anything spectacular or great. He still had to go to work, to be an ordinary person, moving books every day under the watchful eye of the old curator. In response to Yuehan's gratitude, Seng could only tell her that he had done nothing. That everything had never happened. No hackers, no ghost butterflies. Yuehan understood Seng's meaning. Even if it meant her death, she would never speak of it. Sister Hua didn't know when she woke up, but seeing Seng holding Yuehan, and the two of them seemingly lost in conversation, she could only pretend to continue sleeping. However, glancing at the time, it was already 7 o'clock. If she didn't get up soon, she would be late for work. Seng naturally noticed the time as well, and could only push away Yuehan's warm body, despite feeling reluctant. He needed to prepare breakfast. But Sister Hua suddenly sat up, and said, "You two hurry up and wash your faces and brush your teeth. I'll make breakfast. Hurry up. You're going to be late for work." Seng, who hadn't slept all night, washed his face, but he was still dizzy with sleepiness. Yuehan skipped breakfast and lay on the sofa, starting to sleep. She had never had such a peaceful sleep before. Even her dreams were happy. This made Sister Hua think they were so engrossed in their romance that they hadn't even slept. She kept reminding Seng that while it's fine for young people to date, they also need to pay attention to rest. Seng wouldn't bring up those endless topics in front of Sister Hua. After breakfast, he went to the library with her. As for Yuehan, Seng let her sleep there. After all, they wouldn't be home during the day. Upon arriving at the library, Seng found a secluded corner and started to sleep, while Sister Hua covered for him. Fortunately, the old curator didn't wander around today, as it was cloudy and rainy. He could barely walk due to his leg pain. The day in the library passed just like that, with rain falling all day long. When they returned home, Yuehan had left after carefully cleaning the house. Suddenly, the room fell silent, but Seng felt like his ears were still buzzing. It was the sound of air moving, and also the sound of loneliness. In Seng's memory, Sister Hua and Yuehan were the only guests to have visited his home aside from Uncle Wan from the orphanage. And they were also the first guests to spend the night. Sometimes, a room needs the presence of people to thrive. At that moment, the room seemed much fuller, as if the lingering scent of Sister Hua and Yuehan still hung in the air. After dinner, Seng turned on his computer. He had no hacking plans for the day. He simply wanted to take a quick look before heading back to bed to sleep. He couldn't let the internet disrupt his normal biological clock, or the old curator would be furious with him. News about the eradication of drug trafficking organizations was everywhere, and the summarized data was alarming. But now, all of this was just numbers, devoid of any real meaning. He entered a hacker forum, which contained the kind of news that interested Seng. However, most of it was about various hackers breaching certain defenses and starting to sell program files and the like. This hacker forum was like an underground black market. As long as you had money, you could buy anything here, even missiles and fighter jets, with tanks coming with free rocket launchers. Seng found it astonishing that many people were inquiring about prices. Aside from that, there wasn't much else to look at. So Seng planned to shut down his computer and go to sleep. Just then, he suddenly received a message on the forum. Seng furrowed his brow. He was logged in anonymously, so how did the sender know he was on the forum? He opened the message, which contained a sentence. "If you want to know about Jack, follow me." Below it was a link. Without a second thought, Seng copied the link and analyzed it in a secure environment, discovering that the address was located on domestic networks. This information was not what Seng was looking for. So he analyzed all the data nodes under the link and found that it employed the most advanced encryption methods in the world to hide its true nature. This was a common tactic among hackers, disguising link addresses to implant Trojans or viruses. All connections were based on addresses generated under the HW protocol framework. This address also served as the server's data structure, including the root directory and subdirectory reading addresses. For example, when we log into a certain website, the HW protocol address is that website's root directory. If you want to view specific content, those would be subdirectories under the root directory. The address in the browser would also change accordingly, and anyone with a basic understanding of networks could analyze the directory structure of that website from the address. Hackers often use disguises to send link addresses, which can not only bypass firewall scans, but also lead to the leakage of all your private data. At that moment, Seng had cracked an address called 7 Sisters. Chapter 67. Enchanting Dance do not casually click on any uncertain link addresses, and do not trust that firewalls, security software, or antivirus programs in the system can prevent the Trojans or viruses associated with these link addresses. Because you clicked on it, it means you have accepted it. They will disguise these addresses as familiar website URLs, but your data has already been connected to another space, where everything about you is transparent. Unless you also have the key code or the ghost domain. The Phantom searched for all data related to the Seven Sisters in the ghost domain and concluded with a statement. The Seven Sisters are a network of assassins composed of 7 women who have experienced the baptism of death. They serve the highest bidder, caring only about the outcome of success or failure, regardless of the cost of the process. The link they sent to the Phantom is a trap. If the Phantom clicks on this link, his system will be immediately locked by the program code within it. The only options left would be to cut the internet, shut off the power, or smash the computer. Even if he tries to go online again, change computers, switch cables, or change IP addresses, he must never use his network ID, or he will have to smash it again. Some may wonder, since the internet is already disconnected, why smash the computer? The answer is simple. Once you click on the link, your computer has already been infected with a host of Trojans and viruses. Of course, you can try to reinstall the system, but that won't help, as their viruses hide in various corners of your computer. It's like a soldier on the battlefield who has been surrounded, yet charges forward without hesitation. When you realize that everything around you has disappeared, don't be afraid, because you are already dead. However, this is of no use to the Phantom. Even if he enters the link, the other party cannot break through his shield code. But why would the Phantom click it? He wouldn't be foolish enough to jump into a trap he knows is there. The other party is playing this tactic, making the Phantom think they wouldn't use such a low-level, laughable method. Just as their creed states, no questions about the process, only the results. Thus, the Phantom deleted the link, reset the network port, unplugged the cable, turned off the computer, and went to bed. What could be better than sleeping snugly in bed on a rainy day? In a villa in the capital of a certain country, one of the Seven Sisters, the Phantom, sat motionless in front of the computer, her long eyelashes occasionally fluttering, and her deep blue eyes filled with speculation and anticipation. Even in a black robe, her exquisite figure could not be concealed. Time passed slowly, and the Phantom could no longer sit still. She extended her long, graceful fingers to type a string of codes. The black tattoo on her arm partially visible at the cuff, mysterious and alluring. By the window stood another woman. Her attire was unique, resembling that of a belly dancer. With a ring in her navel, her fair and delicate skin enveloping a body as fiery as her allure. A tattoo on her shoulder extended to the slender neck behind, and her golden hair concealed its mystery, but could not hide her mature and enchanting features. Phantom, it seems your lover can't come to date you. The lazy voice was like an ethereal melody, and the subtle movements in her speech brought the woman's sensuality and charm to the extreme. Like a gentle obsession in her heart, it sweeps away worries and intoxicates her with sorrowful parting. Just like her name, it dances with charm, as if desire is surging. And love dances gracefully. He always appears, for he already knows who we are. The ghost's voice still lingers in the room, but her presence has already left. The charming dancer merely smiles lightly, then looks at the computer, and a sudden flash of murderous intent leaps in her eyes. What does it matter if she knows who they are? No one can rival the Seven Sisters. Once they accept a mission, the ghost butterfly must die. Returning to her room, the ghost picks up a glass of red wine and quietly stands by the window, looking out at the world. Her expression remains unchanged, calm and undisturbed, even though she has tried every means to find information on the ghost butterfly, yet she has achieved nothing. In desperation, she resorts to methods even a novice hacker would disdain to use, trying to bait the ghost butterfly. However, the ghost butterfly remains elusive, showing no sign of cooperation. Among the Seven Sisters, she is the youngest and the coldest. Whenever she thinks back to the process of joining the Seven Sisters, her heart aches. Her mother was a stripper, and after giving birth to her, she continued to work in a bar every day. The ghost has no idea who her father is and has never experienced true maternal love. After her mother's youth faded, she fell into alcoholism, and she lost the opportunity for education, wandering the streets every day. At 17, she became the lover of a gang leader, who was shot dead a year later during a clash with another gang. She was then dragged into a strip club to take up her mother's profession. The ghost vowed never to comply, but in the gang's fury, they threatened her life. However, a stranger saved her, a woman who was the queen of the Seven Sisters. Under her training, the ghost quickly became a senior hacker. Perhaps it was her talent. She once single-handedly breached the network of a significant naval fleet, nearly causing a war. From then on, she became a member of the Seven Sisters, ranked 7th in the team. However, her admission did not gain the support of the other 5 sisters, primarily due to her age and the special attention the queen bestowed on her. Beyond work, she was also entrusted with the daily affairs of the Seven Sisters. which further fueled the dissatisfaction of the other 5. In this team, apart from the queen, no one stood by her side. In certain matters, the queen could only remain neutral. The 7 sisters must not fail in any mission, and they never have. But this time, taking on the task against the ghost butterfly for a certain agency, even the queen said she was too impulsive. However, once a task is accepted, it must be carried through. The 7 sisters cannot backtrack. If the mission fails, the ghost will have to leave the 7 sisters. Now everyone is waiting for her to exit the team, as the ghost is deemed no match for the ghost butterfly. The ghost is well aware of this, but she is determined to complete this seemingly impossible task and make everyone in the 7 sisters silent. This was her only way to gain honor. However, when she truly faced the ghost butterfly, she realized its unimaginable power. Chapter 68. Speechless, the ghost had tried every method possible, yet still couldn't find any trace of the ghost butterfly. Although she was anxious inside, she couldn't show any signs of it on her face. As the other 6 sisters were watching her, she couldn't afford to lose this battle against the ghost butterfly. The rain showed no signs of stopping, and it had gotten heavier by morning. Yuehan knocked loudly on the door early in the morning. When Seng opened the door, she was already drenched, holding breakfast that she had bought for him. In such heavy rain, how did you come here? Seng handed her a dry towel. I saw your fridge was empty yesterday, and you didn't even think to buy anything, so I brought you breakfast. Hurry up and eat it while it's hot. Yuehan didn't even bother to wipe the rainwater off her head. She rushed to the kitchen to serve the steaming rice porridge and buns onto the table, pushing the still-dazed Seng to eat his breakfast and go to work. Seng was dazed partly because Yuehan seemed to know his kitchen very well, and partly because she was wearing a white dress that had clung to her body due to the rain, making the patterns of her underwear visible. Her silver high heels accentuated her feet in a particularly sexy way. Even if Seng was someone with a clear mind, he couldn't help but be affected by the scene before him, especially with Yuehan's curvy figure radiating the unique vitality of youth. She appeared even more alluring at that moment. Seng didn't drink the porridge. He had already swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He wasn't a lecherous person, but he was a man, and a normal man at that. Any man would be stunned by such a sight. Yuehan also noticed Seng's intense gaze and could only embarrassingly grab the towel and head to the bathroom to tidy herself up. Seng rubbed his eyes, forcing himself not to think about it, and quickly finished his breakfast to go to work. Once again, he reminded himself that his feelings for Yuehan were definitely not love. Breakfast was finished, but Yuehan was still in the bathroom. She thoroughly washed and hung up Seng's clothes, socks, and even his underwear. Now, Seng felt a bit embarrassed. Although a man's underwear and socks weren't exactly private, having Yuehan wash them felt strange to him. Perhaps it was because he thought Yuehan was doing this purely to thank him. Many things didn't require gratitude. Yuehan's actions made Seng feel as if helping her was just to gain such benefits in return. In fact, you don't have to do this. I've already said, I haven't helped you at all. Seng leaned against the bathroom doorframe. The way he spoke suddenly reminded him of his parents. His father often spoke to his mother while she was doing laundry in that very posture, and at that time, Seng thought it looked quite cool. Yuehan suddenly paused while washing the towel. Seng thought she did it to thank him, but only she knew the real reason behind her actions. However, those words were impossible to say out loud now. Sometimes, feelings are a process that unfolds slowly. The deeper the feelings, the more profound they become. Seng also didn't say anything more. Work hours had started, yet Yuehan asked him for a key to his house. She planned to buy some things and was worried she wouldn't be able to get in when she returned. Seng hurriedly replied, you really don't need to. I'll buy it after work. It's pouring rain outside. You should go home early. The more Yuehan insisted, the more uncomfortable Seng felt. Are you afraid what I buy will be toxic? How could it be toxic? I just mean you don't have to do this. You're making it awkward for me. You know? Seng wasn't really good at expressing his thoughts. He just said whatever came to mind. Awkward? Did I peek at you while you were showering? Or did I strip you? What is so awkward about it? You don't act like a man at all. Just give me the key, or if not, I'll leave now and never come back. Yuehan threw the towel onto the table, glaring at Seng with anger. How could he be so oblivious to such a clear confession? It was a tough decision for Yuehan to make. She wanted to change for Seng and rediscover the cute, gentle Yuehan she once was. Take it. Seng blinked. When a woman got angry, her aura was so intense, it felt like she could punch him. It was just a key. What was the big deal? If she wanted it, just give it to her. All right, let us go to work. I'll make you something delicious tonight. Once she got the key, Yuehan finally smiled. But just as Seng reached the door, Yuehan suddenly said, by the way, I'm moving in with you starting today. You won't mind, will you? Seng felt as if he slipped and almost fell. What was going on with Yuehan? First, she wanted the key, and now she wanted to move in? What was she thinking? Yuehan, look, I'm a man, and you're a woman. Do you think it's a good idea for you to suddenly move into my house? What is wrong with moving in? I'm not going to eat you. There are plenty of rooms in your place. My mom even said she wanted to move in yesterday. Seng felt his facial muscles twitching. Were these two women crazy? especially Yuehan. It was as if she had turned into a different person after just a day. Yuehan, I've given you the key. You can come over anytime. Your place isn't far from here, but really, you don't need to move in. It's so inconvenient. Sang absolutely couldn't agree to Yuehan's request. It wasn't about being right or wrong. It was a matter of habit. He was used to living alone, and suddenly having a woman in the house raised questions like whether he should close the door when he went to the bathroom. I'm a woman, and I'm not saying it's inconvenient. What is inconvenient about it for you as a man? Just tell me, will you let me move in or not? If not, then take the key back. I want to come again, and you want to even get to see me. Who wants to see you anyway? Senj was on the verge of tears. Why are women so difficult? How could she not understand even after all that? But seeing how upset she was, Senj couldn't bring himself to be too harsh. He just nodded and said, if you want to stay, then stay. I have to go to work now. Now that's more like a man. Come back early tonight. I'll wait for you to have dinner. Yuehan saw Senj out the door, feeling that he had finally understood her feelings. The thought alone made her feel incredibly happy and joyful. Senj did understand. He understood that only Hua Jie could stop Yuehan. Chapter 69. Leaving in the library, Senj finally found an opportunity to talk to Hua Jie about Yuehan. Hua Jie was Yuehan's mother, but she had no idea what had been happening. She had always believed that Yuehan and Senj had fallen deeply in love. Most importantly, Hua Jie thought highly of Senj and was sure he would bring happiness to Yuehan. Since that was the case, why not give love a chance? Everyone needs to experience romance at least once in their life, right? But feelings, Senj felt nothing for Yuehan. If pity counted, then maybe. But pity and sympathy are two entirely different concepts. Pity is a form of resonance, while sympathy is merely a detached, indifferent kind of coldness. He didn't sympathize with Yuehan's plight. He simply believed that no woman should suffer such humiliation, which stirred a sense of justice within him. That was all there was between him and Yuehan. No emotions, no love, just a bit of friendship. Senj hoped to preserve this rare friendship, not to ruin it. And certainly not to let any other feelings replace it. Hua Jie understood Senj's meaning. Yuehan's affection was one-sided, and Senj simply couldn't accept those kinds of feelings. As Hua Jie put it, fate can sometimes be very fragile. When Senj returned home that evening, several dishes still steaming with heat were laid out on the table, but Yuehan was nowhere to be found. He searched every room, only to find the key he had given her on the computer desk, along with a sheet of paper filled with writing. Dear Senj, I am leaving this city. Still, I want to thank you for everything you've done for me. I don't expect you to accept my gratitude, because I know I can never enter your world. Or perhaps I can never leave a mark in your heart. Fate is cruel. Why didn't I meet you earlier? Why did I have to endure this pain? Mom told me that you don't like me at all, that it's all just my one-sided affection. She's right. I would do anything for you. Even if it means you never want to see me again, I would accept that. Since it already hurts, what does a little more pain matter? But I will never forget you, the first warm embrace in my life, the first tender kiss. I will never forget your bullying, or your eyes. Even if fate denies me all of this, it can never take these memories away from my heart. Dear Senj, no matter where I go, your smile will always be in my mind. Even if fate takes away my sight, you will always be in my heart. I want to stay in this city because it has you. I fear I want to be able to resist thinking of you and might appear before you again. So I can only leave. Saying, I know I have no right to ask you to remember anything about me, but I just want you to remember that I love you. The letter slowly fell to the ground, like the tears that rolled onto the paper when Yuehan was writing, breaking her heart in that instant. The aroma of the food lingered, just like Yuehan's smile, hard to shake off. He opened the window to get some fresh air. The pressure inside was suffocating him. This was not guilt, but a kind of self-blame, for he had hurt a woman's heart and made Yuehan leave this city in pain. What was the difference between him and those who had once hurt her? Raindrops mixed with a hint of coldness hit his face, stinging his senses. At that moment, from an unknown window, a song floated out. Unfortunately, it's not you who held my hand. The melody drifted into the sky, accompanied by the misty rain, depicting Yuehan's tearful eyes, her fleeting back, and the sorrow of loss and confusion. Yuehan was a passerby in his life, leaving behind fleeting joy and helpless silence. Life seemed to return to its original track. Seng was still the librarian, still the ghost butterfly. He didn't care how many people in the world wanted to know who he was. Even if they wanted to know, they couldn't. However, there was one thing Seng still hadn't forgotten, which was the link from the Seven Sisters. But in the past week, the Seven Sisters hadn't sent him any links. Seng knew that someone was spending a lot of money trying to buy his information, and as a network assassin, the Seven Sisters wouldn't just give up. In his life away from the computer, Seng wanted peace. Yet the ghost butterfly in the online world wanted something different. Seng opened the Seven Sisters website in the ghost domain. As expected of a network assassin, it had a pulsating login entrance. To log into the website, specific matrix conversion patterns were required to accurately find the entrance's location. This was the most advanced network technology mode in the world, on the website interface. You could only see an image, nothing else. Even if you entered the data server's backend through a backdoor, there was only this image. To log into the website, you had to know the specific graphical conversion pattern, calculating the login entrance's landing point based on the boundary distance of the website page. If you didn't know how to calculate it, you would never find the entrance. However, in the ghost domain, Seng didn't need any calculations. He fixed his gaze on the pulsating login entrance. Clicking the entrance directed the data to another data server, which was the real page of the website, containing some coded information. With a bit of analysis, he could clearly understand the communication method of the Seven Sisters. Interestingly, the website also listed each member's area of expertise within the Seven Sisters team. Seng really wanted to know what these Seven Sisters looked like. In a hacker forum, several individuals who claimed to have seen the Seven Sisters once left messages saying that only after meeting them did they understand what a woman truly is. Seng disliked this tone. Was Huajia not a woman? There were a few single men in the library who were completely infatuated with Huajia. Isn't a woman just a woman? What is there to distinguish? However, there were no photos of the Seven Sisters on the website, but there were profiles of members from the Seven Sisters network of assassins around the world. These individuals specialized in gathering various hacking intelligence for the Seven Sisters. Whether full-time or part-time, all of them were hackers. Seng simply searched for a few profiles. Each of them had respectable jobs and decent incomes. But why were they so willingly serving the Seven Sisters? Was it just because they were women? Since they wanted to become his enemies, let them first see their own strength. Thus, Seng copied all the member profiles of the Seven Sisters network of assassins and posted them on the hacker forum. In less than 5 minutes, the clicks on the topic shame by Ghost Butterfly surpassed millions. When the website's founder saw this data in the backend, he knew it must be another one of Ghost Butterfly's themes. Seng completed this task effortlessly and went to take a shower. He wouldn't waste time staring at the screen for replies, and he had no interest in those responses. He only wanted to know how the Seven Sisters would respond to this data leak crisis. It should be noted that the Seven Sisters had already signaled an attack. He was merely countering their moves, an eye for an eye. Since the war with the Seven Sisters was inevitable, he might as well have a good fight. This was what Seng thought, but he did not realize that his disclosure of the information led to thousands of hackers becoming targets of attacks. What hackers despise the most are those who sell out other hackers' information for money. They are nothing but a bunch of lackeys, serving the Seven Sisters. In the past few years, countless hackers had perished at the hands of the Seven Sisters. People thought these 7 women were omnipotent, but it turned out they were surviving by trading in hacker intelligence. In the Matrix world, certain events trigger a series of butterfly effects. The members of the assassin group were attacked, and in their rage, they exposed all the hacker information they had, some of which included data on hackers that the Seven Sisters were investigating. At the same time, the Seven Sisters website suffered the largest-scale hacking attack, including several world-class hackers. They called this Operation 1 for honor, not for hatred. In the dimly lit conference room of the Seven Sisters base, no one could see each other's expressions. This was also a form of concealment. Whether it was anger or shock, the Empress of the Seven Sisters did not want to see any of it. This incident was the greatest humiliation the Seven Sisters organization had faced since its inception. The Empress's anger stemmed from shame and self-blame, as if she had been stripped bare in front of everyone, recounting the origins of every scar on her body. Even in such dim light, the Empress still wore black sunglasses. The most mysterious female hacker in the world now feels that all eyes are on her. She no longer has any sense of security. Much like their data servers, which, despite having advanced defense measures, remain vulnerable. It is akin to a duel between two masters, where one party's moves are impossible to discern. Without leaving any trace, the hacker has destroyed the Matrix firewall independently developed by the Seven Sisters. The so-called Matrix firewall is a high-end technology that forcibly disassembles irregular external data interventions. Each program or piece of data has its own independent node. If the data is interrupted or damaged, related operations cannot be executed. It is like watching a movie. If the internet suddenly disconnects halfway through, once it reconnects, you must either rewatch the previous parts or skip ahead. The Matrix firewall acts like a meat grinder when data forcibly breaches it. The firewall disassembles the data into countless fragments, directly destroying its coherence, making execution impossible. It's like a snake trying to slither into a room, but getting chopped into pieces as soon as it enters. Normal entry methods must be used, otherwise, one can never breach this firewall's defenses. But how did the hacker manage it? Not only did she crack the firewall, but she also took all the information from the data server. It's important to note that the Seven Sisters data server is specially designed, with the primary feature being a hardware locking function for files. This means that every data file stored on the server is locked to the hardware module, preventing it from being copied, cut, or even deleted. Only the Seven Sisters can access the data inside, and even then, each individual must use a specialized hardware unlocking tool to gain access. Typically, unlocking it through the network would be impossible. However, the hacker silently took the files without even a greeting. Phantom, cease all investigations or attacks on the hacker. I will communicate with Hans. This matter ends here. Everyone's attention turned to the Queen. Shouldn't they be focused on the Phantom? Haven't they been waiting for the moment of her failure? Yet this order from the Queen was the first compromise they had heard since joining the organization. They even doubted whether the person sitting before them was truly the resilient leader of the Seven Sisters, the Queen, who never backed down in the face of challenges. However, the Phantom refused. She could not accept failure. She could not afford to lose, and if she accepted this order, she would never be able to hold her head high in the organization again. The Queen sighed and said, "Before you destroy the Seven Sisters, all you can do is obey the order. Are we just going to give up?" The Phantom's voice grew more somber. Even without seeing her expression, one could sense the tears in her eyes. "It's not us, it's you who lost. You are no match for the Phantom Butterfly at all. By doing this, you only bring ruin to the entire Seven Sisters along with you. As the leader of the Seven Sisters, I cannot watch my empire, which I created with my own hands, be destroyed by you. You might as well give up." The Empress no longer wanted to argue with the Phantom and declared the meeting over, being the first to leave the conference room. However, the Phantom seemed unwilling to give up. She wanted to fight for one more chance, but the Empress didn't even look back. The others sat quietly, watching the Phantom in silence, as if she was the only one left in the room. She buried her face in her black robe, as if doing so could isolate her from the world. But at that moment, the languid voice of Mew danced through the silence of the conference room. "Phantom, give it up. How much more humiliation do you want to bring upon us before you're satisfied? You are facing the Phantom Butterfly alone, yet everyone sees us as a whole. Don't you think that's enough?" Mew left, and so did the others. As Mew had said, now everyone had to confront the challenges posed by the Seven Sisters, while the Phantom was already being prepared for them to forget her. After they left, 5 men dressed in black suits, black shirts, black ties, and wearing black masks walked in, heading straight for the Phantom. Chapter 71. Give up. Singe did not intend to incite hatred among the hackers towards the Seven Sisters, nor did he expect such a strong butterfly effect to occur. But isn't this the nature of the Matrix world? Every hacker has their own hatred and desires to attack others. The Phantom Butterfly merely provided them with a reason and excuse. The greatest loss was suffered by the Seven Sisters. They transformed from being mysterious and alluring to becoming infamous, a process that perhaps even they themselves could not accept. However, what everyone found unacceptable was that the Seven Sisters had not made any public statements up to this point. Almost all the hackers exposed by the members of the Seven Sisters had vanished without a trace. No one knew where they had gone. As a world-renowned hacker once said, "In the Matrix world, the life or death of a hacker is just a piece of data." Singe did not want to speculate or question what was right or wrong, because he was a hacker himself. The online world is full of 2 types of people, users and hackers. Someone has to deal with the destruction caused by these hackers, right? Otherwise, why would hackers even exist? There would always be someone wanting to eliminate these hackers, wouldn't there? Given this, why bother questioning? Not everyone could become Singe's focus. Except for Jack. In a sense, Jack was just as mysterious as he was. No one knew who the Phantom Butterfly was. Singe couldn't find any information about Jack on the network. His presence had evaporated completely. In a bar themed around the internet, located in a certain region, visitors from all over the world were welcomed. In the bar, you can see a complete history of hacker development, including world-famous hacker incidents. Even the names of various drinks here are named after hacker IDs. For example, there is the Gunslinger, a world-class hacker from the 90s known for nearly launching a nuclear weapon. True to his name, the Gunslinger had a volatile temperament, like a bomb ready to explode. At that time, he attacked a missile defense base out of a joke. This drink, much like the Gunslinger, ignites a fire in your mouth. Once it flows into your stomach, it feels like your whole body is ablaze. At this moment, Hans wishes he could burn up instantly to avoid facing the Queen sitting in front of him. Meeting the Queen is a great honor, but right now, Hans doesn't have time to admire the captivating and alluring face behind her sunglasses. The Queen orders a Gunslinger as well. Everyone has someone they remember fondly, don't they? It's like faith, always wondering what that person would do or how they would react. Drinks must be consumed, and conversations must be had. The collaboration between the Seven Sisters and FBA is not a one-time occurrence. Hans is a major client for them, taking substantial amounts of money from him every year. However, the Queen must now prepare for the possibility of losing this client. Although she is cold-hearted, she has a deep connection to the past. She looks around the bar and says with a hint of disappointment, "I remember when this place first opened, there were so many hackers here exchanging ideas. But now, aside from tourists and drunks, there isn't a hacker in sight. Indeed, it has become just an ordinary bar. And the reason is simple. Agents often take hackers from here, and these individuals mysteriously disappear. This bar has become a trap for hackers. No one would risk their life just for a drink, not even an alcoholic." The Queen's message is quite clear. She wants Hans to back off. Not all hackers are as straightforward as those they used to deal with. Hans understands her intention, but he cannot accept this outcome or explain it to his superiors. Time is running out for the investigation given by Turn. If he fails to eliminate Ghost Butterfly, Turn will find someone else to take his place. And he will lose everything. Whenever Hans thinks about this issue, he feels like a volcano on the verge of eruption. If it weren't for the fact that the leader of the Seven Sisters is sitting in front of him, he would have pulled out his gun and shot her. But he cannot afford to offend the Queen. Moreover, her personally requesting a meeting has already given him enough face, as the losses do not fall solely on him. It has now escalated to the point where CIA agents have also begun investigating the Seven Sisters. They absolutely cannot allow a hacker organization that relies solely on selling hacker information, or one that might sell national interests for money at any moment, to exist on their own territory. The Queen placed a check in front of Hans and said softly, "Hans, we have done everything we could, but this time, we lost. Let go of Ghost Butterfly, at least before he completely destroys everything." She did what she had to do and said what she needed to say. Now she was going to board that private jet and leave for another country with the Seven Sisters. For at least the next 10 years. She could not return to her homeland. This was the only piece of information that Turn had given her after receiving a sum of money. The incident involving the exposure of the Seven Sisters' information had escalated to a national level. The servers of the Seven Sisters had been reduced to mere shells, and the Queen did not shut them down, wanting to give the angry hackers an outlet for their frustration. However, there are always some who will escalate a simple incident into a national affair, under the incitement of certain individuals or organizations. They began to launch large-scale attacks on all civilian and military network devices. The president personally issued orders for the CIA, FBI, and other cyber defense teams to use any means necessary to counter this crisis. All cities entered a state of emergency to prevent the hackers from causing network damage. On the other hand, some began to attack hackers of their own nationality. After identifying a large amount of classified information, they publicly posted it on hacker forums. Domestic hackers could not sit idly by either. They formed a defense system called Guardians to work alongside the government in defending their network security. Sitting in his office, Hans became unusually calm after reading these reports. He turned off all the lights in the office, slowly walked to the window, pulled out a handgun, aimed it at his head, and pulled the trigger. Chapter 72. Jack is a woman. The news of the FBI president's suicide quickly spread across the internet. The hackers seemed to have calmed down in an instant, with all attacks, accusations, and insults coming to a halt. A well-known hacker stated on his homepage that the suicide of FBI President Hans should be blamed on the Seven Sisters or Ghost Butterfly, or should it just be attributed to his own loss in a whirlpool of desires? They would not let this go. Someone had to be held responsible for Hans's death, and all anyone could do was wait. After learning of Hans's suicide, the president had no choice but to activate the secondary root directory scanning function of the HW protocol. He needed to find Ghost Butterfly, no matter which country he was from or where he was in the world. Meanwhile, at a secret military base located 500 kilometers from a gambling city, CIA Director Turn sat expressionless in a windowless room. He wanted to meet someone, Jack. It seemed that the entire incident had started because of her. If there was only one person in the world who knew the identity of Ghost Butterfly, it was Jack. When the door opened, a girl around 20 years old, slender with blonde hair and blue eyes, walked in. No one would expect that in the Matrix world. The renowned Jack is actually a girl with a perpetual smile on her face. Jack is not exactly a beauty, but she possesses a unique aura. When you see her for the first time, you would never associate her with hacking. You would think she is a student or a trendy girl who loves music. Yet, this very girl is a world-class hacker, and if you were to talk about what she does online, it could take a day and a night to finish. Turn is a serious person who does not appreciate laughter in his presence. Every time he sees Jack smile, it infuriates him. Jack seems to be completely unaware of what her current situation means, and Turn has to remind her before every conversation. Listen, Jack. If you don't want to spend your life here, tell me everything about Ghost Butterfly. Turn sits upright with his arms crossed, as if maintaining the image of a serious figure. Jack chuckles softly and replies, Director Turn, it seems you've asked me this question many times before, and every time my answer is the same. Have you developed a case of repetition? While speaking, Jack's fingers continuously trace patterns on the table. It's a withdrawal exercise. Each time she longs to touch a keyboard but doesn't have one, she has to repeat this exercise. Jack once told Ghost Butterfly that she could lose everything but her keyboard. That clicking device is her everything. She practices this withdrawal repeatedly to avoid breaking down, waiting for the day she can leave this place. Jack, Hans has committed suicide. Multiple network devices in various locations have been attacked by unidentified hackers. The Seven Sisters have also left, the FBA has completely collapsed, and the president has initiated a level 2 root directory search. Hackers around the world are attacking each other. All because Ghost Butterfly made the Seven Sisters member information public. Ghost Butterfly must take responsibility for this, so I need you to tell me who he is. Everything happens for a reason. Why did Ghost Butterfly make the Seven Sisters information public? From what I understand, Ghost Butterfly is not someone who proactively attacks others. And you want to blame Hans's suicide on him? That's too unfair. Jack stopped her movements, looking very angry, but unable to do anything. Everyone knows what the Seven Sisters are involved in. She had several encounters with them before being brought to this military base. Why did Ghost Butterfly release the Seven Sisters information? Ultimately, it's because the Seven Sisters accepted benefits from Hans or the CIA to help them out, which angered Ghost Butterfly, leading to the exposure of their information. Now, with Hans unable to bear the pressure and committing suicide, the CIA, in order to protect their dirty secrets, is trying to place the blame on Ghost Butterfly. Their scheme is quite clever. Turn's face remains expressionless. Someone must take responsibility for Hans's death, but it's certainly isn't the Seven Sisters. It can only be Ghost Butterfly. Even if he did nothing. Jack, we can make a deal. You tell me who Ghost Butterfly is, and I'll give you a new identity, allowing you to regain your freedom. Everything you've done before can be erased. This opportunity only comes once, so think carefully about whether you want to seize it. Jack chuckled. I'm sorry, Mr. Turn, but you won't get anything from me. Although I also wish to be free, I truly have no power in this situation. Moreover, I advise you not to provoke Ghost Butterfly any further. Otherwise, you might be the next one to take your own life. After saying this, Jack stood up and walked towards the door. However, as she passed by Turn, he grabbed her neck and slammed her onto the table. The impact echoed through the room, shaking it as if the entire world had lost its color, mirroring Jack's feelings at that moment. My patience is limited. Tell me who Ghost Butterfly is, or I will make you wish you were never born. Turn roared in Jack's ear like a beast, wishing he could crush her to death, as no one would care if she died. Yet, Jack gritted her teeth, holding back tears, refusing to struggle, knowing that against Turn's weight of nearly 180 pounds, all her efforts would be futile. Still, she managed to smile, a sign of her contempt and mockery towards this beast. When a beast's patience reaches its limit, it becomes entirely savage. He grabbed Jack's shoulders and lifted her, weighing less than 100 pounds, completely above his head, then threw her against the wall. At that moment, Jack felt nothing but a tearing pain. Even if all her bones were broken, her face still bore that disdainful smile. Tears lingered in her eyes, and every time she felt they might fall, she forced them back. She absolutely could not shed a tear in front of this beast. What Turn dreaded the most was her contemptuous, mocking smile. He wanted her to know the pain that came with such resistance. So he pounced on Jack, raining down punches like a storm. But Jack maintained her smile. Even though blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, she would never yield. Chapter 73. Module: A woman's strength can sometimes exceed your imagination. Even when their hearts are fragile, they never give up on what they firmly believe in. Like everyone who silently endures grievances or even humiliation, they may laugh loudly, pretending to be indifferent, but only they know how painful that persistence can be. Everyone has something they hold on to, never changing and never giving up. Even when they want to cry, they hold back and try to forget. All for that eternal belief in their hearts, to be strong and endure. Like Jack, with every punch she endured, she would tell herself to hold on, never to cry out or make a sound, because this was her only way of supporting Ghost Butterfly and resisting these beasts. Turn seemed to have forgotten his identity. Even when the soldiers outside forcibly pulled him away, he still wanted to throw a few more punches at Jack. It wasn't until the soldiers pointed their guns at his head that he calmed down. He straightened his clothes and said to the soldier aiming at him, "Put your gun away. Don't tell me you've never done this before." The soldier replied loudly, "We never do this to women. I will definitely report this to my superiors. Now, you need to leave this room immediately." Turn merely smiled disdainfully at the soldier. In his country, no one could limit him except for the president. He had access to everyone's private information, and even if his superiors came, what could they do to him? "Soldier, if your gun is still pointed at me, I guarantee you'll be back on your farm tomorrow, planting that damn corn." The soldier remained uncompromising, only obeying orders from his superiors, regardless of the agency involved. The fact that he hadn't shot Turn for brutally assaulting a woman was already generous. This guy was still here making a fuss. Although they didn't know why the girl was being held here, they liked her. The one who always had a smile on her face. But now, this lovely girl was being ruined by this jerk. If they weren't soldiers, they would not let this scoundrel off the hook. "Now leave here immediately, right now." The soldier issued the order again, and a few medics rushed in with a medical kit. After a brief check, they found that the supplies could not handle her injuries. They could only call for a stretcher to take her to the medical room for emergency treatment. Jack was feeling very drowsy but was forcing himself to stay awake. He wanted to say something to Turn before leaving. "Is that all you've got?" Turn attempted to charge forward again, but the soldier directly pressed the gun against him. Turn could tell that if he rushed forward again, the soldiers would definitely shoot. So, he could only raise his hands, indicating that he would not act impulsively anymore. In a certain building, in the president's office, the head of the HW base placed a report in front of the president. Mr. President, we have initiated the Level 2 directory data search as per your orders, but found nothing. How is this possible? Is there really nothing left to hope for? The president closed the report and slammed it down on the table. In front of others, this was his only way to vent his frustration. His country had become chaotic. Yet they could do nothing. He had thought that by starting the Level 2 directory search of the HW protocol, they would find the phantom butterfly. But it seemed they could only sit at home and pray for divine intervention. The head of HW hadn't anticipated such a situation. The data stored online about the phantom butterfly yielded no responses during the search, as if a stone had been thrown into a bottomless abyss. They even attempted to use data reshaping, which involved consolidating all visible data related to the entity in one place to extend the search time and broaden the search scope. However, all search commands targeting this entity would immediately disappear upon appearing in the root directory of the relevant protocol, as if the data was a forbidden zone in the network, untouchable and inviolable. Besides this, the only finding was that the data module appeared in the online world as entirely independently uploaded. In other words, its data resembled a shell fired from a cannon. After the shell exploded, it formed data. Yet, one would never know where the cannon was hidden. No trace, no direction, so mysterious. Upon discovering this data characteristic, a highly confidential report submitted to the leader noted that a brand new data model had emerged in the world, marking the first discovery since the birth of the network. The emergence of this data model could change or even overturn conventional data structures in the global digital realm. So far, this model has only appeared in the form of information online, but no one could guarantee that it would not mutate one day, leading to a complete transformation of the global network model, much like how life re-emerged after mass extinction thousands of years ago. At that time, it would be the end of the world. Upon hearing this, the leader fully understood the implication. Simply put, it was about cleansing. At that time, all nations with networks would face cleansing or even destruction, followed by a reshaping of the global landscape under a new or stronger data structure, redefining human values and the basis of existence. With this in mind, the leader said to everyone, "Immediately arrange a meeting. I want to see the heads of 10 nations." Singe thought that the bookshelf in front of him could still fit a few more books. Otherwise, the old curator would start discussing his theory of balance, insisting that half of the books on this shelf be moved to another one. The shelf was about to burst, yet he always had one book that couldn't fit in. In the past, Singe would have definitely moved half of those books to another shelf, but now, taking advantage of others not paying attention, he secretly stuffed the extra book onto another administrator's shelf. Since Singe got involved with the network and became a hacker, while he tried not to let this identity affect him, it inevitably influenced his character subtly. At the very least, he now understood that sometimes being flexible could save a lot of time and effort. This is also why his shelf used to have books that were not of his management type. Others could easily complete their tasks, while he always had an endless number of books to move. One program manages one program. This rule must not be disrupted. And what Singe is doing now is merely making this program more orderly. It's payday, everyone. To the old curator's office. Let's go. Someone shouted. And everyone rushed toward the curator's office eagerly. Chapter 74. The meeting. What could be better than getting paid? Every time wages are distributed, Seng is always the last one in line. When everyone receives their share, they meticulously count it several times. They often think that the old director, due to his age, might forget how much to give them. However, the old director never shortchanges anyone. His expression while handing out wages is one of great pain. But when it comes to deducting money for some reason, he even jumps up on the table with excitement. No matter the issue, it becomes a reason to deduct money. Even spending an extra 5 minutes in the restroom results in a $10 deduction. When it's Seng's turn, the old man flips through his deduction records and finds that there are no deductions for him. He then spits on his finger and counts out exactly 3,000. That's Seng's monthly salary, which can't buy much in the capital city of this era. After paying various expenses, there's hardly enough left for food. Moreover, he can't afford to eat well, otherwise, he'd be starving by the end of the month. Seng also has to visit Uncle Juan at the orphanage every month, which makes his finances even tighter. This is also the reason why Seng is reluctant to date. He simply doesn't have the means to support such an expense. The colleagues who receive their salaries only discuss one topic: where to go for a split bill after work. However, Seng is not interested in these conversations and will not join them. They work in the same unit, but live in different worlds. Going home is the most common activity Seng engages in after work. Who isn't like that? Meanwhile, in another world, the Summit of 10 Nations is already underway, classified at the highest level of secrecy. This level implies either an impending apocalypse or a world war. The leaders of these 10 nations are well aware that they will have to dig into their own pockets. It's always like this. One country discovers a secret, and then the others spend money to buy that secret. Just like this summit. Although it is a video conference, its confidentiality is of the highest level in the world. The expenditure of the 10 governments on this secrecy network is astronomical. This isn't just a regular video call. It involves 10 nations utilizing their own communication satellites to transmit wireless video signals. All information and data are completed in space. In other words, these individuals are holding a meeting in space. Can you imagine the costs involved? If you think this is similar to ordinary communication, you are mistaken. Their data does not reflect back to Earth at all. Of course, it is possible to control these satellite transmitters through hacking. But the premise is whether your control will be accepted by the satellite equipment in space. If any signal from one of the 10 nations is cut off, all signals will be terminated, and you will never know the content of the meeting. However, despite the high level of secrecy, the details of the meeting were leaked at its onset. The speculation regarding this summit on the internet centers around one term, ghost butterfly. According to vague statistics, the hacker attack initiated by a certain group resulted in economic losses amounting to over 100 million. The concerned country is definitely not going to let this matter rest. Of course, Singe noticed these news reports and rumors, but they held no significance for him. He might as well cook himself a nice dinner. It was payday, so he could treat himself to something good. He bought a chicken, cleaned it, cut it into pieces, and stewed it with potatoes, which smelled delicious. In the strategic command center of a certain underground military base, a video call with the leaders of 10 countries was connected on time. The president of the concerned country stood in front of the camera and, after a brief greeting, got straight to the point. The leaders of these countries were busy, and no one had time for meaningless chatter. Gentlemen, I'm sure you have all heard of the hacker codenamed Ghost Butterfly. If you haven't, it doesn't matter. What I want to tell you is that the hacking mode used by Ghost Butterfly will, in the near future, replace all known information data. This means that at that time, you will lose control over your countries, and the world will descend into chaos. Or it could be the actual end of the world. As the president spoke, a document was placed in front of all the leaders, detailing everything known about Ghost Butterfly online, including the conflicts with a certain group and what had triggered them. At this moment, the president of a certain country was the first to speak. Mr. President, according to the information I have, Ghost Butterfly has not attacked my country at all. The conflict between Ghost Butterfly and your country is entirely caused by Jack. If you could share Jack's information with him, this situation wouldn't have occurred. The president of that country was always direct, although he expressed his thoughts quite tactfully. Everyone could tell. This was a clear criticism of the concerned country's shamelessness. Whenever there were benefits, they always wanted to monopolize them, and when there was danger, they sought every means to elevate the issue to a global level, using doomsday rhetoric to make all countries work for them. Just like their anti-terrorism strategy, which originally targeted only the concerned country, they framed it as a global issue, deploying troops and agents to wreak havoc across various nations. This time was no different. Ghost Butterfly was merely a hacker who embarrassed the concerned country, leaving them at a loss for how to respond. Unable to pinpoint where Ghost Butterfly struck them, they concocted an excuse to enlist the whole world in searching for him. The most disgraceful part was that if they found Ghost Butterfly, they wouldn't even say thank you. Instead, they would expect gratitude for providing the information that supposedly saved the world. They did nothing yet took all the credit for themselves. The president of a certain country also remarked, moreover, this time, it seems that the Ghost Butterfly has not made any aggressive moves against your country. He has only released the member information of the Seven Sisters online. By the way, the Seven Sisters are not to be underestimated. This organization infiltrated a data server in our country a year ago and stole information about our agents stationed in a certain African nation. Our agents are still searching for them everywhere. From my personal perspective, I support what Ghost Butterfly has done, though this statement is unrelated to this meeting. The president of another country then added, according to our intelligence, the president of your country's FBA, Hans, directly hired the Seven Sisters to deal with Ghost Butterfly. And after failing, he committed suicide. I would like to ask Your Excellency, did Hans reach an agreement with the Seven Sisters in his personal capacity, or on behalf of the government? If it was personal, I don't see why he would have a reason to commit suicide. Chapter 75. Chicken Dinner. The president of a certain country was certainly aware of the underlying details. But what he was regretting was the decision to invite the president of another country to this summit. The relationship between the two countries has always been in a state of invisible war regarding military, intelligence, and even economic development. Some have remarked that they will never have the same enemies, as they are enemies to each other. The details surrounding Hans's suicide are highly classified in this country. Even Hans's family and all departments within the FBA are unaware of the circumstances. Now, the president of another country openly disclosed this matter in front of the leaders of 10 nations, causing the president's expression to darken immediately. In fact, there is nothing wrong with revealing this secret to the 10 leaders. The issue was that the president of another country intensified the focus of the problem, leading other leaders to suspect that the recent hacking attack was entirely provoked by their own country, and now they are trying to drag these nations down with them. This behavior completely exposed the rogue nature of this country. After thinking for a moment, the president nodded and said, "What the president of another country said is not wrong. Hans did have contact with the Seven Sisters Network organization, but we are still investigating the specifics of that contact. I believe results will come soon. What I want to say to everyone is that I hope our 10 nations can unite against Ghost Butterfly, as this is the only way to ensure our regimes endure. I believe none of you want your country to become someone else's pawn, right?" He himself felt that this statement was particularly powerless. But he couldn't think of anything else to say or do, so he could only deny and divert. The president of yet another country was the first to express his position. "Your Excellency, according to the intelligence gathered by our agents, Ghost Butterfly currently poses no threat of attacking other countries. What we can do is maintain neutrality and will absolutely not provoke him. It seems we will not reach any cooperation agreement this time." The words of the president of a certain country almost echoed the thoughts of everyone. Originally, the entity in question had no intention of launching an attack against us, but provoking them could lead to unforeseen consequences. Who could possibly stop them? The idea of dragging everyone down with them was quite a fantasy. As a result, the leaders of various nations expressed their opinions, and none supported the proposal put forth by the president. As for the module that could lead to global destruction, these leaders merely assumed it was a fabrication by the president. In the end, the president of another country reminded him to inform the entity about Jack's information. Otherwise, the attacks would not cease. The summit concluded with all satellite communications abruptly cut off. The president gazed at the screen and softly asked, "Have you all given up on this world?" How could these leaders ever give up on the world or on the exploration of that entity? Although they did not reach any verbal agreements, each leader had to consider the safety of their own nation, as no one could guarantee that the entity wouldn't appear in their territory one day, or that it might not already be one of their own. Of course, the only entity capable of confirming the nationality of the mysterious figure was a certain network defense department stationed in the capital of another country. After the last encounter with the entity, a certain individual kept a close watch on its movements online and was aware of the cyber attacks that erupted due to a certain incident. While he applauded the entity's actions, he also felt concern for it. It must be understood that in the Matrix world, no hacker is truly invincible. There are always others out there, and this saying perfectly describes the hackers in that realm. He had previously believed that his own network skills were among the top in the military and even nationwide, and he felt honored to be part of the design and construction of a certain advanced system. Currently, the entire military and important departments utilized this system, which was the highest honor for a soldier. This gave him a sense of confidence, as if there was no one in the world who could surpass him. However, the entity managed to breach the advanced system silently, as if it had simply unlocked his front door without needing a key. If it were anyone else, he would have insisted on a lengthy confrontation. Yet with this entity, he felt only admiration and lacked the courage to challenge it. Whenever a certain individual saw him, he would simply state his desire for the entity. Eventually, he chose to avoid his father, wanting to know who the entity was, but that was simply impossible. Later, a meeting was convened specifically to analyze why the entity targeted a certain individual. The conclusion was to start a secret investigation into everyone who had come into contact with that individual. Soon, they found someone working in another city. According to various investigations, on the night the individual was eliminated, it seemed that this person and their mother were aware of something, as they did not return home. Furthermore, it was reported that they had previously approached this person for a different purpose. In other words, either Yuehan happened to be not at home, or she had prior knowledge of the actions that night. Later, it was discovered that they spent the night at a boy named Seng's house. Seng is a colleague of Yuehan's mother at the library, and he had previously met Yuehan in the Chaos Hall, where he had a conflict with Wu Hachao. When the investigators met Yuehan, they naturally asked about Seng, and Yuehan's response was that she didn't know Seng at all. That day, he had asked her mother for help with some chores, and it got too late for her to return home. Yuehan would definitely not reveal anything else. These were secrets she held in her heart, never to be known by anyone. As a result, the intelligence department began a secret investigation into everything about Seng. The final outcome was that Seng was an orphan, with a calm and composed personality, not good at communicating with others, fitting the profile of a hacker. He had been working at the library since graduating from university, and his parents mysteriously disappeared when he was 5, with no records available to trace. After receiving the information, Xiaojia read it carefully over and over again, ultimately deciding that he needed to meet Seng in person. What others understood was merely the surface. To truly know a person, one must enter their world. If this person truly was the Ghost Butterfly, Xiaojia decided he would immediately kneel and call him master. Just then, while Seng was eating chicken, the doorbell rang. Chapter 76. A visitor Seng opened the door and was taken aback. He had never seen this person before, and judging by his age and appearance, he didn't seem to be someone who would be collecting any fees. Even if he were, he certainly didn't look as imposing as this guy. With his hands in his pockets and tilting his head, he seemed like he was ready to challenge someone. Who exactly was this person? Who are you looking for? Seng asked, gripping the doorknob tightly. If this guy was here to rob him, he could just take him down. You must be Seng. Xiaojia looked Seng up and down. Although he had seen Seng in photos before, in person he was much more handsome. He wasn't very old, but his height was almost taller than Xiaojia, at least around 1.8 meters. Yes, I am Seng. May I ask who you are? As he spoke, Seng's mind was racing. On one hand, he wondered if he had seen this person somewhere before. On the other hand, he was thinking about the files on his computer. If this person was here because of his hacker identity, the contents on his computer would definitely expose him. My name is Xiaojia, a network engineer from the military district. Seng's mind suddenly clicked. Could this person be the one he had talked to that day? Did he find out his identity so quickly? Or did he know nothing and was just here to investigate? But seeing him sniffing the delicious aroma in the house, what exactly was he here for? Is it chicken stew? I haven't eaten yet, so make some for me too. As he spoke, Xiaojia stepped into the house, and Seng couldn't stop him. However, letting him in was fine. He could also ask what he wanted to do. Xiaojia acted as if he were at home, heading straight for the dining room as soon as he entered. He said, if you want to eat, just sit down and eat quietly. But then he looked at the dining table and ran to the kitchen to rummage around for something. Senggu was a bit speechless. This guy was acting like a lunatic. What was he looking for? Why was there no alcohol? It would be a shame not to have a drink with the stewed chicken. I'm sorry, I never drink alcohol. I want to know what you are here for. Senggu said. It turned out this guy was looking for alcohol. Senggu had only drunk once in his life. It was during the old curator's birthday. Everyone from the unit was there. The curator, feeling jubilant, started toasting with a bunch of young people. Senggu had never drunk before and, unable to resist the curator's insistence, took a shot of liquor and then lost all sense of reality. When he woke up, he found himself lying in a pile of books in the library. Later, he learned that the person who brought him back couldn't get his address out of him. So they just dumped him at the library, thinking it was easier than making the round trip since he had to work the next day. After that, Senggu never drank again. Now, this Xiao Jia hadn't stated his purpose and just barged in looking for alcohol. Is this how a guest behaves? Besides, Senggu hadn't invited him. He had completely intruded. If it weren't for this guy being so tall and muscular, Senggu would never have let him in. What the hell is going on? He walks in without saying a word and starts tearing apart the kitchen. Where's the sense in that? Forget it. I can't take it anymore. I need to eat something. Senggu thought he would just have a few bites, but this guy devoured everything. One whole chicken, several pounds of potatoes, and a pot of rice. It was almost all gone. Senggu was on the verge of breaking down. While there was still some soup left, he quickly grabbed a few bites. Otherwise, this guy would lick the plates clean. This chicken is really delicious. I didn't expect you to have such skills. You're famous as a hacker and can cook this well too. Hearing this, Senggu was startled. This Xiao Jia was indeed here because of his hacker identity. No matter what he wanted, Senggu absolutely could not let him know he was Ghost Butterfly. I don't know what you're talking about. If you're done eating, please leave. There is nothing here for you. Senggu said as he began to clear the table and the mess in the kitchen. Was this guy here to investigate Ghost Butterfly or to cause trouble? Xiao Jia didn't say anything but didn't leave either. Instead, he got up and headed for Senggu's computer. When Senggu turned around in the kitchen, he found that this guy had turned on the computer. He rushed over to block him and said, "What are you doing? If you're not Ghost Butterfly, let me see your computer." No matter what Senggu said, if he could just take a look at the computer, everything would be revealed. This is my personal privacy. You have no right to look. If you don't leave, I want to be polite, Senggu said, slamming the monitor down on the desk. Even if it meant destroying the computer, he couldn't let Xiao Jia see the contents inside. Xiao Jia no longer insisted. Many issues had become quite obvious now. If Senggu wasn't a ghostly figure, why couldn't he let him see the computer? Because the computer was filled with secrets of the ghostly figure. Although there were only a few pieces of hardware inside the case, it represented the entire world of the network. Since that was the case, there was no need to force him anymore. He came here with no ill intentions, only wanting to tell him that even a hacker needs friendship. He would come again, but by then, it probably wouldn't be like this. Xiao Jia left without looking back, while Senggu stood there, unresponsive for a long time. He wasn't afraid. Rather, he thought about today's situation, which served as a reminder for him. Just like hackers appearing in the network, yet needing to live in reality. No matter how well they hide, traces will always emerge. The computer here was no longer safe, or rather, the entire house wasn't safe anymore. The fact that Xiao Jia could find him indicated that he had a clear grasp of his information, including everything in this house, or that countless eyes were already watching him around this villa. He pulled down all the curtains and locked the door tightly. But what was the point? If they wanted to break in, could a mere door stop them? What they wanted to know the most was the information on the computer. Yet now, even he couldn't see anything because he had pressed too hard, causing the monitor's screen to appear as if covered with a layer of cobwebs, devoid of any light. Senggu sighed. This loss was truly significant. A chicken and a monitor, and half a month's salary was just gone like that. He removed the hard drive from the computer and hid it under his pillow, but that wasn't a safe place either. Where should he hide it? Suddenly, he remembered that this villa had a secret room located within the study. This secret room was originally meant for storing valuables. But Singu had never seen anything valuable in the house. His only impression of the secret room was from childhood, when he was punished by his father for being naughty and locked inside for half a night. He shouted until his voice was hoarse before being let out. Since then, this secret room had become the most terrifying place in his memory, and until now. If he didn't deliberately think about it, he wouldn't even remember that there was a secret room. The switch to the secret room's door was located on the bookshelf. From any angle, the door to the secret room appeared to be the back of the bookshelf, and no one would guess that there was a room behind it. Finding the switch, he gently moved it, and the bookshelf silently began to part to the sides. In that moment, childhood memories seemed to reappear in Sung Ji's mind. However, now, no one was there to punish him anymore. With a gentle push, the door would automatically open. A thick layer of dust covered the floor of the secret room. Just like the thick memories in Sung Ji's mind, settling and traversing through the passage of time, untouched by anyone, not even leaving a trace behind. Dust can be swept away, but memories can never be erased. When memories slowly transform into nostalgia, they resemble the twinkling stars drifting across the night sky, dazzling yet distant. Sang hasn't he moved anything in. He needs to keep those for dealing with Xiaojia. He intends to set up a new system, one that is truly secure and secret. After some preliminary calculations based on his ideas, he realizes it requires substantial financial support. After taking out his salary and deducting the money for buying chicken, he finds he can only afford a monitor. Is he supposed to not eat? It seems that relying solely on his library job won't allow him to realize his plans. He should look for a part-time job to increase his income. His computer is no longer usable, so he can only access the internet using wireless devices. Speaking of which, wireless devices have already reached IP7. But he is still using an older generation keyboard machine. Sang doesn't pay much attention to these wireless devices, as no one has ever contacted him. Nor would he reach out to others. Fortunately, his keyboard machine can still connect to the internet, but while browsing, Sang suddenly discovers that the network data for wireless devices is fundamentally different from that for computers. The wired network uses the www protocol, while the wireless network employs the WAP protocol. These are essentially two frameworks, or two worlds. Sang attempts to input the key code under the WAP protocol, but there is no response. The Wireless Application Protocol, or WAP, differs from the www protocol in that one is accessed via wired connections, while the other uses satellite data exchange. This protocol framework was born in the 1990s and has developed over several decades, now becoming the fifth realm beyond the fourth. In some developed countries, the number of users of WAP has completely surpassed that of wired networks, due to its convenient and fast browsing mode, which has always been popular among people. One could say that the emergence and application of the WAP protocol is humanity's greatest invention after computers. Sang knows almost nothing about this fifth realm, and his key and shield codes have little to no application within this protocol framework. Therefore, he contemplates a question. In wireless data exchange, its nodes are on communication satellites. Data access requests and receptions first go through server storage and are then relayed by communication satellites, which transforms them from mere data into signal data. His code is only suitable for wired data modules and lacks the ability to recognize this kind of wireless signal data module. This is because wireless signal data utilizes scripting software like Java to convert HTML data before it can be accessed through wireless devices. The so-called HTML data refers to the programming language data of the web. For instance, all the content we see when browsing a web page is generated based on the framework of HTML hypertext markup language. However, wireless devices fundamentally lack the functionality of computers in terms of hardware, so normal access can only be achieved through software conversion like Java. The JavaScript will convert data as it receives wireless signal data, allowing for proper access. Sang has thoroughly studied 2 of the 10 codes. Will there be any code targeting the 5th domain among the remaining 8? It should be noted that wireless devices are the most valuable targets for attacks, as a person's privacy is unlikely to be stored on a computer, but it can easily be contained in a wireless device, carried everywhere. Sang often sees strange applications targeting wireless devices on hacker forums, but he never paid much attention to them at the time. Now he realizes that the applications for wireless devices have almost reached the same value and status as those for wired networks. At this point, Sang let out a gentle sigh. In the past decade, humanity seems to have developed its intellect to a new height, able to research anything. If you had proposed such ideas over a decade ago, others would have thought you were insane. In just a few years, if you were unaware of these applications now, people would still say you were crazy. In short, this is a world controlled by madness, making everyone abnormal. Every day, people die because of their obsession with wireless devices. Every hour, someone loses their job due to their fixation on them. Every minute, relationships break apart because of these devices. If you claim you are not being controlled, then please discard your wireless device, and you will find that without it, you feel like you are experiencing withdrawal. Walking on the street, you will notice countless people being manipulated. Don't ask who is controlling you. My only answer is that you are controlling yourself. No one forces you to be controlled, nor do they require you to spend money on this control. Look, aren't you reading this text on a wireless device right now? Sang is indeed reading, as he has found a job that seems very suitable for him. A certain network company is hiring programmers, and it's part-time. It can be said that all programming software available is now so familiar to Sang that he can hardly imagine being more acquainted with it. Why not apply for this position? Chapter 78. Black Widow. The next day happened to be Saturday, another beautiful day. Sang originally planned to visit the orphanage to see Uncle Juan, but to save money for a monitor, he decided to wait until next month. Additionally, Sang had an important task today, to apply at the network company. He had never participated in such an interview before. After graduating from university, he seemed to have been destined to work in a library until now. If it weren't for the need to fulfill his own goals, Sang might never have thought about looking for a part-time job. He arrived at a large and seemingly formal internet company located in a high-rise office building in the capital's business district, dressed in casual attire, while others were in formal suits. As he walked through the entrance, he saw the words Deepwater Network Company behind the reception desk. To the right of the reception, there were already more than a dozen applicants in line, all dressed professionally, each carrying a laptop and a folder. Seeing them, he felt a bit rushed for coming today. Even the receptionist didn't think he was there for an interview and mistakenly assumed he was a delivery person, waving him over and saying, "Please sign for the delivery here." "I'm here for an interview," he said, feeling somewhat lacking in confidence. The receptionist took a closer look at him, managed a slight smile, and said, "Oh, you're here for an interview? Please take your time and join the line over there. The HR manager will interview you shortly." He thanked her and moved to the end of the line. Even though he was the last in line, he could endure it. Standing behind these individuals felt a bit out of place, but who cared? Not everyone could succeed in the interview anyway. Before long, a woman in her 30s, with her hair up, dressed in a black professional outfit, black high heels, and black stockings, looking somewhat like a femme fatale, approached the group. As someone particularly adept at observation, he noticed the finer details others might overlook. While others might focus on the manager's gaze, he scrutinized her ears, neck, thighs, and hands. These areas often reveal a person's habits and background. For instance, the manager had one earlobe longer than the other, suggesting a sensitive area, possibly due to frequent kisses or fidgeting when bored. The former seemed more likely. He had never seen her idly tugging at her ear. Her neck was slender, adorned with a thick necklace that seemed mismatched, indicating someone who enjoyed showing off wealth. Her thighs appeared shapely, but through the black stockings, he noticed some bruises on her knees. No need to think too much into it. It merely indicated she likely did housework and often knelt to clean the floors. After all, how could one leave marks on a soft bed? Her hands were delicate, with long fingers, suggesting she took care of herself, though the stiff crossing of her arms showed a hint of pretentiousness. "I am the HR manager, Chun Mei-yu, responsible for your interviews. I will call your names one by one. Please submit your credentials to my secretary." Just as he was observing, the beautiful secretary approached him. However, he found that Sung had nothing in his hands and turned to look at the female manager. "Sir, are you here for an interview?" Chun Mei-yu had never seen anyone come for an interview like this, with nothing at all, staring intently at her legs. Could this guy be a fetishist? With that, Sung was pulled back from his observation, looked around, confirmed that Chun Mei-yu was speaking to him, and nodded, saying, "Yes, I am here for a part-time job interview." They were also here for interviews, but don't you think they have a better chance because they have qualifications? Sung knew that his interview was a bit abrupt, having come without any preparation, so he spoke up. "I'm sorry, Manager Chun. I've never participated in such an interview before and didn't know what to prepare. That's my fault." Chun Mei-yu seemed a bit incredulous. "Never had an interview before? At your age, have you never worked? How do you support yourself?" Not only Chun Mei-yu found Sung unusual, but others also thought he was quite special. However, they were glad Sung was doing this, as it meant one less person competing for the opportunity, right? "What is your name?" "Sung. Have you really never had a job before?" "I worked as a librarian at the city library." Chun Mei-yu had not realized that Sung was actually a civil servant. No wonder he had never looked for a job. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste time on this matter. The formal interview was about to begin. People in front of them went in one by one and came out. But no one left, just lined up on the other side. Finally, the female secretary called Sung's name. Upon entering the office, he was greeted by a window. It was almost noon, and the sunlight was streaming into the office, making it hard for Sung to open his eyes. Chun Mei-yu had her back to the window, creating an imposing presence that was hard to look directly at. "Please sit." "Thank you." After Sung sat down, he felt a bit better. Chun Mei-yu continued. We're looking for talent in network data programming, and you need to be proficient in at least one programming software. I'd like to ask, what programming software can you use? Singh thought for a moment and realized there wasn't any programming software he couldn't handle, so he naturally replied, basically, I can operate most mainstream programming software. Chun Meiyu initially had a poor impression of Song, and hearing him say this made her even more skeptical. However, it didn't matter because soon they would conduct a test to see if they truly had the skills by writing a program on the spot. With that, the interview could end. Now go outside and line up. There will be a test for you soon. Of course, if you feel you can't complete it, you can withdraw now. As Sung stood up, he couldn't help but smile helplessly at Chun Meiyu's words. Chapter 79 Assessment in the conference room of Deepwater Company. Sung, along with others, sat at the conference table. Each person has a computer in front of them, with various programming software on the desktop. Everyone's eyes are glued to the screen. They don't need to know the people around them. Among them, only one person can stay. Everyone wants this job, even if it's just a part-time position without a fixed salary. The company will give you a portion of the payment for each software project you complete. It's that simple. Those sitting here are said to be top graduates from prestigious universities, and they have a certain level of authority in network engineering. This is what Chun Meiyu told Singh. She just wanted Singh to understand that if he wanted to be here, he wouldn't get anything without effort. Of course, among these people, there are a few outstanding individuals. Chun Meiyu's secretary even poured a cup of water for each of them, but no one paid any attention to Singh. The people in the company know very well that only two types of candidates make it through the interview quickly: those who excel in technical skills or those who are unlikely to stay in the company. For someone who doesn't even have qualifications for an interview, the chances of being in the former category are almost zero. So, who would care about this soon-to-be-forgotten person? Even the conversations among these so-called professionals had nothing to do with Singh. At that moment, Singh felt as if he were on a small island surrounded by water, and the fish swimming in the water completely regarded him as an outsider. No one spoke to Singh, but he could always hear something. Most of the topics revolved around the upcoming assessment. Of course, there were also some flattering comments, merely complimenting one of the individuals. This person sat in the first position, and it seemed he was meant to be there. He appeared to be in his 20s, well-fitted suit, clean shirt, and a tie perfectly knotted. Even his hair was styled with gel into a standard IT look. Yes, IT. His expression and demeanor screamed tech, especially his chin, which looked sharp enough to poke into the table. The one who flattered him the most was a girl sitting next to him. She was about Singh's age, with brown hair tied back in a ponytail swaying behind her. Her features were decent, but Singh couldn't accept her makeup, not to mention anything else. Just looking at her eyes, Singh counted at least 5 colors. He really wanted to ask her if her world was that colorful. As if afraid others wouldn't realize how impressive her object of admiration was, her voice pierced through everyone's ears like a firecracker thrown into a chicken coop. Loud and jarring. Brother Chun, if I had known you were coming, I wouldn't have bothered. You are one of the top 3 figures from a prestigious university in the capital, and the campus network system you created is simply remarkable. We, the younger generation, can only look up to you. Brother Chun, I hope you will promote me in the future. The man, referred to as Brother Chun, simply nodded and said, I'm not as amazing as you think. I just created something casually, and now several universities are using it. I came here because they reached out to me multiple times. And this company's development potential is quite good, so I thought I'd come take a look today. Although it seemed like he was speaking to the girl, it was clear to everyone what he meant. He was implying that he was doing them a favor by coming to this company. He didn't necessarily need this job. He shouldn't be compared to these people, as they were not on the same level. Brother Chun, you have such good connections. I'd like to stick with you from now on. Usually, it's quite risky for girls to hang out with me, so be prepared. The two bantered back and forth, and if there weren't others present, it seemed they might have taken it further. The others, including Singh, were focused on their computers and ignored them. This is how society works. Some women are drawn to such men, pretending not to see or hear anything. For some reason, their conversation suddenly shifted to Singh, sparked by the girl saying to Brother Chun, the development potential of this company is indeed good. And many people want to work here, but I feel that only someone of your caliber is suited for this company. Some people are a bit overconfident. Look at your high status. They invited you here, and you are so well prepared, while some others act as if they have some skills but don't even have the qualifications. How could this company want employees like that? Brother Chin continued, well, it can't be said that way. Wherever I go, I am what I am. I never think that I have more than others. Everyone has different worldviews. Some might believe they are powerful and that the world should revolve around them. Singh glanced up at the two of them and just smiled. If qualifications were that important, revealing his own would shake the world. But what would be the point? He was not looking for this job for development potential or to elevate his status. He was simply in it for the compensation. To earn that compensation, one must work hard for it. If you have the capability, take it. If not, let others have it. Why waste time on meaningless talk? Seeing Singh just smile and say nothing, The girl scoffed. If he were to work here, even if I were offered a position, I wouldn't stay. I can't afford to have someone like him as a colleague at future gatherings. The guy named Chen chuckled. Don't worry, with me here. Do you think he'd have that opportunity? Seng shook his head helplessly. He never believed he had any opportunity. He just did what he was supposed to do. Moreover, opportunities aren't self-defined. They are entirely built on capability. If your ability truly stands out, Seng wouldn't envy you. If you're just a facade, he wouldn't feel sorry for you either. In short, Seng didn't take him seriously at all. At this moment, Chun Meiyu and her secretary also entered the conference room. After detailing the assessment content, the evaluation officially began. Chapter 80. Against the odds, the assessment was to utilize familiar programming software to complete a framework for a firewall software program. The main business of Deepwater Company is to provide network firewall software for well-known enterprises nationwide. Naturally, the content of their assessment was also related to this type of program. To write a firewall program, one must first understand the working characteristics of firewalls and network features. The existence of a firewall is to resist various network attacks, which Singh was very familiar with. His shield code is currently the most powerful firewall program in the world. A good firewall program must not only be evaluated on its ability to identify viruses and Trojans, but also on its ability to eliminate these malicious programs. Many firewall software can detect threats, but fail to neutralize them. This neutralization refers to the capability to remove stubborn viruses or Trojans. Many variants of viruses, upon entering a system, will first compromise the firewall's defenses, just like one must destroy the city walls and gates to conquer a city. When a virus successfully infiltrates your system, it means the firewall can no longer eliminate it. At this point, the effectiveness of your firewall program in withstanding such attacks is put to the test. Moreover, different firewalls cater to different system needs. So far, there is no firewall program on the market that can comprehensively accommodate every requirement. Deepwater Company primarily focuses on commercial firewalls. Chen Meiyu made it clear that the company does not require you to understand all network technologies. It only demands that you can write a framework for a firewall. Of course, after the assessment, professional engineers will make the final evaluation of the programs written by the participants. Those who pass will be able to stay. As the assessment began, everyone entered a working state, their fingers striking the keyboards incessantly. Their focused expressions suggesting that what they were coding was not just a program, but their future. Every programmer has their preferred and well-practiced programming software. And programming itself is the writing of code based on the framework protocols of operating systems. The earliest programming software emerged in the 1980s, with the sole function of writing data equations. Now, various programming software with diverse functionalities exist, and there are over a dozen mainstream programming tools. No one can master all these programming software because each has its own unique characteristics and coding methods. However, this does not apply to Sung. He has achieved a near miraculous standard in software applications. Any programming software in his hands feels as if it has found its true companion. This is also the reason why Seng's program for maintaining network security is unbreakable, as he has integrated all programming software, drawing on the unique advantages and characteristics of each, which makes the program he writes even more perfect. As for firewall frameworks, Seng has certainly been in contact with them. After deciphering the meaning of the shield code, Seng spent some time specifically studying several firewall software available in the market, gaining a deep understanding of their principles and features. At this point, creating a firewall framework himself became a matter of course for him. The main aspect is Seng's writing method. He first utilized the programming software, and based on his memory, merged all programming software into a single program. Then, he began constructing the firewall framework using various codes. This was a notion Seng had in mind. Each programming software is written according to different program needs, such as firewalls. From a defensive perspective, the first requirement for a firewall is to remain unbreakable. The premise is that the firewall's code cannot be cracked. If only one programming software is used, it can easily be broken by hackers. However, if all programming software is used simultaneously to create a new code pattern, who could possibly crack it? When hackers attack a system, they first check what programming software the defensive software is written with, and then create a cracking program based on the characteristics of that software. If they cannot determine what the defensive software is written with, how can they crack it? Thus, based on Seng's idea, he quickly developed a basic firewall framework. Although he is currently working on this for a part-time job, he knows that he will always be a hacker, and a hacker understands the methods of other hackers best. After completing the framework, Seng incorporated a symbol with fusion capabilities from the shield code into his framework. This symbol is impossible to add in. First, it does not exist in the network or in programming software, and besides Seng and the mysterious code creator, no one has ever seen this symbol. Secondly, only Seng knows how to decompose the symbol. To integrate the functionality behind the symbol into the software, the foundational framework must be established first. In other words, what is added to the framework is not the symbol itself, but the functional components derived from the symbol, which are injected into the framework to become the core program. Only Singh knows how to write this core program. Even if it is not encrypted for others to see, no one would understand it, because it is just one of the countless functions in the shield code. Singh's intention in doing this is to make the firewall framework more integrative, meaning it can identify all cracking and attacking programs. Of course, this framework is just a simple framework with a core program and currently does not possess practical functionality. However, this framework is essentially like a manual, thoroughly introducing all the functions of the firewall. After checking all the code and confirming that there were no conflicts, Singh raised his hand. Chun Meiyu and her secretary were standing behind the man with the Chin surname, and they seemed quite satisfied with what he had written, whispering to each other with satisfied expressions on their faces. Singh raised his hand, but they didn't even notice him. Finally, feeling helpless, Singh spoke up. Manager Chun. Chun Meiyu and the secretary glanced at Singh, and the satisfaction and smiles on their faces vanished in an instant. Did he think this was a class? Still raising his hand, the secretary then asked, "Do you have any questions?" Singh smiled lightly and said, "No questions, but I have completed the writing." Chapter 81. Yu Gaohan. As soon as Singh spoke, all eyes turned to him. This gaze was not one of disbelief, it was pure skepticism. Among these people, there were a few who could be considered experts in software programming, and they knew how much time it takes to write a software framework. Although a firewall software framework is not a major project, it still takes several hours to complete. Employees outside the company had even prepared their lunchboxes to allow them to continue coding. However, in less than an hour since the start, this guy, who didn't even have interview qualifications, claimed he had finished writing. Was he joking? Or had he done nothing at all? Just typed some random letters to try to bluff his way through? Chun Meiyu and the secretary exchanged glances, filled with disdain. They had worked in the company for so long and had never seen someone so arrogant. Were they in a hurry to eat the lunchboxes outside? Or were they in a rush to do something? This is Deepwater Company, the most renowned network engineering company in the country. Did he think this was a place for him to slack off? If that was the case, and he wanted to dig his own grave, then so be it. However, as the interview manager, Chun Meiyu still reminded him, "Aren't you going to check it one last time? If you are sure you are done, I will have the engineers assess your software right away. Once that's done, you won't have a chance to make any changes." Singh took this as a kind reminder, smiling as he said, "Thank you, Manager Chun, but I'm sure I have completed it. You can have the engineers come to assess it." Many thought he was too arrogant, shaking their heads and sighing. If Deepwater Company allowed someone to bluff their way through, they wouldn't be sitting here brainstorming on how to create this framework. The secretary still invited a professional engineer into the conference room. Singh glanced at the engineer, who was in his 30s, with a square face and small eyes. From a distance, he looked as if he were walking while asleep. Chun Meiyu introduced him to everyone, saying his name was Yu Gaohan, the chief engineer of Deepwater Company, responsible for evaluating the content of this assessment. Yu Gaohan truly lives up to his name, showing no sign of a smile on his face, merely nodding slightly. It's unclear whether he simply doesn't regard these people at all, or if it's just his personality. Singh doesn't care about this. He just wants to quickly complete the assessment and find out if the company needs him. One sentence would suffice. Sitting in Singh's position, the secretary hurriedly placed a cup of coffee in front of Yu Gaohan, who didn't even glance at it, but turned to Singh and said, "My time is limited. I hope you can show me something useful." The content of this assessment was determined by him personally. From a professional standpoint, no one understands the framework of firewalls better than he does. Deepwater Company is currently in dire need of talent in this area, which is why this recruitment plan was initiated. It's true that a large and specialized network company like Deepwater shouldn't lack programming talent. However, there is a saying that goes, the best are often found in the grassroots. Just like the ghost butterfly, the recent hacker battles have alerted all companies specializing in firewalls to a sense of danger. Every paying client is strongly demanding these companies to enhance the security of their software. No one wants their secrets to be exposed like the list of members from the Seven Sisters. Deepwater Company is equally concerned about this incident. Although so far, no hacker has attacked their firewall, it doesn't mean their firewall is invincible. So, Singh has to thank Ghost Butterfly for this interview opportunity. Back to the point. Yu Gaohan's words amused Singh. Why does everyone think he is here to play? Just because he didn't bring credentials or wear a suit and tie? Do these things really matter that much? Isn't the chief engineer also dressed in typical IT fashion? How can he speak so arrogantly just because he holds the title of chief engineer? Does Deepwater Company value technology or just titles? Singh was starting to feel impatient. This was just a part-time job. Did it need to be so serious? If it doesn't work out, he could just look for another job. He didn't want to waste his time here. Yu Gaohan also stopped speaking and began to review the code program written by Singh. The others didn't think much of it and continued to focus on their tasks. Chun Meiyu and the secretary still stood behind the man with the surname Chun, not glancing over at Singh. She had nothing to say to Yu Gaohan either, as she was the HR manager. while Yu Gaoan was the manager of the network development department. From a systems perspective, they were two programs that could never integrate. Then, after glancing at Seng's code a few times, Yu Gaoan, who had been sitting diagonally in his chair, suddenly sat up straight. His eyes widened in surprise, staring intently at the magical code without blinking. Occasionally, he would glance at Seng again, as he could hardly believe that this code was written by Seng. Why not believe it? Because Seng looks more like a model, and absolutely no one would believe he is a programming expert. Especially since these codes seem to him like the most mysterious and richest treasure in the world. He has never seen such a coding style before, and most importantly, the firewall framework created with this coding style has, from a certain perspective, reached perfection. Yes, perfection. Because Yu Gaoan never thought that there was any company in the world capable of creating a firewall that is fully compatible with various programming codes. From a business perspective, this firewall is applicable to any system. The most unbelievable part is that Yu Gaoan completely cannot understand what the core code of this framework is. He only knows that this framework has become even more powerful after incorporating this set of core codes. This core code integrates the characteristics of all programming software. And from a certain perspective, any attack or destructive code written using the integrated programming software cannot break through this core program. At that moment, Yu Gaoan suddenly jumped up from his chair and sprinted out of the conference room at full speed without looking back. Chapter 82. Personality. Yu Gaohan's sudden action startled everyone, and their gazes returned to Seng, wondering what on earth this guy had created that could scare the chief engineer of the deepwater company like this. Seng himself did not know what was happening, and in the face of everyone's attention, he could only gesture helplessly. Just when everyone was filled with confusion, they heard Yu Gaohan shouting almost hoarsely from outside the conference room. Everyone from the network department, come to the conference room immediately. Lao Wu, stop flirting with whoever for now. Get your ass in here right now. Before long, more than a dozen people from the network department followed Yu Gaohan into the conference room. Everyone stopped what they were doing, looking at them with puzzled expressions. Were they going to gang up on that guy because what he wrote had angered Yu Gaohan? Yu Gaohan pointed at the computer and said to them, look at this right now, and pay close attention. The people from the network department all crowded around the computer to take a closer look, and there were so many people that they pushed Seng to the side. Chen Meiyu noticed something was off and asked Yu Gaohan what was going on. Yu Gaohan slowly raised his head, looking at Seng, and said to Chen Meiyu, he has created a new era. What did you say? Chen Meiyu clearly could not grasp Yu Gaohan's meaning at that moment. Meanwhile, an engineer sitting in front of the computer stood up in fear, seemingly talking to himself. No, this is impossible. This absolutely cannot be. This person was Lao Wu, a figure who stood on equal footing with Yu Gaohan in the network department. In his 30s, he had a robust build, and his waist was estimated to be over 3 feet. His face was filled with fear, making him look somewhat intimidating at that moment. Why the fear? Due to his surprise, he, like the other individual, saw everything within this firewall framework. If this framework is completed, it will become the best firewall in the world, bar none. Following the Deepwater Company, it would instantly become a globally renowned enterprise, with its stock multiplying several times overnight. The designer of this software, the person whose name is still unknown, would become one of the most famous figures in the world, with his name enshrined in the Hall of Honor. This is a dream pursued by everyone, isn't it? But how many people can actually achieve it? If everything goes according to his vision, he would be a witness to this miracle. Just think about how one could not feel fear or excitement when facing such a true genius in the future. Once she realized this, Chen Meiyu was also taken aback, her mouth agape. How could she have forgotten that one should not judge a book by its cover? The other individual would not speak without reason, which meant that this person might become the backbone of the Deepwater Company in the future. In other words, he would be the breadwinner for all the employees. If she had known this earlier, why didn't she flatter him a bit? At least she could have offered him a glass of water. The other individual, however, was not in the mood for such thoughts. With a respectful expression, he said to the person, this framework agreement, did you draft it yourself? The use of the honorific you was unprecedented in the Deepwater Company. The people in the network department had their eyes wide open. Usually, they wouldn't even lift their eyes when talking to others. But this was unavoidable, as the company relied on them for profit, so a little pride was acceptable. However, now the proudest person in the company was addressing someone with respect, which even Chen Meiyu found surprising. The individual nodded and said, I drafted it. It's just a concept. He intended to explain that it was merely an idea and not yet a concrete operation, but before he could finish, the other individual interrupted him, asking, can you tell me how the core code of this framework is written? This question was one that he could not answer. Although it was not a commercial secret, there was a small part of the shield code's functionality involved, which absolutely could not be disclosed to anyone. I'm sorry, sir, but I cannot answer that question, he replied. The other individual slapped his forehead and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, I forgot. That falls under commercial confidentiality. He was just too excited and forgot the most critical point in the technical field, confidentiality protocols. How could someone casually share the details of what they had developed? That would be a joke. At that moment, under Chun Meiyu's instruction, the female secretary brought in a cup of coffee and smiled as she handed it to the individual. He shook his head and smiled. I'm sorry, I don't drink this. If possible, could I have a glass of water instead? He categorized all these stimulating substances as alcohol and would not drink them at all. Upon hearing this, Chun Meiyu immediately said to the female secretary, quick, go get Mr. Sun a glass of water. After Singh said thank you, he drove away. The people around him looked at him, momentarily forgetting to say anything. If they hadn't discovered Singh's strength and he was just drinking water instead of coffee, others would have thought he was a fool. But now, in everyone's eyes, this behavior was considered a sign of individuality. All the other interviewees, except for Chun Nan and the girl, gathered around, eager to see what kind of miracle could be created by the chief engineer Yu Gaoan. However, Chun Meiyu stopped them and said, this is now classified information of the company. The interview is over, and you are not the candidates we are looking for at Deepwater Company. There are boxed meals outside. After you eat, you can leave. Immediately, disappointment washed over everyone's faces as the opportunity slipped away. They had been confident in their programs. But now, without even an evaluation, it was taken away by Singh. They packed their things, initially wanting to see Chun Nan and the woman's expressions. But they had already disappeared without a trace. Even if they couldn't see them, they could imagine their feelings, especially the woman. She should have been flattering Singh instead of the irrelevant Chun Nan. At that moment, the secretary whispered a few words in Chun Meiyu's ear, and she smiled at Singh, saying, Mr. Sun, the president would like to discuss the job with you personally. Please follow me. Chapter 83. Dang, and the president's office of Deepwater Company was larger than the old curator's office, even with just a desk. A glass curtain wall separated the office area from the reception area, adorned with poetry and literary works, giving Singh a refined feeling. However, the president behind the desk, Deng Nan, looked like a complete jerk, completely out of sync with the elegance of the office. Why did he seem like a jerk? Deng Nan appeared to be in his 40s, with a face full of deceit, and even his eyes, nose, and mouth bore the expression of a schemer. His hair, whether intentional or not, looked like a bird's nest. As for his tie, he either shouldn't wear one or should wear it properly. This guy actually wore his tie like a scarf. Looking at his shirt buttons, one was fastened while another was undone, creating a disheveled look. What Singh found most intolerable was his sitting posture, one leg crossed over the desk, constantly shaking. If forced to give an evaluation, Singh would say this guy looked like he couldn't handle life. Stop standing, sit down. He spoke like a eunuch, making Singh wonder if he had just come out of a palace. Shifting his chair slightly, Singh didn't want to be talking to his shoes. You probably think my appearance and style make me a jerk. Almost everyone thinks I am a jerk. Do you know why I'm saying this to you? Singh shook his head. Everyone has their own way of living. If you want to be a jerk, go ahead. He had no interest in this topic. Deng Nan continued, because I'm a jerk, and I'm also a rogue. A company needs someone like that to be the president, right? I'm better than those real jerks and rogues because I pay you, ensuring you can act like jerks and rogues in front of others. Do you know why I do this? Singh still shook his head. This guy was not only a jerk, but also a madman. It's simple because I'm a jerk. I've read what you wrote. Even though I didn't go to the meeting room, I know everything about this company, including what Chun Meiyu wore today. Do you know why? Because you're a jerk, a rogue. Singh could only helplessly say it out loud. Wrong. Because I'm the boss here. Everything here belongs to me. I know what I want to know, including your code. If I want to know something, you have to tell me. Do you know why? Because you're the boss here. Singh was about to break down. Wrong. Because I'm a jerk, a rogue. No one does things like I do, so their company will never be as big as mine, nor have my strength. Now let us talk about something serious. What do you want? Singh suddenly felt that this guy should see a doctor. He came here for an interview, not to discuss jerks and rogues. Now he was even asking what he wanted. Of course, he wanted this part-time job. Did he even need to ask? Seeing Singh silent, Deng Nan continued. Do you want a position? Women? Men? No, I just want this part-time job, and then you pay me. That's it. If Deng Nan kept talking, he would probably reveal who in the company he had flings with. You don't ask for much, but I don't like greedy people like you. You should tell me you want everything, including the position under me. Don't tell me you don't know how valuable your code is. I also don't want to know why you want this part-time job. I just want to tell you that if you're willing to face me, this jerk, every day, I can give you everything. Singh still shook his head. He understood Deng Nan's meaning. It was about turning the part-time job into a full-time position. However, he couldn't agree to that. He would never give up his job at the library. That was a proper job, even though the salary was good. It was still considered a civil servant position, and he wouldn't feel ashamed saying it. I just want to do a part-time job. I've never considered other developments. Dreams. What about your dreams? Someone who can write the most powerful code in the world just wants a part-time job. Are you playing with this world? Or is this world playing with you? Deng Nan had never seen someone so stubborn. He had already made himself clear. Yet Singe was still only thinking about the part-time job and its benefits. Was he stupid? Singe smiled faintly and said, I have dreams too. But this is definitely not one of them. I can't give up my formal job. It's not about money. It's about persistence, about guardianship, and a deeper understanding of life. But for you, these might just be boring thoughts. So, give me a straightforward answer. Do you want me to take on a part-time job or not? I do. Deng Nin no longer insisted. Singe was not the kind of person who could be swayed by money. He needed money, but he would never sell out what he believed in for it. This made Deng Nin speechless, and he held Singe in even higher regard. Despite his outward appearance and demeanor, which might seem like that of a rogue, he was a president worthy of respect from everyone in the company. Otherwise, why would these people follow him so loyally? Chen Meiyu placed the part-time agreement in front of Singe and turned to leave. Deng Nin watched her back and said, Singe, why do I feel such a connection with this mature woman? Singe just focused on the contents of the agreement, ignoring him. If you feel something, go for it. Why tell me about it? Singe examined the agreement carefully, as he had never seen such documents before. Given that the other party was somewhat of a rogue, he needed to scrutinize it even more. Most of the content was trivial, but there was one clause that he found unacceptable. It stated that as a part-time or full-time employee of the Deepwater Company, he would have to unconditionally submit all detailed information and core code of any programs he designed and developed to the company's IT department. This was completely unacceptable. Singe's code would never be disclosed. He promptly crossed out that clause. When Deng Nin saw this, he laughed and said, You're quite the rogue too. This is an agreement. If you cross it out, you can't become an employee of Deepwater Company. Chapter 84. Conditions Singe's demand was simple. He could provide them with all the programs he wrote, even allow unlimited copies, but they could only take them. He could not give them away. He was well aware of how powerful his software was. Because of this, the core code absolutely had to remain confidential. Deng Nin completely misunderstood Singe's intentions, thinking he was dissatisfied with the terms offered by Deepwater Company. In simpler terms, what Singe wanted was to sell the code he had. Name your price. Any amount would do. If you don't like money, we can discuss other forms of compensation. I just need the core program of this firewall. The guys in the IT department are fully capable of creating this software based on your program. You don't understand. It's not about money. I will produce the software for you, but I cannot disclose the program. If you find this difficult to accept, then I think we should stop discussing this. Singe understood human greed, including his own, which always craved more. It was an uncontrollable desire. If he agreed to their demands, they would only want to take more from him. Singe wanted the job, but all he could do was provide them with the software. However, understanding how the program was written was absolutely impossible. Even if they managed to crack the code, they would never be able to decipher the integrated symbolic code. In other words, the integrated code is fundamentally invisible. Just as its name suggests, it has completely merged into the code of every program. Even if one could find its existence, they would never be able to crack the pattern of this code. Only Singe and the code's designer know its pattern, or rather, only Singe knows. Therefore, Singe absolutely cannot reveal how the integrated program is written. Deng Nin also understood Singe's point. In the tech field, protecting intellectual property has always been crucial. It is impossible to sell one's interests for the sake of a contract. After all, the software that Singe developed has a very high technical content. In the end, Deng Nin finally compromised. He couldn't afford to offend Singe, who was like a financial benefactor to him. Once Singe completed the software, he could crack the writing pattern later. Wouldn't those things still belong to him? He believed Singe was still too young and hadn't considered many issues comprehensively. If it were him, even copying would require a fee to ensure control. If you were to call Deng Nin a jerk or a rogue, he would tell you that anyone in the online industry isn't a jerk. Aren't they all rogues? You would find yourself at a loss for words. The contract was redrafted according to Singe's wishes, and Deng Nin signed his name, then blew on the official seal before heavily stamping it on the contract. When it was Singe's turn to sign, he spoke up again. Before I sign, I have one more request. Do you want to play? I've been in this industry for so many years. What kind of rogues and jerks haven't I seen? Do you want to go one-on-one or have a group fight? Don't think just because I'm a CEO that I won't fight. Let me tell you, my legs are quite powerful. Just look at how they shake, and you'll know how painful it would be to get kicked. Deng Nin had never encountered someone so tedious. It was just signing a contract. What was so remarkable about it? Singe smiled and said, the framework of the software has already been created, and I have no intention of taking it away. Moreover, the contract clearly states that for every part of the software program I provide you, you must pay me the corresponding reward. So now, you need to give me the payment for the firewall framework before I can sign. And cash, please. There is no need to be polite with these capitalists, as these people spend all day thinking about how to extract money from others' pockets. Furthermore, today's firewall framework is considered the first part of the software program. According to the contract, the entire software is to be delivered in 5 installments. And after each delivery, the company is required to pay Singe 500,000. When Singe saw this figure, he was quite shocked. He knew his design software was special, but he never imagined it would be worth this much. Singe had never considered that such an enticing number would one day belong to him. When it comes to money, Deng Nan had nothing to say. Buying the rights to use and sell this software at this price was already a profitable deal. It is important to note that once this software is released, it will definitely spark a buying frenzy for this type of firewall software. Just slapping a business or enterprise version label on it could multiply the price by dozens of times. If the distribution channels are good, he could easily make hundreds of millions by expanding abroad. Why would he care about this little amount of money? He immediately asked the finance department to prepare 500,000 in cash. As soon as Sung Gu signed his name on the contract, he could take the stack of cash with him. Although Sung Gu hesitated for a moment, he still signed his name. His hesitation stemmed from the fact that he had never seen so much money in his life, making him wonder whether this was the right thing to do. The creator of the code had given him 10 lines of code, but this was not meant for him to make money. However, he really needed the money right now. If he couldn't add all the equipment in the secret room, those 10 lines of code would lose their significance. In other words, until he completed the equipment in the secret room, the functionality of the code would not appear online. Now he was being watched by people from a certain organization, and he didn't know when a group of ruthless individuals would break into his home. Therefore, only this money could help him improve the equipment in the secret room, allowing the code to exist permanently in the online world. Although the cash was very tempting, Sung Gu was not someone who cared much about money. He wanted to invest every penny he earned into the online world, which was what he truly wanted to do. After taking the contract, Deng Nan chuckled and said, "Now you're my person. Don't just focus on spending money. Remember that you need to provide me with a portion of the program every month. In 5 months, I want to see a complete firewall software. Otherwise, I'll personally make your life miserable." Sung Gu said nothing and instead placed the cash, bundle by bundle, into a backpack prepared for him, which bore the slogan of a certain network company, fighting against rogue entities for 100 years. Each time he placed a bundle inside, he calculated in his mind, 500,000. If he were to work in a library, he would have to save for 15 years without eating or drinking to accumulate that amount. He never imagined that with just a flick of his fingers, he could earn it. Sung Gu really wanted to ask what was wrong with the world. Chapter 85. There are ghosts. Sung Gu packed the first wealth of his life into the backpack. If one were to ask how heavy a person's dreams could be, it would be just like the weight of this backpack, heavy and significant, as if he had packed his heart into it. Regarding Deng Nan's reminder, Sung Gu just smiled and said, "Don't you like mature women? By the way, I want to ask you a personal question." Deng Nan chuckled and replied, "Sure. I love personal questions. It makes me feel like we have developed a special bond, even knowing how many hairs you have on your body." Sung Gu helplessly said, "I want to ask, where can I get the best server-grade computers?" Deng Nan is involved in networking, and the online servers for Deepwater Company are located within the company, so he naturally knows where to find this stuff. This is also part of the Sing plan. Only the best equipment can enhance the functionality of the code. You asked me this, and you've definitely come to the right person. What Deepwater Company lacks the most is talent like you. And what it doesn't lack is equipment. Follow me, and I'll show you around. Upon entering the company's server room, as soon as the door opened, a wave of heat hit us. This is quite normal. All the server units of Deepwater Company are in this room, and the minimum temperature is always above 0. At Deepwater Network Company, Seng experienced many firsts in his life. His first fortune, the first time being taken so seriously, and the first time seeing a server group for network terminals. Clearly, Deepwater Network Company is his treasure trove, where he can obtain everything. Do you know that among the server groups you see, the data of thousands of well-known enterprises from across the country is stored here? These 5 groups of servers are like 5 beloved girls to me, holding all my emotions within their hearts. I love them. Deng Nan caressed these server groups as tenderly as one would touch their spouse, his expression even showing deep affection. However, when he saw the dust on his hands, he immediately shouted towards the door, "You bunch of animals, the dust here could serve as your grave. Get in here and clean it up right now. It seems like your ladies haven't been touched in a long time." Seng teased Deng Nan. These server groups are their lifeline. Yet these people seem to never take care of them. Not only are the servers covered in a thick layer of dust, but the floor is the same. As for the interior of the servers, it's hardly worth thinking about. Indeed, the server units need regular cleaning, but you must understand that every time cleaning is done, the servers must be powered down. All the systems of the clients we serve would be in a vacuum state during this time, and if hackers launch an attack then, the losses would be significant. Although all firewall software is installed within the system for comprehensive protection, in reality, the true protection of the system comes from these server units. The servers send large amounts of data to clients every second, including samples of viruses and trojans, checking whether the client is functioning properly, and so on. From the very beginning of the firewall's design, this irreversible function was added. Once the client disconnects from the server, the software will immediately stop working. The main reason for this is profit. It's simply impossible to continue using the software without paying. Additionally, the servers provide solutions to client issues and can maintain client systems through remote operations. However, this is mainly done to occupy the client's system desktop, constantly monitoring whether you attempt to use other similar software. If you do, they will spare no effort in making sure you cannot use the competitor's software. Dang Nan provided Seng with a systematic manual, hoping he could refer to it to see if there were any aspects that could be applied to the software he was designing. Seng skimmed through it briefly, chuckled, and then tossed the manual aside. Why did Seng laugh? He was curious about how Deepwater Network Company managed to secure the leading position in domestic firewall software with such a childish approach. Of course, Seng had never used their software and initially thought there might be something special about it. However, after reviewing the manual, he realized that its main characteristics, aside from being shameless, were sheer stupidity. I really doubt the intelligence of the engineers in your network R&D department. How did they achieve what they have today? Dang Nan, completely oblivious to the meaning behind Seng's words, looked at him with a puzzled expression, wanting to know how those quirky guys in the network department had offended him. Seng simply shook his head in resignation. This had nothing to do with him. Their job was to earn a living, and if he found it unappealing, he could just ignore it without bothering those individuals. His purpose for being there was to make money, not to get angry with them, as that held no value. However, Dang Nan grasped Seng's arm, exuding an air of determination that suggested he would not let it go without a fight. Meanwhile, a few individuals from the network R&D department, who were busy cleaning the servers, seemed to have overheard Seng's remarks. They were well aware of Seng's capabilities. While Seng was talking to Dang Nan, everyone in their department began to crack Seng's framework program code, eager to understand how the core program was written. In the end, they all gave up in frustration. Aside from realizing that Seng had integrated various programming software into this framework, everything else remained a mystery, an enigma that seemed impossible to unravel. They attempted to deconstruct every line of data code in the program and analyze it, but the results were the same. They even tried rewriting the program using the various programming software Seng had integrated into his code, but it remained futile. They always thought they must have missed something because, in the network R&D department, no one could comprehend every programming software as Seng did. Each employee was familiar with one software, and they took turns using their familiar programs to input Seng's data, but the framework produced looked like crushed tofu, nothing but broken pieces, lacking solidity. Ultimately, Yu Gaoan concluded that there was something eerie within the program module Seng had created. This ghost was not some trick or tactic, but something bizarre, mysterious, and frightening. Perhaps this was Seng's arrogant capital, but arrogance would inevitably breed resentment. Chapter 86. Speechless Seng didn't want to incite too much resentment, so he was reluctant to disclose what he had seen. However, one thing was certain. Dang Nan's Deepwater Network Company had likely lost a significant number of clients because of this. When Seng pointed out a problem, Dang Nan was convinced that it was no minor issue. Such a deadly and extremely concealed problem could only be detected by an expert like Seng. Since Seng brought it up, he must be informed no matter what. Otherwise, he will become anxious and upset. This could lead to heart problems, migraines, high blood pressure, and even premature ejaculation or nocturnal emissions. Seng isn't sure if it's as serious as he says, but he knows that several people from the network department are ready to listen. Although the software designed by the network development team isn't as perfect as his, they are eager to hear what aspects he finds unsatisfactory. They also want to know just how foolish their intelligence really is. Seng, if you don't tell me what the problem is, I will immediately strip and run out screaming that you want to blow my mind, Dang Nan said, starting to take off his clothes. It's really impressive that he could come up with such a stunt. He truly is a talent. It seems that there's no way to avoid offending this person now. Seng casually found a computer in the office area. And since the computers in the company are naturally equipped with the company's firewall, the people in the office saw him sitting in front of the computer again, not knowing what astonishing things he might come up with this time. Among these people were Yu Gaohan, Lao Wu, and Chen Meiyu. It's unclear when exactly Seng became the most watched person in the company, besides a few individuals like Chen Meiyu who know some basic information about him. Most others don't even know his name. However, they do know one thing. Seng will be their ticket to success in the future. What reason could be more captivating than that? If a reason must be found, this man will undoubtedly rise strongly in the IT network industry. Seng clicked on the network neighborhood icon and simply deleted the values for the automatically searched IP address and ports, making some adjustments to the network connection in the system. For those familiar with network engineering, these operations are the simplest tasks, and they don't understand why Seng is doing this. After all the changes were completed, the computer was completely disconnected from the network. Seng then opened the network repair function in the firewall's system management service menu. Surprisingly, there were even some quiet laughs behind him. They thought Seng was underestimating them by using this method to test their firewall software. This is one of the proud service features that can automatically fix all issues during the network connection process. And they were really curious about what Singh was trying to do. Deng Nin just watched the computer screen. He didn't know what Singh was planning, or rather, as the president of the company, his understanding of software wasn't very deep. All the technical aspects are handled by the development department. His job is to improve customer service structures to extract more money from their pockets. Just as everyone was focused on the data repair items in the network repair window on the screen, a dialog box suddenly popped up. Network connection disconnected. Unable to complete repair. Please reconnect to the network and try again. The laughter behind him abruptly ceased, as if they sensed something was off. Singh slowly turned around with a smile and said, "Can anyone tell me what this feature does, besides making the software look like an idiot?" Everyone was rendered speechless. Deng Nin shot a furious glance at Yu Gaohan, whose face turned as red as a monkey's backside. To avoid further embarrassment, Yu Gaohan reluctantly explained. This feature is supposed to fix DNS pollution or network issues when the connection is stable. Singh chuckled helplessly. If the network is down, you're relying on this feature to restore the connection. If the connection is fine, who needs you? At least 7 out of every 10 computers in the country have faced this issue. I find it hard to believe that the people who developed these features could be that foolish. Singh's tone was a bit harsh, since they had offended him. He decided to let them fully understand that their design was nothing but a pile of garbage, utterly worthless. Even so, the people from the RD department could only listen with flushed faces, not uttering a word. At that moment, Deng Nin really wanted to explode. No wonder many customer comments over the past year directly stated that this software was merely a waste created by a bunch of fools. At the time, he thought those comments were just from hired guns and ignored them. But now, he finally understood that what those people said was the truth. The people in the RD department were indeed a